Chapter 1: The Strongest Zerg Calamity System. I had just transmigrated here and was feeling lost when a burst of discussion reached my ears. Did you hear? Su-Yuhan from the next class just awakened the beast-taming talent Dragon Tongue. With this talent, she can contract dragon-type tamed beasts. Holy shit! Dragon-type tamed beasts are practically the strongest among all beast-type ones. Even just a wyvern's power can't be compared to other tamed beasts. I don't ask for much. Just let me awaken a beast-taming talent even pig farming would do. Alas, out of every 10 people, only one might awaken the Beastmaster talent. The majority are destined to remain ordinary Beastmasters. Hearing this, my eyes instantly lit up with excitement. 300 years ago, the world underwent a drastic transformation. The game Divine Dominion merged with reality, plants and animals mutated, and humans gained the ability to form beast-taming contracts with these creatures. Beastmasters enhance their creatures' strength by clearing dungeons, exploring secret realms, and defeating wild creatures. Moreover, at the age of 18, using an awakening stone can activate a Beastmaster's innate talent. Those with awakened talents immediately surpass ordinary Beastmasters from the start. After centuries, humanity has regained its footing, establishing safe zones where young Beastmasters now have secure and stable paths for growth. I'm currently in Class 7 of the 3rd year at Qinglin Beastmaster High School in Linhai City. Just then, 3 teachers walked through the door carrying a transparent crystal orb. From my memory, I knew this was the awakening stone that could activate the innate talents within Beastmasters. The leading teacher carefully placed down the awakening stone and scanned the room as he spoke. Students, as you've probably all heard, Su-Yuhan from the neighboring class has just awakened the extremely rare Dragon Tongue talent. This ability allows her to communicate with draconic creatures, who will naturally feel affection toward her. As everyone knows, Dragon-type beast contracts are the most difficult to obtain, yet Su-Yuhan will face nearly no obstacles in forming contracts with draconic beasts. This exemplifies the significance of Beastmaster talents. Though it sounds harsh, among these 60 students present, if even 10 were to awaken their talents, it would already be considered an excellent outcome. Everyone, be prepared. The awakening ceremony is very quick. If you don't successfully awaken your talent within 1 minute, it means failure. Students whose names are called, please come to the podium. The teacher took out a prepared list and began calling names. Zhang San. The first boy called was both excited and nervous. I could clearly see his trembling hands. However, after placing his hands on the awakening stone for a full minute, the stone showed no reaction whatsoever. Zhang San, awakening failed. Next, Li Si. Zhang San's face immediately fell, wearing an expression of utter despair. At this moment, the teacher nearby comforted the students. Classmates, having no beast-taming talent doesn't mean you can't become beast-tamers. Don't lose heart. Even without innate talent, there's still a chance to become a powerful beast-tamer. Several more students failed to awaken any abilities in succession. Suddenly, the awakening stone began to glow, followed by the appearance of a message. The teacher in charge of the awakening exclaimed excitedly, "Jia Wu, successful awakening, Tiger's Might." Tiger's Might. It's actually the Tiger's Might talent. If Jia Wu contracts a tiger-type beast, this talent could enhance his beast's imposing presence, allowing it to intimidate the opponent right from the start of battle. He's incredible. Zhao Wu's family runs a beast-taming business, wealthy and talented. He's practically the archetype of a beast-taming prodigy. The teacher exclaimed excitedly, "Zhao Wu, with your aptitude, you should prioritize contracting tiger-class beasts. It'll maximize your potential." "Yes, thank you, teacher. My parents have already prepared the funds, just waiting for my awakening." "That's excellent. I look forward to your first expedition." Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhao Wu sat back down with pride. The instructor cheerfully called the next name. Next up, Su Ming. Hearing my name called, I excitedly ran forward, thinking to myself, finally, it's my turn. Good heavens, a transmigrator should at least get some perks, right? I placed both hands on the awakening stone, feeling a warm current flow through my palms into my body. Suddenly, a notification exploded in my mind. Detected host awakening talent. Scanning host's awakening talent data. Host's talent, leader. Matching suitable system for host. Match successful, strongest Zerg calamity system loading. Leader, Zerg calamity system? These two pieces of information exploded in my mind. Though I didn't fully understand what was happening, I was certain my golden finger had arrived. Leader, increases attack power of surrounding allies, enhances overall team output capability. The more units led, the greater the amplification. Current amplification, 0.1x. Every additional 100 units led increases amplification by 10x. Every tenfold amplification, subsequent amplification multiples require leadership quantity to multiply by 10. Strongest Zerg Calamity System 1. Queen Mother. After contracting any new Zerg species, a corresponding Queen Mother will automatically be generated. 2. Attribute allocation. Consumption points can be obtained by spending funds, using rare treasures, or slaying ferocious beasts. 1. Accelerate the Queen's incubation speed. 2. Evolve the Zerg warriors. 3. Beast Taming Space. The beast taming space has no upper limit, and there will be no obstacles when contracting insect-type beasts. After reviewing the abilities I've gained in the system information, I was so excited I nearly jumped up. This system and these abilities are practically invincible. As long as I have enough money or eliminate sufficient numbers of fierce beasts, I can create hundreds of millions of Zerg warriors. When that time comes, those so-called dragon clans will be completely overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of my Zerg army. And my leader talent is an absolutely broken cheat. Its enhancements grow infinitely as long as I have enough numbers. For example, with 1000 Zerg beasts, I gain a 1x boost, 10,000 gives a 10x boost, 100,000 yields a 100x boost, and 1 million provides an astronomical 1000x boost. Combined with the system's army building ability, it's practically unstoppable. Just then, the teacher's voice rang in my ears. Student Su Ming, awakened beast taming talent leader. I immediately snapped back to attention, opening my eyes with a bright smile, but the others showed no envy on their faces, only a trace of pity. The teacher said, Student Su Ming, this talent of yours depends on the number of beasts you tame. The more you have, the stronger you become. However, everyone's beast taming space is limited. Only by continuously leveling up can you expand it. Though the teacher didn't outright say it, I understood what he meant. This ability is essentially useless. If I didn't know about my system, I might have truly considered this ability useless. But now I'm not discouraged at all, because as long as I develop steadily, I'll become the real-world version of a Zerg calamity. Chapter 2. Contracting a Zerg beast underestimated? In the end, only 13 students from our class successfully awakened, slightly more than what the teacher in charge of the awakening had predicted. After it ended, everyone went straight home to await contracting their first beast companion after the talent awakening. After all, the first contracted beast essentially remains your main combat companion throughout the early stages and even until the college entrance exams, so choosing the first one carefully is crucial. I returned home, more accurately, to the Su family residence, a beast taming clan that has been passed down for decades in Linhai City. The family head is my grandfather, whose current strength has reached the minor grandmaster level. Beast tamer ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, transcendent, minor grandmaster, king, legendary, divine. My father is the youngest in the family. Su Yuhan from the next class, who awakened the dragon language talent, is my eldest uncle's daughter. She's younger than me by birth month. Since only Yuhan and I from our family awakened this year, Yuhan, who awakened earlier, returned to the family estate long ago. As soon as I stepped into the villa's grand hall, I saw that nearly all the key members of the family had gathered. Seated at the head position was my grandfather, Su Tianhu, his hair completely white yet his face glowing with robust health. I had indeed met grandfather before, but in my memories, this patriarch remained largely a stranger. Most of the time, my father, mother and I lived separately outside, returning only when significant family matters arose. Grandpa asked me, Su Ming, have you awakened your talent as well? I replied, yes, Grandpa, my talent is leader. The moment I finished speaking, I heard a faint snicker from the side. Turning my head, I saw it was my aunt, with Su Yuhan standing beside her, looking arrogant. Grandpa Su Tianhu knew the specifics of my talent and nodded, saying, though it has some limitations and is far inferior to Yuhan's dragon tongue, it's still better than nothing. Since both of you have awakened your talents, you can now go to the family's beast vault and choose a suitable beast for yourselves. The Su family was located near the sea, dealing in businesses related to the sale of tamed beasts and similar industries. Grandfather then said to Su Yuhan, Yuhan, your aptitude is special. Even for us, dragon-type tamed beasts are extremely rare. Our family currently only has 3 subspecies of dragon-type tamed beasts. You may attempt to form a contract with them. Su Yuhan replied obediently, yes, thank you, Grandfather. Grandfather then turned to me and said, Su Ming, your aptitude does indeed have significant limitations. Among the beasts in the tamed beast treasury, you can try to form a contract with any you are capable of bonding with. I responded, yes, thank you, Grandfather. Soon after, Su Yuhan and I were taken to the Su family's designated area for housing tamed beast cubs or eggs. The thousands of Mu Imperial Beast Vault was filled entirely with young beast hatchlings raised by the Su family, as beasts were easiest to contract during their infancy. Grandfather said, Yuhan, come with me. Su Ming, you can wander around here on your own and give it a try. Watching grandfather leave with Su Yuhan, I understood that this nominal grandfather clearly favored her for her ability to contract draconic beasts. But that was fine, it meant no one would disturb me. There were signposts here. Following the directions, I smoothly arrived at the Zerg beast section. Because Zerg-type spirit beasts are generally unpopular, there are only a few insect-type creatures available even in the spirit beast treasury. As my gaze swept past, a translucent information prompt box for spirit beasts appeared before my eyes. Name, blade mantis, species rank, low grade, description. Its forelimbs resemble two sharp blades, hence the name blade mantis. Length, 83 centimeters, weight, 2.5 kilograms. Name, shield beetle, species rank, low grade, asterisk asterisk. Introduction, right arm has a flesh shield, possessing decent defense, hence named shield beetle. Body length, 143 centimeters, weight, 5.3 kilograms. Name, tiger beetle, race value, intermediate. Introduction, whole body covered in tiger striped patterns, possessing formidable attack and defense, hence named tiger beetle. Body length, 103 centimeters, weight, 4.9 kilograms. Among these three insect-type beast companions, I have taken a particular liking to the tiger beetle, as it combines both offense and defense. However, there's no difficulty in choosing for me. As long as the beast companion is willing, I can form contracts with any of them. After all, I possess unlimited beast companion space, so there's no need to worry about unsuccessful contracts. Without the slightest hesitation, I immediately chose to form the contracts. I bit my finger and let my blood drip onto these three insect-type beast companions. As long as they were willing, they could actively form contracts with me. With the system's assistance, the three insect-type beast companions offered no resistance. Blood-red contract formations simultaneously lit up beneath them. In just moments, I successfully contracted three different types of Zerg warriors. Simultaneously, three corresponding Zerg queens appeared within my beast taming space. I assigned them to separate zones to prevent future interference when their numbers multiplied. With a thought, the status panel reappeared. Name, Blade Zerg Queen. Production speed, 3 hours/1 unit. Name, Shield Type Zerg Queen. Production speed, 3 hours/1 unit. Name, Tiger Beetle Zerg Queen. Production speed, 6 hours/1 unit. Judging by the production speed, the tiger beetle is indeed more powerful than the other two types. I thought to myself, now all we have to do is wait for them to produce. It's a shame there are no consumption points, otherwise we could speed things up. Then I recalled that our family had no shortage of money, and since I'd just awakened my abilities, asking for some funds shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed through the air, startling me. Su Yuhan succeeded in her contract. Without hesitation, I dashed over. There I saw Su Yuhan with a frost-breathing wyvern nestled affectionately in her arms, its entire body radiating a chilling aura. Grandpa asked me curiously, Su Ming, have you completed your contract? I nodded in response, it's done. Auntie asked curiously, Su Ming, what kind of beasts did you contract? Insect-type beasts, tiger beetles, blade bugs, and shield bugs. Auntie burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, 3 bugs really, Dad, the difference between dragon and worm is clear. Mother snapped angrily, sister-in-law, isn't that taking it too far? Auntie retorted, did I say anything wrong? Didn't Yuhan contract a dragon, while your son Su Ming contracted bugs? Who's the dragon, who's the worm? It's obvious. Father glared at his sister-in-law, domineeringly saying, sister-in-law, watch your words. The sister-in-law retorted, Suja, is this how you speak to your elder sister-in-law? Grandfather roared in anger, enough. Today is a joyous occasion for our Su family. Yuhan has contracted with a sub-dragon species, the Icewing Drake. She's destined to secure a place among the mighty elites of Great Xia. Linhai is too small for her. Speaking gently to Su Yuhan, grandfather concluded with kindness in his eyes, Yuhan, the future of our Su family now rests in your hands. This is dragon blood fruit, which can help your Icewing dragon purify its bloodline, giving it the potential to become a true dragon in the future. Su Yuhan took it and said, thank you, grandfather. Father scolded, Dad, isn't Su Ming also your grandson? How can you show such favoritism? Grandfather glanced at me and replied calmly, resources should only be allocated to those who can revive the family's glory. I asked, Grandfather, are you implying that I could never bring glory to our family? Grandpa scoffed, what use is a pile of bugs? Without the family, you're nothing. I replied, is that so? In that case, I'll leave the Su family then. This clan isn't worth staying in anyway. Grandpa's expression remained unchanged as he turned to my parents and asked, Suja, is this what you think too? Both my parents responded, Grandpa said, very well. From today onward, your family is no longer part of the Su clan. I'll give you a sum of money to ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your lives, but never again claim to be part of the Su family. He cast a cold gaze at us and said, go ahead. The Su family's current resources are only enough to nurture Yuhan alone. Since your family feels so aggrieved, don't blame me for being ruthless. I burst into laughter. Grandfather, this is the last time I'll call you that just because she contracted a sub-dragon? My Zerg beasts will slay dragons someday. As we walked away, my eldest uncle's family laughed mockingly, sneering, Zerg slaying dragons? That sounds like the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Grandfather didn't show the slightest reaction to my words. Instead, he turned to Su Yuhan and declared, Yuhan, from now on, our family will devote all our resources to your training. 1 week later, at the National Beast Taming Exam, you must take first place in Linhai and secure admission to one of the 4 great beast taming academies. Su Yuhan replied, yes, Grandpa. After stepping out of the Su family's gates, I turned to my parents and said, Mom, Dad, don't worry. Since the Su family doesn't want us, I'll build an even stronger Su family from scratch. I won't let you two worry. My parents smiled warmly. We believe in you. Over the years, we've saved up quite a bit. Even without the Su family, we'll be just fine. I said, Mom, Dad, I need some money. Money? How much do you need? As much as possible. I want to show the Su family during the Beastmaster exam whether her dragon is stronger or my bugs are. Dad hesitated for a moment, then nodded, alright, I'll transfer it to you right away. 1 million yuan has been deposited into your bank card. Hearing this number, I jumped with excitement, kissed my parents, and shouted, love you guys. With that, I quickly ran off. My parents smiled, seemingly unaffected by what had just happened. I immediately called out to the system, convert all my money into consumption points. A prompt popped up before my eyes. 1 million Great Xia coins can be exchanged for 10,000 consumption points. Confirm exchange. Without hesitation, I responded, yes. Exchange successful. Current consumption points remaining. 10,000. Open my Zerg taming panel, I commanded. The panel displayed information about various Zerg queens. Zerg Queen 1, Shield Bug Queen, Production Unit, Shield Bug, Production Speed, 3 hours/unit, spend 1,000 points to increase production speed to 2 hours/unit, spend 3,000 points to increase production speed to 1 hour/unit, spend 7,000 points to increase production speed to 30 minutes/unit, spend 30,000 points to evolve Shield Bug Queen into Giant Shield Bug Queen. Similar information existed for Blade Bug Queen and Tiger Beetle Queen as well. Looking at these options, I found myself in a dilemma. With only 10,000 consumption points currently available, and the school's dungeon expedition scheduled to begin in 3 days. According to the rewards from previous years, the first prize winner could receive prizes worth around 1 million. Though not particularly useful to me, selling them on the black market would net at least 1 million in income. Although Su Yuhan's Ice-Winged Dragon is just a juvenile subdragon species, once my swarm reaches a certain scale, it will trigger a qualitative transformation. With this in mind, I immediately spent 3,000 points on each queen, shortening their production cycle by 2 hours. This way, in 3 days my controlled beasts will surpass 100 in number, and combined with my beast taming talent, the combat power of my Zerg army will rise even further. 3 days later, on the playground of Qingxin Beastmaster High School, everyone excitedly introduced their contracted beasts to classmates and friends. Zhao Wu's voice rose above the crowd. I've contracted a saber-toothed tiger with an advanced racial value. With this, I'm determined to compete for top 3 in this dungeon trial. Racial values are ranked from low, medium, high, extraordinary, lord, sovereign, king, legend, to divine. The higher the racial value, the more powerful the beast's quality. However, newly awakened beastmasters can at most contract extraordinary level beasts. This is the known limit. Beasts beyond the extraordinary rank won't form contracts with weak beastmasters. To contract a lord rank beast or higher, a beastmaster must reach at least level 20. The higher a beast's racial value, the stronger its arrogance. Forcing a contract might backfire. Even Su Yuhan's Ice-Winged Dragon currently only has an advanced racial value, but its rating will improve as it grows. As a subdragon species, it can potentially reach lord rank, precisely why the Su family values Su Yuhan so highly. Standing among the crowd, I studied the system's translucent panel. My current forces totaled 78 shield bugs and 78 blade bugs, plus 25 tiger beetles. With 1 to 2 hours remaining before entering the dungeon instance, the broodmother could still hatch one more batch. Nearly 200 Zerg-type battle beasts, this trial shouldn't pose any problems. Although shield bugs and blade bugs have low base stats, their strength lies in sheer numbers. Since nobody's tamed beasts have leveled up yet, coupled with my talent that boosts their strength by 0.2 times, this enhanced swarm of insect-type beasts still holds significant advantages. Just as I was strategizing about combat scenarios once entering the dungeon, Zhao Wu suddenly swaggered up to me, arms crossed with a mocking grin. Hey Su Ming, heard you contracted some Zerg-type beasts and got kicked out of your family, huh? I couldn't be bothered with him. Piss off, I said bluntly. I knew exactly what he was after, trying to impress Su Yuhan by putting me down first. My response ignited his temper. Think you're still part of the Su family, Su Ming? Zhao Wu snarled. Your pathetic bugs wouldn't stand a chance against my saber-tooth, could crush a whole swarm under one paw. If you call me Brother Wu, I might even help you in the dungeon. He waited with an arrogant pout, expecting me to cling to him for support. I sneered. With that measly little kitten of yours, you dare show off in front of me? Zhao Wu gnashed his teeth and spat. Su Ming, you're really looking for death, aren't you? You think I won't make sure you can't kill a single beast in the dungeon? I scoffed. Heh, I'd love to see how you plan to stop me from killing even one. Zhao Wu pointed his finger at me and said, fine, we'll settle this in the dungeon. At this moment, the school administrator stepped onto the podium. The principal, holding his speech notes, stood before the microphone and announced, "Students, 3 days have passed since everyone awakened their beast-taming talents. This year at Chingsan High, out of over 3,700 students, an astonishing 411 have awakened beast-taming abilities, setting a new historical record. Moreover, some students have awakened rare beast-taming talents. For example, Su Yuhan from Class 6 of Grade 12 has awakened the Dragon Speaker talent and successfully contracted a sub-dragon species as her tamed beast." All eyes turned towards Su Yuhan as murmurs of admiration spread through the student body. The principal continued, "I believe everyone has already contracted their own beast companions. While beast-taming talent is undoubtedly important, cultivating a beast companion isn't solely reliant on innate gifts. Take Lin Jianfeng, our great Xiao's king-class powerhouse. He possessed no beast-taming talent whatsoever, yet still managed to nurture his beast companion to king-class level. Today, all students of Chingsan Beast Taming High School will embark on their first practical combat experience in a dungeon instance. This is a rare opportunity, so I hope everyone seizes this chance to hone their skills and achieve excellent results in this trial. The school will reward top performers accordingly. The first place winner will receive a bloodline purification potion, while second and third place winners will be awarded 500,000 in cash." When I heard about the bloodline purification potion reward, I was stunned. This treasure worth over 3 million could purify a beast companion's bloodline and was strictly controlled by the state, practically priceless despite its valuation. Even for the Su family, obtaining such an item would be extremely difficult. I never expected the school to offer it as a first-place prize. Everyone understood perfectly well that these rewards were most likely prepared for Su Yuhan. If her Frostwing Dragon could further enhance its bloodline, her strength in the beast-taming exams would become even more terrifying. The students buzzed with discussion. Some said the school had gone all out, others speculated the principal wanted to redeem past failures, and a few even suggested just giving the rewards directly to Su Yuhan. The announcement of rewards sent the students below into a frenzy. The principal continued, "Classmates, the rewards have been announced. The dungeon's difficulty is very low, with basically no serious dangers. Later, each of you will receive a positioning watch that clearly marks the distribution of ferocious beasts within the dungeon. It will also be used to calculate your scores based on beasts slain inside. After entering the dungeon, everyone should train according to their actual abilities. Don't overestimate yourselves. The core area of the dungeon contains savage beasts reaching level 5, which are extremely dangerous for you. If unsure, stick to the outskirts. Finally, I wish you all excellent results and valuable experience in this practical training." As soon as the principal finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Soon after, I received the watch prepared by the school. The map on the watch divides the entire fan-shaped dungeon area into 4 colors: yellow, green, blue, and red. The yellow zone is the outermost, occupying about 1/3 of the dungeon, with level 1 ferocious beasts, followed by the green zone with level 2 beasts. The blue zone has level 3 beasts, and the core red zone contains level 4 beasts, with even some level 5 beasts present. The map is exceptionally detailed, even listing the main types of ferocious beasts in each area. Having this map makes things a lot easier. As soon as I put on the watch, someone suddenly appeared in front of me. Looking up, it was surprisingly Su Yuhan. "Su Yuhan?" she said to me. "Su Ming, I came here to tell you that there's no need for you to compare yourself with me. Ever since you contracted those 3 bugs, the starting gap between us was set. Don't blame Grandpa for favoring me. If you return to the Su family, you can still rely on the family to improve your strength." I couldn't help but laugh. "So you're saying you actually care about me? I should thank you then. That's just how it is. Are you implying your dragon is stronger than my bugs?" Su Yuhan looked at me incredulously. She said, "I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. If you plan to rely on yourself and those 3 bugs, you might not even make it into college, let alone disgrace the Su family. Hey, Miss Su, my parents and I stopped being part of your Su family long ago. Whether I get into college or not is none of your concern. Fine, suit yourself." Watching Su Yuhan walk away, I smirked disdainfully. "Contracting a sub-dragon really went to your head, huh? With my system, even if you'd contracted a true dragon, you'd still be no match for me." Not far away, Zhao Wu witnessed the scene of my argument with Su Yuhan, and someone beside him cursed that Su Ming is really asking for death. That Su Ming actually dares to pick a fight with Su Yuhan. Let's teach him a lesson in the dungeon later. Another chimed in, "Brother Wu, in our entire school, no one deserves Su Yuhan more than you." Zhao Wu's crush on Su Yuhan was an open secret. After she contracted a dragon subspecies, he stopped hiding his affection for her altogether. He gladly accepted the flattery from those around him, and his gaze towards me turned sinister. At the entrance to the dungeon, over 3,000 students from the school were divided into 10 teams, queuing up to enter through 10 separate passageways. This dungeon was specifically developed by Linshui City for students who had just contracted beast companions to undergo practical combat training, with the trial duration set at 12 hours. calculated from the moment each person entered. The dungeon environment combined grasslands and forests. Upon entering, I found myself in the grassland area where the overgrown grasses exceeded half a meter in height. When the wind blew, one could spot beasts hiding among the tall blades. This is the yellow zone, with only level 1 beasts. Not bad, I thought, checking my wristwatch's positioning and confirming I was at the dungeon's outermost edge. Facing these level 1 beasts didn't put much pressure on me. With a thought, I released 40 shield bugs and blade bugs. The beast density in this grassland area wasn't high. The coordinated efforts of shield bugs and blade bugs allowed for quicker identification of beasts. The moment they landed, they swiftly fanned out in all directions according to my command. In an instant, movement rustled through the grass. The blade bugs, lightning fast, spotted a beast silhouette and leaped high. With a single swipe of their limbs, they cut through over half a meter of dense grass in one stroke. A ferocious beast appeared, a big-eared rat. Seeing the blade mantis, it showed no fear and pounced directly. Just then, a shield mantis suddenly stepped between the blade mantis and the rodent. With a loud thud, 2 more blade mantises emerged from behind. A flash of blade light later, the big-eared rat was sliced into 3 pieces. Successfully killed level 1 big-eared rat. EXP plus 10, consumption points plus 10, what perfect teamwork. I never trained them, yet their coordination in their first battle, blade mantises attacking while shield mantises defended, left me thoroughly impressed. Since that's the case, then let's sweep through this entire area. With a thought, aside from the tiger beetle, all blade bugs and shield bugs entered the grassy field. Immediately after, rows of kill notifications flashed rapidly before my eyes. In less than an hour, my level rose from 1 to 2. This is the advantage of the Zerg. I rejoiced inwardly, nothing could match this efficiency. Who knew how many levels I'd reach by the end of the day? Since I've already broken through to level 2, this level 1 area isn't suitable for my training anymore. With that thought, I moved closer to the green zone. Killing level 2 beasts would yield 20 experience points, while staying in the level 1 beast area would not only slow down my leveling progress but also affect my overall performance. Considering her strength, Su Yuhan likely entered the level 2 beast area right from the start. Outside the dungeon, the school administrators sat together waiting for the students. Suddenly, an elder appeared, and the principal recognized him immediately. It was Su Tianhu, the current head of the Su family. The principal asked, "Patriarch Su, what brings you here?" Su Tianhu replied with a smile, "My granddaughter's first real combat trial. I was bored at home, so I came to watch." The principal said, "Patriarch Su, you've arrived quite early. The students' results won't be transmitted back until 6 hours later. Only 1 hour has passed so far." No matter. The principal invited Su Tianhu to sit down and said, "Patriarch Su, this year Su Yuhan managed to contract a subdragon species. There's no one in the entire city with a better result than hers. Barring any surprises, if she takes first place in this trial and absorbs the bloodline purification serum, the title of top scorer in the city is as good as hers. Thank you for your assistance, Principal. The Su family will remember this." Su Tianhu knew well that bloodline purification serum was a nationally controlled resource. For the school to allocate it was a clear sign of favoritism towards Su Yuhan. "It's only right. Su Yuhan's excellent results bring honor to our school," the principal said with a smile. "By the way, Patriarch Su, since Su Ming has awakened his talent, why did he choose a Zerg beast contract? What a waste of his gift." The principal looked regretful. Hearing my name, Su Tianhu's expression darkened as he said, "Principal, this Su Ming has already been expelled from the Su family. He is no longer one of us." Expelled from the Su family? The principal was shocked. Su Tianhu said angrily, "A good-for-nothing who dared demand equal resources as Yuhan. Since he wanted to leave the family, I simply granted his wish." The principal and other school leaders smiled awkwardly. The level 2 beast zone was a forest. The moment I entered, I encountered a level 2 giant-toothed rabbit, which was instantly wiped out by my Zerg swarm in less than a breath. Successfully defeated level 2 giant-toothed rabbit, EXP plus 20, consumption points plus 20. Giant-toothed rabbits are pack animals, there must be a nest nearby. Find it and eliminate them all. Most low-level beasts live in groups. Like other dungeons, this one was designed to give newcomers more opportunities to level up. In less than 2 hours, I leveled up again, reaching level 3. I thought to myself with quiet delight, it's been less than 3 hours since I entered the dungeon, and I've already leveled up to 3. There probably aren't many who can match my speed. As my level increased, the strength of my insectoid royal beasts grew as well, and I haven't even summoned the tiger beetle into battle yet. To claim that Zerg-tamed beasts are weak is utterly ridiculous. I wonder who would win if my current Zerg army went up against Su Yuhan's Frostwing Dragon. I didn't linger in the level 2 beast zone and headed straight into the level 3 beast area. Meanwhile, in the level 1 beast zone, Zhao Wu, who'd been searching for my trail, wore a puzzled expression. "What's going on? I can't find any trace of that Su Ming kid." One of his subordinates said, "Brother Wu, maybe he's gone into hiding, knowing we're coming to settle scores with him." Another subordinate chimed in, "Definitely. With just those few bugs of his, they wouldn't even make decent snacks for Brother Wu's saber-toothed tiger. Zhao Wu said, "Forget it, don't look for him anymore. Let's focus on grinding monsters. I can't let this guy affect my performance." Chapter 6. The watch must be broken. How is Su Ming ranked first? Outside the dungeon, 3 hours had passed. Su Tianhu couldn't wait any longer and asked the principal, "It's been 3 hours, has the performance data been transmitted back?" The principal nodded and made a call. Soon, the large screen above the dungeon center lit up, displaying names and scores before everyone's eyes. Su Tianhu stared at the information in shock. First place, me, score 2190. Second place, Su Yuhan, score 1580. Third place, Yenbin, score 1370. Su Tianhu asked the principal, "Is there an issue with the scores that were reported back?" The principal was also stunned as he looked at the numbers. Huh? How could Su Ming's score be this much higher? Su Tianhu asked again, "Could it be that the watch malfunctioned?" The principal shook his head and said, "No, these watches have all been inspected and are certified to be in working order. Even if there was the slightest damage, the scores wouldn't be calculated." Su Tianhu couldn't believe it. Then how is it possible for Su Ming's score to be higher than Yuhan's? The principal smiled and said, "Patriarch Su Ming is still of your Su family bloodline. Though it's unclear how he achieved such results, it proves he has his own talents. Perhaps this is why he chose to contract insectoid beast companions." Su Tianhu still refused to believe. Impossible. How could insects ever compare to dragons? "Principal," he insisted, "when this is over, you must check whether Su Ming's watch is malfunctioning." The principal sighed helplessly. Fine, I will." In the blink of 6 hours, my level broke through to tier 5, and I charged straight into the dungeon's core area to begin the slaughter. No one has reached this level yet, so the core area remains deserted. I released all my tiger beetle warriors. In one-on-one combat, my Zerg warriors might not be a match, but we have the advantage in numbers, and the queen is still continuously producing more. My consumption points have reached 6,800, plus the remaining 1,000 from before, totaling 7,800 points. Without hesitation, I boosted the production speed of the tiger beetles, thinking to myself, this feels amazing. Killing ferocious beasts earns consumption points way faster than spending money. The points correspond to my experience value. As my level increases, the tier of beasts I slay will be higher, and the consumption points gained will also rise. I shouted, "Let's grind." What's wrong with bugs? Even insects can slay dragons when there are enough of them. I'll use this dungeon run to quickly level up, so I can challenge higher level dungeons and hunt stronger beasts. I devised a training plan in my mind to ensure I reach peak condition before the beast taming grand exam. After breaking through to level 5, none of the savage beasts in dungeons could stand against me. I lost a few blade bugs and shield bugs in the battle, but compared to the queen's production speed, these losses were negligible. Now my Zerg swarm has exceeded 200 in number, sweeping through the dungeon like a locust plague, annihilating everything in its path. Although higher levels require more experience points to level up, my leveling speed hasn't slowed down much. There weren't many fierce beasts in the core area. In less than 3 hours, I cleared out all beasts above level 4, and my own level had broken through to level 6. There are 3 hours left until the end of the assessment, and I thought helplessly, there are no more beasts left. Guess I have to return to the level 3 beast zone. As soon as I returned to the blue zone where the level 3 beasts lurked, I heard a familiar voice call out, "Su Ming, so this is where you've been hiding. No wonder I couldn't find you." It was Zhao Wu, and beside him stood a saber-toothed tiger over 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, glaring at me menacingly. I asked, "You've been looking for me?" He replied, "I told you I'd teach you a lesson. I didn't expect you to survive by hiding in the level 3 beast zone." I grinned dismissively, "Piss off, I don't have time for you." To me, he was just a pathetic clown. Engaging with him would only waste valuable experience grinding time. My mockery enraged him. "You've got some nerve. You think those bugs of yours make you tough? In this dungeon instance, I could kill you and no one would ever know. Sabertooth, teach him a lesson." The Sabertooth roared as it pounced toward me. I shouted, "You're the one asking for death, don't blame me." Hundreds of insectoid beasts surged forth, brushing past the Sabertooth. In an instant, my blade bugs, shield bugs, and tiger beetles had reduced the predator to nothing but bones. Zhao Wu was dumbfounded, surrounded by a dense swarm of insect beasts. He panicked and asked, Su Ming, how do you have so many bugs?" I said coldly, "The dead don't need to know so much." He panicked even more. "What? You're going to kill me? Su Ming, you can't kill me, we're classmates," he pleaded. I sneered, "Classmates? If my strength were inferior to yours, I'd probably already be food in your saber-toothed tiger's jaws by now." With a grand wave of my hand, both Zhao Wu and the saber-toothed tiger's remains were swept away. Having completed this, I let out a sigh of relief. I don't consider myself a bloodthirsty person, but for someone like Zhao Wu who bore unwarranted hostility toward me and sought my life, killing him was no cause for regret. However, his death must remain absolutely secret. The Zhao family holds considerable influence, and it would be troublesome if they came after me. Deaths within the dungeon are commonplace. I just need to erase any traces of my involvement in killing him. That Zhao Wu delayed me for nearly 10 minutes, what a waste of my time. Chapter 7, The Trial Ends, Ranking First. Outside the dungeon, witnessing Su Ming's increasingly absurd scores, even the usually composed principal couldn't help but swallow hard. Principal, unless the wristband malfunctioned, is such a result even possible for a newly contracted beastmaster, especially one with just a few insect-type beasts? Su Tianhu pointed at the scores displayed, seeming almost frantic as he tried to prove the numbers were caused by a malfunction. Yet in response to Su Tianhu's words, the principal shook his head and said, ironically, this only further confirms that the scoring watch is functioning correctly. If there had been an abnormality, we would have received an error report from the device. It's impossible for such an issue to go unreported for so long. The principal looked at Su Tianhu and spoke slowly. Perhaps Su Ming possesses methods we aren't aware of. For beastmasters, anything is possible. Su Tianhu slumped down weakly, staring blankly at the numbers before him. In the final 3 hours, Su Ming continued to frantically harvest the fierce beasts within the dungeon. During this time, he encountered quite a few classmates, who were startled by the sheer number of insectoid beasts he commanded. The staggering quantity of insectoid beasts piqued the curiosity of many, who questioned Su Ming about them. However, Su Ming had no intention of explaining. The abilities of my system will undoubtedly be exposed eventually. Rather than trying to hide them, it's better to let everyone know outright. After all, in the world of beastmasters, anything is possible. I've already prepared my explanation. Simply attribute some of the system's functions as my innate beastmaster talent, the ability to duplicate my insectoid beasts. After all, beastmaster talents aren't always detectable through tests, and while rare, some individuals do possess dual talents. As for the beastmaster space, some people are naturally born with larger ones. No one can peer into a beastmaster's space, so while everyone knows Su Ming's claims cannot be verified, they remain objectively true. This approach not only ensured everyone recognized his formidable talent, qualifying him for substantial resource allocation, but also meant he'd never need to explain his ever-growing swarm of insectoid beasts in the future. 3 hours later, since he had only been killing low-level savage beasts, Su Ming's level remained at 6. There was no progress, but fortunately, he had gained another 2,600 consumption points. After 12 hours had passed, Su Ming felt an immense power awakening within him. Without giving him time to react, it directly ejected him from the dungeon space. At the same time, everyone else gradually emerged from the dungeon space. All the teachers were taking roll calls for their respective classes. Right then, the teacher of Su Ming's class anxiously approached the principal. Principal, student Zhao Wu still hasn't come out. Based on the time he entered the dungeon, he should have been among the first group to exit. What? The principal's expression changed. Although casualties were expected when entering dungeons, but if a beastmaster truly died, especially one who had unlocked their beastmaster talents within a dungeon, he would also bear secondary responsibility. Moreover, Zhao Wu's family wasn't insignificant either. If the Zhao family came to the school to make a scene, it would become quite the headache. Is this confirmed? The teacher nodded, while the principal helplessly slapped his own forehead. As long as one is alive, even with just a single breath left, the dungeon will expel them. But now there was no sign of ejection, proof enough that Zhao Wu had already perished inside the dungeon. Assemble a team to search inside the dungeon. If he's alive, bring him back. If he's dead, bring back the body. Principal, this is a bit difficult. We don't know when classmate Zhao Wu died. If he was killed by a mutant beast, he might not even leave a corpse to be found. Faced with such words from the teacher, the principal naturally understood. With a sigh, he said, do your best to find him. Even so, the principal suppressed his inner turmoil and stepped forward to face all the students. Students, congratulations on completing this live combat exercise. I'm sure you're all curious about your results. You may now check your performance by opening your scoring watches. They will display your individual scores and current rankings. The school will immediately generate a list and reward outstanding students according to the pre-arranged agreement. As soon as the principal finished speaking, everyone eagerly checked their scores and rankings. Su Ming also nervously checked his own score and ranking. Score, 8,600. Ranking, 1. Seeing the first place ranking, Su Ming immediately felt relieved. But upon further thought, it wasn't really much of a surprise. All the tier 4 beasts and above had been wiped out by him. For others to surpass him was essentially impossible. Who's ranked first? Who's ranked first? Definitely Su Yuhan. What kind of question is that? True enough, her sub-dragon breed can perform like a level 2 creature even at level 1. All eyes turned towards Su Yuhan standing in the crowd. At this moment, Su Yuhan's best friend also chimed in, Yuhan, what's your score? You must be first place, right? Su Yuhan glanced at her score, her face flushing red as she whispered, I'm ranked second, not first. Her soft voice sent ripples through the crowd, instantly reaching everyone's ears. No way! If it's not Su Yuhan, then who could it be? I can't think of anyone else who could take first place except her. Su Yuhan's best friend also asked in confusion, Yuhan, with your abilities, you should have easily taken first place. How did you end up second? In the core area of the dungeon, for some reason, all the high-level ferocious beasts had already been killed. By the time I got there, I couldn't find any beasts at all. What? All of them were killed? That's impossible. Could someone have reached the core area faster than you? At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, I know who it is, it's Su Ming. Everyone's gaze turned toward Su Ming. I've seen his beast-controlling ability, swarms of insect beasts, packed tightly together, horrifying beyond belief. Then, the principal standing on the platform spoke up, students, your guess is correct. The first place winner is indeed Su Ming. With a record-breaking score of 8,600 points, the highest score in the history of Linhai City. Holy crap, 8,600 points? I don't even have as much as his change. That's insane. Didn't he only contract with a few insect beasts? How's he so strong? Truth be told, even the principal was burning with curiosity. He couldn't wait to find out just why Su Ming was so overpowered. Students, the first dungeon trial has concluded. The upcoming Beastmaster exam will determine all of your futures. You must train diligently, strive to raise your levels, and strengthen your contracted beasts. Alright everyone, you may go home now. The top 100 students, including Su Ming, follow your teacher back to school to receive your rewards. Chapter 8, Claiming Rewards, Direct Extortion. In the principal's office of Qingxin Beast Taming High School, Su Ming had just returned to school with the others when he was immediately summoned alone by the principal. Just as they followed the principal into the office, Su Ming, have a seat. Thank you, principal. No sooner had the two sat down than the principal produced a vial of blood-red solution from his hand. Su Ming, this is your reward. Su Ming gazed at the blood-colored solution resting on the table, housed in a special container. Is this the bloodline purification potion? Yes, it was originally prepared for Su Yuhan, hoping to help her sub-dragon species enhance its bloodline. I never expected your achievements would be so outstanding. The principal explained without the slightest hesitation. Principal, you didn't call me here alone just to give me a reward, did you? Su Ming spoke while already storing the bloodline purifier into the small storage ring on his finger. Faced with Su Ming's inquiry, the principal also laughed generously. Ha ha ha, exactly. I do know a bit about the contract beasts you've bound, a shield beetle, a blade beetle, and a tiger beetle. With strength like that, achieving this result shouldn't have been possible. How did you manage it? As expected, Su Ming thought to himself, his strength was bound to arouse many people's curiosity. Principal, I've told you, but I hope you can keep it confidential for me. I don't want anyone to know before the beast taming entrance exam. In response to Su Ming's words, the principal nodded and said, don't worry, you can trust me on this. Su Ming didn't have much faith in the principal's assurance, but he mentioned it anyway. Principal, actually, on the day I awakened my talent, I didn't just awaken one ability. What? Could it be, you have dual talents? The principal suddenly stood up, staring at Su Ming with widened eyes. That's right, my second talent is Zerg replication. I can replicate Zerg creatures, though it takes time, fortunately not too long. Replication? What exactly do you mean? The principal looked at Su Ming with curiosity. This particular talent was something he had never heard of before. Su Ming explained, although I've only contracted 3 insect beasts, I can use my talent to duplicate these 3 insect beasts, but it's limited to insect beasts only. But how could your beast space possibly hold them all? Hearing this, Su Ming gave a bitter smile and said, it seems like it was prepared just for me. My beast space appears to be larger than others, and I suspect it's due to my dual talents. That's right. It's highly possible. Dual talent individuals are extremely rare even in the history of Great Xia. Who would have thought such a person would appear in my school during my tenure? The principal knew he was about to rise to prominence. Having a future beast-taming powerhouse of Great Xia emerge from his school would naturally count as an achievement under his leadership. As for Zhao Wu's death, it had already been pushed to the back of his mind. No wonder you chose to contract with insectoid beasts, so there's such a backstory. But why didn't you explain? Even quarreled with your grandfather and left the family. The Su clan still holds considerable influence in Linhai, after all. The principal also asked curiously, knowing full well the Su family's financial standing was among the very top in all of Linhai. Su Ming responded with a bitter smile, no one asked me. Besides, after I contracted insectoid beasts, they looked down on me. Since that was how things stood, I couldn't be bothered explaining. Leaving the Su clan doesn't stop me from growing stronger. Hearing Su Ming's words, the principal nodded, catching the undertones in his voice. Getting Su Ming to return to the Su family is basically impossible now. Su Tianhu, oh Su Tianhu, after living this long, you've somehow misjudged your own grandson. The principal privately felt pity for Su Tianhu. Principal, do you have any other questions? If nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Oh, right. Nothing else for now. Su Ming, this matter of yours is extremely significant. I may still need to report it to higher authorities. With talents like yours, you could receive special consideration from our great Xia government, immensely beneficial for your future cultivation. Alright then, Su Ming responded with apparent hesitation before agreeing. Good. You may go now. I trust you'll achieve excellent results in the major examination. Su Ming nodded and said, Thank you, Principal. Just as Su Ming was about to step out the door, the principal suddenly called him back again. Su Ming, did you happen to see Zhao Wu in the dungeon? No. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming answered directly. Oh, alright then, go back and rest. After Su Ming left, the principal sat in his office, lost in thought. Soon, he stood up and walked over to his desk. Hello, is this the dungeon center? This is Yang Jing. There's no need to investigate Zhao Wu's case, he was probably killed by a savage beast. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jing slowly sat back down. He had just learned about the conflict between Su Ming and Zhao Wu before the trial. Regardless of whether Su Ming was involved in the killing, he needed to ensure Su Ming's safety. And all this, Su Ming was unaware of. Just arriving at the school gate, he saw Su Yuhan standing there. It seemed she was deliberately waiting for him. Su Ming had no intention of engaging with her and simply walked past. Su Ming, can't you see me? I saw it, so what? Su Ming said indifferently. How did you take first place? What's your actual strength level? No comment. Su Ming scoffed in response and was about to leave, but was stopped by Su Yuhan. Su Ming, was it you who took care of all the fierce beasts in the core zone? What's the matter, Miss Su? Did you expect me to go easy on you against the beasts in the dungeon? Su Ming's words made Su Yuhan flush with anger. She turned around, glaring at him furiously. Sell me the bloodline purification potion. I won't sell. Just as Su Ming tried to leave, Su Yuhan dashed in front of him again. I need this bloodline purifier. Who doesn't? You're hilarious. Su Ming took out the bloodline purifier and said, You want it? Sure, 6 million. 5 million. You're robbing people. The market price for this bloodline purifier is only 3 million. Then go buy it at the market if you can. Good luck with that. I don't have that much money. Su Yuhan then said somewhat awkwardly, considering we're relatives, can't you lower the price a bit? 7 million. How did the price go up again? Do you want it or not? Su Ming stared at Su Yuhan, his expression offering no room for negotiation. 6 million it is. I only have 4 million on me right now. I'll give you the remaining 2 million tomorrow. Hand me the bloodline purifier first. No way, it's cash on delivery, this is a take it or leave it offer. I was planning to sell it anyway. I figure there should be plenty of buyers willing to pay for bloodline purification serum. Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Yuhan also panicked. For her Frostwing Dragon, this bloodline purifier was extremely important, although its purifying effect wasn't as potent as imagined. Still, having something was better than nothing. Chapter 9, The Evolved Queen, Advanced Tamed Beast Tiger-Headed Armored Insect. Su Ming! Su Yuhan called out to Su Ming, but he remained unmoved. Fuming, her chest heaved with frustration, and helplessly, she could only grab her phone and step aside. Before long, she returned to stand before Su Ming once more. Enter your card number. Looking at the screen handed to him, Su Ming gave it a glance. He directly inputted his card number. A few seconds later, Su Ming's phone vibrated. Alright, hand over the bloodline purifier to me. Su Ming took out his phone and looked at the 6 million yuan deposited into his bank account. He couldn't help but think to himself, she really is a wealthy woman. I should have asked for 10 million back then. For you. Su Ming passed the bloodline purifier to Su Yuhan. Thanks a bunch. I'll come to you for this kind of deal again. Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Yuhan was absolutely furious. Su Ming, just you wait. I won't lose to you again during the final exams. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. After obtaining $6 million, Su Ming didn't hesitate at all and immediately converted it into 60,000 consumption points. This way, he'd be able to further increase the production speed of his Zerg Queen. With my current production speed, the number should surpass 1,000 by the time of the major exam. But if I face someone like Su Yuhan's subdragon species, a battle pet with racial values reaching transcendent level, I'd definitely still be at a disadvantage. A single dragon's breath from them could wipe out a significant portion of my Zerg beasts, so I really should have some elite Zerg units as pillars of my forces. With this thought, Su Ming decided to evolve his Tiger Beetle Queen directly into the armored tiger-headed beetle, a species with advanced racial values. High-value insectoid beasts do exist, but in this small coastal town like Linhai, they're simply unavailable for purchase. If I evolve the queen insect, will the existing insectoid beasts undergo evolution as well? Su Ming inquired of the system. No, after evolving the queen insect, she will be capable of producing both evolved insectoid beasts and the original lower-tier insects. The production rates for both types remain separate, allowing the host to request specific production according to needs. After much deliberation over my current 62,600 consumption points, I finally gritted my teeth and declared, I want to evolve the Tiger Beetle Queen into an armored Tiger Helm Beetle Queen. Confirm expenditure of 60,000 consumption points to evolve Tiger Beetle Queen into armored Tiger Helm Beetle Queen? Yes. Evolution successful. You may now command the armored Tiger Helm Beetle Queen to begin production. Su Ming stirred his thoughts, and information about the evolved armored Tiger Head Insect Queen appeared before his eyes. Name, Armored Tiger Head Insect Queen. Producible insect beasts, Tiger Beetle, 3 hours per unit, Armored Tiger Head Insect, 12 hours per unit. Consuming 12,000 points increases Tiger Beetle production speed to 2 hours per unit. Consumed 18,000 points, Tiger Beetle production speed increased to 1/hour. Consumed 3,000 points, Tiger-headed armored beetle production speed increased to 1/11 hours. Consumed 7,000 points, Tiger-headed armored beetle production speed increased to 1/10 hours. Consumed 150,000 points, evolved Tiger-headed armored beetle queen into devourer Tiger Beetle Queen. From the next insect beast onward, only produce helmeted beetles. The queen received her orders. After producing the final tiger beetle, she began manufacturing helmeted beetles. This way, by the time of the grand examination, my Zerg army will possess both quality and quantity. Next, I can enter dungeon instances to grind fierce beasts. This will allow me to level up while accumulating consumption points. Before the grand examination arrives, I might even be able to evolve the blade bugs and shield bug queens once more, or accelerate their production rates. All these will enhance my strength, absolutely no downsides. Su Ming walked back while pondering his next steps and goals for cultivation. The annual major exam is held from June 7th to June 8th, lasting 2 days. The exam format is quite similar to what he just experienced, except nearly 1 million students province-wide take it simultaneously, with each province divided into several major exam zones. Each exam zone accommodates over 10,000 examinees. Like Linhai, it forms a large district with 2 neighboring cities, with the total number of examinees reaching 50,000, already the smallest among all districts. Today is June 1st, and with 5 days left until the exam, Su Ming has already made his plans. Starting tomorrow, he'll dive headfirst into dungeons to grind beasts non-stop. At level 6 now, his overall strength lets him face even level 9 or 10 beasts without hesitation. Before the big exam, my goal is to reach level 11 or even 12, that'll be solid enough. Su Ming silently thought to himself. Before long, he arrived home. Although they'd separated from the main Su family, Su Ming's household still owned a standalone villa. As soon as he stepped through the door, Su Ming sensed something was amiss. Reaching the first-floor lobby, he saw his grandfather Su Tianhu seated there. His parents sat nearby. Su Ming, you're back. Su's mother immediately stepped forward and pulled Su Ming before Su Tianhu. Grandfather and grandson locked eyes, as Su Tianhu said calmly, you sold the bloodline purification agent for 6 million to Su Yuhan, correct? Indeed. I wanted to sell, she wanted to buy, quite reasonable. Surely you're not here to reprimand me over this, old man. Su Ming's words carried not the slightest hint of deference. At this moment, Father Su also looked at Su Ming and said, Su Ming, speak properly. Dad, I remember we've already withdrawn from the Su family, haven't we? From the moment he made his choice. Bang! Su Ming, do you know who you're talking to? Su Tianhu suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his tiger-like eyes glaring angrily at Su Ming. I know, I just know. So what brings you here? Su Ming crossed his arms, showing not a hint of fear. Su Tianhu glared fiercely at Su Ming, then nodded and said, Fine, fine, fine. I'd like to see just how far you can go with this. Even if you reach the heavens, you'll still just be playing with bugs. After speaking, Su Tianhu glanced at Su Ming's parents. Humph. Watching Su Tianhu leave, Father Su immediately approached Su Ming and said, Son, what's gotten into you? How could you talk to your grandfather like that? Mom, Dad, you must have heard about my combat training results in today's dungeon trial. Yes, son. How did you manage that? Did you cheat? Mother Su's words made Su Ming chuckle bitterly. Mom, how could I? I'm not that capable. Mom, Dad, don't worry. It doesn't matter if we don't return to the Su family. I'll protect you both. As for how I got first place, I'll let you in on a secret. Your son has dual talents. Hearing this, Su Ming's parents froze where they stood. After a long pause, Su Ming's mother shrieked and threw her arms around him. Son, you're amazing. Tears welled up in Suja's eyes as he asked, Son, does this mean you deliberately contracted a Zerg-type summoned beast? Machem, my innate talent is related to the Zerg. I can only form contracts with Zerg creatures. Great! I knew it, my son wouldn't form a contract with a Zerg beast for no reason. Chapter 10, Intermediate Desert Dungeon, Intermediate Beast, Scorpion King. Early the next morning, Su Ming arrived at the dungeon center bright and early. Although I arrived quite early, there were already many beastmasters like myself who had just contracted their beasts in the dungeon center, all selecting suitable dungeons for training. Since the number of dungeons was limited and each had restricted capacity, everyone had come quite early. Su Ming approached the self-service dungeon machine and took out his ID card for verification. Immediately afterward, a pop-up window appeared on the machine screen. Please select instance difficulty, level 1 to 5, beginner, level 6 to 10, intermediate, level 11 to 20, advanced. I choose level 6 to 10, intermediate difficulty instance. Without hesitation, Su Ming selected the intermediate difficulty level 6 to 10, whereupon various instance options appeared before his eyes. Linhai City was relatively small, so the teleportation array at the instance center offered only a limited selection of instances. There are only a handful of intermediate dungeons, just 5 in total. Su Ming swept his gaze over the options, chose a desert dungeon, and confirmed his selection without hesitation. Level 6 to 10, intermediate, desert dungeon. Time limit, 12 hours. Cost, 3,000 daxia coins. Damn, that's not cheap at all. Su Ming had exchanged most of his money for consumption points, keeping only a few thousand on hand for emergencies. Luckily, I still have a bit of money left, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to enter the dungeon. Payment successful. Cost 500 daxia coins to rent a navigation watch. Navigation watch, nice gadget. Su Ming then paid another 500, and the machine ejected a wristwatch. As for the deposit, there's no need to worry at all. Unless one never enters another dungeon instance again, failing to return it simply means the cost of this watch will be deducted from the next entry fee. Su Ming then took his ID card, selected an intermediate level teleportation entrance, verified his identity information, and stepped directly inside. Many people at the dungeon center recognized Su Ming at this point. Am I seeing this right? Su Ming just entered the intermediate portal. The beasts in intermediate dungeons are level 6 to 10. No way. No mistake about it. Actually, it makes sense. Yesterday Su Ming single-handedly wiped out all those level 4 to 5 beasts in the beginner dungeon. TSK. Who says insect-type players are weak? I'm not buying that anymore. If you're incompetent, don't blame the path for being uneven. The sky was filled with swirling yellow sand, the environment was undeniably harsh. Su Ming glanced down at the coordinates displayed on his wristwatch. His current position was within the yellow zone, where savage beasts ranging from levels 6 to 7 roamed. Unlike lower-tier dungeons, this place only had 2 designated areas, yellow and red, with the red area covering 80% of the space. The beasts here are level 8 to 10. Let's stay at the outskirts first to level up before going deeper. With a single thought from Su Ming, over 200 insectoid beasts charged forth. Before Su Ming's eyes, they had already transformed into a dark, dense army. 2 shield bugs, 2 blade bugs, and 1 tiger beetle form a squad. Each group go hunt for prey. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, the insect beasts quickly organized into dozens of squads, fanning out to search for other savage creatures. Moments later, a notification flashed through Su Ming's mind. Successfully killed a level 6 savage beast, Sand Scorpion. EXP plus 60, consumption points plus 60. Awesome. Su Ming suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. This dungeon instance basically never had any visitors. Because mid-level dungeons occupied an awkward position, those beastmasters who awakened their talents and contracted beast companions last year. As long as someone had any ability at all, they basically wouldn't fail to reach level 20 within a single year. Having just awakened no more than 4 days ago, everyone's strength hadn't yet exceeded level 5, so they basically wouldn't enter intermediate level dungeons. Thus, Su Ming could practically enjoy hunting all the ferocious beasts here by himself. By Su Ming's side stood a tiger-headed armored insect acting as his guard. The tiger-headed armored insect was nearly the same size as Su Ming. Its entire body had 6 thick limbs, with a head strikingly resembling a tiger's, while its body was like ancient Western armor radiating explosive power. Su Ming looked at his burgeoning Zerg army, the shield bugs withstanding the sand scorpion's attacks while the blade bugs lurked in wait for their chance to strike. If 1 slash won't kill, then strike twice. If 2 still aren't enough, the tiger beetle's even more ferocious charge delivered the finishing blow. Outnumbered 5 to 1, the sand scorpions, mere low-tier beasts in racial hierarchy, couldn't last half a minute. At that very moment, an even larger sand scorpion appeared in the desert. Su Ming was momentarily stunned upon seeing the savage beast before him. Though the level 7 Sand Scorpion King was only 1 level higher than ordinary sand scorpions, its racial stats were at the intermediate tier. Surrounding the Sand Scorpion King were dozens of scorpion guards. Good timing, Tiger Helm Beetle, go have some fun too. Upon Su Ming's command, the Tiger Helm Beetle surged forward with incredible speed, whooshing straight to the Sand Scorpion King's side in an instant. Meanwhile, the Sand Scorpion King's scorpion guards were promptly surrounded by the rest of Su Ming's insectoid army. The Tiger Helm Beetle's 6 powerful limbs seized the Sand Scorpion King in one swift motion. At this moment, the Sand Scorpion King's tail stinger suddenly thrust toward the tiger-headed armor beetle from behind. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, yet it only left a faint mark on the beetle's armored shell. Though there was merely a 2-level difference, the tiger-headed armor beetle's superior racial stats bridged this gap. This was the power of racial superiority, precisely why Su Tianhu valued Su Yuhan so highly, while paying no attention whatsoever to Su Ming. Even now, if Su Tianhu were given the choice, he would still choose Su Yuhan, who could contract dragon-type spirit beasts. Kill! The tiger-headed armored beetle tightened its grip on the Sand Scorpion King, its immense strength brutally tearing off one of Scorpion's pincers. Then, Su Ming's other Zerg swarmed forward in unison. In mere moments, they eliminated this Sand Scorpion King without breaking a sweat. Successfully killed level 7 Sand Scorpion King, EXP plus 140, consumption points plus 140. Successfully killed level 6 Sand Scorpion, EXP plus 60, consumption points plus 60. Successfully killed level 6 Sand Scorpion, EXP plus 60, consumption points plus 60. As expected, slaying beasts with higher racial values yields more experience. According to the theoretical knowledge learned, primary ferocious beasts provide 10 experience points per level, while intermediate ones give 20, and so on. To Su Ming's delight, the consumption points had also doubled. In just under 2 hours, Su Ming directly leveled up from 5 to 6, a speed that would be astonishing anywhere. Before he knew it, Su Ming had already spent 12 hours in the intermediate desert dungeon. The familiar power settled upon him, and Su Ming knew it was time for him to leave. Still, these 12 hours had been worth it. From level 5 to level 8, even though he hadn't participated in the battles himself, the desert dungeon's environment truly was too harsh. However, compared to dungeons like the forest, the desert dungeon's beasts were greater in both numbers and quality. It could both raise levels and hone the combat experience of his Zerg army. Su Ming emerged from the dungeon, beaming with satisfaction. That desert dungeon's fantastic. I'll come back tomorrow. Chapter 11, The Beast Taming Exam begins. The Su family manor was brightly lit. Yuhan, these are 3 dragon blood fruits your grandfather found for you. Feed them to your Icewing dragon, they can enhance the purity of its bloodline. Su Yuhan stared at the 3 crimson dragon blood fruits in her hand. Puzzled, she asked, Grandfather, aren't these dragon blood fruits extremely valuable? Dragon blood fruit has the effect of purifying the bloodline for sub-dragon type spirit beasts. Although it's not as potent as bloodline purification serum, its market price is no less than that of the serum. My dear granddaughter, spending this money for your good performance means nothing to the Su family. It's just a pity that the entrance exam is too soon. There's simply no time to help your Frostwing dragon evolve. The start date of the entrance exam was carefully deliberated by the Great Xia government before being finalized. The shortest time required for a spirit beast's evolution is 7 days. This ensures that well-off beastmasters from affluent families can't rely solely on their wealth to rapidly evolve their beasts to higher racial tiers. While absolute fairness cannot be guaranteed, this approach indeed represents the best effort to achieve fairness. The major examination primarily tests the species base stats of the initial contracted beasts, their levels, and each individual's beast-taming talent. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll give it my all and absolutely won't lose to Su Ming. Su Yuhan's eyes burned with fighting spirit, even more so, with fury. Su Tianhu nodded with satisfaction and said, Good, that's my worthy granddaughter. The might of dragon-controlled beasts is incomparable to that of insect-controlled beasts. Over the following days, Su Ming repeatedly ventured into the desert dungeon. His experience level rose from level 8 on the first day of training to level 12. Through the consumption points earned during these days and the financial support sought from his parents, Su Ming barely managed to accumulate 60,000 consumption points by the second day before the major exam began. Su Ming immediately used all 60,000 evolution points to advance the Blade Wasp and Shield Beetle Queens. This boosted the overall quality of his Zerg army by another significant margin. On the evening before the grand examination, Su Ming sat alone in the hall. Just then, his father suddenly took a seat beside him. Son, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. No matter what grades you get, you'll always be our pride. Don't worry, Dad. Your son will definitely make you proud. I believe in you. Returning to his room, Su Ming settled his mind and summoned his personal data panel with a thought, carefully examining his current capabilities. Currently standing at level 12 among Beastmasters, I undoubtedly rank among the very top, a rarity even among exceptional talents. Next comes my most prized asset, the Zerg army. Blade bugs, 132. Shield bugs, 136. Tiger beetles, 16. Giant shield bugs, 12. Frenzy blade bugs, 12. Helmeted tiger bugs, 10. Among them, some blade bugs, shield bugs, and tiger beetles were lost while clearing dungeon beasts, but overall, my current number of Zerg battle pets still exceeds 300, and other beastmasters taking the exam with me only possess a single battle pet each. Currently, I have 268 low-tier, 40 mid-tier, and 10 high-tier specimens in terms of racial values. Such a lineup can no longer be described merely as luxurious. Let my Zerg legions reshape the understanding of Great Xia's beastmasters. Even Zerg can become a calamity. Tonight, many would find sleep elusive. At dawn, the nationwide unified beastmaster examination commenced. Before 9 a.m., Su Ming and all examinees had assembled on the school playground. Because it was a regional examination, and the testing site was also a specially prepared instance by Haidu province, this massive instance could easily accommodate tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of participants taking the grand examination simultaneously. Moreover, surveillance devices installed throughout the instance allowed real-time live streaming of the examination proceedings. This enabled invigilators to monitor the examination's progress in real time. Students, the grand examination will commence precisely at noon today, when over 50,000 candidates from our entire region will enter the instance together to compete. However, there's no need to worry, the instance covers an extremely vast area, so overcrowding won't be an issue. I'll keep the formalities brief, wishing you all outstanding results. Remember, when paths cross, the brave prevail. The principal stood on the podium, delivering his final address. One after another, buses carrying the students drove into the school. Everyone boarded the buses in an orderly manner. Along the way, the streets were lined with banners cheering for the college entrance exams. With police clearing the path, the journey was smooth and uninterrupted. They arrived at the entrance of Linhai City's Dungeon Center. Today, the Dungeon Center was open only to the exam candidates. Hundreds of military personnel guarded every corner of the Dungeon Center when Su Ming arrived. The other two high schools from Linhai City had also reached the entrance of the Dungeon Center. Everyone moved quickly because the chief examiner still needed to announce the precautions for the test. A military officer with the rank of senior colonel stepped out of the Dungeon Center and stood on an elevated platform to survey the crowd. Good morning, everyone. I am the chief examiner of the Linhai district in the 7th major region of Haidu province. I will now explain the examination rules. Please remain silent. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification of your test scores. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously chaotic scene instantly fell silent. The head judge's hawk-like gaze swept across the room, those battle-hardened eyes sending a chill down Su Ming's spine the moment their eyes met. 1. The examination duration is set at 12 hours, timed from the moment you enter the instance. When time's up, everyone will be forcibly ejected from the instance. 2. Before the exam begins, equipment will be distributed to everyone. This includes a scoring watch and a protective orb. The protective orb can withstand attacks from level 15 or higher beasts for 12 hours. The scoring watch must be worn and identity verified as required before entering the dungeon. If any issues are found, report them before the exam starts, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The watch must not be removed during the exam, or you will face the consequences. 3. The entire exam will be monitored. The following are strictly prohibited: using non-tamed beast abilities to hunt beasts, teaming up with other students to hunt beasts, attacking other examinees, and snatching beasts that other examinees are already hunting. For each examinee's score for killing a beast equals beast level, multiplied by 2 raised to the power of beast racial tier, multiplied by 10 and then multiplied again by beast racial tier. The racial tier increments are as follows: low tier is 1, mid tier is 2, and so on. These are the rules that must be followed during the exam. Please comply with them carefully. I will now repeat them 2 more times. After the chief examiner finished announcing the rules, soldiers handed out equipment bags to each candidate. Su Ming immediately powered on the smartwatch upon receiving it, and a virtual screen instantly appeared before his eyes. Then, a prompt message appeared in front of him. Please enter your identity information and complete facial and fingerprint recognition. After the game merged with reality, people seem to have unlocked blocked meridians in their brains. Many who had struggled on the path of Beastmasters found great success in the field of technology. This also enabled Great Xia to develop extremely advanced technology. After entering his information and completing facial and fingerprint authentication, another line of text appeared on Su Ming's wristwatch. Authentication successful. Candidate name, Su Ming, Exam Zone, Haidu Province /7th District /Linhai Subdistrict. Candidate ID, 711-652-4342. At the same time, there was another piece of information on this wristwatch. Score, 0. Regional rank, 0. It can actually calculate scores and rankings in real time. That's amazing. Everyone successfully verified their identities. As for mechanical malfunctions, no one in the entire examination hall reported any issues. The Beastmaster exam was nationally scrutinized, so equipment failures were virtually non-existent. At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the crowd. A protective sphere activated, instantly enveloping one person inside. Are you fucking trying to die? Who allowed you to use protective spheres randomly? The chief examiner stormed over to the candidate in fury, shattering the protective shield with a single punch. His eyes locked onto the examinee with such intensity that the playful student collapsed onto the ground in terror, his pants stained with yellow, foul-smelling liquid. At that moment, a soldier brought over a brand new protective orb. The chief examiner promptly picked up the protective orb and declared, if anyone casually activates their protective orb before the exam begins, I'm afraid they'll have to take the entire examination without one. As the clock struck 12, the chief examiner gave the official command. Everyone immediately began passing through the dungeon entrance in an orderly manner to enter the examination dungeon. Meanwhile, within a massive chamber in every base city across Great Xia, thousands of monitoring screens suddenly lit up, revealing every detail inside the examination dungeon. A dedicated personnel stood watch before each regional monitoring station. This moment brought silence across the entire nation of Great Xia. Chapter 12: An abnormal exam? Breaking into the top 10 of the district. Where the hell have I been brought to? Su Ming stood up, steadying himself as he regained his composure. He activated the smartwatch on his wrist. He was already inside the simulated exam space. The watch also had a map, marking the location of the core area. His starting point wasn't bad, a grassy field on the outermost edge, where the beasts should only be around level 1. Su Ming noticed that his ranking began to change almost instantly. Score, 0, regional rank, 3,248. Truly worthy of being the major exam. Just moments after entering, over 3,000 people have already scored points. Su Ming could also feel the pressure of the major exam, as well as the strength of the young beastmasters in the region. In that case, I can't afford to be careless either. Time to grind. With a thought, Su Ming activated his Beastmaster space. Over 300 Zerg warriors poured forth in a relentless tide. Carry out the original plan, wipe out all the savage beasts in this area. At Su Ming's command, the army immediately moved according to their pre-arranged formations: 3 shield bugs, 3 blade bugs, and 1 titan shield bug, frenzy blade bug, or tiger beetle leading each unit, launching a frenzied sweep through the area. The excess forces followed the tiger helm beetle in a mindless charge. Chief Examiner Sun Wu, who had escorted all candidates to the examination site, now arrived at the central monitoring room and walked straight to the main screen. Any abnormalities detected? Reporting, yes there are. Pull it up. At that moment, Su Ming's surveillance footage was directly switched to the main screen. Everyone froze at the sight before them. Dense swarms of insectoid war beasts, centered around Su Ming, began combing the surrounding areas for ferocious beasts, whether buried underground or hiding in thickets. Nothing could escape the encirclement of this insectoid army. Sun Wu, witnessing such a scenario for the first time, immediately ordered, pull up his records. What in the world is going on here? Then, piece by piece, information appeared on the main screen. Name, Su Ming. School, Qingxin Beast Taming High School. Abilities, Leadership, Zerg Replication. He's actually a dual-talented individual. Sun Wu continued, pull up the footage of Su Ming from the moment he entered the dungeon. Yes. Soon, the recording of Su Ming summoning the Zerg army appeared before Sun Wu's eyes. Holy moly, just how massive is this guy's beast taming space? The surveillance footage confirmed that Su Ming had indeed summoned these Zerg creatures from his beast taming space. This type of record was clearly not in violation of any regulations. However, even the well-informed Sun Wu was astonished by Su Ming's abilities. Alright, no violations detected. Cut the feed. Su Ming's footage had just been cut away when an ice dragon appeared on the screen. That's a rather pure-blooded ice-winged dragon. What's going on with Linhai City this year? First, there was that monstrous Zerg, and now a beastmaster who contracted with a sub-dragon species. Inside the dungeon, Su Ming swiftly cleared out all the low-level ferocious beasts in the vicinity. He opened his wrist device to check his score and ranking. Score, 1440. District rank, 12. To directly leap to 12th place, though at my pace, it's not really surprising. Still, those above me have even higher scores. In terms of ferocious beasts slain, Su Ming was absolutely certain he ranked first. However, the beasts I just killed were all level 1, which was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for someone at level 12 like me. According to the scoring rules, you only earn more points by killing beasts with higher racial values and levels. I need to hurry and venture deeper into the dungeon to hunt for higher level beasts with better racial stats. With that in mind, Su Ming summoned the helmeted tiger beetle without hesitation. 2 tiger-headed armored beetles lifted Su Ming directly and swiftly carried him forward. Clearly, with practical combat experience against beasts, most beastmasters no longer felt fear when facing these creatures. Upon entering the instance, everyone quickly adapted. Within 10 minutes, all participants managed to slay their first beast. Simultaneously, the ranking appeared on the surveillance screens of every school. After processing through big data, each school receives real-time rankings for every one of their students. At Aomori Beast Taming High School, the principal, along with other school leaders and officials, sat tensely before the screen. What time is it now? Wasn't the real-time data supposed to be transmitted back in half an hour? It's already been half an hour, principal. As soon as the words were spoken, blank screens suddenly displayed new information. One by one, names and rankings appeared before their eyes. Su Ming, score, 2580, regional rank, 9. Su Yuhan, score, 1350, regional rank, 36. Bai Sheng, score, 1280, regional rank, 98. What? Su Ming has made it into the top 10 of the entire region. The dean sprang to his feet as if every cell in his body was screaming disbelief. The principal, who had long been aware of Su Ming's talent, was now considerably calmer. Su Yuhan made it into the top 50, and even Bai Sheng entered the top 100 this year. Our Qingxin Academy actually has 2 students ranked within the top 100 across the entire region. Linhaishi City's Beastmaster training standards ranked as the weakest across the entire Haidu province. In regional rankings, Linhaishi City typically secured at most 10 placements within the top 100 each year. This is just the beginning, final results are still far from determined. Our Qingxin Academy still has plenty of room to push harder. The principal had actually calmed down considerably by now. At the very least, with Su Ming and Su Yuhan in his ranks, he had secured a guaranteed baseline result for this year's performance. He no longer needed to panic excessively, yet the sweat trickling from his palms betrayed the tension still lingering in his heart. Meanwhile, across the city's public display screens, the ranking statistics were being broadcast in real time. Dad, Yuhan has made it into the top 50, and it's only been half an hour. Sister-in-law Su excitedly reported the news to Su Tianhu. As for this, Su Tianhu had already known. Similarly, he was also aware of Su Ming's ranking results. At this moment, he wasn't as happy as one might imagine, and no matter how unwilling he was to admit it inwardly, nothing could change that fact. Su Ming's current strength had already reached a level where he could compete for a spot in the top 10 of the district. Then do you know Su Ming's results? Su Ming's results? I didn't ask. How good could that little loser's performance possibly be? Came the slow, disdainful voice of Su Ming's elder sister-in-law. This added fuel to the fire of Su Tianhu's already frustrated heart. Originally, his family had produced 2 beast-taming geniuses this year. Had it not been for the instigation of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family at that time, he wouldn't have fallen out with his grandson, nor would things have come to this. You fool! Go take a good look at Su Ming's results. After hanging up the phone, Su Tianhu slumped onto the sofa, pondered for a long time, and then made another call. In the dungeon monitoring footage, Su Ming headed straight for the depths of the forest without lingering too long. As a result, Su Ming, who had originally been in the top 10, quickly dropped in rank. However, Su Ming wasn't worried. Hunting high-level mutant beasts was far faster than catching these small fry. His Zerg swarm wouldn't slow down when facing higher-level beasts after all. As long as these beasts didn't exceed his level and had low racial stats, none could last even half a minute against his army. Chapter 13, Re-encounter with the Sabertooth, Instant Kill. The exam dungeon, Area 13, is a peripheral zone of the core area. Su Ming studied the regional information displayed on the map. He had already encountered 3 level 8 ferocious beasts here. One thing was certain, the beasts gathering in this area were definitely no lower than level 8. And such core regions were not places ordinary examinees could tread. The core area is reserved for those with top-tier beast-taming talents and trainers from affluent backgrounds who can nurture their beasts in the shortest time. Most students can only hunt ferocious beasts in the peripheral zones. Only a small fraction of examinees qualify to enter the mid-region. As for the final core area, only a handful possess the strength to venture there. Although Su Ming wasn't from some prominent noble family, the abilities he possessed granted him the power to directly step into the core regions. The reason ferocious beasts were called ferocious lay primarily in that single word, ferocity. Their territorial instincts were extremely strong, to the point where they wouldn't tolerate any living creature existing within their domain. Roar! Just as Su Ming was contemplating his next course of action, a ferocious beast suddenly burst forth from behind a giant tree. Standing over 7 meters in length and reaching an astonishing height of approximately 4 meters, its dark brown fur and extraordinarily long fangs exuded an aura of sheer dominance. Su Ming's pupils abruptly contracted. This was unmistakably the saber-toothed tiger Zhao Wu had once contracted. A savage beast with advanced racial values. With a thought from Su Ming, the system's detection interface allowed him to assess the beast's information. Name, Sabertooth. Base stats, Advanced. Level, 12. Power, 900. Speed, 660. The saber-toothed tiger, as a beast race with elite-level stats, possessed extraordinary physical attributes, both strength and speed far surpassing those of Su Ming's other insectoid troops like the armored beetle at the same tier. Only his helmeted beetle could rival it in might. Since we're both tiger class, let's see whether your saber-tooth or my helmeted beetle packs more power. At Su Ming's command, all 10 helmeted beetles charged forward. Roar! Facing battle against opponents of the same level and equal racial stats, yet outnumbered by them. The saber-toothed tiger showed no retreat either, roaring wildly as if trying to intimidate Su Ming's 10 helmeted tiger-headed insects. Su Ming highly commended the saber-toothed tiger's courage. But since you won't run, don't blame me for killing you. Kill him. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger, upon hearing this, was the first to pounce on one of the tiger-headed armored insects. However, its sharp tusks failed to pierce through the insect's formidable defense with a single bite. It's worth noting that what makes the tiger-headed armored insects truly formidable isn't their offense, but their freakishly strong defense. The next instant, the remaining 9 tiger-headed armored insects swarmed forward in unison. In an instant, the once aggressive saber-toothed tiger found itself surrounded. The relentless attacks, though not fatal, made the tiger howl in agony. It wanted to flee, but escape was impossible. Watching the scene unfold, Su Ming allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. This is the combat style of his Zerg army. In one-on-one battles, even against opponents with equal racial attributes, his Zerg warriors might still lose. But what he specializes in is sheer numbers. Who wastes time with solo fights when they can swarm? Attack! To avoid slowing himself down, Su Ming quickly ordered the rest of his Zerg beasts to join the battle. In less than 10 seconds, the once mighty saber-toothed tiger with elite racial stats was completely devoured by Su Ming's Zerg beast, leaving not even bones behind. Successfully killed level 12 saber-toothed tiger, EXP plus 360, consumption points plus 360. With the saber-toothed tiger slain, his score increased by 2880. Although it took about 3 minutes, the points gained were far greater than killing some low-level beasts. Still gotta hunt those high-value, high-level beasts for more points. As Su Ming began slaying higher-level beasts, his previously declining ranking surged back into the top 10. At Qingxin Academy, watching Su Ming re-enter the top 10 with increasingly faster score gains, Su Ming must have entered a high-level mutated beast zone. Not being able to watch the live stream anytime is truly tantalizing. With over 50,000 people streaming, how are you supposed to watch? Even screen switching would probably make you dizzy. 2 hours had now passed since the exam began. The intensity of the grand exam left no room for even a moment's relaxation. Crossing his arms, the school principal felt reassured by Su Ming's strength. He even began wondering if Su Ming could compete for the top spot in the entire district. Upon entering the core area, Su Ming encountered significantly higher quality savage beasts. No longer were there any creatures with low racial values or those below level 8. This way, his score skyrocketed rapidly. Thanks to his Zerg army, Su Ming was essentially able to divide his forces and hunt down the fierce beasts in multiple directions. Originally fluctuating between 8th and 9th place, Su Ming's score suddenly surged. In less than 5 hours, he broke into the top 3, where the competition was neck and neck among the leading scorers. Outside, the school leaders and teachers of Qingxin Academy nervously monitored the competition's progress. At that moment, someone suddenly rushed into the conference room. Upon seeing the visitor, they recognized him as the principal's secretary. Principal, the director has requested that our school, along with teachers from 2 other schools, come to the education bureau to watch the competition. He said we can see the live broadcast of the match there. Hearing this, the principal abruptly stood up. Su Ming has now climbed to 3rd place in the rankings, and no one can resist wondering just how did he manage it. Hurry, let's go immediately. What normally took 30 minutes to reach the education bureau was completed in just 10 minutes by Principal Yang Jing this time. The moment Qinglin School's delegation arrived, reception staff guided them straight to a conference room. He had just pushed open the conference room door. The people inside made Yang Jing freeze momentarily. Not only was the director of education present, but even the mayor of Linhai City was among them. Over a dozen individuals, all high-ranking officials of Linhai City, and equally formidable beastmasters. Linhai's mayor Luo Hai was in particular a grandmaster-level beastmaster powerhouse. The scene they were watching now was precisely Su Ming engaged in battle. The densely packed swarm of Zerg beasts sent shivers down Yang Jing's spine upon first sight. At this moment, he finally understood the true nature of the supposedly ordinary talent Su Ming had casually mentioned to him. Just how monstrous it truly was. Mayor Luo Hai said with a smile, Principal Yang Jing, you've arrived. Please have a seat quickly. Your school students have really vented some long-held grievances for Linhai City in this major exam. Principal Yang Jing was promptly pulled to sit right beside Mayor Luo Hai. The principals of the other two schools arrived closely behind, although their overall average scores were superior to Qingxin High. But Su Ming's performance alone made them pale in comparison before the mayor. Chapter 14, The Mayor's Recognition, The Excited Principal. The three principals sat beside the mayor, but it was quite clear. In the mayor's eyes, now only Yang Jing mattered. Principal Yang, given his current momentum, your student Su Ming stands a real chance of securing first place in the regional competition. If he takes the top regional spot, Qingxin High School's resource allocation for next year will be doubled. The mayor's words instantly made the nervous Yang Jing's eyes light up. Principal Yang, having such a talented student emerge from your school is truly a blessing for Linhai City. Faced with the mayor's praise, Yang Jing quickly responded, "It's Su Ming's own innate talent and relentless effort that made this possible. Truthfully, our school hasn't provided him with any special support." That's not quite right. Since they're students from your Aomori, naturally you deserve credit. Watching Su Ming's battle on screen, everyone was astonished by the combat style before their eyes. After all, raising battle beasts requires expending tremendous resources. Generally speaking, nurturing just one battle beast demands enormous effort and financial investment from a beastmaster. Even a grandmaster-level beastmaster wouldn't cultivate more than 5 beast companions under their command. Someone like Su Ming, commanding hundreds of beasts at once, was practically unheard of. What baffled them even more was Su Ming's unimaginable beast space. This Su Ming, he's truly a born beastmaster. His beast space is likely larger than even transcendent-level beastmasters. Transcendent rank corresponds to level 40. The mayor's estimation of Su Ming was actually quite conservative. Had he known that even his own beast taming space would appear insignificantly small before Su Ming, it might have shattered his very mindset. Swarm tactics ultimately deviate from the righteous path. At lower levels, relying on numerical superiority can indeed achieve remarkable results. But as one progresses to higher ranks and deepens the nurture of their tamed beasts, like Su Yuhan's subdragon breed, the Frostwing Drake, if its bloodline evolves into a true dragon and advances once or even twice more, a single breath from her could exterminate countless such insectoid beasts. At this moment, one of the principals suddenly spoke up. His words immediately drew everyone's attention. Clearly, amidst the universal praise for Su Ming's talent, such direct criticism stood out as exceptionally unconventional. Mayor Luo Hai, however, pondered for a moment before nodding and said, "Principal Ye's point isn't entirely wrong, but I believe this young man Su Ming is very dynamic. There's still room for growth after he enters university. While Zerg-type beasts may be weaker in comparable situations, some high-stat Zerg battle beasts do exist." Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely right, but based on our current knowledge, the highest stat Zerg battle beasts only reach the sovereign level. Principal Yi continued, "I believe the admissions officers from the top 4 elite schools will also take this factor into consideration." That's right. Among all types of spirit beasts, insectoid spirit beasts have always been considered one of the weakest in terms of combat strength. To secure a place among top-tier beastmasters, one needs the support of a spirit beast with sufficiently high racial stats. No matter how many ants there are, they can hardly shake a mayfly. Seeing this, another principal joined the conversation. Clearly, they didn't want to see Qingxin steal the spotlight alone. Mayor Luo Hai chuckled lightly upon hearing this. "It seems the two of you hold a rather pessimistic view of Su Ming's future." "It's not pessimism, Mr. Mayor, it's reality. I believe you share the same perspective, but I don't see it that way. When we contract spirit beasts, we don't just consider their racial values. Our own talents matter too. A spirit beast's strength depends not only on their inherent racial attributes, but also on the trainer's level and innate gifts. Ultimately, the Beastmaster is the foundation, spirit beasts are merely supplements. We mustn't reverse the order of importance. Then let's wait and see, Mayor. Su Ming might perform well in the entrance exams, but he'll never become a true powerhouse. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Clearly, by directly confronting the mayor who firmly supports Su Ming, the two principals are practically committing political suicide in terms of power dynamics. However, they also understand that Su Ming's achievements are now an unstoppable reality. What they must do is prove that his accomplishments don't signify anything substantial. As principals of their respective schools, they still need to fight for maximum resource allocation favoring their institutions. Inside the dungeon, 9 hours had already passed. Su Ming's current ranking, as expected, surged to the first position. Even Su Ming himself wasn't surprised by this result. If he couldn't secure the top spot with such a formidable Zerg army, then as a Beastmaster, he would have been utterly disappointing. However, 9 consecutive hours of battle had taken their toll. Su Ming also felt exhausted and sat down leaning against a large tree. With a thought, the system panel appeared before his eyes. The accumulated consumption points had already reached 26,900. His level had also improved from the initial level 12 to level 13. 26,000 and more points, enough to speed up production now. I've lost quite a few of my Zerg beasts in battle. Su Ming focused his thoughts and immediately allocated all 26,000 points to the Tigerhead Armor Queen Bugmother, accelerating its reproductive production. This way, we'll be able to produce more and mightier Zerg warriors. Su Ming himself understood that relying solely on low-tier, or even mid-tier tamed beasts, regardless of their sheer numbers, could never amount to anything significant. What I need to accomplish must not only meet quantity requirements, but also maintain quality standards. In the early stages, I need to compete for resources and achieve outstanding results, as numerical superiority can compensate for qualitative shortcomings. However, once the beast taming exam concludes, those from influential families with abundant resources can immediately assist them in evolving their tamed beasts. By the time school starts, the racial values of the beasts I'll be facing might already reach Lord tier. Perhaps soon, creatures like blade insects, shield insects, and tiger beetles might not even qualify to join my troop lineup anymore. The tiger-headed armored insects are truly my main force. As long as I have consumption points, even a low-level queen insect with weak racial stats can be nurtured to a godly tier. I must achieve the best results. Securing first place in the district is non-negotiable. Even better if I can rank near the top province-wide. Not only would this earn me invitations from the 4 great academies, but I'd also receive rewards from the school and Linhai city government. Becoming stronger is far easier for me than for others. With enough money, I could immediately level up, though that amount would undoubtedly be an astronomical figure. Even if the entire Great Xiao were emptied, it might not be enough to satisfy my needs. But even so, if I want to grow stronger, I'll need massive resources to make it happen. Chapter 15, Nighttime Killing, ranking 13th in the province. The examination lasted an entire day, proving to be a challenge for both the candidates and the invigilators. By this time, whether inside or outside the examination hall, the sky had already darkened. 12 hours had passed since the test began, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Su Ming also took out some military-issued compressed biscuits distributed before the exam to stave off hunger. He activated the projection on his wristwatch, first confirming his current location. Area 4, the beasts here are generally around level 12. That means the next area, number 3, is probably the main habitat of level 13 beasts. Su Ming calculated in his mind that with his current strength, even charging straight into Area 1 to face level 15 beasts might not put too much pressure on him. However, his Zerg army would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties in the process. Better check my ranking first. Score, 97,960. Rank, 1. I'm still holding first place, but I can't confirm the scores of others, let alone my provincial ranking at the moment. He needed money, a vast amount of resources. Without grades and talent to back you up, who would notice you, who would give you resources? There are still 12 hours left. First, hunt 13 to 14 level ferocious beasts in regions 2 and 3. Once dawn breaks, disregard the casualties of the Zerg tamer beasts and directly take on the level 15 beasts in region 1. After finalizing his plan, Su Ming swiftly entered region 3 under the cover of night. Unlike Su Ming, many beastmasters had essentially given up fighting at night or retreated from their current area, opting instead to enter lower-level regions, ensuring he wouldn't be ambushed by ferocious beasts at night. It's worth noting that many nocturnal beasts have combat strength twice as powerful as during daylight, sometimes even more. Su Ming was afraid of death too, that's why 10 armored tiger-headed insects encircled him protectively in the center. The remaining Zerg battle beasts assumed combat formations and surged forward swiftly. A pair of eyes suddenly snapped open in the darkness. Though Zerg beasts were individually weak in combat, they possessed extraordinarily keen perception. They swiftly detected the changes in their surroundings. Su Ming's heart sank as he murmured, "Advance team, eliminate him." As soon as the words fell, the squad led by the tiger beetle charged out first. Yet within moments, the sound of intense battle echoed from the dark forest. But in less than a minute, the squad's blade insects and shield insects had all been slaughtered. Su Ming immediately grasped the opponent's strength and ordered, "Tiger Helm Unit 1, take a full brigade with you." Clearly, the beasts lurking in the darkness possessed extraordinary strength. With a full squadron under his command, over 30 Zerg units, it was almost impossible for any beast in this dungeon to overpower an entire squad single-handedly. Soon, the forest erupted with the sounds of fierce battle once more. Several minutes later, a notification flashed through Su Ming's mind. Successfully killed LV.13 Shadowcat. Experience plus 390. Consumption points plus 390. It's actually a Shadowcat, a ferocious beast with high racial stats. Su Ming never expected the beast he'd hunted to be a Shadowcat, the infamous nocturnal killer of the night. Countless people had fallen victim to its claws under cover of darkness. Its formidable abilities have made it highly favored by beastmasters, with many choosing it as their first contracted beast. Shadowcats are exceptionally docile in their youth, making the contract signing process relatively simple. Their only drawback is their extreme rarity, which keeps prices consistently high. In some regions, they've even been sold for tens of millions. Drawing closer, I saw the corpse of a shadow cat, no more than 70 centimeters in length, its entire body pitch black. There were over a dozen corpses of my own insect beasts lying around. Darn, a single shadow cat took out more than 10 of my insect beasts. What a devastating loss. This was the highest single battle casualty count since my exams began. Seems I can't afford even the slightest carelessness when hunting beasts at night. Su Ming's successful hunt of the shadow panther left Luo Hai and the others, who had been closely watching his battle, utterly astonished. He actually managed to hunt down a shadow panther directly. That fiend is extremely troublesome at night, even dragon beasts would be helpless against it. The director of the Education Bureau couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at this moment. It's merely the advantage of numbers. Luan refused to accept this, while the principals from the other two schools had, during this period, always found reasons to counter any praise directed at Su Ming. The others didn't pay it much mind either, and Yang Jing, in particular, had never bothered to argue with them. After all, those who can't get the grapes will always claim they're sour. Let's compare the scores of our top 100 students in Linhai City with the provincial rankings currently released. Let's see how our students stack up in the province. Yes, Mayor Luo. On another, slightly smaller screen, Su Ming's scores were fed into a calculation model. Soon, the provincial rankings for Su Ming and his peers appeared within everyone's view. Su Ming, score, 98,350, provincial rank, 13. Yi Wenbin, score, 77,880, provincial rank, 384. Su Yuhan, score, 76,990, provincial rank, 532. Su Ming's score actually made it into the provincial top 13. With a bit more effort, he might truly break into the top 10. The director of the Education Bureau excitedly remarked while looking at the rankings. You should know, Linhai City has never had anyone rank within the top 100 of the Tamer exam. Excellent! Our Linhai City can finally hold its head high for once. Every time I attend meetings in the provincial capital and the exam results come up, I couldn't even lift my head in shame. Mayor Luo Hai's face was also brimming with delight. At this moment, the other two school principals immediately fell silent. Such achievements are truly beyond reproach, they've absolutely maxed out their potential. If they still dare to criticize Su Ming despite this, even Luo Hai, with his famously good temper, will sternly rebuke them without hesitation. Thankfully Su Ming didn't slow down at night, otherwise he could have been overtaken in the blink of an eye. The dungeon nights last a full 8 hours, anyone choosing to waste the time basically stands no chance of achieving decent exam results. Indeed, the night is the true test of one's strength. Anyone can hunt ferocious beasts wildly during the day. Killing more at night is the real proof of power. Although the first beast encountered in Zone 3 cost him over a dozen Zergwar beasts, fortunately they were just low-level shield bugs and blade bugs. This wouldn't significantly impact his core combat capabilities, nor did he let this shadow cat affect his state of mind. He still needed to pick up the pace and widen the score gap between himself and others during the night, to secure his ranking as firmly as possible. Chapter 16, Zone 1, The Final Sprint. The night passed in the blink of an eye as dawn's first light crept across the sky. Visibility had improved considerably by the time Su Ming reached the border between Zone 1 and Zone 2. This entire district was reserved for the offspring of the province's most elite families. Level 15 represented the absolute combat ceiling for all newly contracted beastmasters. Su Ming lowered his head to look at his score, 117,800, though it took all night, experiencing 8 long hours. But because it was nighttime, the rate of point accumulation had slowed significantly. The main reason was due to the higher quality of the beasts he had slain. Otherwise, reaching this score would have been extremely difficult. Next was arriving at Zone 1 to face the most dangerous mutated beasts, but likewise, the experience gained would be substantial. By this point, Su Ming's level had already broken through to 14, so facing these level 15 beasts wouldn't pose too much pressure for him. And right after entering Zone 1, Su Ming immediately spotted traces of human beastmasters. It seems someone has already arrived here before me. Everyone's in a hurry. If it takes about the same time to kill a level 15 beast as a level 14, then everyone would choose to hunt in Zone 1. As Su Ming stepped into Zone 1, in the Linhai District Monitoring Room, examinee Su Ming has entered Zone 1. Currently, 7 people have entered Zone 1, with one already activating their protective shield. The chief examiner crossed his arms, looking at the information before him, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. Only 6 hours left, lads. Time for the final sprint. Activating the protective shield signals the end of one's own grand examination. Therefore, without sufficient strength, recklessly challenging beasts far more powerful than oneself is extremely unwise, counterproductive. In fact, Su Ming had just entered Zone 1 when he spotted a beastmaster shielded by a protective dome. Upon seeing Su Ming, the stranger's eyes lit up as if spotting a savior. Brother, help me. Buddy, can you open this for me? I'm Yu Menghai from Huatian Beastmaster High School in Jiantian City. Do you know me? Inside the protective barrier, the boy kept pounding on the shield while shouting Su Ming's name. In response, Su Ming shook his head and said, "Bro, can't save you. No skills yet, dare to come to Zone 1? Not sure whether to call you brave or brainless. How was I supposed to know I'd run into a terror claw bear right away? Worst luck." Su Ming chuckled. Anyone who could enter Zone 1 must have decent skills to begin with, but being trapped right now must have seriously affected his grades. Those who had a shot at the top 4 academies now basically have to say goodbye to them. Seeing the dense swarm of insect beasts around Su Ming, the other person was also stunned. "Holy shit, dude, how'd you manage this? You've got so many tamed beasts?" "Yeah, pretty shocking, right?" Su Ming smiled slightly and didn't say more, continuing his search for traces of beasts. However, from this person, Su Ming confirmed that there was a high-tier Talonclaw bear in the vicinity. This would be a tough opponent, but though he's tough prey, taking him down would fetch more points, and there's no need for excessive fear. His tiger head armored insects now numbered 12 strong, more than enough to hold their own. Just then, the sounds of combat erupted. His scout forces had engaged the savage beasts. Su Ming didn't hesitate for a second, immediately sending 3 tiger-headed shell insects to lead the support in this zone. Blade bugs and shield bugs with their low base stats admittedly weren't much to look at combat-wise. Without overwhelming numerical superiority, it'd be extremely difficult to solo these savage beasts. Roar! A bear's roar instantly confirmed it for Su Ming. The creature fighting his insectoid beasts was none other than that dreaded clawbear. Good thing I sent 3 tiger head armor beetles. One alone might have gotten taken out. By the time Su Ming saw the terror clawbear, it was already covered in wounds, with many of his insect beasts' corpses littering the surroundings. 3 tiger beetles had died. Su Ming winced at the loss. He still had over 20,000 consumption points remaining, and needed to speed up the breeding of more tiger head armor beetles. Consume 15,000 consumption points to increase helmet beetle reproduction speed to 8 hours per unit? Yes. 5 shield crawlers resisted the terror clawbear's attacks head-on while blade runners waited for opportunities to strike. Meanwhile, the main offensive relied on the helmet beetles. This war of attrition ultimately exhausted the terror clawbear to death. In just under 10 minutes, a dire clawbear lay dead before Su Ming. Successfully killed level 15 dire clawbear, EXP plus 450, consumption points plus 450. The scene of Su Ming's battle was clearly witnessed by Yu Manghai, who remained within the protective shield. Staring at what had just unfolded, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy shit, that was insane." Su Ming glanced back at the other person, then without turning his head again, led the insect beasts deeper into Area 1. Meanwhile, Yu Manghai slumped to the ground, sighing helplessly. "Look what you've done, got yourself killed. How are you supposed to enter the 4 major academies now?" Yu Manghai opened his smartwatch and checked his ranking. Score, 95,850. Rank, 25. I hope I can hold on. As long as I don't drop out of the top 100, it shouldn't be a big problem. To think Su Ming could take down a level 15 dire clawbear so effortlessly, it seems nothing in this dungeon could pose a real threat to him now. Zerg-type tamed beasts actually possess such combat power. This truly shatters my previous understanding. Ultimately, it's because Su Ming's beast taming space is sufficiently vast. Otherwise, no tamer of this level could contain so many Zerg creatures. The reason geniuses are called geniuses is precisely because they can achieve miracles. In the conference room, the teachers unanimously praised Su Ming. At this moment, a figure appeared at the border between Zone 1 and Zone 2. Is Su Yuhan also preparing to enter? Seeing this, Yang Jing couldn't help but feel concerned. Although she had contracted with a subdragon species beast, Su Yuhan's level was barely above 11. Entering this area still carried some danger. It's a bit risky, but the risk is worth taking. Although her draconic bloodline is still somewhat diluted, a half-dragon is still a dragon. As long as she doesn't encounter any overly powerful beasts, there shouldn't be any issues. Mayor Luo Hai spoke slowly at this moment. Anyone aiming for a higher ranking will inevitably need to venture into Zone 1. I hope our young beastmasters from Linhai can push forward. There are less than 6 hours left to make their final sprint. Meanwhile, on the screen beside them, Su Ming's ranking had now risen to 8th place in the province, successfully breaking into the top 10. But none of this was known to Su Ming yet. All he could do now was sprint at full speed and strive to score as many points as possible. Chapter 17, Subdragon Monsters. I specialize in taking down the elite. Final countdown, 4 hours left in the exam. Across every examination dungeon nationwide, tens of millions of the new generation of beastmasters were pushing their limits in this final sprint. In the monitoring room of Coastal District, 7th Major Zone, Haidu Province. Currently, 5,791 people have activated protective shields, with the death toll reaching 4. The chief examiner stared at the numbers displayed above and the ongoing countdown timer. His hands were clenched tightly. There are still 4 hours left. Now, only willpower remains to test these young people. Everyone's bodies had reached their limits, and their constantly battling summoned beasts had also exhausted themselves to the extreme. Inside the Su family estate, all members of the clan except for Su Ming's parents had gathered together. Live broadcasts had begun on provincial channels, but with the densely packed surveillance footage, finding the person one was concerned about was easier said than done. Yuhan's ranking has reached 12th place now. With 4 hours left, she's already achieved the second best result in Linhai City. In these final 4 hours, there's a chance she could break into the top 10. The big 4 academies are a sure bet, but who would have thought that trash like Su Ming could secure the top spot? The sister-in-law still looked down arrogantly at Su Ming with disdain. Yet, the more she insisted like this, the angrier Su Tianhu, seated at the head of the table, became. This was originally the glory that belonged to his Su family. Now, it has to be handed over willingly, and Su Ming wouldn't even acknowledge himself as a grandson of the Su family. Dad, Su Ming's score is now ranked provincially. A friend of mine in the Education Bureau told me that even the mayor and officials are monitoring the competition there now. Rumor has it that Su Ming has already entered the top 10 in the entire province. Top 10 in the province? There must be some mistake. With just those few bugs of his? The eldest sister-in-law exploded upon hearing this, her face full of disbelief as she demanded, "Enough! Watch if you want, but stop all that chattering." At Su Tianhu's furious roar, everyone fell silent. The eldest Su brother also shot a glare at his wife. The mayors of the 2 other cities in the same 7th district couldn't help but feel curious about Su Ming when they saw these results. After all, given Linhai's limited resources, it would have been extremely difficult to cultivate a beast master capable of achieving first-level performance in the grand exam within such a short time frame. Su Ming led his Zerg army in an extensive search across area number 1. While blade bugs and shield bugs scouted the terrain, whenever a wild beast was located, Su Ming would deploy his tiger-headed armor bugs to lead the berserker blade bugs and titan shield bugs in hunting them down. Even within Zone 1, Su Ming's efficiency was surprisingly high. In just 1 hour, the number of beasts slain by Su Ming exceeded 20, accumulating a terrifying score of over 7,000 points. As Su Ming rampaged through Zone 1, slaughtering beasts en masse, it naturally aroused the confusion of other examinees also hunting in the same area. It became evident the originally dense beast population was declining at an alarming rate. It seems that as the exam approaches its end, more and more people are entering Zone 1. Everyone has realized that it's not just about hunting beasts anymore, now they must also compete for prey. The rules state that candidates are not allowed to steal prey from each other. Once someone else starts attacking a target first, it's no longer up for grabs. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly received feedback from his blade bugs and shield bugs. He immediately rushed over with his Zerg army. There, he saw his blade bugs and shield bugs being slaughtered. "What are you doing? How dare you kill my tamed beasts?" Su Ming's words struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly freezing the previously moving man in place. "Your beast? Insects? Got a problem with that?" Behind Su Ming, a massive swarm of insectoid battle beasts had now appeared. Witnessing the scene before them, the other party was also startled by this sudden turn of events. At that moment, both Su Ming and the other party's smartwatches transmitted the chief examiner's voice. Examinee Huayuhao has been found attacking another examinee's spirit beast without provocation. Considering the spirit beast was not accompanied by its contracted master at the time, examination qualification will not be revoked, but 10,000 points shall be deducted from the score. Hearing this announcement, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. "My blade bugs and shield bugs were fortunately only injured, not killed. The opponent lost 3,000 points and has already suffered heavy losses. If you have any objections, please submit an appeal to the Regional Examination Committee after the exam." With that, Su Ming directly took his insect beasts away, completely ignoring Huayuhao, who still hadn't recovered from the shock. By the time he came to his senses, Su Ming had already vanished without a trace. "Damn it, this kid got me docked 3,000 points. Huayuhao watched helplessly as his score instantly dropped by 3,000 points, causing his ranking to plummet from 9th place straight to 11th. "Damn kid, you're not using that bug for fishing, are you?" No matter what, the points had already been deducted and couldn't be recovered for now. All they could do was hope the appeal would resolve it. Huayuhao's mindset was remarkably resilient. He immediately regained his composure and continued searching for beasts. The intense battle raged on, with everyone stretched to their absolute limit. Su Ming still followed his own approach, sending blade bugs and shield bugs to scout for beasts while he led the follow-up troops to advance. It was quite obvious that Su Ming was using the blade bugs and shield bugs as disposable scouts. Suddenly, several more blade bugs and shield bugs were instantly annihilated. This immediately put Su Ming on high alert. Although his blade bugs and shield bugs were low-level battle beasts, when working together, they shouldn't have been easily wiped out in an instant. The opponent's strength definitely shouldn't be underestimated. Su Ming immediately led all his main forces to the the scene. A wild boar-like creature was gnawing on the corpses of his blade bugs and shield bugs. Su Ming wasn't very familiar with this beast before him, but fortunately the system provided an information panel. Name: Steel-spined Earth Dragon. Species value: Transcendent. Level: 15. Strength: 2398. Speed: 2587. Description: Offspring of draconic creatures and wild boars, possessing faint dragon bloodline, and undisputed sub-dragon species. Sub-dragon species. Su Ming gasped in shock. A level 15 sub-dragon, though incredibly diluted in bloodline, was still a sub-dragon nonetheless. Su Yuhan's frost-winged drake, if not for having absorbed those rare treasures to refine its bloodline, wouldn't have been much purer in lineage than this earth dragon. As for an epic tier fiend, this was the first time Su Ming had ever encountered one. If he could slay it, the earth dragon's carcass alone would yield 9,600 points. At this thought, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. However, when facing a transcendent-level beast, Su Ming also gave it his utmost respect. He deployed all his armored tiger-headed insects, including his frenzied blade insects and giant shield insects. Perhaps it would take more time, but Su Ming wanted to verify one thing. How long would it take for me to deal with such a transcendent-grade beast right now? Chapter 18, Crushing Them All, Securing the Top Spot in the Region. A transcendent-grade, dragonkin steel-claw mud dragon. In the conference room, one of the teachers screamed in shock upon seeing the ferocious beast Su Ming was facing. Even Mayor Luo Hai wore a troubled expression as he said, "This is bad. If Su Ming can defeat that steel-spine earth dragon, it'll be fine. But if this results in heavy casualties, the losses would outweigh the gains." Yang Jing nervously rubbed his hands together. There were still about 3 hours left until the end of the major exam. On the score panel recording the provincial rankings, the updates had currently paused. To ensure data accuracy, the provincial authorities had closed the verification channel 6 hours before the exam's conclusion. Now, no one knew exactly what level Su Ming's score had reached. One thing is certain: Su Ming has already made it into the top 10. Mayor Luo Hai might have omitted another possibility, that Su Ming stood no chance against the steel-spined earth dragon and had to use a protection orb, ending the exam prematurely. The moment it spotted Su Ming, the steel-spined earth dragon didn't hesitate for even a second. It charged towards Su Ming at terrifying speed. The steel-spike earth dragon had no other abilities, just thick, tough hide that relied on the steel spikes covering its body for offense. Its racial potential could reach the transcendent level primarily due to the remnant draconic bloodline within it. Watching the steel spike earth dragon charging straight at him, Su Ming knew a direct hit would mean instant, unavoidable death. 12 crown-helm tiger beetles rushed forward first, but not even the shield beetle's defenses could withstand the steel spike earth dragon's piercing spikes. Only the hard armor of the tiger-headed carapace beetle could withstand the assault. Blade flurry beetle, tiger armor beetle. The 12 tiger-headed carapace beetles directly blocked the impact of the steel-spined earth dragon. These tiger-headed carapace beetles actually managed to stop the steel-spined earth dragon's charge. How strange. Why? It should be impossible. The sight before their eyes left them utterly astonished. At that moment, Mayor Luo Hai suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, have you all forgotten? Su Ming is a rare dual-talent individual with an additional leader ability, capable of amplifying the strength of his entire group based on the number of beasts he commands. Right now, with hundreds of Zerg-tamed creatures under his control, they're receiving an extra boost." Everyone immediately understood upon hearing this. Su Ming now possesses a 0.3x additional amplification of all insectoid creatures' power. Don't underestimate this 0.3x multiplier. At lower levels, the individual differences aren't particularly noticeable. With this 0.3x amplification, it can essentially erase some of the racial disparities among species. The combat power ratings of the tiger-headed armor beetle and the steel-spiked earth dragon couldn't possibly be compensated by this slight advantage alone, but when combined with numerical superiority, the difference became strikingly evident. Su Ming's innate talent as a leader was conferred upon all his tamed beasts collectively. Simultaneously, the berserker blade beetle, great shield beetle, and tiger beetle swiftly joined the battle. Despite the steel-spiked earth dragon's superior combat rating, being besieged by such overwhelming numbers of Zerg-type tamed beasts left it riddled with wounds in mere moments. Numerous spikes were hacked clean off by the Savage Blade Zerg. In the monitoring room, many young female operators were watching Su Ming's battle. The Su Ming is truly formidable. Not only does he have high scores, but he can also handle tough battles. His current score probably puts him among the top contenders in the entire province. I don't know either. The provincial authorities sealed the results in the last 6 hours. Now we can only see regional scores, and there's no information about rankings between different regions. This happens every year. Completely normal. The provincial authorities always enjoy creating some mystery. I'm actually quite curious to see what Su Ming's final provincial ranking will be. As thousands of wounds appeared on the steel-spined earth dragon and it bled out completely, the massive creature gradually collapsed. Su Ming's mind also received the kill notification. Successfully slew level 15 Steel Spike Earth Dragon. EXP plus 600. Consumption points plus 600. However, this battle had also cost Su Ming dearly. 2 of his tiger head armored beetles had been impaled to death by the Earth Dragon's spines. This is currently his most formidable combat strength. Having 2 of them stabbed to death, Su Ming felt considerable distress. However, the gains were undoubtedly immense. According to the scoring rules, Su Ming's kill of this steel-spined Earth Dragon earned him 9,600 points. Better make good use of my time hunting beasts now. That Ironback Spiketail took me nearly an hour. Murmuring to himself, Su Ming led his remaining Zerg forces on a sweeping search through Zone 1. Time ticked away relentlessly, with everyone scrambling for that final point. After Su Ming successfully defeated the Ironback Spiketail, even the 2 academy heads who'd previously been hostile toward him couldn't help but acknowledge his formidable strength. There are only 2 hours left in the exam. In the conference room, the moment Su Ming killed the steel-spiked Earth Dragon, everyone burst with excitement. Oh my god, Su Ming actually took down the steel-spiked Earth Dragon. That's a full 9,600 points right there. Su Ming's current score is absolutely terrifying. Ranking in the top 10 of the province is practically guaranteed. Steady now. Everyone jumped up in excitement. Su Ming's outstanding performance meant excellence for Qingxin Beast Taming High School and, by extension, for Linhai City. Their resources were tied to students' exam results, making this an immensely favorable outcome for them as well. Mayor Luo Hai stood up enthusiastically and announced, "Everyone, we're down to the last 2 hours. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, everything is about to be settled. Linhai City has achieved its best results in history. Now, let's head to the dungeon center and welcome our young beast tamers who have fought hard for 24 hours. The top spot in the district was undoubtedly Su Ming's. Just this ranking alone had already filled Luo Hai with immense satisfaction. As for the provincial rankings, he naturally hoped Su Ming would place as high as possible, but didn't dare expect too much. Yang Jing now clasped his hands together, praying silently that Su Ming's results could maintain a top 10 position in the province. Alright, old Yang, your school's Su Ming is already outstanding enough. Stop praying to the gods, his results won't change much at this point. The 2 principals interrupted Yang Jing's fervent prayers. Faced with their teasing, Yang Jing smiled wryly and said, "It's rare to come across such a student. He might be the only one in my entire career to achieve results like this. Shouldn't I keep praying for his ranking to climb even higher? That makes sense." At this moment, the entire city of Linhai was electrified with excitement. Almost everyone could confirm that Su Ming from Linhai City had secured the top position in the regional rankings. At the Su family estate, Su Tianhu looked as if his soul had been drained from his body. "What a fool I've been, truly an old fool," Su Tianhu muttered bitterly to himself. "Father, perhaps we should go and apologize to second brother and second sister-in-law. After all, they're still your children, and Su Ming is still blood of our Su family." Hearing the boss's words, Su Tianhu's gaze suddenly turned fierce. "Get out! If it weren't for your worthless wife adding fuel to the fire, things would never have come to this. If not for Yuhan's sake, I'd kick both of you out of the Su family." Chapter 19, Final Exams Concluded. Provincial Top Scorer. Su Ming, score, 168,880, Linhai City rank, 1, 7th District rank, 1, Provincial rank, locked. Yi Wenbin, score, 115,900, Linhai City rank, 2, 7th District rank, 8, Provincial rank, 156. Su Yuhan, score, 104,000, Linhai City rank, 3, 7th District rank, 11, Provincial rank, 389. Bai Qi, score, 96,880, Linhai City rank, 4, 7th District rank, 24, Provincial rank, 871. June 8, 12 o'clock sharp, the National Beastmaster trials officially concluded. Examinees were gradually teleported out of the dungeon instances. At this moment, the finalized scores were publicly displayed across every street and alley of Linhai City. Locked status? What does locked status mean? Why is Su Ming's provincial ranking showing as locked? Many citizens, noticing the locked notation beside Su Ming's provincial ranking, couldn't help but turn to those around them with curious inquiries. Only the scores of the top 50 ranked students in the province will be withheld from public release. Ranked in the top 50. Does this mean Su Ming from Linhai City has made it into the top 50? Yes, it's been years since anyone from Lincheng made it into the top 100, let alone the top 50. At the largest city square of Linhai, tens of thousands gathered to witness this moment. Su Ming is awesome. Seems like this Su Ming is from the Su family, right? The Su family is one of the larger beast trading merchants in our Linhai City. I heard that after Su Ming contracted with an insect beast, the Su family had looked down on him. Favoritism led to Su Ming leaving the Su family. What? What kind of judgment does that Su family head have? So you're saying Su Ming achieved this level of strength entirely on his own? That's right, the Su family has nothing to do with this at all. For a time, many townspeople began boycotting the tamed beasts sold by the Su family. More people found it utterly bewildering when they learned that the beast Su Ming had contracted was merely one of the despised vermin-type creatures, the very creatures they looked down upon most. Outside the dungeon center, nearly all personnel had already evacuated. Faces beamed with happiness, some showed frustration, while others wore resignation. A spectrum of emotions was visible on every countenance. At this moment, Su Ming undoubtedly shone brightest among them all. Every gaze in the crowd turned toward Su Ming. Last year's provincial top score was 160,000 points too. Could Su Ming actually be this year's provincial champion? No way. Having the provincial top scorer in our coastal city of Linhai? I wouldn't even dare dream about that. That's insane. How on earth does someone score 160,000 points? Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Su Yuhan stared at the displayed data in stunned silence. At this moment, Luo Hai, who had been waiting at the dungeon center for the conclusion, was anxiously making provincial calls. Hello, is it confirmed? Is it really true? Provincial first place, a new record. After hanging up, Luo Hai tried his best to calm his exhilarating emotions. Just as he looked up, he met the eager and curious gazes of Principal Yang Jing and the others. Su Ming, the top scorer in the province. His results are the highest in the history of Sea Capital Province's taming examinations, a new record. Number 1 in the province. Yang Jing instantly dropped to his knees upon hearing those words. Tears welled up in many people's eyes. The title of provincial top scorer, historically monopolized by examinees from the provincial capital Haida City, had unexpectedly descended upon the province's lowest-ranked base city this year. The exhilaration brought by this achievement was beyond words. At this moment, the chief examiner also approached. Congratulations, Mayor Luo. Thank you, and you've worked hard too. We've already entered the dungeon to clean up the battlefield. We'll return directly once we're done. Luo Hai nodded and said, please stay for at least one night. Let me treat you to dinner. Thank you, but we have military orders to follow and cannot stay. All right then. Luo Hai nodded, then turned to the crowd and said, the students have been waiting impatiently. It's time to share this news with the entire city. Standing beside Luo Hai, his secretary immediately understood the cue and reported Su Ming's results to the television station. Outside the dungeon center, Luo Hai and several dozen others slowly walked out. Students, the beast taming grand examination has concluded. I don't know if you're satisfied with your results, but no matter what, starting today, you will embark on the true path of a beast tamer. The road ahead is long, don't let a momentary setback define you. You've all fought for 24 hours and must be exhausted. Go back and rest, and prepare for your university life. As Luo Hai finished speaking, the citywide broadcast suddenly sounded. Breaking good news! The National Beast Master Examination has concluded. Su Ming from Qingsan Beast Master High School in our city, with his formidable strength and willpower, has secured the title of provincial champion for our Haidu province, achieving scores that shattered all previous records since the inception of Haidu's Beast Master Examination. This is the highest score in history. Breaking good news! The National Beast Master Examination has concluded. Su Ming from Qingsan Beast Master High School in our city, with his formidable strength and willpower, has secured the title of provincial champion for our Haidu province, achieving scores that shattered all previous records since the inception of Haidu's Beast Master Examination. This is the highest score in history. The exhausted students were dumbfounded as they stared at Su Ming upon hearing the words top provincial scholar. Surrounded by so many gazes, Su Ming simply smiled faintly. Slowly raising his hand, he waved at everyone. At this moment, outside the dungeon center, thousands of citizens had already gathered. Luo Hai smiled slightly. Su Ming's academic performance has made him the top scorer in our province from Linhai City. Someone just suggested that this achievement must be recorded in our city's annals, and I absolutely agree. The city annals, such records become immortalized through the ages. No one can refuse a place in their family genealogy, and even fewer would decline the opportunity to have their story preserved on a page of the city's historical records. Student Su Ming, you might not know me yet, and I have much to discuss with you, but everyone here has worked hard. Please go back and rest first. There are still many tasks awaiting us all. One after another, the buses arrived, taking everyone back. Just as Su Ming was about to board, Luo Hai's car pulled up in front of him. Su Ming, come with me. I'll drive you back. Such blatant favoritism, yet no one found it the least bit displeasing. Everyone was thinking, if I were the top scorer in the province, I should be even more arrogant than Su Ming. Alright, thank you, Mayor Luo. Meanwhile, back at the Su family estate, word of Su Ming being the provincial top scorer had naturally spread. Upon receiving the news, Su Tianhu felt as if his entire world was crumbling. He abruptly stood up. No, I must go find Suja now. Su Ming must return to the Su family, even if I have to hand over the entire family to Suja. It's a price I'm willing to pay. Upon hearing this, the eldest son beside him immediately changed his expression. Father, how is that possible? We've fallen out with them so badly. If you go now, you'll only be asking for trouble. What? I'm not so old yet that I need you to teach me how to act. Chapter 20 Su Tianhu's Despondency, the Mayor's Reward. A lineup of top 10 numbered luxury cars stood parked outside Su Ming's home. Su Ming and Luo Hai stepped out together, followed by their accompanying guest, Principal Yang Jing from Su Ming's school. At that moment, another vehicle remained stationed outside Su Ming's doorstep. Luo Hai couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Su Ming, it seems news about your academic performance has already reached relatives and friends. Someone beat us to visiting you. I think this is Su Tianhu's car. Hearing the name Su Tianhu gave Luo Hai pause. He'd long heard about the situation between Su Ming and the Su family. In that case, this is perfect timing. Let's meet them together. Su Ming had no idea what Su Tianhu was coming for again, but he could probably guess. His own achievements had given the man a sense of crisis. Mayor Luo, Principal, please come in. Just as Su Ming ushered the two guests inside, his parents immediately appeared at the doorway. Seeing Su Ming return, he excitedly said, Son, Mom, Dad, Mayor Luo and our school principal said they'd like to visit our home. Su Tianhu then stepped forward as well. Upon seeing Luo Hai, he immediately greeted, Mayor Luo. Master Su, you're here too. Perfect timing, we've brought Su Ming back. Let's sit down and chat. You've raised quite an extraordinary child for Linhai City. Suzhou immediately invited the group to take their seats. Su Ming had originally planned to head straight to bed, but his father pulled him over instead. As everyone settled in, an awkward silence seemed to fall over the group. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Master Su, since you arrived first, you must have urgent business, Luo Hai interjected. Please, speak first. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhu was momentarily frozen in surprise. He immediately nodded and said, Since the mayor has asked me to speak first, I'll go ahead and share my thoughts. With you here today, I'd like you to bear witness I, Su Tianhu, current head of the Linhai Su family, have decided to pass the position of family head to my second son, Suzhou. Hearing this, Suzhou froze. At this moment, Su Ming spoke up instead, Hold on. My parents and I have already left the Su family. What do you mean by asking my dad to return as the family head? Do you think everyone actually wants such a position? Suzhou also nodded and continued, Dad, I have no interest in becoming the family head. Even if you insist on giving it to me, I would decline. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhu added, Su Ming, I know you resent me for favoring your sister back then, but although the Su family has some wealth, cultivating even one beast tamer was financially straining. Given the potential you and Yuhan showed back then, I truly had no choice but to choose Yuhan. Su Ming's parents looked at him, seemingly seeking his opinion. In response, Su Ming shook his head and said, Whether my parents acknowledge you or not is none of my concern. However, I won't be returning to the Su family. Su Yuhan's talent and strength aren't bad either. You should focus on nurturing her properly. Su Tianhu wanted to say more, but after glancing at Su Ming, he swallowed his words. Slowly rising to his feet, he said, In that case, Suzhou, I hope you and your wife can find time to visit this old man. Mayor Luo, Principal Yang, I'll take my leave now. Su Tianhu's figure seemed to age many years in that instant. After his parents saw him off, they immediately returned. Luo Hai couldn't help but say when he saw the scene before him, Su Ming, why don't you return to your family? The Su clan still has considerable resources. Though you're talented, cultivating would be much easier with your family's support. Su Ming shook his head and replied, Mayor, if my current achievements were mediocre, even if my parents and I knelt in the Su family courtyard for 3 days and nights, he wouldn't have come out to see us. There's nothing wrong with him making choices for the family's sake, but I don't want to force myself to accommodate him either. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Luo Hai nodded in agreement. Then he smiled and said, Setting that aside for now, Mr. and Mrs. Su Ming has secured the title of provincial champion in this year's college entrance exam, bringing honor to Linhai City. On behalf of the Linhai municipal government, I'd like to express our gratitude to you and to Su Ming. After speaking, Luo Hai stood up and was about to bow to Su Ming's family. Su Ming's father immediately steadied Luo Hai and said, Mayor Luo, this is just what Su Ming ought to do. There's no need for thanks. Linhai hasn't seen a beast tamer as exceptional as Su Ming in far too long. The truth is, the reason I urgently accompanied Su Ming here today was to personally deliver the Linhai city government's gratitude to him. Thank you? Su Ming was momentarily stunned, but deep down, he eagerly anticipated what resources Luo Hai might give him. As the first provincial top scorer from our Linhai city, we must fully support Su Ming's future cultivation. Our municipal government has decided to grant Su Ming exceptional rewards, and the decision was made immediately. Luo Hai spoke while taking out a list. For Su Ming's cash reward, we are directly awarding $30 million daxia. As for cultivation resources, we've prepared 5 bloodline purification serums and 20 million worth of resources. These can be converted to cash if Su Ming prefers. Regarding housing, we've arranged a 1,000 square meter luxury flat at Tianfu No. 1 residence for your family. The total value of these rewards amounts to approximately 100 million. Upon hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but sharply inhale in shock. He had anticipated generous rewards for becoming the provincial champion, but never expected them to be this extravagantly generous. Tianfu No. 1 is the finest residential area in the entire city bar none, and also the most expensive. The primary reason is that most of the city's key government officials reside there, boasting the highest level of security. Though his parents were both beast masters, their abilities were actually quite average. If they could live in Tianfu No. 1, he could leave for training in the future, and their safety would at least be somewhat guaranteed. As for the rest, he had no personal use for the bloodline purification serum, but that wouldn't stop him from selling it off. Regarding other resources, I'd prefer to cash them out. Thank you for the city government's award, Su Ming replied after some thought. Cashing out? No problem at all, Su Ming. Just give me your bank account number, and I'll have someone transfer the funds immediately. At this moment, Yang Jing also spoke up. Student Su Ming, our school's reward for you amounts to 20 million. If you'd like, I can also arrange for the transfer right away. Sounds good, thank you, principal. Su Ming didn't bother with false modesty and accepted everything without hesitation. In less than half an hour, 70 million had been deposited into his bank account. Luo Hai continued, Su Ming, I'll have someone deliver the 5 bloodline purifiers shortly. You must be exhausted from the exams, go get some proper rest. Thank you for your concern, Mayor Luo. Luo Hai nodded. By the way, Su Ming, given your grades, you're definitely already on the shortlist for the 4 great academies. For talents like you, they'll go all out to recruit. Just stay patient now. Wait till all 4 institutions have made their offers, then make your decision. Chapter 21, Mother Beetle's Continuous Evolution. The 4 great academies? Mayor Luo, will they come looking for me? Hearing about the 4 great academies immediately perked Su Ming up. The coastal region is too small. The 4 major academies hold the vast majority of Great Xia's resources. One could say they're sacred training grounds for young beastmasters. As the top graduate from Haidu province, it would be strange if they didn't come to recruit you personally. Luo Hai laughed heartily. Though they'll probably come within the next day or 2. You should prepare yourself, look up more information online, though it's all fundamentally similar. What really matters are the terms they offer. Luo Hai even gave Su Ming a meaningful glance. Aha, got it. Su Ming understood clearly. As the top scorer, he was definitely getting into one of the 4 elite academies. Which one he'd choose would simply depend on which of the 4 could provide him with the most resources. With the exams just over, there's a lot to take care of. I'll head out first. Yang Jing also said, Su Ming, I'm leaving too. Come back to visit the school when you have time. Alright, goodbye Mayor Luo, goodbye principal. After seeing them off, he closed the door. Turning back, he faced the eager gazes of his parents. Su Ming was also startled and said, Mom, Dad, why are you staring at me like that? The next second, he was pulled into a tight embrace by both of them. Our wonderful son, you've really made your parents proud. Hearing their heartfelt words, a smile also crept onto Su Ming's lips. After returning to his room, though Su Ming felt exhausted, he immediately converted all the 70 million he had just obtained into consumption points. Currently, the consumption points he had left amounted to a full 723,000. With this batch of consumption points, he could directly evolve his Zerg Queen to the transcendent level. I've decided to evolve the Tiger Head Armored Zerg Queen. Consume 150,000 consumption points to evolve the Tiger Head Armor Queen into a Tiger Devourer Queen? Yes. Evolution successful. The Tiger Devourer's racial level remains advanced, but its combat prowess exceeds that of the Tiger Head armor. His ultimate goal was a transcendent grade insectoid war beast. The current advanced tier simply couldn't satisfy his ambitions. Consume 350,000 consumption points to evolve the Devourer Tiger Queen into an Exo Armor Queen, transcendent. What is the reproduction rate of the Exo Armor insects? Exo Armor insect reproduction rate, 24 hours/unit. More than enough. A transcendent tier beast tamer is more than enough. With just over 200,000 left, Su Ming continued asking, if I use all of it to increase the breeding speed of blade bugs, how much improvement can I get? Consuming 190,800 can increase blade bug breeding speed to 10 minutes per unit. 10 minutes per unit. That means we could breed 144 per day. It was during the national exam that Su Ming suddenly realized the flaws in his original cultivation strategy. His innate leadership ability means that the more subordinates he commands, the greater the enhancement to all his beast-taming capabilities. He only needs to cultivate the lowest-tier insect beasts. These creatures consume fewer resources to level up, require less investment, and develop faster. Using them to boost his leadership talent will amplify the bonuses for all his tamed beasts. Meanwhile, he can selectively breed high-potential species separately to maintain his peak combat strength. Moreover, with the enhancement of leadership, controlling 100 insect beasts can grant me an additional doubling of strength. After 10 days, the amplification will increase tenfold, and after 100 days, it will reach 20-fold. Plus, I can continue to accelerate their reproduction rate, boosting the numbers of my insectoid army. Right, how foolish of me, I almost took the wrong path. There was no need for me to previously evolve the blade bugs and shield bug mothers, it wasted tens of thousands of consumption points. The tiger beetle mother was necessary, as I needed a high racial value insect beast to serve as the main commander. Because Su Ming understood even with a 100-fold enhancement, the difference in strength between low-level beasts and lord-level ones couldn't be bridged by mere amplification multipliers, unless their numbers reached a terrifyingly massive scale. But by that time, if I possessed a high-stat insect beast, I wouldn't need numerical superiority to crush the opponent's high-stat tamed beasts. As for those so-called dragons, they'll merely become food for my Zerg army. Soon, Su Ming had nearly exhausted all his allocated resource points. After calculations, 3 brood mothers could produce approximately 200 insect beasts per day. Among them were 144 blade bugs, 60 shield bugs, and 1 aberrant armored bug. Having addressed the issue of his strength progression for the foreseeable future, Su Ming decided it was time to relax. After taking a shower, he grabbed his laptop and sat on the bed. He opened the browser and typed in 4 great institutions. Soon, the information about the 4 major academies appeared before his eyes. A quick search revealed a startling fact. Nearly 70% of Grandmaster-level Beastmasters in Daxia now originate from these 4 academies. The 4 major academies are the Daxia Beastmaster Academy in the Imperial Capital, the Haidu Beastmaster Academy in Haidu Province, the Daxia Military Academy in Zhongzhou Province, and the Polar Beastmaster Academy in the Northern Province. Among them, the Daxia Beastmaster Academy is primarily attended by students with government connections or from prominent aristocratic families, making it the strongest of the 4 academies. Haidu Beast Taming Academy boasts the most substantial financial backing, making it the top choice for both aristocratic youths and gifted commoner students. Daxia Military Academy, with its strong armed forces background, offers the most practical training opportunities among the 4 major academies during university studies, often as compulsory courses. The Polar Beast Taming Academy primarily caters to the 5 vast northern provinces. Most students contracted beasts here specialize in water and ice attributes. Considering this, the Polar Academy among the 4 seems unnecessary for me. The other 3 are quite decent options. As for how to choose, just like Mayor Luo said, I'll decide based on what benefits each offers me. After browsing for a while longer, Su Ming turned off the computer and waited for the 4 major academies to come recruiting him. While things had settled down for Su Ming, the admissions offices of various schools preparing for recruitment simultaneously received transcripts from all across Great Xia the moment the national exams concluded. Great Xia comprised 2 capital cities and 13 provinces, with tens of millions of students participating in the national exams each year. The number of universities in Great Xia was exceptionally large, with basically every base city having at least 1 university, sometimes even multiple. Cities like Linhai, which lack a beast taming university, are extremely rare exceptions. The number of schools ensures every beast tamer has an academy platform to continue their cultivation. However, each institution must compete independently to secure the quality of its students. Especially among the 4 great academies, the competition for top-tier talent grows particularly fierce. The top 3,000 candidates from each province are their recruitment targets. For the top 100, their admissions offices will personally extend invitations. But only the top 10 will trigger fierce competition, with institutions presenting special enrollment terms, their admissions officers personally visiting the Beastmasters to sign admission contracts. Chapter 22, The 4 Great Academies Arrive Together, Su Yuhan's Loneliness. After the major exams concluded, the busiest individuals were undoubtedly the principal and teachers of Qingxin Beast Tamer High School. As the high school attended by the province's top scorer, Principal Yang Jing received interview requests from television stations across the province almost daily. To address this, Yang Jing even held a special press conference to respond to the inquiries from numerous reporters. Principal Yang, we've heard rumors that Su Ming's beast companion is the lowest tier Zerg-type beast. Is this rumor true? It's true. Yang Jing nodded with utmost seriousness. However, the term lowest level used by our reporter friend here isn't accurate. In the world of beast masters, there are no inferior beasts, only beast masters who don't know how to command them. As Yang Jing's words fell, a wave of applause erupted from the audience. Qingxin Beastmaster Hai has achieved remarkable results this year. Besides Su Ming being the top scorer in our Haidu province, I've heard there's also a female student who contracted a sub-dragon species. Yes, her name is Su Yuhan, and she's also achieved excellent results. Principal Yang, I wonder if you could invite Su Ming to come and say a few words for us. In response to the reporter's request, Yang Jing smiled slightly and said, Su Ming is currently quite busy and unavailable for the time being. May I ask, Principal, if Su Ming has any preferences regarding the colleges? Which of the 4 great colleges will he choose to attend? Will he choose our Haida Beast Tamer Academy? I'm afraid I can't answer that for you. The decision lies with Su Ming himself, and I haven't received any news from the admissions offices of the 4 great colleges yet. As soon as the words fell, Yang Jing's secretary stepped onto the stage and whispered a few words to him. Instantly, Yang Jing's expression changed. He then turned to the group of reporters and said, Friends from the press, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Our school's vice principal will take over the hosting duties, and you may also speak with Mr. Li, Su Ming's homeroom teacher. Having said that, Yang Jing hurriedly walked out. As he walked, he confirmed again, the admission officers from the 4 major academies came together? Yes, Principal. They're already in the conference room. They're here for Su Ming and hope you could help facilitate the connection. Yang Jing nodded and took out his phone to call Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming was resting at home, enjoying the rare moment of leisure. The phone rang, and seeing it was the principal calling, Su Ming immediately answered. Hello, Principal. Su Ming, the admissions officers from the 4 great academies have arrived at the school. Would you like to meet them and see what conditions they offer you? All right. When it came to the people from the 4 great academies, Su Ming responded very straightforwardly. I called out to my parents who were still busy in the kitchen. Mom, Dad, I'm heading to school. The principal said people from the 4 great academies have arrived. I'm going to see what enrollment conditions they offer me. That's our good son. Whatever choice you make, we'll support you. In the school conference room, Yang Jing had just pushed open the door when he saw 4 people seated in 4 separate directions. Seeing Yang Jing arrive, they immediately stood up. Principal Yang, forgive our sudden visit. Yang Jing smiled slightly and said, Not at all, not at all. You're here about Su Ming, I presume? I just contacted him, and he should already be on his way and will arrive shortly. That's excellent news. Principal Yang, might we also trouble you to summon Su Yuhan from your esteemed institution? Although her scores didn't make the top 100, all 4 of our academies are quite interested in this beast master who managed to contract a dragon beast. Yang Jing immediately responded, No problem. I'll have someone notify Su Yuhan to come to the school right away. After arranging the notification, Yang Jing returned to the conference room. A man in military uniform stood up and said, Hello, Principal Yang. I'm a teacher from the Great Xiao War College. My name is Su Jinj. Hello, Principal Yang. I'm from the Polar Beast Taming Academy. My name is Lung Yu. Hello, Principal Yang. I am Zhang Yang from Haidu Monster Taming Academy. Principal Yang, hello. I'm from the Great Xia Academy of Beast Mastery. My name is Zhou Wu. Hello, teachers, Yang Jing greeted warmly, shaking hands with each of them before the 5 finally took their seats. At that moment, Zhou Wu from the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy turned to Yang Jing and asked, Principal Yang, before Su Ming arrives, the few of us would like to confirm, is he truly a dual-talented individual? Speaking of this, Yang Jing's face was brimming with pride. That's right, a true dual special talent. Moreover, Su Ming's beast space is extraordinary, exceptionally large. He's like a natural-born insect master. Upon hearing dual special talent, the teachers from the 4 prestigious academies instantly brightened up. Everyone, Su Ming is destined for Haidu. A dual special talent, how many years has it been since we last encountered one? And he's from Haidu to begin with, there's no way we'll let you steal him away. Zhang Yang's personality was as flamboyant as his name suggested, utterly unapologetic. Zhou Wu sneered at this moment, Zhang Yang, aren't you afraid of cutting your tongue with such big talk? Why would Su Ming choose your Haidu? In terms of resources, strength, or development prospects, which category can you possibly surpass us? Zhou Wu, I won't comment on the latter 2 arguments, but when it comes to resources, who has Haidu ever feared? The competition between Daxia Beast Taming Academy and Haidu Beast Taming Academy has always been fiercely intense every year. Their target admissions demographics overlap considerably, while the representatives from Daxia Military Academy and Polar Beast Taming Academy notably refrained from joining the heated debate between these 2. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the conference room door. The teachers from the 4 great academies immediately stood up, their eyes filled with urgency. The secretary hurriedly opened the door, and Su Yuhan, dressed in a light blue gown, walked in slowly. When the teachers from the 4 great academies saw it was Su Yuhan, they sat back down with evident disappointment. Esteemed teachers, this is our school's Su Yuhan. Her Beastmaster talent Dragon Speaker allows her to communicate with draconic beasts and reduces the difficulty of contracting them. Yang Jing immediately approached Su Yuhan to make the introduction. Hello honorable teachers, I'm Su Yuhan. Before the echo of her words faded, Su Ming's figure appeared at the doorway. Principal, is this the place? Upon seeing the visitor, the admission tutors from the 4 major academies stood up once more. Yang Jing immediately said to Su Yuhan upon seeing Su Ming arrive, Yuhan, please take a seat over there for now. All right. A fleeting trace of loneliness flashed through Su Yuhan's eyes, but she showed no outward expression in order to seize the early admission opportunity to the 4 prestigious academies. Su Ming was brought over by Yang Jing and immediately introduced. Su Ming, this is Mr. Zhang Yang from Haidu Beast Taming Academy. This is Ms. Leng Yu from Polar Region Beast Taming Academy. And this is. After the round of introductions, Su Ming also clarified the identities of the 4 individuals. He promptly said, hello to all the teachers. Now that student Su Ming has arrived, shall we begin? Zhang Yang inquired, looking at the other 3. Seeing no objections, Zhang Yang continued to address Su Ming. Student Su Ming, the 4 of us represent the 4 most prestigious academies of Great Xia, each with formidable strength. We hope you will choose to join any one of them. The decision is yours to make. Chapter 23, Confirmed. Great Xia Military Academy. Student Su Ming, I have a few more questions for you, if you don't mind. At this moment, Zhou Wu raised his hand and looked at Su Ming as he spoke. Of course, please go ahead. Su Ming nodded in response. We've just confirmed with Principal Yang that you're a dual-talented individual. Based on our current understanding, does this mean you'll only be contracting Zerg-type beast companions in the future? That's correct. Professor Zhou, are you suggesting there might be some issues with Zerg-type beast companions? For others it might be problematic, but for a student like you, Su Ming, there shouldn't be any significant concerns. Yang Jing got straight to the point. Esteemed representatives of the 4 great institutes, Su Ming might not be very familiar with your institutions yet. We're all veterans here. Whichever institute can offer Su Ming the best developmental prospects will naturally secure his enrollment. President Yang cuts to the chase. Then let our Polar Beast Taming Institute begin first. Leng Yu turned her gaze to Su Ming. Student Su Ming, are you acquainted with our Polar Beast Taming Institute? I know a little. Your institute mainly serves the northern province and specializes in water and ice attribute beast taming, is that correct? A glimmer of approval flashed in Leng Yu's eyes as she nodded and said, that's correct. However, this applies only to the majority. For exceptional talents like you, our Polar Beast Taming Academy is eager to recruit. We possess the largest beast taming base in the nation, and our academy has no shortage of Zerg-type tamed beasts that you require. If you join us, we guarantee that your assigned mentor will be at least King tier in strength. Furthermore, if you confirm your enrollment, the Polar Academy will allocate a tamed beast with a racial value reaching Lord tier to you. Upon enrollment, you'll receive a premium bloodline purification agent. During your time at the academy, your annual stipend will be 3 million, with a one-time enrollment grant of 10 million, plus the highest tier annual resource allocation. The premium bloodline purification agent can purify your tamed beast's bloodline by at least 3%. After Leng Yu finished speaking, Zhou Wu from the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy couldn't hide his surprise. I didn't expect the Polar Academy to offer a Lord tier tamed beast slot this year. You're really going all out. Student Su Ming is worth it. May I ask what resources your esteemed institution is offering? Leng Yu turned to Zhou Wu with a hint of challenge in her eyes. Zhou Wu smiled faintly, stood up, and addressed Su Ming. Student Su Ming, the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy is the strongest institution in Great Xia. I have the confidence to say this even in the presence of these 3 representatives. Our academy boasts the most comprehensive training system, the most extensive selection of dungeons, and the most powerful faculty, with 23 King-tier instructors ranking first in the nation. If you agree to join us, we likewise guarantee a King-tier mentor and, like the Polar Academy, a Lord-tier tamed beast. Upon enrollment, you'll receive 3 premium bloodline purification agents. Your annual stipend will be 3 million, with a one-time enrollment grant of 13 million, plus the highest tier annual resource allocation. Heh, Zhou Wu thought you were brewing up something grand. Never imagined you'd drop a massive turd instead. Zhang Yang stood up and looked at Su Ming, saying, Su Ming, whatever Haidu Beast Taming Academy can offer, we have a 2+ things they don't. The cultivation resources they provide, we can match. For enrollment, we'll gift you 4 vials of Supreme Bloodline Purification Serum. On top of that, we offer an annual stipend of 5 million, a one-time enrollment bonus of 20 million, and the highest tier resource subsidies every year. Financially, Su Ming wasn't exactly short on a few million. The city government's subsidy alone had already given him 50 million. At that moment, the instructor from Daxia Military Academy rose and said, Su Ming, Daxia Military Academy can't promise as much as Haidu. The best we can offer is terms on par with Polar Beast Taming Academy, though we can provide 3 vials of Supreme Bloodline Purification Serum. By joining Daxia Military Academy, you'll be commissioned as a major upon enrollment. Moreover, as an insect tamer, you should know our academy houses a king-rank beast tamer who owns a royal bloodline insect beast, the highest known racial value of its kind. And this insect beast is fertile. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ming's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Of course, he could use evolution points to enhance his own beast companions, but if he could directly contract a royal tier insectoid beast, Imagine how many evolution points he could save. Those leftover points could then be used to accelerate breeding rates. Old Su, don't take advantage of Su Ming just because he's new to being a beast master. The difficulty of breeding a king-class beast is extremely high, and why would anyone just give one to Su Ming? I also know who you're talking about, carefree King Qi Shantian. That guy's temper is notoriously stubborn. Even if Su Ming wants to apprentice under him, there's no guarantee he'd take him in. Zhang Yang stood up, bluntly shutting down Su Jin's words. In response, Su Jin didn't beat around the bush either. Su Ming, opportunity and risk go hand in hand. The temptation of a king-class beast, it all depends on whether you have the guts for it. Meeting Su Jin's gaze, Su Ming's lips curled slightly at the corners. The other three also sensed that things seemed to be heading in an unsettling direction. He immediately urged Su Ming to get up. Su Ming, we have insect beasts here too. Even if you really become Qi Xuantian's disciple, there's no telling when he'd give you a king-class beast. Breeding and cultivating king-class beasts is extremely difficult. That's right, Su Ming. Don't let Su Jin lure you away. Don't fall for it. But at this moment, Su Ming could no longer hear their words. Who could resist the hesitation of a king-class beast tamer? Alright, I choose Daxia Military Academy. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Su Jin immediately rushed to his side. A pre-prepared contract was promptly handed over. However, Su Ming wasn't in a hurry to sign. Instead, he stood up and addressed the other three. I appreciate the other academy's interest, but I'm truly drawn to this king-class tamed beast. There are certainly risks, yet I still wish to take this chance. Hearing Su Ming's words, the three who had intended to persuade him could only abandon their efforts. None of them had anticipated that the Great Xia Military Academy would pull such a move. They were caught completely off guard. After signing the contract, Su Jin finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Su Ming, welcome to Daxia Military Academy as a new soldier. Thank you. May I ask when the term begins? A week later, we'll complete admissions within the week, and the school will arrange a fighter jet to pick you up. Oh, okay. The other three exchanged glances, suddenly remembering Su Yuhan, who was still in the meeting room. He immediately turned to Su Yuhan and said, Classmate Su Yuhan, I wonder if you'd be interested in joining Haidu? Haidu can offer you an annual stipend of 2 million, and upon enrollment, you'll receive an intermediate bloodline purification serum that can refine your lineage by at least 1% or more. Classmate Su Yuhan, your contracted beast is an Icewing Dragon, which makes you exceptionally suited for our Polar Beast Academy. Moreover, our academy's instructors have exactly what you need. As Su Yuhan listened to their offer, the difference between their conditions and Su Ming's was like comparing heaven and earth. Glancing at Su Ming nearby, a wave of disappointment instantly washed over her. Chapter 24, Departure. Arrival at Daxia Military Academy. Back home, Su Ming found his parents still waiting to have dinner with him. A wave of warmth instantly washed over him. Son, you're back. Go wash your hands and eat. Okay, Mom. The dishes on the table were all his favorites. The moment he sat down, his father couldn't help but ask, So, son, have you decided which school you're going to? Yeah, it's decided, Great Xia Military Academy. Military government? Instantly, Mom and Dad abruptly froze in their tracks. Su Ming naturally understood their concerns and reassured them, Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I know the military academy might involve more frequent and dangerous battles compared to the other institution, but that's precisely why I chose it. And after I leave for the academy, you should move to Tianfuipin as soon as possible, it's safer there. You rascal, you're not even gone yet and already worrying about us? Don't worry, I'll protect your mom. Su Ming turned to look at his mother, clearly sensing her low spirits, but this was only to be expected. Over the next few days, Su Ming didn't slack off, visiting the dungeon center almost daily to train. Yet as they say, fame brings trouble. His growing reputation meant he was constantly being followed wherever he went. According to his mother, some people had even started coming forward with marriage proposals recently. Within a week, Su Ming's level had risen from 15 to 17. Clearly, he was climbing higher and higher. The speed of leveling up was becoming increasingly slower. This was mainly because the experience required for leveling up was growing substantially. During this period, Su Ming also heard that Su Yuhan had ultimately chosen to attend the Polar Beast Taming Academy. It was said the academy had promised to assign her a mentor who had also contracted an ice-attribute dragon beast. The seventh day was when the military arranged for an aircraft to pick them up. Su Ming had prepared his luggage early and headed to the airport accompanied by his parents. A massive transport plane slowly descended upon Linhai City Airport. Such an enormous transport aircraft could only be mobilized by the military. Since his parents couldn't accompany him, Su Ming had to take the shuttle bus alone to the transport plane's location. Hello, are you Su Ming? I am Su Ming. Please board the plane. You're the only one from Linhai. Su Ming nodded and glanced back toward the distant waiting lounge where his parents' figures still stood. Are there other people to pick up elsewhere? Su Ming turned his head and asked. No need. We're responsible for transporting all students from Haidu province. Linhai is the last stop. Oh, Got it. Thank you. Upon entering the cabin, Su Ming saw other Beastmasters heading to the military academy just like himself. While searching for a spot, Su Ming suddenly heard someone call his name. Hey bro, over here. Su Ming saw the person waving at him, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. Upon closer look, wasn't this the very person who had been trapped inside the protective sphere in Zone 1 during the exam and couldn't get out? Are you from Huatian Beast Taming High School, Yu Menghai? Yu Menghai sheepishly scratched his head and laughed. I never expected that the person I ran into back then was actually our provincial top scorer. The top scorer from Linhai was already a household name by now. The moment Su Ming stepped onto the plane, all eyes were on him. After sitting down, Su Ming couldn't help asking with confusion, you actually managed to get into one of the 4 great academies? Weren't you trapped several hours before the exam ended? Yeah, really bad luck. My ranking was over 1,300 in the province. But fortunately, my old man used to be from the military academy too, so he pulled some strings. Su Ming nodded with a smile. Connections were always useful, no matter where you were. But entering the military academy definitely wasn't something that could be achieved just by pulling some strings. The power of Yu Menghai's family must be extraordinary. The transport plane moved quickly, landing approximately 6 hours later. Everyone curiously peered out through the round windows beside them. Su Ming was no exception. Beyond the airport, towering buildings stretched straight into the clouds. A voice echoed through the transport aircraft at this moment. To all freshmen of Daxia Military Academy, welcome to our institution. We hope every Beastmaster can achieve great learning here. The demonic creatures have not been eradicated yet. Keep striving, fellow Beastmasters. This flight has now concluded. Please disembark in an orderly manner when the cabin door opens. The Academy has arranged vehicles to transport everyone to the main campus. As the cabin door slowly opened, all passengers began queuing up in orderly fashion to exit the aircraft. Just as he stepped out, he saw several buses lined up in an orderly fashion with staff ready to receive them. The number of recruits from Haidu for the military academy wasn't particularly large. Su Ming counted them on the plane, including himself. There were only 133. The buses passed by various school buildings along the way before finally arriving at the main campus. Beside him, Yu Menghai nudged him lightly. Su Ming, do you know anyone at the military headquarters? No, why do you ask? Su Ming shook his head with a puzzled expression. Then why did that person come looking for you? Pointing at a middle-aged man not far away, Yu Menghai indicated a signboard bearing the name Su Ming. Su Ming couldn't recall any memory associated with the man before him. After getting out of the car, Su Ming and Yu Menghai approached the man. Hello, were you looking for me? Su Ming asked the man in front of him. The man was exceptionally handsome, though somewhat unkempt in appearance. Qi Xiantian slowly raised his head and looked at Su Ming, asking, Are you Su Ming? Yes, that's right, I'm Su Ming, the top scholar from Haidu province? Su Ming nodded, becoming even more puzzled about who the man before him was. Having received Su Ming's answer, the man nodded and casually tossed the plaque into the trash bin. Come with me. Faced with the man's words, Su Ming was utterly bewildered. Senior, I don't know you. What business do you have with me? Qi Xiantian turned his head in confusion and looked at Su Ming, saying, I am your mentor. Didn't you come to the military academy to become my disciple? Become your disciple? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly felt as if an electric current had jolted through his brain. Remembering something, he exclaimed in delight, You are that carefree king. A monarch-level beastmaster possesses their own distinguished title, symbolizing their status and identity. Well, now you can come with me. Qi Xiantian nodded and inquired, But I haven't even enrolled in the academy yet. Leave that matter to the responsible personnel. Since you've arrived at the military prefecture, you should start preparing for cultivation training. Su Ming was dumbfounded. Was cultivation something that needed to be rushed like this? But since he also wanted to become this carefree king's disciple, he decided not to dwell on it further. He turned to Yu Menghai and said, Old Yu, I'll go with my mentor first. Let's stay in touch by phone if anything comes up. Oh, I see. Yu Menghai was also stunned by what was happening before his eyes. As Su Ming followed Qi Xiantian into the distance, watching his retreating figure, someone couldn't help but remark, Is this the perk of being the top scholar? Assigned a royal tier mentor right after enrollment. Chapter 25, starting at full intensity. The demon-suppressing tower. You must have many questions for me. Why stay silent? Qi Xiantian was the first to speak up. Su Ming smiled wryly and said, Teacher, I have too many questions. I don't even know where to start. Then let me introduce myself first. My name is Qi Xiantian, also known as the carefree king you mentioned. True to my title, my personality is quite unrestrained. Just like today, when I received the news, I decided I would take you as my student. So rather than waiting for you to find me, I thought it simpler to come directly to you and skip all the intermediate steps. Hearing his teacher's words, Su Ming was utterly astonished. Then Su Ming asked, Teacher, if you take me away directly, what about my future classes? I don't even have a student ID yet. I've already arranged for someone to get that for you. As for your courses, since I'm your mentor, whatever classes I assign you are what you'll take. Ha, aren't there any courses with dozens of students attending together? At this moment, Qi Xiantian suddenly stopped walking. Turning back to look at Su Ming, he said, Su Ming, you need to remember you came to this academy to become stronger, not for a vacation. What's the point of sitting in classes with dozens of people? I see. So, teacher, I heard our academy uses a points-based system. How exactly does that work? Qi Xiantian nodded and said, this is indeed quite important. Points serve as your currency within the school. Money isn't very useful here. To earn points, you can hunt fierce beasts, complete missions issued by the academy, and so on. These points can be exchanged for the school's resources. Oh, I see. Su Ming nodded in understanding. Qi Xiantian continued, actually, besides getting familiar with the point system at school, you don't need to bother with much else. Your only task is to complete the courses I assign you on time, that's it. Soon, the two arrived before an ornate building. The two colossal stone elephants at the entrance were particularly magnificent. Su Ming looked up and saw 4 large characters clearly inscribed at the top of the domed structure, Mission Hall. Professor, why have we come here? Claim a mission. The two entered the mission center, which was bustling with people. The teacher led Su Ming directly to a machine. I need to claim a demon-suppressing tower mission. Understood. Please enter your student ID. Qi Xiantian turned his head to look at Su Ming. What's your student ID number? Teacher, I just got here so I don't know yet. Qi Xiantian suddenly understood and immediately made a phone call. Hey, what's Su Ming's student ID number? 95300*******. Alright, hurry up and finish this. I'll take Su Ming for a trial run in the demon-suppressing tower first. After entering the student ID, the machine instantly emitted a voice. Congratulations, Su Ming. You have successfully accepted the demon-suppressing tower mission. Mission completion points will be synchronized to your account in real time. Wishing you a successful mission. Alright, let's go. Exiting the mission center, Qi Xiantian continued to advise Su Ming. Su Ming, from now on, whatever you plan to do, first check to see if there's a mission related to it. If you can complete a mission along the way, you'll earn some points. Once your senior brother finishes handling your enrollment, you'll be able to accept missions online without having to come to the mission center. Teacher, what is this demon-suppressing tower mission? Su Ming asked curiously. A dungeon is a place to test a student's overall abilities. The higher you climb in this mission, the more points you'll earn. Su Ming nodded and said, Teacher, you're testing me, aren't you? Wanting to see what I'm capable of? Not too dim after all. I am, after all, a king-level beast tamer. Although you're the provincial top scorer, whether you're a real champion or just a show pony will be proven once you've taken a turn in the demon-subduing tower. Soon, under Qi Xiantian's guidance, Su Ming arrived at the dungeon center. The replica center of Great Xia Military Academy was enormous, with Linhai City's replica center having only 10 passages. Yet there were easily over 100 here. Su Ming, the demon-suppressing tower adjusts its difficulty based on the cultivator's age. You've just turned 18, so your difficulty level will match that of an 18-year-old. Teacher, doesn't the demon-suppressing tower's difficulty increase with each ascending floor? Sure, just pick any gateway. You've already claimed your mission. Enter your student ID and the dungeon portal will automatically open to send you where you need to go. Su Ming nodded without hesitation. He randomly selected a passageway, entered the student ID his teacher had just given him, and stepped inside without looking back. Qi Xiantian glanced around, then found an isolated spot to sit down. Directly opposite him were the real-time monitoring screens displaying data from the demon-suppressing pagoda dungeon hub. Su Ming's name hadn't been officially registered yet, only his student ID was displayed. 95300*******, age, 18, level, 0. Young man, let me see what kind of natural insect master they claim you to be. After a familiar wave of dizziness, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. A notification suddenly rang in my ears. Number 1213895527. Welcome to the demon-suppressing tower. Would you like to begin the trial? Yes. As soon as the voice faded, rustling sounds came from the grass ahead. The next second, a giant-eared rabbit leaped out from the grass. Level 1 giant-eared rabbit? Su Ming froze for a moment, but immediately summoned his Zerg beast to instantly kill it. Challenge succeeded. Please proceed to the second floor. A glowing circle appeared before his eyes. After stepping onto it, Su Ming swiftly vanished from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in the middle of a grassy field. At that moment, a sand scorpion crawled out from the desert. A level 1 sand scorpion. For an 18-year-old's difficulty level, the early stages were way too easy. Su Ming felt little difficulty, clearing up to the 30th level in just 10 minutes. The ferocious beasts' levels had now reached 10, and their racial values had also advanced to intermediate tier. However, Su Ming realized defeating these beasts didn't grant experience or consume points. Clearly these creatures were illusions. This demon-suppressing tower existed as a risk-free testing ground for tamers to demonstrate their true capabilities. Not bad, I can test my abilities without risking my life. Such a great dungeon, yet a small city like Linhai didn't even import it. Su Ming sighed and resumed his journey of speed-clearing dungeon floors. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon center, a handsome figure entered, instantly catching the attention of several female trainees. The boy carrying a bag of items walked straight to Qi Xuantian's side and sat down. Teacher, everything for our junior brother is settled. Good. Qi Xuantian nodded slightly. The boy continued asking, Teacher, which level has our junior brother reached now? 10 minutes to clear 30 floors, same pace as last year. Wang Zhuoxing smiled faintly and said, Teacher, the early stages at age 18 were never challenging. Real strength only shows after floor 50. Chapter 26, Demon Suppressing Tower Floor 91, the youngest record. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's progress soared past floor 50. The current difficulty requires Su Ming to face level 15 transcendent grade ferocious beasts. However, Su Ming is now vastly more powerful than he was during the academy entrance exams. Along with rising levels, his Zerg army has now exceeded 1,500 units, with 7 heteromorphic armor bugs among them. His combat power amplification multiplier has also reached 10x. Plus, with my level now having broken through to 17, facing this level 15 transcendent grade beast was an instant kill. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming directly broke through to the 60th floor. Watching this scene unfold before him, Qi Xuantian couldn't help but laugh. 60 floors in half an hour, how long did it take you back in the day? 1.5. Wang Zhuoxing scratched his head sheepishly. Confused, he asked, That can't be right. The beasts on the 50th floor are level 15 with transcendent tier racial values. How could junior brother be this fast? Seeing Wang Zhuoxing's bewildered and perplexed expression, Qi Xuantian shook his head and said, Did I ever mention your junior brother's level to you? Seems like there isn't. Little junior, what level are you at now? Wang Zhuoxing immediately inquired. Level 17. Hiss. Wang Zhuoxing instantly gasped in shock, finding it hard to believe, and sought to confirm the answer by saying, No way, I was only level 15 at this time back then. How did he manage that? That's what you call a gap. Your junior brother is the provincial top scorer, and what's more, the top scorer of Haidu province. Hearing Qi Xuantian say this, Wang Zhuoxing suddenly had a revelation. You're right, my junior brother is the top scorer, so it's only natural he's better than me. However, when Su Ming reached the 60th floor, his speed still showed no signs of slowing down. In the blink of an eye, he had already broken through to the 70th floor. By reaching the 70th floor, Su Ming's information immediately soared to the top of the central demon-suppressing tower dungeon record board in the copy. This drew a crowd of onlookers. Who is this person with no name, just a student ID? He rushed to the 70th floor in less than an hour. This student ID looks like it belongs to a freshman, probably hasn't even been registered in the system yet. Yet here they are barging into the demon-suppressing tower with just an ID number. That's some serious guts. His speed is incredible, he's already on the 73rd floor. What level is a 73 layer at age 18? Does anyone know? Level 18 Transcendent Grade Ferocious Beast. The crowd began analyzing Su Ming's results. A freshman actually defeated a level 18 Transcendent Beast? That's gotta be a joke. What kind of monster is this? Many were astonished, yet they believed these results. Because this scoreboard had never been wrong before, and while defeating a level 18 Transcendent Beast was difficult, it didn't mean it was impossible for someone to achieve. Su Ming's pace gradually slowed down, but he continued steadily advancing toward higher floors. Even Wang Zhuoxing, sitting beside Qi Xuantian, became visibly excited. Teacher, junior brother is truly unstoppable, he's already reached the 83rd floor. More than 2 hours later, Su Ming had successfully reached the 83rd floor. By then, the commotion had drawn the attention of many in the dungeon center. Many people are speculating about Su Ming's identity. However, currently, Su Ming's academic record only displays a student ID number without any other information. Only the school administration has the authority to trace Su Ming through his student ID number. Could this be a record-breaking performance? Probably not. Inside the demon-suppressing tower, Su Ming gazed at the freshly spawned beasts and began to feel the mounting pressure. As he observed the creatures before him, streams of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Inferno Ape. Level, 19. Species value, Transcendent. The exotic armored insect, as a transcendent level beast, possesses excellent attack and defense capabilities. With the enhancement from his innate talent, although facing this level 19 blazing ape was challenging, Su Ming managed to defeat it without spending too much time. The trial should be ending soon, Su Ming thought to himself. Upon entering the next layer, the beasts remained at level 19, and their racial tier was still transcendent. But this time, the combat power of the ferocious beasts was even stronger than last time's. Name, Rock Drake. Level, 19. Species value, transcendent. Without exception, all ferocious beasts with dragon bloodline were of transcendent grade. Su Ming had never heard of anyone contracting with a true dragon, but he estimated that the true dragon's racial value must have reached divine grade to achieve such a feat. A level 19 still doesn't put pressure on Ming Kill. What Su Ming didn't know was that with every floor he advanced, the crowd watching outside was shocked yet again. Just where is this freshman's limit? It's absolutely absurd. It's definitely top scholar material. Check how many top scholars we recruited this year, and we'll probably know who it is. That's right, hurry up and check. Watching the lively scene before him, Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, you just wanted to test our junior brother's abilities, never expecting it would cause such a commotion. Qi Xiantian remained perfectly calm. This level of strength is precisely what matches what they told me about him. Teacher, is your golden horn demon worm about to reproduce soon? Qi Xiantian shook his head and said, how could that be? Breeding monarch-level beasts is extremely difficult. Besides, even if I let your junior brother contract a monarch-level beast now, he wouldn't be able to handle it. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Su Ming looked at his now combat-incapable swarm of Zerg and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. At this moment, the initial voice sounded in his ears once again. Congratulations, contestant number 1213895527. You have reached the 91st floor. We look forward to your next challenge. Immediately afterward, a teleportation circle for departure appeared. Su Ming promptly stepped onto it. At the same time, many people at the dungeon center had surrounded the exit. Everyone wanted to see who this freshman was that had caused such a commotion. At the dungeon exit, Su Ming's figure appeared, and the crowd burst into cheers at that moment. Someone rushed right up to Su Ming and asked, "Classmate, are you a new student this year?" Su Ming was momentarily stunned by this sudden encounter. The person continued, "Was it you who just challenged the demon subduing pagoda?" Su Ming nodded in response, and instantly everyone around them erupted in cheers. "What are you all doing?" Su Ming asked in confusion. "Junior, do you know how many floors you just reached? 91 floors? Is that strange?" Su Ming froze. For an 18-year-old with his strength, reaching the 91st floor shouldn't have been particularly difficult. The other person laughed and said, "But you're a freshman. You've only been cultivating for a few days, and you've already broken our school's all-time record for freshmen entering the demon suppressing tower." Su Ming didn't feel particularly impressed by this record. He needed to hurry and find his teacher. "This isn't really a big deal. Please step aside. I have things to attend to." Chapter 27. The teacher's second identity, a king-class cultivator. Su Ming walked through the crowd and headed straight for his teacher's seat. "Teacher, I only made it to the 91st floor. After that, I just couldn't advance any further," Su Ming said with a bitter smile. "Little junior brother, your results are quite impressive. Keep in mind you've only just enrolled." Wang Zhuoxing stood to the side and immediately began praising Su Ming. Looking at the young man before him, his looks were almost excessively handsome. Considering everything, in terms of appearance, probably only the readers of this book and Andy Lau could surpass him. "Su Ming, this is your senior, Wang Zhuoxing. He's currently a sophomore." Qi Xiantian also promptly introduced Wang Zhuoxing. "Hello there, little junior. First meeting and you've already given me quite a shock. When I was your age, I only made it to the 80th floor." Wang Zhuoxing didn't withhold his praise in the slightest, and Su Ming also had a very good first impression of this exceptionally cheerful senior brother. Qi Xiantian then spoke up, "Let's go. There are too many people here. This isn't the place for conversation." The three of them walked out of the dungeon center together. Many onlookers watching the three immediately understood. So they're newly accepted students of the Carefree King. That Carefree King never changes. Last year when he took in Wang Zhuoxing, he also brought him straight to the dungeon center to challenge the demon suppressing tower and test his abilities. The Carefree King's strength places him among the very strongest of the royal tier experts in our military command. When the old master accepts students, he naturally only selects the best. I'm genuinely curious about which new student this is. Within the sprawling estate of Xiaoya Manor, covering over 3,000 square meters, this was the standard residential accommodation on campus exclusively reserved for beastmasters of king rank. The trio seated themselves in the gazebo outside the residence. Qi Xiantian then said, "Su Ming, judging from your performance in the demon suppressing tower today, they weren't exaggerating about your skills. Among all the freshmen nationwide this year, your strength truly places you within the top 3. Wow, top 3. Teacher, you're rating our junior quite highly. Back in my year, you only ranked me in the top 50. Wang Zhuoxing immediately put on an unconvinced expression. But Li Jun was a chatterbox from the moment Su Ming met him, his senior brother a walking source of endless amusement. "Hurry up and give what you received to your junior brother." Oh, I almost forgot. Wang Zhuoxing then handed Su Ming several documents enclosed in a transparent bag. He explained, "Junior brother, inside are your student ID, dormitory keycard, and a student handbook. The dorm is number 71 in Area A. I picked it especially for you. When I went to register for you, the person in charge mentioned that the rewards promised by the school are now ready to be claimed. For the tamed beast and the bloodline purification serum, you'll need to go to the treasury in person." "Okay, thanks senior brother." Su Ming nodded. A monarch-level tamed beast, he truly had never contracted one before. With his current level still below 20, attempting to contract a high racial value beast would be challenging, and the success rate probably wasn't high. "Su Ming, since you've chosen me as your mentor, I'll dedicate myself to guiding you from here on out." "Thank you, teacher." Su Ming immediately replied respectfully upon hearing this. Qi Shantian smiled faintly. "I know that a significant reason you chose me is because I possess the only king-class insect-type familiar in all of Great Xia, the golden horn demon insect." Just as Su Ming was about to explain, Qi Shantian stopped him. "No need for formalities. For us beast masters, the measure of strength lies in our familiars. While the talent and rank of the beast master are indeed important to a familiar's power, what every beastmaster truly yearns for is a formidable familiar in its own right, so it's perfectly natural for you to desire a familiar with exceptional racial values. Moreover, I firmly believe that if you possessed a king-class insect-type familiar, you could bring out its fullest potential." "Teacher, your praise is making me blush a little." Qi Shantian smiled faintly and said, "It's just that I don't have one right now, and I can't promise if I'll ever have one in the future. If my golden horn demon worm successfully breeds, then it will definitely be yours, but your teacher doesn't have one at the moment." "Teacher, even if you gave it to me now, I wouldn't be able to form a contract with it," Su Ming said with a wry smile. A king-level tamed beast sitting right before him, yet his current strength was insufficient to subdue it. That's certainly true, but since you've become my disciple, your teacher naturally ought to give you a welcoming gift." "Teacher, to be honest, having you as my mentor is already an honor for me." No sooner had Su Ming finished speaking than Wang Zhuoxing burst into laughter beside him. Su Ming looked at him in confusion. Wang Zhuoxing clutched his stomach while laughing. "Junior brother, I said the exact same words as you last year." Hearing this, Su Ming could only smile wryly in resignation. Qi Shantian also chuckled along at this moment. "Since we're master and disciple now, there's no need to stand on ceremony." With that, Qi Shantian said, "Summon your primary battle beast and let me have a look." Oh, okay. Su Ming focused his thoughts, and the mutated armored insect manifested before Qi Shantian. At the sight of the battle beast, even Qi Shantian was visibly startled. "Su Ming, is this your beast?" "Yes, my main fighter." Su Ming introduced it with considerable pride. Wang Zhuoxing had already approached the alien armored insect by this time. The armored insect's height had reached around 3 meters, its entire body pitch black and covered with extremely tough armor plating. Although it was a Zerg creature, its form bore some resemblance to humans. Qi Shantian examined the armored insect before him and said, "Su Ming, when your senior brother came earlier, I helped upgrade his beast companion from transcendent rank to lord rank. I provided the materials for it, while having him source any missing components himself. Leave this armored insect with me for a few days. I need to conduct some research first." Wang Zhuoxing proudly told Su Ming, "Little junior brother, our teacher happens to be one of the few king-rank beast masters in the entire nation." Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes immediately lit up. This was an exceedingly rare existence indeed. For a beast master's creature to evolve, besides bloodline, certain specific materials were also required. However, these items weren't readily available. Figuring out which materials were needed for which beast's evolution required dedicated research. Those engaged in this profession are referred to as beast cultivators. Every beast cultivator possesses exceptionally rich experience in taming beasts and an in-depth understanding of the effects of rare natural treasures. It could be said that a beast cultivator is essentially a walking encyclopedia on beast taming and resource knowledge. The fact that his teacher was a king-grade beast cultivator indicated that his mentor had successfully cultivated a beast whose racial potential had reached the monarch tier. This is a presence 100 times rarer than even a king-rank beast master. All beast masters hold this profession in the highest esteem. If I didn't have this system to assist with my evolutions, I'd also need to request the help of a cultivator to evolve my beasts. Looking at his teacher, Su Ming's eyes shone with admiration. "Teacher, you're absolutely legendary." Chapter 28. The teacher's reward and mission. Things are heating up. "Teacher, you're truly incredible. If my mutated armor insect gets evolved by the teacher to the lord level, the system will generate a queen that can produce lord-level insect beasts for me. This way, I'll be able to breed both the mutated armor insects and their evolved lord-level beast forms." Wang Zhuoxing burst into laughter. "Little junior brother, this is just one of our teacher's many abilities. Teacher, you've gained another little admirer." Qi Shantian turned his head and looked at Wang Zhuoxing. asking, "How much of the task I assign have you completed? What's your current school ranking? How many tasks have you finished?" Well, teacher, little junior brother, I just remembered I have some unfinished business to attend to. I gotta go now." Without waiting for Qi Shantian to respond, Wang Zhuoxing dashed out like a flash of smoke. Su Ming was stunned by the scene unfolding before him. He asked in confusion, "Teacher, what did you mean earlier regarding senior brother Wang?" Qi Shantian responded, "Su Ming, a teacher can only show you the door. Cultivation depends on oneself. As your mentor, my role is mainly to supervise and outline a cultivation plan for you. You must complete the corresponding tasks according to the requirements I set. Take your senior brother Wang as an example. He's now a sophomore, and his level has already surpassed 40. My expectation for him is to enter the top 10 of the Academy's Earth ranking before his sophomore graduation. Additionally, he must earn 5,000 mission contribution points each month." "So, teacher, does that mean I'll also have tasks?" Su Ming followed up. "Of course, based on your performance in the Demon Suppressing Tower, I have considered the tasks for your upcoming month. First, you must secure first place in the freshman tournament. This will bring you considerable resources. Second, you need to break into the top 200 of the Academy's human rankings. Third, by the end of the first month, you must accumulate 1,000 mission contribution points, excluding any points earned from the freshman tournament. Should you fall short on any of these 3 tasks, you must make up for it the following month. If you cannot compensate within that time, the deficit carries over month by month. If you fail to complete my assigned tasks for 6 consecutive months, it will prove you are unworthy of being my student." "Teacher, when will the freshman competition be held, and what's the prize for first place?" There was no doubt, from the 3 task requirements the teacher had given him, Su Ming could tell that his entire month had basically been scheduled to the brim. And the difficulty isn't low either. No wonder my senior apprentice brother immediately ran off without looking back when the teacher urged about the progress earlier. The freshman competition will be held 3 weeks from now and last for 3 days. As for the prizes, there are 3,000 contribution points and free access to 1 Class A resource. Class A resource? What is that? Su Ming asked in confusion. It's essentially a classification system for resources. The premium bloodline purifier you just received belongs to Class B resources. The higher the class, the more valuable it is. Su Ming nodded in sudden understanding, then asked, "Teacher, what were you saying earlier about the human rankings and seniors Earth rankings? Are they student rankings within the Academy?" "Indeed. To motivate students, the Academy has established 3 ranking tiers: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. The Heaven list accommodates 100 individuals, the Earth list 200, and the Mortal list 300. All listed students receive resource subsidies from the Academy. Of course, the Mortal list is only for Beastmasters below level 30, the Earth list requires levels 30 to 50, while the Heaven list has no upper limit." Qi Shantian explained clearly, but Su Ming was puzzled. "Professor, aside from us first years below level 30, are there really still others in the Academy under level 30? "Of course there are, numbering roughly around 200. My request is simple: you must defeat one of these seniors who have remained on the Mortal list." Hearing this, Su Ming's lips slowly curved into a faint smile. "I understand, Professor. I will accomplish it." "Right, as for the list of figures and how to claim tasks online, go ask your senior brother Wang about it." "Yes, teacher." Qi Shantian nodded and stood up, saying, "All right, I'll keep this battle beast here for now. I'll work on helping it evolve as soon as possible so it won't delay your participation in the freshman tournament. Go ahead and head back, get familiar with things, and contact me if anything comes up." "Okay, teacher." "Goodbye, teacher." Su Ming had barely left his teacher's residence when he was about to call his senior brother. Suddenly, he heard senior brother Wang's voice. "Little junior brother, little junior brother." Su Ming turned toward the sound and saw his senior brother hiding in a park, waving at him. Approaching and seeing his senior's suspicious expression, he asked, "Senior, what are you doing here? Didn't you go back already? I was waiting for you. The teacher didn't follow you out, did he?" Su Ming shook his head and said, "No. By the way, senior, I actually have something to ask you." Wang Zhuoxing smiled faintly and said, "I know. That's why I stayed behind to wait for you." "Senior brother, why are you afraid of the teacher? He's not that fierce." Wang Zhuoxing walked ahead and gestured for Su Ming to follow. As they walked, he said, "Little junior brother, if you complete your assignments on time, the teacher will seem gentle and kind. But if you don't, he'll look like the king of hell to you." "That terrifying? Huh? You'll understand once you've gone through it yourself." At this moment, Su Ming asked curiously, "Then how did you know, senior brother, that I'd come to you for help?" "Because when I arrived last year just like you, it was senior sister Luo who instructed me. This is our teacher's tradition. Next year when the teacher takes in new students, it'll be your turn to guide them." After explaining to Su Ming, Wang Zhuoxing continued asking, "What's the teacher's first month assignment for you?" Oh, it's about placing first in the freshman competition, entering the top 200 of the human ranking, and contributing 1,000 mission points. Hiss. Wang Zhuoxing immediately widened his eyes and took in a sharp breath. This also made Su Ming feel a faint sense of unease. Senior, please explain in detail. Among these 3 tasks of yours, earning 1,000 points might be the easiest to accomplish. As for placing first in the freshman competition, I can't say for sure, because from what I know now, our military academy has recruited 3 top-tier freshmen this year, including you. But the hardest by far is making it into the top 200 of the human ranking. That level of difficulty is truly brutal. Wang Zhuoxing finished speaking and added softly, "It's clear that the instructor has high expectations for you. Senior, why is entering the top 200 of the human ranking so difficult? Isn't the human ranking only open to those below level 30? I'm already level 17 now, and I should be able to break through to level 20 in a month. Those on the human ranking are all seasoned veterans." Chapter 29, Claiming Academy Rewards and Selecting Missions. Those who can still cling to the human rankings are all seasoned schemers. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head helplessly and explained, "Among the students of the 4 great academies, how many would actually take a full year without reaching level 30? Those deliberately stalling at level 30 without advancing are just aiming to claim the human rankings resources. That probably counts as exploiting loopholes. Yes, but that's indeed how it usually goes. Generally, they'll cling to the rookie rankings for 1 to 3 months before either leaving on their own accord or being defeated by freshmen like you. However, the first one always proves quite challenging." As he spoke, Wang Zhuoxing took out his phone. On the screen was an app from Daxia Military Academy, 2 green sabers flanking a tiger's head, the institution's official emblem. "Junior brother, I'll send you this app later. You'll be able to accept missions online, check your personal contribution points, purchase resources from the Academy's database, and view ranking lists." "Alright, thank you, senior brother." Su Ming nodded. At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing clicked open the human ranking leaderboard and scrolled to the bottom. Only 221 people remained on the human ranking now. Clearly the others had all surpassed level 30 and left. "Junior brother, if you want to break into the top 200 now, you'll at least need to defeat this person." With that, Wang Zhuoxing clicked on the person currently ranked 200th. Wang Zhuolin, level 30, Tamed Beast, Mighty Ape, racial value, Transcendent tier, Tamed Beast, Crimson Marsh Creature, racial value, Advanced tier. Wang Zhuoxing glanced at Su Ming and sighed, saying, "Basically, all of them now have 2 tamed beasts, with at least one having reached the Transcendent tier." Hearing his senior's words, Su Ming also felt considerable pressure from his opponents. The racial stats are secondary. The main issue is the level gap. It's just way too significant. There's another way to get you into the top 200. "Senior brother, whatever method you have, just say it, don't hold back," Su Ming pressed urgently. "Wait until the last day to see if anyone drops out. If the number falls below 200, you'll basically make it." Hearing this, Su Ming instantly deflated like a punctured ball. Helplessly, he muttered, "Senior brother, your suggestion is as good as saying nothing at all." Since there was no avoiding it, Su Ming could only steel himself and face it head on. "By the way, senior, how does this challenge work? Do I have to find them in person?" Su Ming continued to ask. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head and said, "There wouldn't be enough time for that. Everyone has missions to complete, and sometimes they're stuck in dungeons or out in the wild for long periods. You'd never find them. Then how do we fight?" That's where the all-combat platform developed by our great Xia comes in. You just need to challenge the combat recordings they leave behind. If you defeat their recorded copy, it counts as a success. And if you win, the data from your fight will be logged. So anyone challenging you later would fight against that recorded version. What if I get stronger, but still can't defeat anyone? What then? You can go back and record another battle footage to reset it. The senior's words left Su Ming puzzled as he asked, "Then in that case, would the data extracted from the video footage be as adaptable as the person themselves?" Noticing Su Ming's confusion, Wang Zhuoxing also laughed and said, "I had the same doubts at first, but once you use it, you'll understand, there's practically no difference." Su Ming nodded, now understanding the rules of this ranking and challenge system. Next, Wang Zhuoxing also taught Su Ming how to receive tasks online and how to use contribution points to exchange for resources from the school's database. "Junior brother, you just cleared the 91st floor of the demon suppressing tower, so some contribution points should have been awarded to you. You can check your account." Su Ming immediately opened the My Account section, where his remaining contribution points showed 900. Every 10 levels cleared gives 100 points, so 900 contribution points is just right. "So senior, if I go challenge it again, wouldn't I get another 900? That way I'll soon complete the teacher's mission?" Su Ming continued excitedly. "Of course not. After clearing it, the only way to earn more contribution points is by breaking through the 100th level or entering the 19-year-old age bracket. Otherwise, don't even think about it." Su Ming smiled awkwardly as they chatted and soon arrived at his dormitory location in the academy. Looking at the rows of neatly arranged dormitory buildings, Su Ming instantly felt as if he'd stepped onto a university campus. "We've arrived at the dorms. Let me show you around, Junior." "Oh, sure." Thanks for the help, senior. Don't mention it. Our academy's dorm facilities rank among the top 3 nationwide. Wang Zhuoxing expertly led the way and stopped at the entrance of Su Ming's dormitory. Junior brother, take out your access card and swipe it. Beep. As the dormitory door opened, a living space exceeding 50 square meters immediately came into view. Junior brother, this is our institute's standard dormitory configuration: 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. 1 room is reserved for your rest, and each floor has a 6-meter ceiling height, mainly designed for beastmasters who prefer to let their beasts roam freely. Our academy is really lavish. After all, we are an academy directly under the Great Xia Military Department, so funding is relatively abundant. By the way, senior, do we not need to wear military uniforms inside the academy? That's not mandatory, but for some special occasions, you'll still need to wear them. Your uniform hasn't arrived yet, but it should be delivered in a few days. Wang Zhuoxing suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I almost forgot, junior brother, if you want to claim your academy rewards, you can also do it on this campus app." Where do I claim the academy rewards? Su Ming was eager to collect his prizes. Apart from the Lord Class Beast Taming reward, which he wasn't in a rush for, the rest couldn't wait. The Premium Bloodline Purification Agent and the reward in Great Xia currency, if exchanged for consumption points, could further accelerate the production speed of his Zerg Queen. Inside my items, there's an exclusive academic reward package. Yours should already be credited. As he spoke, Wang Zhuoxing quickly operated on Su Ming's phone. You have a special academy reward waiting to be claimed. Claim. 10 million reward funds failed to claim. Please bind a personal bank card number. Leader level beast tamer claimed successfully. Please choose your beast personally and proceed to the academy's beast ranch to establish a contract. 3 bottles of special-grade bloodline purifiers claimed successfully will be delivered within 24 hours. Junior brother, hurry up and bind a bank card number. Alright, after binding my bank card, the 10 million yuan reward was quickly deposited. Little junior brother, your rewards are truly generous. The academy has really gone all out to recruit you. Ordinary students get nothing at all. Su Ming chuckled and said, "What can I do? Your junior brother here is the top scholar after all." Wang Zhuoxing nodded with a smile. Junior brother, the special grade bloodline purification agent is a Class B resource with extremely high value. Since your Zerg pets require less bloodline purification, if you ever want to sell it, let me know. I know several beastmasters who contract subdragon and subphoenix pets needing purification. They'd pay top dollar. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes immediately lit up. He truly had little need for the bloodline purification serum himself. If he could fetch a good price for it, he would definitely sell. Senior brother, how much can it fetch then? In terms of contribution points, while the supreme grade bloodline purification serum is categorized as a Class B resource, due to national restrictions on continuous purchases, its pricing rivals that of Class A resources. A single vial of supreme grade serum can sell for up to 5,000 contribution points. What if payment is in Daxia currency? Would the amount be higher? Contribution points couldn't be converted into consumption points within his system, so if he needed contribution points, he could only use them to purchase other resources. If it's Daxia currency, the amount would be significantly higher. Our contribution points are highly valuable, with an exchange rate of roughly 2,000:1 against Daxia currency. The market price for a premium bloodline purification serum ranges from 15 to 20 million Daxia coins. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded and said, "Senior brother, let me see the goods first. If everything checks out, I'll sell." Alright, after chatting for a while longer with his senior brother. After that, his senior brother also needed to attend to his own tasks and left first. After his senior brother departed, Su Ming took another careful look around his room. Sitting on the sofa, Su Ming began contemplating how to complete the task assigned by his teacher. For now, it seems the only option is to focus on cultivation first, completing the mission yielding 1,000 contribution points from my teacher. Thinking this, Su Ming opened the Great Xia Military Academy's app. He quickly navigated to the mission module. As his senior had explained, the school categorized missions from S to F rank. The higher the rank, the greater the difficulty, and naturally, the more contribution points one could earn. Among these, E rank and F rank missions were those most suitable for beast masters around level 20. Even higher level D rank missions would require combat strength around level 30 to complete. Su Ming directly selected an E rank mission. These missions typically offered contribution points between 100 and 200, exactly what he needed to meet his teacher's requirement. He'd have to complete at least 6 such missions. Calculating it this way, there's practically no free time left. My teacher's training plan really has every minute accounted for, he mused. At this thought, Su Ming began conscientiously selecting his first mission. To save time, Su Ming did his best to pick missions with high contribution points that also involved killing ferocious beasts. This way, he could not only complete the missions to earn contribution points but also level up and gain consumption points. Chapter 30, Giantwood Forest, a double mission strike. Class E mission, hunt 100 spiny boars and retrieve intact corpses. Contribution points, 2 points / boar, capped at 200 points. Class E mission, hunt 100 fruit spirit chickens and retrieve intact corpses. Contribution points, 2 points / chicken, capped at 200 points. Class E mission, hunt steeljaw crocodiles and extract all teeth. Contribution points, 20 points / tooth, capped at 200 points. After browsing high-value Class E missions, they were essentially large-scale hunts of fierce beasts, all of which served as exceptionally delicious and valuable ingredients. Among them were also some ferocious beasts exceeding level 20, and materials were basically harvested from their corpses. As for their uses, they could be for medicinal purposes, evolutionary materials, or other applications. These uses weren't something Su Ming needed to concern himself with. He clicked on the mission to hunt the spiny boar, which came with a task description. Mission name, hunt 100 porcupines and bring back intact corpses. Mission rank, E. Mission value, 2 contribution points / head. Mission requirement, only intact porcupine corpses can be exchanged for contribution points. Recommended mission dungeon, Giant Tree Forest, Advanced. Mission time limit, unlimited. Su Ming then proceeded to browse through the details of other missions. Among them, Su Ming noticed that similar to hunting the thorn boar, the information for hunting the fruit spirit chicken also recommended the Giant Tree Forest dungeon. This way, by accepting the mission, I'll have a chance to complete both tasks in one go. It would significantly save time on completing these missions. Moreover, since this is a high-level dungeon raid, the highest level beasts here reach level 30. Although it's dangerous, the high-level creatures would also give me much more experience points. Thinking of this, Su Ming didn't hesitate to accept both missions. Inside the instance center, Su Ming arrived at the instance entrance with his student ID card in hand. Beep. The student ID was swiped once at the entrance, and immediately a notification message appeared. Currently you have 2 unfinished instances. Recommended instance, Giant Forest instance. Proceed to Giant Forest instance? Yes. Confirm exploration time limit, 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, 24 hours. Giantwood Forest dungeon entrance connecting, now open. Without hesitation, Su Ming clicked confirm as the dungeon entrance lit up with radiant light. Su Ming's figure vanished from the center of the dungeon in the next instant. In the blink of an eye, within a forest, Su Ming's silhouette flashed by rapidly. Both the spiky boar and fruit spirit chicken are pack beasts. If I deliberately hunt them down like this, it might waste too much time. Better to focus on killing beasts first. With some luck, I should run into them. At this thought, Su Ming's mind stirred. Thousands of luminous streaks descended from the void, surrounding Su Ming with swarms of insectoid beasts. Go hunt down all the razor boars and spirit fruit chickens, kill every living creature you see. If you spot razor boars or spirit fruit chickens, hold your attack for now. As Su Ming's voice faded, thousands of blade worms and shield worms comprising the Zerg army dispersed into the forest. Soon, a series of notification messages flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Successfully killed level 1 giant-toothed rat, EXP plus 10. Consumption points plus 10. Successfully killed level 4 wood mantis, EXP plus 40, consumption points plus 40. Successfully killed level 1 giant-toothed rat, EXP plus 10, consumption points plus 10. The consecutive kill notifications immediately began pushing Su Ming's level progression forward. Indeed, frequent dungeon runs are necessary, not only for leveling up but also for farming consumption points. Absolutely no downsides. Several hours later, Su Ming suddenly received a message from his tamed beast. Found the boar hog. Su Ming immediately led his army to encircle the location of the thornback boar. On a small hillock, there were 30 to 40 razorback boars visible. Seeing the wild spike boar scurrying before his eyes, Su Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. I've been searching for you for hours, finally found you. The spiked boars were all low-level creatures, with even their leader barely reaching level 10, and their racial stats were merely inferior tier. Su Ming immediately commanded his Zerg swarm to surround these spiked boars. Blade insects are not permitted to engage in combat. Shield insects, giant shield insects, raise your shields and crush these spiked boars to death for me. In the next instant, the shield bugs and giant shield bugs began encircling the spiky boar. The blade bugs formed an impenetrable perimeter around the outer edge. Successfully killed LV.4 spiky boar, EXP plus 40. Consumable points plus 40. Successfully killed LV.7 spiky boar, EXP plus 70. Consumable points plus 70. Successfully killed level 6 spiked boar, EXP plus 60. Consumption points plus 60. In less than 10 minutes, Su Ming had successfully acquired the complete corpses of 43 armored boars. After stowing them all into the spatial storage ring, the blade worms on the other side once again reported spotting the fruit spirit chicken. Great! Maybe I'll be able to complete the mission ahead of schedule. Su Ming was overjoyed and immediately led his forces to charge toward the location of the fruit spirit chickens once more. In the blink of an eye, 20 hours had passed. Su Ming gazed at the last batch of discovered spirit fruit chickens before him. I've already killed 137 spiky boars and 112 fruit spirit chickens, so those 2 missions are successfully completed. Completed 2 missions, leveled up from 17 to 18, and earned over 10,000 consumption points, not a bad day's work. Su Ming cracked a faint smile. With 4 hours still remaining, it was more than enough time to hunt a few more beasts. The 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Ming was teleported out of the dungeon. Leaving the dungeon center, Su Ming headed straight for the mission hub. For such tasks, one must go to the mission center to submit the corpses of the ferocious beasts. The mission center operates entirely through AI processing. Su Ming followed the guidance and selected the mission to hunt the thornback boar. Please place the razorback corpse on the inspection platform. The testing station is similar to security checkpoints, with one side leading directly to the warehouse and the other immediately rejecting any items that fail inspection. Su Ming tossed the razorback boars one by one onto the detection platform. When 100 were detected, the inspection platform ceased operation. Mission objective achieved. Feedback sent to Task Center. This mission is now complete. Su Ming looked at the 30-odd spike boar remains in his hands and thought, looks like I'll have to figure out a way to sell these off. Next, Su Ming selected the Spirit Fruit Chicken mission, repeating his earlier approach carefully since he'd taken great care during the hunt to preserve them intact. Not a single defective product was found. There were still quite a few corpses stored in his spatial ring. At this thought, Su Ming dialed his senior brother's number. Senior brother, does our academy have any means to sell beast carcasses? Bestsellers, spirit fruit chicken, and spiked boar. Alright, where are you? I'll hand these over to you. Speaking of which, little junior brother, your bloodline purification potion should have arrived by now, right? Need help selling it? That senior brother's reminder was timely. 24 hours had already passed, so his bloodline purification potion ought to have arrived by now. He should be back at the dorm already. Senior brother, let's meet at the dorm then. I'll see if I can sell it. Alright. Chapter 31, Selling Bloodline Purification Agents, Alien Armored Insect Evolution. In Su Ming's dorm room, the senior brother hadn't arrived yet. Holding the 3 premium bloodline purification agents he had just received, Su Ming thought, system, if I exchanged these bloodline purification agents for consumption points, how much would I get? 3 top-tier bloodline purifiers, exchangeable for consumption points, 300,000 consumption points. 30,000 consumption points, that's 30 million Dasha dollars. Selling senior brother in exchange for Dasha currency seems far more worthwhile. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Su Ming immediately opened the door. Junior brother, were you out hunting armor boars and fruit spirit chickens? You've even got extras? Wang Zhuoxing spoke as he entered the room. Yes, senior brother, take a look at how much these are worth in Dasha currency. Su Ming emptied out all his remaining spiked boars and fruit spirit chickens. Looking at the completely intact corpses before him, Wang Zhuoxing stood up with satisfaction and said, Junior brother, leave this to me. Both of these beast carcasses are hot-selling commodities for gourmet restaurants outside. I'll sell everything for you. I estimate the total income should be around 3 million. Senior brother, isn't this too much trouble for you? Wang Zhuoxing looked at Su Ming and waved his hand dismissively. Junior brother, don't be so formal with your words. We're sect brothers, that makes us blood brothers. This little matter is easily handled. I happen to have a friend outside who runs a gourmet restaurant. With a sweep of his hand, Wang Zhuoxing stored all the corpses into his spatial ring. Senior brother, these are 3 vials of supreme-grade bloodline purification serum. I want to sell them for Xia Empire currency. Su Ming took out the 5 vials of supreme-grade bloodline purifiers from his possession. Wang Zhuoxing looked at the bloodline purifier in his hand and asked in confusion, Junior brother, aren't you keeping even one for yourself? Not keeping any. Selling them all. Then why aren't you selling them for contribution points? What do you need Xia currency for? Seeing Su Ming remain silent, Wang Zhuoxing immediately understood and said, Got it, don't worry, I'll sell it for you at the highest possible price. Senior brother, how much should I give you then? Wang Zhuoxing paused momentarily before responding, Junior brother, what do you mean by that? Senior brother, you've been running around helping me, this shouldn't be for free. Su Ming wasn't a fool, his senior brother's time was valuable too, he couldn't keep accepting favors indefinitely. Wang Zhuoxing waved his hand and said, Don't be so formal, helping you with these little things is no trouble at all. Your senior brother here is famously known as the second-hand dealer in the academy. If you need any resources, just come to me first. I'll see if I have them in stock and give you a special price. Senior brother, you even have a side business? Do you still have time to cultivate? Facing Su Ming's confusion, Wang Zhuoxing smiled mysteriously and said, Junior brother, I set aside time every month to level up. Do you know how much contribution value I earn from commissions each month? Su Ming shook his head, and Wang Zhuoxing replied, Trade secret. Don't worry, Junior brother, just leave these small matters to me. No need to stand on ceremony. Alright, after settling this matter, Wang Zhuoxing also asked curiously, Junior brother, you must have completed 2 missions by now, right? Yes, senior brother, I've already completed the missions for the spike boar and fruit spirit chicken. It's a shame they don't allow continuous mission acceptance, otherwise I could have earned thousands of contribution points from these 2 tasks alone. As he spoke, Su Ming's expression showed a trace of regret. Wang Zhuoxing laughed at this and said, what are you thinking? These are benefits the Academy provides us. If contribution points were truly that easy to earn, the prices of spike boars and fruit spirit chickens would probably plummet across central continent. What's next? Still planning to grab a dungeon quest? Wang Zhuoxing asked. Yes, senior, the task the teacher assigned really is quite demanding. I need to hurry and raise my level since it's better to rely on oneself than depend on others. I still have to properly prepare myself to challenge them. Su Ming nodded, thinking it would be better to improve his own strength than to hope they would voluntarily withdraw. With his own talent enhancement, the pressure of challenging them shouldn't be too great. Good job. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know directly. Don't be too reserved. Since you've just entered the academy, having someone to guide you will help you settle in faster. Su Ming nodded slightly and replied, I definitely won't hesitate to trouble you, senior. His senior brother wasn't wrong. Many beastmasters who just entered the academy were still familiarizing themselves with the school environment, but he had already started taking on academy missions to earn contribution points. During this period, I've already taken a step ahead of others. Cultivation is just like this. By consistently staying one step ahead of your peers at every stage, you can naturally leave them far behind. After parting ways with his senior brother, Su Ming headed back to the dungeon center. The moment he entered, he heard someone calling his name. Turning to look, someone not far away was waving at him. Su Ming, so you've come to the dungeon center too. The approaching figure was none other than Yu Manghai, the first classmate from his year he had gotten to know. Yeah. Are you heading to a dungeon for training too? Su Ming nodded before asking in return. Not at all, we've just entered the academy. Why rush into training so soon? Yu Manghai shook his head and suddenly thought of something. He continued, by the way Su Ming, let me introduce you. This is our second-year senior, a member of our academy's Mutual Aid Society. I've already joined, would you like to come too? Mutual Aid Society? What's that? Su Ming looked at Yu Manghai in bewilderment. At this moment, the senior standing beside Yu Manghai smiled and said, hello, Su Ming, my junior. I'm Chen Yifan, currently a sophomore. I just heard from Xiaoyu that you're the top scholar from Haidu. Would you like to join our Mutual Aid Society? Members can help each other out. When facing tough tasks, you can seek assistance from fellow members. You should know the academic pressure here is immense. Since you've just arrived, you might not have felt it yet. Haven't felt it yet? Su Ming thought to himself, I'm practically suffocating from the pressure already. How could I not have felt it? However, in response to the invitation, Su Ming shook his head and said, well, I'll need to think about it first. Sure thing. Feel free to reach out to me or Xiaoyu if needed. Our mutual aid group really needs strong individuals like you to join. Su Ming smiled faintly without responding. I've got things to attend to. I'll head off first. Alright, Su Ming. Let's catch up next time. Su Ming nodded and went straight to the entrance of the dungeon. Watching Su Ming's receding figure, Chen Yifan muttered, this Su Ming looks so familiar, but I can't quite remember who he is. Senior, you must have met him somewhere before. Probably. Hey Xiaoyu, this Su Ming's skills are impressive. If we could recruit him into our mutual aid society, he'd be a huge asset to us. Yeah, but he probably won't join since he's so strong. Then it's up to you. The exchange with Yu Manghai didn't deter Su Ming from going to complete the dungeon mission. On his way here just now, Su Ming had accepted 2 more E-rank missions in the same dungeon, though the combined contribution points only amounted to 380. However, Su Ming wasn't overly concerned. As long as there were contribution points to earn, given his current mission completion speed, earning 1,000 contribution points wouldn't pose any significant difficulty. The main focus was leveling up. He needed to push forward with full effort. After 2 weeks, Su Ming had become highly proficient at selecting missions and optimizing his time efficiency. Just as I had selected 3 tasks that could be completed simultaneously and was about to head to the instance, the phone rang. When I opened it, I saw it was from my teacher. Ever since we met during my enrollment 2 weeks ago, I hadn't seen them again. Hello, teacher. Su Ming, are you still at the academy? Yes, I'm here, teacher. Come to me. Your tamed beast has successfully evolved. Alright. Su Ming desperately tried to suppress his excitement as he hung up the phone. He immediately dashed toward his teacher's residence. The 10-minute journey was forcefully shortened to 3 minutes by Su Ming. Teacher, I'm here. Qi Shantian looked at Su Ming's sweat-drenched appearance and gave a faint smile. They're over there. Go take a look yourself. Qi Shantian pointed in a certain direction, and Su Ming immediately walked toward it. Su Ming had no idea what his mutated insect armor would evolve into. When he reached the end, he turned his head to look. Before Su Ming's eyes appeared a 5-meter tall, pitch-black mutated insect armor with 4 transparent wings on its back. Immediately, the information panel for this new tamed beast appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Name: Wingblade insect. Race value: Lord. Level: 22. Description: mutated armored winged insect, evolved form. Possesses 4 wings enabling extreme speed, 8 razor-sharp bladed limbs, full-body armored plating with exceptional defensive capabilities. Strength: 10,200. Speed: 15,000. Holy shit, these stats are insane. Over 10,000, easily rivaling other Lord-tier tamed beasts. If I had a few hundred of these blade-wing insects, forget about sub-dragons, they could mince even true dragons to pieces. Chapter 32 Leader Class Tamed Beast, Bloodthirsty Demon Insect. Teacher, this is my mutated armor insect, it's incredibly powerful. Su Ming's face was brimming with excitement. The tamed beast his teacher had helped evolve was not only formidable but also followed an entirely different evolutionary path from his systems. This meant his insect beasts possessed multiple potential evolutionary routes, but the evolution path given by the system should be the optimal one. The system has already spawned a Wingblade queen. With this, I now have another queen to help me breed insectoid monsters. It seems I should contract more diverse types of insectoid beasts since my tamer space has no limits whatsoever. As long as I can form contracts, I'll just keep adding them, and my numbers will naturally grow. At this thought, Su Ming immediately recalled the Lord-class beast promised to him by the school. His current level was already 22. Combined with his natural affinity for insectoid monsters, contracting a Lord-class Zerg-tamed beast shouldn't be too difficult. This is indeed your mutant armor worm, but Su Ming, to be honest, this evolutionary path isn't the optimal one. Qi Xuantian's face also showed clear dissatisfaction. From his perspective as a nurturer, an imperfect evolution was undoubtedly a flawed product. Su Ming, however, couldn't care less. As long as it was a Zerg creature, that was enough for him. You can accelerate cultivation on your own. Your strength still doesn't rely mainly on the power of individual insect beasts, but rather on overwhelming numbers. The reason for pursuing insect beasts with high racial values is primarily because a large legion still needs capable generals to lead. No matter how many cannon fodder units perish, you won't feel too distressed. Teacher, this is already amazing, I love it so much. With this, I can fly whenever I travel from now on. Qi Xuantian smiled faintly and beckoned to Su Ming, saying, recall your beast into storage. Come here and tell me how far you've progressed with the task I assigned you. It's been half a month already, hasn't it? Alright. Su Ming stowed the wingblade insect into his beast taming space and immediately walked up to his teacher. Teacher, I've already fulfilled the requirement of 1,000 mission points you assigned me. My current level is 22. I plan to train a bit more before challenging the top 200 contenders on the human ranking list. Qi Xuantian's eyes showed undisguised admiration for Su Ming. Reaching level 5 in just half a month, I can see you've worked hard. Let me check your current contribution score. Su Ming opened his app, displaying an accumulated score of 2,860 points. Nearly 2,000 contribution points in half a month. How did you achieve this? Teacher, basically every time I enter a dungeon, I accept 2 or even multiple tasks that can be completed within the same instance. I don't chase after high mission contribution values, just exceeding 100 is enough for me. Since my level is still too low, leveling up in dungeons is my top priority, and completing missions is just something I do along the way. Qi Xuantian nodded extremely approvingly and praised Su Ming's approach, saying, very good. Your understanding is correct. I was initially worried that I might be putting too much pressure on you, but it seems now that you still have room to grow. Su Ming smiled wryly. There is indeed some pressure. But teacher, even without your requirements, I would probably still train the way I am now. Good. I'll be looking forward to seeing your ranking on the human leaderboard. Go on, then. Yes, thank you for the gift, teacher. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Qi Xuantian felt immensely satisfied. After leaving his teacher's residence, Su Ming immediately took out his phone. Since his level hadn't reached 20 before, he hadn't been in any hurry regarding contracting a Lord-level beast. Now that I've reached level 22, it's time to utilize the Lord-class tamed beast awarded by the Academy when they recruited me. I found a secluded spot to sit and immediately took out my phone to search for suitable spirit beasts for myself. Since I only contract with insect-type spirit beasts, the filtering process was quite straightforward. At the Lord level, among the insect-type spirit beasts currently available at the Great Xia Military Academy, there were only 5 that could be contracted. These included the bloodthirsty demon worm, the earth tankworm, the blade-splitting worm, the wind shadow worm, and the explosive worm. Among these 5 different Zerg-controlled creatures, the earth tankworm leans towards defense, similar to the shield worm. It's estimated that if my shield worm queen evolves to the Lord level, it might very well become an earth tankworm. As for the bloodlust demon worm, true to its name, it is extremely bloodthirsty, with an exceptionally frenzied combat style, the most ferocious among the 5 Zerg-controlled creatures here. The blade rend worm's ability is quite similar to that of the blade worm. If the blade worm queen evolves further, the blade rend worm might become its Lord level form. The wind shadow insect is a speed-type creature, while the blastburst insect throws explosive spores during combat. Among the 5 types of Zerg battle beasts, Suming wished he could contract with all of them. However, contracting battle beasts within the academy requires contribution points. These 5 Lord-level Zerg battle beasts are priced the same, each costing 100,000 contribution points. This matches the price of a Lord-level tamed beast in the outside world. After some thought, Su Ming ultimately chose to contract the bloodthirsty demon worm. He didn't need defensive capabilities himself. With so many insect beasts at his disposal, their deaths were inconsequential. What he wanted was to eliminate his enemies at the fastest possible speed and in the greatest numbers. The bloodthirsty demon insect perfectly suits his current needs. After confirming the exchange, all he needs to do now is head to the beast taming pasture to complete the contract. The Academy's beast taming pasture is located in the northeast corner of the campus. It spans over 1,000 acres. Su Ming arrived on the Academy's special bus, along with many other students from the institution. After getting off the vehicle, Su Ming followed the large group to the ranch's administrative building. As soon as they entered, they spotted a beautiful woman dressed in black stockings waiting for them. "Students, please feel free to choose any room to enter. Once we verify your exchanged beast companions, we'll deliver them to you personally for the contract," she announced. Inside this building, there are hundreds of rooms provided for beast masters to contract their tamed beasts. Su Ming found an empty room and placed his student ID into the machine. Immediately, a message popped up. "You have exchanged for 1 Lord-level bloodthirsty demon worm, awaiting contract. Would you like to proceed with the contract now?" Su Ming nodded and replied, "Yes. Confirmation successful. Delivery expected within 1 hour. Please wait patiently." The room was equipped with ample entertainment facilities, including AR games and more. An hour flew by in the blink of an eye while gaming. Reluctantly taking off the headset, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Time sure passes quickly when gaming. If it were studying, I bet 1 hour would feel like a whole year. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. When Su Ming opened it, a staff member stood at the entrance holding a cage. "Hello, Su Ming. The beast tamer you exchanged for has been delivered. You may begin the binding ritual now. If the binding fails, you can place it back in the cage, and we will arrange for a collective return." Su Ming nodded, taking the bloodthirsty demon insect from the other person's hand and said, "Got it. But there shouldn't be any issue. May your contract go smoothly." Chapter 33, the all-data combat platform, charging toward the human rankings. After closing the room door, Su Ming released the bloodthirsty demon insect. The moment the cage opened, a bloodthirsty demon insect less than 50 centimeters long appeared before his eyes, its entire body blood red, strikingly resembling a dung beetle. This bloodthirsty demon insect possessed an extraordinarily powerful mouth, capable of effortlessly piercing through a target's body. So this is the Lord-level bloodthirsty demon insect. If I didn't know it was a Lord-level creature, I'd never believe it seeing this appearance. Su Ming stood before the bloodthirsty demon worm, simply standing there. The originally frenzied bloodthirsty demon worm immediately calmed down, even appearing somewhat shy. Su Ming beckoned to it, and only then did the bloodthirsty demon worm take dainty little steps as it slowly approached his feet. It affectionately nuzzled against Su Ming's thigh. "Bloodthirsty demon worm, will you become my tamed beast?" Faced with Su Ming's question, the bloodthirsty demon worm immediately nodded its head. The next second, a beast-taming magic circle manifested beneath Su Ming and the bloodthirsty demon worm. Within seconds, Su Ming successfully formed a contract with the bloodthirsty demon worm. They all say contracts are troublesome, but this isn't troublesome at all. What Su Ming didn't know was that if a beast wasn't cooperative and the beastmaster forced the contract, it would become a mental battle between the beastmaster and the beast. If it really came to that point, it would be like the relationship between a fisherman and a fish. A stalemate tug-of-war would ensue. The contract completed, Su Ming then walked out of the room. Opening the door, the staff member who had just delivered the bloodthirsty demon worm hadn't gone far yet. Seeing Su Ming emerge, he immediately approached and said, "Student Su Ming, giving up so soon? The bloodthirsty demon worm is indeed one of the harder beasts to contract. Would you like to switch to another one?" "I've already contracted it," Su Ming replied flatly. "Contract done already? That couldn't have taken even a minute." The staff member was also quite skeptical. He walked into the room to check, but found no trace of the bloodthirsty devourer. Su Ming shook his head helplessly as a thought crossed his mind. The bloodthirsty demon worm was released from its beast-taming space. The staff member swallowed hard in shock at the scene before them. "You're one of the fastest people I've ever seen at contracting a guardian beast. I have a relatively high affinity with insects." Su Ming offered a simple explanation before walking out. After just a few steps, his phone rang. Seeing it was his senior brother calling, Su Ming answered without hesitation. "Hello, senior brother. Hey Junior, I've already taken care of selling those items you asked for. Send me your bank account number and I'll transfer the money to you." "Alright." Hang up the phone and send the card number to his senior brother. 1 minute later, a text message arrives on his phone. "Your Pinyin Bank has received a transfer of 63 million yuan. The senior brother's call comes through again. Su Ming answered immediately, "Hey, senior brother, I've already received it. How come it's over 60 million? Junior brother, those 3 bottles of Supreme Bloodline Purification agents you gave me, I sold them for 60 million. There's a freshman rolling in money, so I didn't hold back in negotiating a hefty price. Thank you, senior brother. We're brothers, no need for formalities. The freshman tournament is coming up soon. Do you plan to buy anything with this money? Need any help from me?" Faced with his senior brother's enthusiasm, Su Ming was deeply moved. "It's no trouble, senior brother. If I need anything, I'll definitely come to you." Sounds good." After hanging up the call, Su Ming didn't hesitate and immediately exchanged all his 63 million into consumption points, including the 10 million bounty previously awarded by the Academy and the consumption points earned from hunting beasts in dungeons during this period. Adding it all up amounted to 718,000 consumption points. Without hesitation, Su Ming allocated all these points toward accelerating the reproduction speed of the bladeworms. Consumed 610,000 units. Bladeworm Queen's reproduction speed, 3 minutes per unit. Just a bit more effort, and the blade bugs will reach a breeding speed of seconds. With a thought, the current count of his controlled creatures appeared before his eyes. Blade bugs, 2656. Shield bugs, 988. Blade flare, 134. Shield behemoth, 104. Tiger beetle, 27. Armored horned beetle, 17. Exo-armor insects, 16. Bloodthirsty demonic insects, 1. Wingblade insects, 1. Total, 3,947. 3,900 more, which brings my amplification multiplier to 10.2 times now. If it weren't for the fact that every 10-fold increase required multiplying the subsequent increment by 10, I would already be able to amplify by 39 times right now. With this amplification, even my blade bugs could slay a Lord-level wyvern subspecies. There's about 100,000 left. Let's upgrade the shield bug's reproduction speed first. Consume 87,000, Shieldworm Queen's breeding speed, 40 minutes/unit. Now that I have 2 Lord-level insect beasts, I can try challenging the top 200 Beastmasters. With this thought, Su Ming headed to the arena without hesitation. The Comprehensive Data Battle Platform Arena is where Academy Beastmasters go to spar with each other. The All-Data Battle Platform Arena and the Monster Taming Ranch are the 2 largest buildings on the Great Xia Military Academy grounds. The entire facility is fully automated. Every inquiry can be answered simply by asking the robots stationed throughout the venue. Just as Su Ming entered the arena, a service robot approached him. "Greetings, student. I'm Service Robot 114 of the All-Data Battle Platform. How may I assist you today? I need to challenge the human rankings. Can you take me to the venue?" "Certainly, please follow me." The entire All-Data Battle Platform facility spans 4 floors, with 2 entire levels dedicated to individual combat chambers. The robot led him to the 2nd floor and stopped before a room entrance. As the door opened, a room the size of a football field came into view. The ceiling height of the entire room reached 10 meters. Su Ming also understood the purpose of this design. Such dimensions were necessary for battles between tamed beasts. After entering, robot number 114 quickly activated the room's equipment. "Classmate, please insert your student card into the slot below me and select your human ranking opponent. I'll assist you in accessing the combat footage." "All right." After inserting the student card, Su Ming inquired further, "Could you check for me who currently holds the 200th position on the human ranking as a Beastmaster?" "Understood. Currently, the 200th spot on the human ranking is Mu Xiaoshang. Would you like to initiate the challenge?" "Yes. Please proceed to the center of the arena to prepare. The battle will commence in 3 minutes." "All right." Su Ming walked to the center of the venue, while the robot immediately retreated to the doorway. 3 minutes elapsed, and the previously empty room suddenly began to transform. The next instant, Su Ming found himself standing amid a vast, desolate desert. At that moment, a sand fox appeared in the distance before him. Looking up, its information also appeared before his eyes. Name, Sandfox Hunter. Level, 30. Species value, Transcendent. Beside the Sandfox Hunter crouched an even more massive-legged insect. Name, Millipede Venom Beast. Level, 30. Race value, Lord. So soon, has the battle already begun? Su Ming concentrated his will, and over 1,000 insect beasts, including the bloodthirsty demon worm and the wingblade insect, appeared around him. Chapter 34, Ranking 115, Shocking the Entire School. The blade bugs swiftly moved, quickly surrounding the sand-hunting fox and the 1,000-foot poison beast. Despite being encircled by the blade bugs, the 2 beasts moved with incredible speed, handling the situation effortlessly, especially the sand-hunting fox, which dashed out of the encirclement in the blink of an eye. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, he dodged the blade bug's attacks. Just as the sand fox pounced toward Su Ming, a massive figure swiftly appeared in front of him. It was none other than Su Ming's winged blade bug. Bang! The winged blade bug's arms were as sharp as blades. Though its level was lower than the sand fox's, Su Ming's enhancements bridged the gap completely. Moreover, my wingblade insect is a lord-level beast. The sandfox hunter was struck squarely by this blade, gushing copious amounts of blood. Bloodthirsty demon insect, it's your turn now. The lurking bloodthirsty demon insect suddenly leaped out from within the swarm. With lightning speed, it pounced directly onto the sandfox. In an instant, the bloodlust bug sank its fangs deep. The excruciating pain made the sandfox howl in agony. Frantic, it tried desperately to shake the bloodlust bug off its back, but the limbs of the bloodthirsty demon worm were already deeply embedded in his body. A massive amount of blood was drained, and in mere moments, the previously healthy sand-hunting fox was reduced to a withered husk by the blood-sucking demon insect. With the desert fox hunters dealt with, Su Ming could now focus his full attention on the thousand-legged poison beast. Hundreds of blade bugs surged forward relentlessly toward the millipede poison beast in waves. They were all sent flying by it. The system's judgment of an attack was also very decisive. If a beast was killed, it would be directly ejected from the illusion. It was completely impossible to continue dealing damage to anything within the illusion. Although the blade bugs are numerous, the gap in levels and racial stats is indeed too vast. My current enhancements alone aren't enough to bridge this difference, Su Ming thought to himself. But precisely because of this, it was now the stage for his 2 lord-level tamed beasts and over a dozen transcendent-level tamed beasts. All blade bugs and shield bugs, fall back. Leave the battlefield to the winged blade bugs and the others. At Su Ming's command, all insect beasts retreated. Only the wingblade mantis, the bloodthirsty demon beetle, and the armored mutant beetle remained before the thousand-footed toxin beast. With a flap of its wings, the wingblade mantis swiftly ascended into the air. The bloodthirsty demon beetle continued biding its time, needing only to leap onto the thousand-footed toxin beast's body. Victory was virtually assured at that point. The formidable defenses of the alien armored insects, bolstered by Su Ming's enhancements, sent over a dozen of them pouncing forward. Meanwhile, the wingblade insects attacked the centipede poison beast relentlessly with their lightning-fast aerial maneuvers. Roar! The thousand-legged poison beast roared furiously, yet found itself powerless to resist. Su Ming's eyes gleamed as he shouted swiftly, "Blood-sucking devil worm, now's your chance." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the blood-sucking devil worm transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning, instantly latching onto the thousand-legged poison beast's body. The blood-sucking devil worm's limbs immediately pierced deep into its flesh. The violent spasms sent the centipede beast into its death throes, writhing uncontrollably. However, once the bloodlust leech attached itself, nothing short of overwhelming strength could shake it off. Surround him, take him down. The armor beetles and winged blade mantises pounced simultaneously. In less than half a minute, the thousand-legged poison beast also collapsed. As the thousand-legged poison beast died, the illusion immediately dissipated, and Su Ming could once again see the real room. Robot number 114 now arrived in front of Su Ming. Student Su Ming, congratulations on successfully reaching the 200th rank in the human rankings. You can now receive 500 contribution points monthly. Your combat footage data has been saved into the system. You may use this combat footage to challenge the top 200 ranked players on the human leaderboard. Would you like to spend 500 contribution points to initiate auto-combat? Listening to robot number 114's voice before him, Su Ming nodded and replied, "Alright, proceed. 500 contribution points have been deducted from your account. Remaining balance, 2,300 contribution points. Automatic battle commencing for you, please wait." After less than 3 minutes of waiting, robot number 114 spoke again. Automatic battle completed. Congratulations, Su Ming. Your ranking has risen to 115th place, granting you a monthly stipend of 1,000 contribution points. Hearing these results, Su Ming couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. He actually shot straight up to 115th place, just a dozen or so spots away from breaking into the top 100. Technology truly changes life, so convenient. He found this feature incredibly handy. No wonder my senior brother holds this all-platform battle system in such high regard. But my current strength isn't my full capability. If I were to go all out, I should be able to break into the top 100, Su Ming inwardly reflected. 114, how do I input my true strength? The current power data doesn't reflect my full capabilities. Su Ming continued asking. If you wish to upload your full combat capabilities, the comprehensive data battle platform can simulate opponents for you until you're defeated. Does it require contribution points? Su Ming followed up. A payment of 1,000 contribution points is required. Hearing 114's reply, Su Ming instantly drew a sharp breath in shock. The price certainly can't be called cheap. It's enough to cover a week's worth of personal mission earnings. Forget it, this ranking is sufficient for now. Even if I could advance further, I'd probably only reach around the top 100. It's better to wait until my strength rises to the next level before making a push for the top 10 spots on the human ranking. Su Ming ultimately chose to give up on refreshing his combat data any further. Having completed another mission, Su Ming felt thoroughly refreshed. Now his focus shifted to preparing for the upcoming freshman competition in a week's time. Whether I can clinch first place depends greatly on this final week's all-out push. With this thought, Su Ming promptly left the all-data combat platform arena and headed straight for the dungeon center. And at the same time, the defeated senior Beastmasters who had lost to Su Ming all received notifications from the all-data battle platform at this moment. You have been defeated. Ranking dropped to 116th place. You have been defeated. Ranking dropped to 117th place. You have been defeated. Ranking dropped to 118th place. You have been defeated. Your rank has dropped to 201st. Seeing their own ranking, many people curiously checked to see who had defeated them. A freshman actually started sprinting up the human ranking so quickly. Who is this Su Ming guy? How is he so fierce, charging straight to 115th place on the human ranking? I'm going to see just what abilities this Su Ming has that allow him to defeat me. For a time, Beastmasters who had been defeated by Su Ming flocked to the comprehensive data battle platform arena to challenge Su Ming's combat data separately. Without exception, they remained stuck at level 30 for extended periods, even after refreshing their power statistics. But faced with Su Ming's Zerg army, they still had to admit defeat. For a time, legends of Su Ming began circulating throughout the sophomore year. Chapter 35, Freshmen Gather, Tangled Relationships. Junior, I have to say you look quite handsome in that military uniform. In the dormitory, Su Ming changed into his military uniform. The 2 thin bars and 3 golden stars on his shoulders marked his dazzling rank of colonel. Only top provincial scholars like you get the privilege of becoming a colonel straight out of the academy. Wang Zhuoxing beside him sighed while looking at the insignia on Su Ming's shoulder. Senior, stop teasing me. Su Ming replied while adjusting his uniform. By the way, Senior, I've been meaning to ask, do you know about this Mutual Aid Society organization in our academy? Mutual Aid Society? What, they approached you? Wang Zhuoxing's voice rose several pitches upon hearing those words. Yeah, it happened a while ago, I didn't bother with them. Wang Zhuoxing said solemnly, Junior brother, you must not join this Mutual Aid Society. Is this some kind of evil organization? Not exactly an evil organization, just a group of people who like to huddle together for warmth. Basically, they want to freeload off powerful Beastmasters' time to help them complete tasks without offering any compensation at all. So they can still get organized. Su Ming also felt speechless. A Beastmaster's time is precious. With competition being so fierce, if you don't dedicate yourself to cultivation, you'll be the one left behind. Especially for people like Su Ming and his peers, the competition is utterly brutal. Anyone whose time gets occupied risks being overtaken by others. Absolutely. This Mutual Aid Society has been around in our academy for many years. The current president is a senior from our 3rd-year class. If you join but don't follow the society's rules, they'll rally all members to target you. Wang Zhuoxing's tone made it clear just how much he feared them. Su Ming was also glad he hadn't agreed. What level is their leader, senior brother? Is he on the celestial rankings? Yes, ranked 5th. But the reason he reached this strength is largely due to this Mutual Aid Society. Oh, senior brother. What do you mean by that? Do they have to give their mission rewards to this senior sister? Percent. Su Ming was somewhat interested in what his senior brother had said. However, Wang Zhuoxing shook his head and replied, don't worry about this. Just let them do as they please, just make sure you don't agree to it. Oh, okay. Su Ming complied, straightened his clothes, and then headed off to the academy's sports field. Today wasn't just the freshman competition, it was also the school-wide freshman assembly. That's precisely why Su Ming needed to put on his military uniform. Over 3,000 freshmen, dressed in their military uniforms, gathered on the university's drill ground. New students entering the Great Xia Military Academy automatically received the rank of lieutenant colonel. Only top provincial scholars like Su Ming were granted the rank of colonel. Each person's position was fixed, with Su Ming standing at the front of the 3rd column. The 2 individuals to my left held the same colonel rank as me. Clearly, they were this year's other 2 provincial top scorers from the military academy. As Su Ming just sat down, the young man beside him extended his hand. You must be Su Ming. I'm Lei Jin, from Manhwa province. Hello. Su Ming nodded and reached out his hand in return. After their initial acquaintance, Lei Jin smiled and said, Su Ming, I heard you've already made it onto the human ranking list. You're truly impressive. After this conference comes the freshman competition. I can't wait to spar with you. I'm also looking forward to exchanging pointers with the top scorer from Manhwa province. Ha, you only got that top score by luck. From what I know, Su Ming, you killed a transcendent level subdragon back then, which gave you nearly 10,000 points in one go. The gap between you and Yan Xiao in 2nd place was just 3,000 points. Su Ming turned to look. The speaker was a girl sitting in the first row of the front section. What's the matter? You sound like you have a problem with it, Su Ming said with a laugh. Lei Jin lowered his voice and said, Su Ming, she's the top scorer from Dongming province next door, named Luo Qianxue. She's the fiancée of Yan Xiao, who placed 2nd in your province. I heard she came to the military academy precisely because she learned you were here. Su Ming furrowed his brows in confusion and asked, what does this have to do with me? Probably wants to get back at them for her fiancé, I reckon. Su Ming's face darkened upon hearing this. Luo Qianxue declared unabashedly, Su Ming, I'll defeat you in the upcoming freshman tournament to prove you're an unworthy top scorer. What's the point of proving it? Even if I lose to you 10,000 times, I'm still this year's provincial top scorer from Haidu. As for that Yen Xiao, I can't understand why he'd send his fiancée instead of facing me himself. Su Ming's retort showed no mercy, since they'd come picking a fight with him anyway. Then there's no need for me to talk about schoolmate sentiments. At this moment, a group of officials in military uniforms slowly walked onto the podium. Su Ming saw the three leaders at the front and immediately narrowed his pupils. The insignias on their shoulders were clearly those of marshals. Holy shit! It's the marshal. Su Ming, the principal, and two vice principals of our academy all hold the rank of marshal. They are also the only three legendary beast masters in our academy. Surely you knew that? Lei Jin looked at Su Ming with confusion, but Su Ming shook his head in response. He had just arrived at the academy and, as soon as he stepped off the vehicle, his teacher dragged him off to challenge the demon-suppressing tower. After that period, I spent all my time cultivating, never even thinking about getting to know who else was in the academy. Principal Zhang Hongshou, a legendary beastmaster whose strongest beast is the sacred flame fire dragon, a species with legendary tier stats. Vice Principal Xia Xia, also a legendary beastmaster, whose beast is the netherfire phoenix, similarly reaching legendary tier. Vice Principal Wen Yan, another legendary beastmaster, whose beast is the amethyst titan, renowned as having the strongest defense among king-tier beasts. Lei Jin enthusiastically introduced the information about these three individuals to Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming noticed his mentor was also on the stage, seated in the third position of the second row. At this moment, when seating arrangements were strictly regulated, it seemed his teacher held considerable weight within the institute. Lei Jin leaned close to Su Ming's ear and whispered in a voice only audible to them both, Vice Principal Xia Xia is the mentor of the person sitting beside us. Su Ming abruptly recoiled backwards, staring at Lei Jin with disbelief. The latter solemnly nodded, prompting Su Ming to ask curiously, then who's your teacher? The first one in the second row, Thunder King. My divine beast is a thunderstorm beast with lightning attributes, sharing the same origin as the sacred beasts he cultivated. Oh, so it seems my teacher is actually the weakest among the three of us. Lei Jin asked curiously, who's your teacher? Third from the left in the second row, the Carefree King. Your teacher is the Carefree King. Su Ming nodded and looked at Lei Jin with confusion. Why are you so surprised? Your mentor Thunder King's ranking is higher than my master's. But your teacher is the man who turned down Vice Principal Xia Xia. Hearing Lei Jin's words, Su Ming froze in shock. What kind of mess is this? Such convoluted relationships don't even make sense. Chapter 36, Freshman Competition, Hunting the Demon Cave. Dear students, it's been 3 weeks since you arrived at our Great Xia Military Academy. I wonder if you've all found your respective mentors and begun your cultivation journey. We are the Great Xia Military Academy, directly under the Great Xia Military Command. Though you're students, you're also soldiers. If Great Xia needs you, you'll form an army and march to the battlefield to fight against ferocious beasts and abyssal demons. Today marks my first meeting with all of you. I won't offer empty words of comfort. The Great Xia Military Academy is not a place for idle lounging. Here, you must cultivate yourselves with diligence. The academy will never fail to reward any student who strives diligently. Principal Chao Hongshou's opening remarks immediately embodied the authoritative presence of a legendary beastmaster. Without flowery embellishments, his message was straightforward. The Great Xia Military Academy exists solely for the cultivation of beastmasters. Classmates, I don't know how each of you spent these past 3 weeks, but I believe some have been diligently cultivating while others were dazzled by the kaleidoscopic allure of university life. Show us what you're made of, the proof is in the testing. There's little to be said about freshman orientation. Please prepare yourselves, for what follows is the military academy's first combat trial for you all. Chao Hongshou finished speaking and stood up. A small demonic cavern has been discovered in our Zhangzhou region. I've withheld this discovery within the military department as a trial gift reserved for all of you. As students of the military academy, the enemies you'll face in the future won't be limited to fierce beasts, you'll also encounter the far more savage abyssal demons. The principal's words had barely fallen when the students below erupted in commotion. During high school, we studied the history of abyssal demons. The game fusion phenomenon revealed that, in addition to revitalizing this world with ferocious beasts and beastmasters, it also brought forth a mysterious place known as the Demon Lair. The appearance of demon lairs is unpredictable, and their scale varies without pattern. They always emerge in the wilderness at unexpected times and locations, and within an extremely short period, they draw on all nearby ferocious beasts. These beasts are then demonized, and after demonization, their combat power can double or even multiply further. Similarly, demonized beasts become even more ferocious and gain increased intelligence. Each emergence of abyssal creatures varies in scale, so Great Xia categorizes their appearances as small, medium, large, super large, catastrophic level, and apocalyptic level. Legend says that once an abyssal rift reaches large-scale classification, it begins to develop sentience. Great Xia calls this phenomenon a demon king. All creatures drawn into its domain unconditionally obey this ruler's commands. The Great Xia dynasty once experienced its most severe demonic invasion, a cataclysmic event that occurred 100 years ago. It's said that this cataclysmic demonic lair spawned 7 demon kings and 1 demon emperor at that time. Reports indicate several provinces were destroyed back then, with countless Great Xia beastmasters spending over a decade and making innumerable sacrifices just to seal that demonic lair. Even now, several legendary and king-rank beastmasters remain stationed there year-round to guard that demonic rift. Unlike fighting ferocious beasts, the confrontation between magical creatures and beastmasters is a fight to the death. The danger level is at least 3 times higher than battling ferocious beasts. At the military airport of the Great Xia army at this moment, 10 transport aircraft had already completed their engine warm-up procedures. Before long, all the freshmen attending the orientation assembly were swiftly gathered at the airfield. Holy shit, they're actually doing this? Going all out like this? Su Ming and Lei Jin jogged with the large troop to the airport. One transport plane after another took off, carrying all the personnel ahead of them. So this is the Great Xia military command? Their tempo was absolutely maxed out. Su Ming could also sense an aura of battle permeating the air. Su Ming was among the last aboard, and shortly after the transport plane took off, sitting in the cabin, Su Ming suddenly heard a scream from inside. Everyone craned their necks to look outside. Su Ming turned his head to see a giant dragon wreathed in flames roaring past, with Principal Chao Hongshou standing atop its head. Close behind came a phoenix shrouded in black flames, along with winged horses and other top-tier battle beasts. His teacher's flying battle beast was a Western-style dragon, to be precise, a subspecies of dragon rather than a true dragon. The military academy instructors accompanied everyone as they set off toward the demon cave. About an hour later, the transport plane gradually descended, revealing a small airport before Su Ming's eyes. One after another, transport planes landed, swiftly discharging their student passengers before immediately taking off again to make room for the next arrivals. The moment Su Ming's transport plane touched down, the cabin doors swung open. Even during the taxiing phase, the cabin broadcast had already begun blaring announcements. All students, please prepare yourselves. Disembark in an orderly manner once the transport aircraft has come to a complete stop. 10 minutes later, at one side of the airport, the principal stood before them, nodding in satisfaction as he said, "Excellent work everyone, you were all very quick. Behind me lies the newly emerged small-scale demon lair, currently under our blockade. The monsters inside are now yours to handle. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now." As soon as the principal finished speaking, someone raised their hand. No need to raise hands, just speak up if you have questions. "Principal, may I ask about the approximate levels of the demonic creatures? I've only read about them in books, are they truly that vicious?" Chao Hongshou smiled faintly. "That's a good question. Since it's classified as a small demon nest, the levels of the creatures inside won't exceed 30. Moreover, the deeper you go, the higher the levels of the demonic creatures will be. Students with lower strength shouldn't overestimate themselves and venture into the deeper layers. Currently, this small demon nest has been confirmed to have 5 layers. Starting from the 4th layer, the demonic creatures exceed level 20, keep that in mind. The reason these creatures are called demonic is that they have no emotions. When facing them, every student must ensure complete annihilation, give them no chance to recover. Here, we don't need you to play the saint. All you need to do is become a butcher slaughtering demonic creatures. Principal, is this our freshman competition? I heard there are rewards for the freshman competition." From the crowd, someone asked again. "That's correct. This is your freshman competition. The first place winner will receive 3,000 contribution points plus a Class A resource. Second and third places will get 3,000 contribution points plus a Class B resource." The principal listed all the rewards. Even the minimum participation prize was 500 contribution points. Students, defeating monsters will yield magic cores, which serve as the basis for evaluating your performance. Additionally, the Academy will purchase these cores at equal value in contribution points based on their worth. The Academy has allocated substantial resources this time for one simple purpose: you must exert your utmost effort in slaying monsters. Yes, Chao Hongshou nodded contentedly and continued, "Next, We will distribute protective spheres that can withstand continuous attacks from level 30 monsters for 1 hour. If you encounter monsters you cannot defeat, students must prioritize protecting yourselves and immediately use the Academy app to call for help. The nearest classmates in proximity to the danger will receive an instant alert. Entering the Demon Cavern is both a test for everyone and an opportunity to understand this world more quickly. Competition is important, of course, but if you encounter classmates in need of help, you should also assist each other. We have only one enemy, the demonic creatures. As soon as the principal's voice fell, someone shouted, "Kill the monsters! Kill the demonic creatures!" Instantly, the entire airport echoed with deafening battle cries. Chapter 37, The Oppressive Might of the Zerg Swarm, Sweeping Through the Devil's Lair. At the entrance of the Devil's Lair, Su Ming gazed into the unfathomable abyss before him. An invisible pressure instantly welled up from the depths of his heart. The entire demon cave resembled collapsing ground. Looking down from above revealed only pitch-black darkness, making it impossible to discern anything inside. Each person was equipped with a hovering robot, which not only monitored and recorded but also provided illumination. Everyone, this is a trial you must undergo. The seal will open shortly, prepare yourselves. Once opened, you must all enter within 10 minutes. The principal's words had barely finished when some students immediately summoned their beast companions. 1 minute later, with the principal's command of seal released, all students enter the demon abyss immediately. The next instant, everyone charged into the demon abyss without hesitation. Su Ming was among the crowd, passing through the entrance with the others. Over 3,000 people quickly scattered after charging into the first layer of the demonic abyss. Some formed teams to fight together, while others chose to be lone wolves, swiftly breaking away from the main force. Su Ming clearly belonged to the latter category. His insectoid legion inherently destined him to walk apart from others. Though the demonic abyss had only 5 layers, each stretched vast beyond measure. Finding the entrance to the second level wasn't an easy task. Su Ming didn't take unnecessary risks either, deploying his entire Blade Insect squadron. Go find the entrance to the second floor. At that moment, a low growl suddenly reached Su Ming's ears. The alien armored insect guarding by his side suddenly flickered, and a kill notification instantly appeared in Su Ming's mind. Successfully killed level 1 magical beast Shadow Rat. EXP plus 20, consumption points plus 20. A level 1 magical beast. Why is the experience twice that of a normal ferocious beast? The moment Su Ming saw the message, a bold idea immediately surfaced in his mind. If killing a monster of the same level is twice as rewarding as killing a beast of the same level, then wouldn't eliminating monsters yield double the results for half the effort? At that moment, the mutated armor insect also approached Su Ming, carrying a small purplish-black crystal in its grasp. Looking at the object before him, Su Ming knew it was the magic crystal the principal had mentioned. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly stored the magic crystal into his spatial ring. Immediately afterward, continuous notifications about killing level 1 magical creatures flooded Su Ming's mind. Successfully killed level 1 magical creature, Devil Rat. EXP plus 20, consumption points plus 20. Successfully killed level 1 magic beast, Demon Rat. EXP plus 20. Consumable points plus 20. Successfully killed level 1 magic beast, Demon Rat. EXP plus 20. Consumable points plus 20. The fact that all slain creatures were demon rats led Su Ming to conclude this was still the outermost periphery of the magic cavern's top layer. To hunt higher-level magic beasts, he needed to venture deeper underground. At this moment, outside the temporary headquarters built by the Great Xia Military Academy, hundreds of monitoring platforms had been set up, displaying surveillance footage of all personnel within view. "We've got the feed. It's finally transmitting back," Vice Principal Wu Nian exclaimed excitedly. In the footage, nearly all beast masters had already begun their battles. Right now, everyone is still on the first level, and the highest level of monsters they'll encounter won't exceed level 5, so no one is in any real danger. It seems none of them are frightened by the monsters. "That's very good," Chao Hongshou observed, nodding with approval as he watched each person on the screen. At that moment, a figure caught Chao Hongshou's attention. Su Ming's figure had already outpaced everyone else, venturing deep into the heart of the first level, where the monsters he faced had already reached level 5. "That student who's cultivating insect-type pets, Old Qi, if I recall correctly, he's your student, isn't he?" Chao Hongshou turned to Qi Xiantian behind him and asked. Qi Xiantian merely cast a leisurely glance and nodded, saying, "Indeed. This kid's progress is truly slow. It's been over 10 minutes, and he's still dawdling around. What's so great about staying on the first floor anyway?" "Principal, I've long heard that Su Ming isn't just a dual talent holder, but his beast taming space is extraordinary, a born insect master. Now it seems the rumors hold true. With this number of insect-type pets at his level, Su Ming practically has no rivals. The base stats are too low. If there were insect-type creatures with such numbers but possessing advanced or higher racial values, Su Ming could absolutely become a battlefield dominator. He alone might match an entire division. Chao Hongshou also recognized this limitation in Su Ming. Yet he didn't realize that Su Ming's talent enhancement could enable his low-tier insect creatures to hold their own against advanced ferocious beasts or magical creatures. From what we're seeing, none of this year's freshmen are showing signs of battle cowardice. This is an excellent start. Let's wait and see. The battle has only just begun. At their current pace, it'll probably take them about 3 days to completely clear all the magical creatures in this demon cavern. Now that we can visually observe their battle footage, we can better understand the condition and performance of these new generations when facing magical creatures. The first layer of the demon lair was vast, like a maze. After dispersing, everyone chose their own paths to begin searching for the entrance to the second layer. Su Ming himself, relying on his winged blade insect's air transport, finally encountered a high-level magical creature. A level 5 magical creature. With this, it seems I'm not far from reaching the second layer. Su Ming was overjoyed in his heart. Although the experience points and consumption points gained from killing these low-level monsters were doubled, yet such experience values had become tasteless as chewing wax to his current self. Behind him, thousands of insect beasts swept through like a locust plague, slaughtering every monster standing in their way. An hour later, staring at a deep passage before him, Su Ming instantly knew this was the entrance leading to the second floor. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged right in. Like Su Ming, the other students who had chosen this passage, all of them moved with extreme caution along the way. Be careful. The lighting in this demon cavern is terrible. Who knows when a monster might jump out and attack us. We should be deep in the first level now. The monster levels here must have increased, so everyone stay alert. A temporarily formed team carefully advanced forward while surveying their surroundings. At that moment, someone in the group voiced their confusion. Has anyone noticed that we haven't encountered a single monster along the way? Though I've picked up several magic crystals instead. Do you think it's because those people ahead of us already cleared out all the monsters on this route? No way, that's just too unethical. They've eaten all the meat and tossed us these few magic crystals just to drink some broth. Su Ming had indeed dropped many magic crystals because he wanted to quickly proceed to the next level. He hadn't even bothered to carefully pick up some of the crystals. Back at the headquarters, Wu Nian couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him. Old Shi, this student of yours really takes after your style, skimming everything in sight. Anyone sharing his path is out of luck, not getting even a scrap of meat. Chapter 38, Bonus EXP, Thrilling Monster Grind. If this continues, these students tagging behind Su Ming won't gain any real combat experience. Vice Principal Xia Sha expressed her concerns at this moment. Qi Shantian responded with a cold chuckle. Can't blame others if they're too weak and slow to get their share. Surely you're not suggesting this is my students' fault? Qi Shantian, the Academy's intention is to give all students opportunities to train, not to let you alone feast on all the rewards. How about I go down now, drag Su Ming out, and tell him you're too overpowered, leaving no scraps for anyone else? The two argued fiercely while everyone around them stayed silent, not daring to intervene. Chao Hongshou stepped between them with a smile. Alright, enough. There's no need for this debate. In the abyss, whoever slays the demons keeps the spoils. No one can blame others for their own lack of kills. Xia Sha glared fiercely at Qi Shantian, whose indifferent expression only fueled her burning rage. With a cold snort, she cast one last icy glance at Qi Shantian before storming out of the room. The others witnessing the scene exchanged silent looks, wordlessly agreeing not to comment. As for Qi Shantian himself, he remained utterly unfazed, brushing off the entire incident without a second thought. Entering the second floor, Su Ming continued his sweep in one direction with his swarm of Zerg creatures in tow. The monsters on this floor are only level 5 to 15, but even at the same level, their combat power is far superior to others. Yet they still stood no chance against Su Ming's insectoid legion, amplified over tenfold in might. A dark tide of blade bugs surged forward, accompanied by shield beetles, tiger beetles, armor-headed beetles, and even mutated armored insects. These creatures had never witnessed such a scene before. The pressure from thousands of insect beasts was impossible for any single monster to withstand. Su Ming outright initiated a sweeping mode of annihilation. Any creature blocking his path inevitably met its demise at his hands. As for these magic crystals, Su Ming had long lost count of how many he'd acquired. After all, his insect beasts would handle the gathering for him. These weren't things he needed to worry about. What Su Ming desired was to reach the fourth floor and challenge monsters above level 20. Clearing the second floor took Su Ming less than 3 hours. The path Su Ming took had been cleared of all monsters by his own hands. If anyone else took Su Ming's path from then on, they'd only have the northwest wind to drink. The camp's group of king-level beastmasters stared at the scene before them, unanimously exclaiming, "This is insane." Su Ming, relying on his talent and leading such a massive swarm of Zerg creatures recklessly, makes this competition seem tailor-made for him. Yes, Su Ming's advantage lies in quantity. especially when eliminating these low-level monsters. Within the same time frame, he can slay more creatures than others. He's already reached the third level of the Demon Cave, while Lei Jin and Luo Qinxue, both provincial top scorers like Su Ming, have only just entered the second level. Hearing his student being singled out, Shi Xiantian rose to his feet and retorted, "Old Lei, don't claim sour grapes just because you can't reach them. What's the matter? Can't stand how well my student is doing? Old Shi, with your student behaving like this, how are the other students supposed to compete and gain experience?" Shi Xiantian waved his hand dismissively. "What does that have to do with me or my student? That's for the principal to worry about. If you're not satisfied, after this competition's over, have your student face mine in a match. I can't be bothered to have my student compete with yours. That pile of bugs would just be tiring to kill." Thunder King waved his hand, unwilling to continue arguing with Qi Xiantian. Qi Xiantian crossed his arms, looking ready to retaliate against anyone who dared criticize his student. "Alright, settle down. You're all over 100 years old, yet you're acting like children." The principal spoke up at this point, and seeing this, Shi Xiantian sat back down. Then, the principal continued, "A beast master like Su Ming, if he reaches higher levels, can essentially be an army unto himself. While the individual combat power of insect-type beasts may not be high, when they swarm in overwhelming numbers, they become an incredibly formidable force." Vice Principal Wu Nian suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Exactly. The reason we've been at a disadvantage against fiends and ferals is precisely because we have far too few beast masters. Even though we train tens of millions of beast masters annually, the ferals outnumber us 5 to 1. And the fiends are even more ridiculous, 100 times our numbers. In large-scale battles, Su Ming's insect beasts could play a pivotal role. Right now, his level is still too low to make a significant impact." 6 hours into the Demon Cave, nearly everyone had reached the second level, with a small portion already advancing to the third. Some moved faster by following Su Ming's trail. The path was completely unobstructed, not a single demonic creature crossed their way. Within the group, Yu Manghai, who had been searching for Su Ming all along, grew increasingly frustrated. "That's really strange. We all entered the Demon Cave together, yet Su Ming disappeared in the blink of an eye. I was hoping to follow him. If he gets the meat, at least I could get some soup." "Old you, didn't you say we could find a skilled senior to guide us in the Demon Cave? Where is he now?" Someone nearby also asked in confusion. Yu Manghai responded with a bitter smile, "The problem is, I can't find him either." "Who exactly are you talking about? There aren't that many standout talents in our year, at least give us a name." "Yeah, old you, don't just boast without backing it up." Faced with their insistence, Yu Manghai could only respond, "Su Ming, the top scorer from Haidu province. We came to the academy together." Would someone like that even acknowledge you?" I can't say for sure. What if?" "Yeah right, you can't reach him now, after being so certain earlier." Yu Manghai glanced at his teammates, but he truly had no leads on Su Ming's whereabouts at all. How could he know that right now? Su Ming was wreaking havoc across the third level of the Demon Cave. "Damn, this is exhilarating. I've only cleared 2.5 floors, but my level shot up again. The speed of leveling up by slaying demons in this dungeon is way faster than I expected." Experience points are high when hunting beasts yourself, but to double the experience, you need to defeat those with high racial values. Not only do magical creatures receive racial value bonuses, but they also gain additional enhancements after demonization. Hunting these monsters turned out to be twice the result for half the effort. It seems I'll need to hunt more of these magic creatures in the future, much faster than hunting beasts. Su Ming's hunting speed didn't slow down even after entering the third layer. Currently, Su Ming's Zerg swarm still holds overwhelming advantages. Against magic creatures above level 15, one blade insect might not be enough, but 2 or 3 would do. After all, low-level blade insects are precisely what Su Ming never lacks now. Chapter 39, Difficulty Increased, Mini-Boss Level Monster. Just how expansive is Su Ming's beast taming space? Having such an enormous taming space is simply beyond ridiculous. Many people also felt incredible about it. Even the royal beast masters couldn't understand Su Ming's massive swarm of Zerg creatures. Principal Chao Hongshou, however, shook his head and said, "This isn't really strange. The size of Beastmaster spaces was never fixed, it's just that Su Ming's Beastmaster space is absurdly large. Ever since the game merged with reality, this world can no longer be described by common sense. Thankfully, Su Ming is from our school and from our great Xia." That's right. As long as Su Ming remains a soldier of our great Xia nation, the stronger he becomes, the more fortunate we are. On the 4th floor of the Demon Cave, Su Ming discovered that the previously labyrinthine cavern had transformed into a series of interconnected chambers. Unlike before, as soon as Su Ming entered the first room, a level 20 mutated giant horned rhinoceros stood guard with a horde of monsters below level 20. Su Ming estimated their numbers to be over 50. On the screen, the group of leaders froze at the sight before them. Don't tell me, Su Ming plans to solo this? With that sheer number of insect beasts, soloing shouldn't be difficult for him. But if he keeps this up, he'll lose a lot of them. It took him quite a while to amass this many insect beasts in the first place. Yes, this is also a major flaw in Su Ming's strength. Without numerical superiority, his power would be greatly diminished. The inside of a king-class beastmaster is indeed extremely sharp. Su Ming's weakness indeed lies in his inability to reduce the number of his insectoid spirit beasts. If too many insect beasts are killed within a short period, both his strength and the enhancement from his innate talent would significantly diminish. However, they hadn't accounted for one thing: Su Ming's insectoid creatures reproduced swiftly, and in time, they would only grow faster. For now, Su Ming was still taking it relatively easy. Basically, as long as he maintained over 1,000 insect-type pets, his amplification would reach tenfold. Currently, he still possessed 2 Lord-level tamed beasts, the Wingblade insect and the Bloodlust demon insect, and the number had reached a respectable 6 Lord-level spirit beasts, even if they were the comparatively weaker insect-type spirit beasts among their peers, with a tenfold enhancement and 6 times the quantity. Even a true dragon at the Lord level wouldn't dare claim guaranteed victory when standing before them. With a thought, a Wingblade insect and a bloodthirsty demon insect appeared beside Su Ming. Kill them! At the entrance to the 3rd and 4th floors, several beastmasters arrived here simultaneously. Among them, Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue were both acquaintances of Su Ming. The others were also formidable figures who ranked within the province's top 10 in the major exams. In an actual fight, they wouldn't necessarily be any weaker than the top scorer. So you've come too. The 4th floor is home to monsters above level 20. These creatures are indeed troublesome. From what we know, beyond the 4th floor will likely face something like boss-level battles. Since our paths have crossed here, it seems unavoidable that we'll join forces to crush the demonic lair. Creatures nurtured by the demonic lair deserve to be exterminated by all. Cooperation means nothing. As long as we can wipe out these abominations, nothing else matters. Yeah, but there aren't nearly as many monsters in this demonic lair as I'd heard. I didn't encounter many while walking through the 3rd floor. Who knows who cleared them out first? Hearing these words, Lei Jin suddenly realized that someone of equal strength was missing among their group. Strange. Could Su Ming have already advanced to the 4th floor ahead of time? Lei Jin, this Su Ming you mentioned, is he our high city's top scholar Su Ming? Yeah, given his abilities, he shouldn't be much slower than us. I bet he's already reached the 4th floor by now. Luo Qianxue sneered at this moment and said, isn't it obvious? Just go down and see for yourself. But insect tamers, once they encounter these demons, they'll probably be exposed for what they really are. Who knows which corner of the 3rd floor they're struggling in? Lei Jin blatantly ignored Luo Qianxue's taunts. The others didn't delay either and immediately charged into the 4th floor. The fastest among them was Lei Jin, whose Thunder Beast possessed the blessing of lightning speed. Before the others could arrive, he was already there. My God, who on earth did this? Hearing Lei Jin's voice, the others quickened their pace. Lei Jin, what's wrong? The other 5 also rushed to Lei Jin's side to inquire. Lei Jin slowly raised his hand and said, see for yourselves. Everyone looked up and saw that the first gate had already been opened, though traces of a fierce battle remained at the scene. That's the insect-type beastmaster. Su Ming has already arrived ahead of us. One person quickly moved forward and spotted dozens of corpses, blade bugs and shield bugs. Lei Jin and the others also stepped closer, nodding as they confirmed, that checks out. They're Su Ming's tamed beasts. Only he would have such low-tier insect creatures. There are already hundreds here. Just how many insect beasts does Su Ming have? One of them, who didn't know Su Ming well, asked in shock. I don't know either, but I heard Su Ming left battle data for over 1,000 in the all-data combat platform. Damn, then how massive must his beast space be? Perhaps this is also one of the reasons limiting him. It seems he can only form contracts with insect-type spirit beasts, Lei Jin speculated. However, if Su Ming were present, he would definitely refute this. It wasn't that he could only contract insect-type spirit beasts, but rather that the feedback from contracting them was the highest. Hurry, we need to catch up. Su Ming must have taken out several bosses by himself. At this rate, we won't even get a bite of the spoils. Yeah, hurry up and catch up. Looking at the cleared routes on the first 3 floors, it must have been Su Ming's doing. That guy's Zerg army makes wiping out these low-level monsters a total breeze. At this moment, Luo Qianxue also expressed her anger, saying, he just relies on sheer numbers to rack up scores, it's so infuriating. Lei Jin also nodded and said, we should hurry and catch up with Su Ming. He's still fighting, so he can't be too far ahead. Meanwhile, Su Ming was still battling the demonized beasts. The level of the demonic creatures here had now reached 23, and their racial values were at the transcendent tier. The difficulty was no joke. He had already soloed 2 bosses, but at the cost of over 200 blade worms and nearly as many shield worms. Even though his winged blade worms and bloodlust demon worms were powerful, these demonized beasts, the attack power was absurdly strong to an almost ridiculous degree. Even with a tenfold self-amplification, some blade bugs and shield bugs were still being killed off. And not just a few either. Just then, a sudden sound from behind made Su Ming instinctively turn his head. Lei Jin and the others could be seen quickly moving toward his location. Su Ming, you're really pushing it. You've wiped out all the monsters without leaving even scraps for us. Chapter 40, the fifth layer of the demon cave, pressure at its peak. Su Ming, stop right there and let us take a turn, Lei Jin shouted as he arrived by Su Ming's side. Su Ming, you're too fast. Seems your Zerg swarm is much quicker at clearing these demons. Can't blame me for that. I couldn't just wait for you guys, Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Lei Jin nodded and said, right. We're here now to relieve some pressure. Saw quite a few of your insect beasts die on our way here. Su Ming didn't refuse either, although he was capable of handling it all by himself. But indeed, these monsters didn't belong exclusively to him, nor did he have the right to drive them away. Now it's just a matter of whose skills prevail. Whoever is more capable will slay more. Su Ming, I see you've already killed so many monsters. Why don't you rest here and leave the remaining ones to us, they suggested. At this moment, a male student behind Lei Jin spoke up. Su Ming frowned and couldn't help asking, wait, who are you? Hua Haichun, also from Haida like you. The male student took an extraordinarily confident step forward as Su Ming's gaze swept over him and Luo Qianxue standing nearby. He couldn't help but nod and say, seems there's more than just you who's unconvinced about me taking the top spot. Su Ming's words were meant for both Hua Haichang and Luo Qianxue. It's not just about you taking the provincial title or being stronger. My three-headed lion could crush your bugs as easily as squashing ants. Oh, then go ahead and try. No sooner had the words been spoken than a piercing roar from the corrupted transcendent great void beast immediately snapped the arguing group back to attention. Lei Jin scanned the others and said, I think we'd better deal with this demonic creature first. No need for you all to intervene, my three-headed lion can handle it. Whoever lands the kill gets the spoils, no free rides. As he spoke, the beasts of the other few shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring. Su Ming withdrew his insectoid beast. This was to avoid getting caught up in the crossfire. Seeing this, Hua Haiching sneered coldly, at least you know what's good for you, otherwise, I'd have taken care of you along with them. The surveillance footage clearly captured the ongoing argument among several individuals. Bang! This guy named Hua Haicheng is nothing but a rotten apple. Facing monsters, his first thought isn't to eliminate them but to fight among ourselves, even attempting to attack his teammates' tamed beasts. Letting a beastmaster like him grow stronger would only breed another arrogant jerk who looks down on everyone. Vice Principal Wu Nian slammed the table furiously as he rose to his feet. Following this, Principal Chao Hongshou turned his gaze toward one particular individual among the gathered king-tier powerhouses. King Pugno, you need to take this matter seriously. Don't let the beastmasters our great Xia has painstakingly trained stray down the wrong path. All those unorthodox beastmasters started out like this. A slender man immediately rose to his feet and angrily responded, understood, headmaster. After the freshman tournament concludes, I'll make sure to properly discipline him. Youthful arrogance is understandable, but we must not encourage such behavior to persist. Yes. The other king-rank powerhouses immediately echoed their agreement upon hearing the headmaster's admonishment. Facing the siege of 3 lord-level beasts, even the golden-horned alligator, a creature renowned for its defense, couldn't withstand the assault after being demonized. Su Ming's eyes flashed as the wing-blade insect beside him caught the subtle cue in his gaze. In the next instant, it shot forward like an arrow. With incredible speed and the razor-sharp blades on its limbs, the wing-blade insect seized its chance against the exhausted alligator, bisecting it in a single decisive slash. The magic crystal was swiftly retrieved by the razor-wing insect and delivered to Su Ming's hand. Everything happened so quickly that they only realized it when the crystal was already in Su Ming's grasp. Su Ming, what do you think you're doing? Hu Haking rushed furiously to Su Ming's front, but the wing-blade insects by Su Ming's side were already prepared for battle. At Su Ming's mere command, Hua Haichang would have already been sliced in two, just like the golden-horned crocodile. There's no issue with me killing this demonic creature when everyone's capable of doing so. Moreover, before your arrival, I was already fighting it. Whether you joined in or not, I would have slain it regardless. I've even been generous enough to share the spoils with you, a latecomer, yet you demand my withdrawal the moment you appear. Have I been too amiable, making you think I'm easy to push around? Su Ming certainly felt anger. If they were alone right now, without surveillance equipment, he would. Hua Haichang had long been dead beyond any doubt. Seeing this, Lei Jin immediately stepped between the two and said, it's just one magic crystal. Our goal is to quickly eliminate these monsters. Hua Haichang snorted coldly and charged forward with his tamed beast leading the way. The others followed closely behind, while Lei Jin and Su Ming remained at the rear. Looking at Su Ming's angry expression, he also wore a bitter smile and said, Su Ming, why argue with this guy? Just let him have one magic crystal. Even with that, his results won't compare to yours. Lei Jin, if I back down now, they'll really think I'm easy to bully. Lei Jin patted Su Ming's shoulder and said, calm down, calm down. The more you engage with people like this, the more excited they get. In the battles that followed, With the addition of a few others, Su Ming barely needed to exert much effort before successfully reaching the entrance from the 4th to the 5th level. Lei Jin had suddenly become a figure recognized and respected by everyone in the team. Even Su Ming couldn't help but admire this about him. This is the final floor. The number of monsters gathered here will likely be overwhelming. Regardless of any disagreements we've had before, let's give our all to eliminate them now. Don't worry, Lei Jin. We all know how to prioritize the greater mission. Lei Jin nodded and then said, let's go. In the monitoring room, Lei Jin's performance also earned praise from the principal and others. A natural-born leader, this Lei Jin is indeed impressive. Resolving conflicts with just a few words is commendable, but to truly have the ability to handle matters, one must possess the strength to back it up. Thunder King, you must nurture this Lei Jin well. Hearing this, Thunder King immediately stood up and said, rest assured, Principal, I will spare no effort in his training. Soon, the group entered the 5th floor. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes abruptly opened. The moment the 7 explorers' searchlight swept across the 5th floor, everyone gasped in shock. Monsters, countless swarming monsters, some crawled on the ground, while others hung suspended in the air. As far as the eye could see, there were nothing but monsters. Their levels varied drastically, ranging from below level 10 to over level 20. Holy shit! One of the 7 cursed under his breath in an instant. All the demonic creatures were awakened. Lei Jin immediately shouted, everyone, with this number of monsters, don't hold back your strength, otherwise we'll all die here. Has no one else from our school made it to the 4th floor yet? The 4th floor has already been cleared. As soon as they enter it, they'll be able to proceed directly to the 5th floor. Su Ming said nothing more, and with a single thought, all insect beasts surged forth like a tide. No time to worry about that now, hold your ground till reinforcements arrive. Chapter 41, Unexpected Turn, Level 30 Lord Monster. Isn't a monster of this scale too overwhelming for them? Wu Nian then turned to ask Principal Chao Hongshou standing beside him. Principal Chao Hongshou could only shake his head helplessly and said, we initially expected at least several dozen people to reach the 5th floor simultaneously. Never imagined Su Ming and his group would be this far ahead of everyone else. The others will need at least 10 more minutes to reach the 5th floor. During this time, it all depends on whether these few can withstand the attacks of hundreds of magical creatures. A worried expression also appeared on Chao Hongshou's face. At this moment, Thunder King behind him spoke up. An ordinary group of 7 might not stand a chance, but we have Su Ming here. Look at his swarm of Zerg pets, black masses numbering in the thousands. In terms of sheer quantity, Su Ming's side isn't at a disadvantage at all. In the scene, Su Ming's army of Zerg-type beastmasters surged forward like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the heart of these monsters' stronghold. Su Ming's eyes continuously flashed with notifications of monster slayings. Successfully killed level 14 Demon Horned Ox, EXP plus 560. Consumption points plus 560. Successfully killed level 19 Demon-tailed Fox, EXP plus 760. Consumption points plus 760. Successfully killed level 18 Demon Thornboar, EXP plus 720. Consumption points plus 720. Su Ming's army led the way, with the other Beastmaster's creatures following behind his Zerg swarm. Lei Jin suddenly shouted, hey everyone, don't let Su Ming steal all the spotlight. Our beasts have superior individual combat power, let's take down those high-level demons while his Zerg forces handle these small fries. No one objected. At this moment, proper allocation of combat forces was what mattered most. Su Ming responded with a grin, who says my pets can't handle high-level battles? Wingblade Bug, Bloodlust Fiend, go! No sooner had he spoken than the Wingblade Bug charged forward with the Bloodlust Fiend, launching an assault on a 27-level mythic-grade demon Ironclad Bear. Su Ming, be careful. That Ironclad Bear was already a notoriously tough mythic-grade beast before its demonic transformation. Its power now must be utterly terrifying. Lei Jin shouted urgently to warn him. To this, Su Ming simply replied, don't worry, you're just asking for death. As expected, you've tamed too many beasts to even care about their lives anymore. Hua Haicheng's voice was loud enough to reach Su Ming's ears. This infuriated Su Ming even more. Hua Haicheng, once the battle here is over, I'll settle things with you one-on-one. Keep buzzing in my ear like this and I'll take out your tamed beast first. Su Ming's words also infuriated Hua Haicheng greatly. The next second, Hua Haicheng's 3-headed lions attacked deliberately or accidentally struck the knife insect Su Ming was currently fighting. Sorry, there are too many monsters here. And you have so many insect beasts, it's inevitable to accidentally hit some. But with so many Zerg pets, you probably don't mind losing a few, right? Seeing Hua Haicheng's irritating smirk, a chilling glint had long appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Bang! In the monitoring room, Vice Principal Wu Nian's face had already darkened. Who on earth recruited this Hua Haicheng? Our military academy has no need for beastmasters who fail to unite against monsters during battle, let alone ones who attack their own teammates to settle personal scores. How can anyone feel safe and trusting their backs to such a person on the battlefield? He's nothing but a disgrace to our military academy. King Ponu, Just what kind of students are you teaching? Even if this one gets trained, he'll only become a disruptive element on the battlefield. Vice Principal Wu Nian's tirade left Hua Haicheng's instructor behind them drenched in cold sweat. Casual jokes were one thing, but the wrath of a legendary class beastmaster wasn't something a royal class beastmaster could withstand. In the scene, Hua Haicheng continued to deliberately or unintentionally attack Su Ming's beastmaster creatures. Though not lethal, it was undeniably quite vexing. Seeing this from a distance, Luo Qianxue frowned and said, "Right now the monsters are our enemies, what are you doing?" Hua Haicheng responded with a faint smile, "I'm exterminating monsters too. It's just that with Su Ming's swarm of insects, my three-headed lion's attack range is simply too wide, some collateral damage is unavoidable. Don't you realize the school directors might be watching this battle through surveillance?" Lei Jin also reminded Hua Haicheng to tone it down a bit, to which Hua Haicheng responded nonchalantly, "I didn't do anything serious, why is everyone coming at me?" Even the principal would understand if he saw it's not like I killed Su Ming's beast. Su Ming glanced back at the surveillance camera. Killing Hua Haicheng's tamed beast wouldn't be difficult. The hard part was that if he did kill it, he'd be branded with the crime of slaughtering a teammate's companion. That would truly complicate things. But at that very moment, the roar of a ferocious beast erupted. Everyone froze for a moment. From the darkness, a bloody shadow flashed by, and the three-headed lion charging at the forefront was sent flying by an overwhelming force. Two of its massive heads were brutally severed in an instant. Roar! The three-headed lion wailed in agony. With two of its three heads gone, this tamed beast was essentially crippled. Three-headed lion! Hua Haicheng shouted, thoroughly startled by this sudden turn of events. Every eye turned toward the monstrous creature lurking in the darkness. Thud! 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 Every step exuded overwhelming pressure. Lei Jin, this is a lord-level ferocious beast, the Azure Moon Demon Wolf. The Azure Moon Demon Wolf, this is a ferocious beast descended from the divine White Spirit Wolf bloodline. Why would a beast of this caliber appear in this place? Everyone was terrified by the appearance of the ferocious beast. Moreover, this pale moon direwolf was terrifyingly leveled at 30. In the monitoring room, the observers suddenly leaped to their feet at the sight of the pale moon direwolf. What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be an epic-level pale moon wolf? How has it become a lord-class pale moon direwolf? Old Qi, you're a king-grade breeder. What's going on here? The principal turned to Qi Shantian and asked. It's likely that after the blue moon wolf fell into the demonic abyss, it was corrupted by the abyss's influence. Paradoxically, this corruption stimulated its latent bloodline, causing it to evolve into a lord-grade blue moon heavenly wolf. A level 30 lord-grade demonic creature is beyond what these young beastmasters can handle. Send people into the dungeon for rescue immediately. Wu Nian stood up and said. At this moment, Principal Chao Hongshou interjected, wait, it's not yet time for that. Let's observe how these young people perform first. Though we can send people into the dungeon now, we shouldn't interfere with their battle unless it becomes absolutely life-threatening. Wu Nian glanced at the principal and nodded, saying, very well, I'll arrange it right away. Yes. Chapter 42, United We Stand, the bloodthirsty demon insect unleashes its power. This, a lord-class magical beast isn't something we can defeat, especially with so many lower-level beasts here too. We're done for, totally screwed. We've bitten off more than we can chew. At this moment, Hua Haicheng held his dying three-headed lion in his arms, his eyes bloodshot. Kill 3 of my lions, and I'll make sure you die. Azure Beast, kill him. Hugh Haking called out to his second bonded beast not far away, though it was worth noting his level was only 20. Although the Cyan Beast is also of the Lord tier in terms of species value, sending it to kill a 30th level Lord tier Moonhull Demon Wolf that has undergone demonization would be practically no different from suicide. The death of one's first spirit beast is an extremely devastating blow to most beastmasters. Most beastmasters invest the greatest effort into their first spirit beast, which in return possesses the highest level of loyalty toward its master. The moment the Blue Moon Direwolf appeared, the previously scattered monsters quickly gathered around it. Unseen yet clearly felt, the Blue Moon Direwolf had become their leader. Awu! The Blue Moon Direwolf lifted its head and howled at the sky. All the monsters started getting excited. Holy shit, what the hell is happening? At that moment, another group of beastmasters arrived on the 5th floor. There were dozens of them. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Lei Jin instantly got pumped up. Great! You finally arrived. Lei Jin, Su Ming, Luo Qianxue, the top 3 scorers, undoubtedly the most famous ones. At that moment, their group spotted the horde of demonic creatures in the distance. That's the Blue Moon Demon Wolf, a Moonhull Wolf. How could such a demonic beast appear here? Some people immediately grew fearful and wanted to flee. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly intervened. Everyone, stay calm. Leave high-level threats like the Moonhull Wolf to us. We need your help dealing with the lower-level creatures. There are too many for us to handle alone. Su Ming is right, someone added. The strongest foes are ours, the rest we leave to you. Awu! The Lunar Howler Wolf roared again, and instantly all the demonic creatures charged toward the group. No time to hesitate, kill them, Su Ming shouted, and all his insectoid beasts surged forward. The winged blade locusts and bloodthirsty demonic locusts had one clear target, those high-level monsters. Seeing this, everyone acted without hesitation. Kill these damn monsters. Screw it, I'm going all out. Exactly. At worst, we'll start over from scratch, charge. %%. In an instant, the military headquarters assembled a team of over 100 beastmasters, excluding Su Ming. Their levels generally ranged from 15 to 20, with their beasts' racial values varying between Transcendent and Lord Tier. More than enough to handle these low-level monsters. A flash of lightning streaked across as a colossal thunder beast charged through the horde of monsters, striking directly at the Moonfrost direwolf positioned at the rear. Right after, a thunderbird soared overhead, closing in swiftly. The target was also the distant Moonfawn direwolf. Su Ming turned his head to glance at Lei Jin beside him. Both these thunder attribute spirit beasts belonged to him. Their racial values had reached Lord Tier, placing them among the most formidable existences within that classification. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue's two spirit beasts also charged toward the Moonfang direwolf. At a glance, Su Ming saw that Luo Qianxue's spirit beasts, much like her name, were of the ice attribute. One was a three-tailed snow fox, said to harbor the purest bloodline, capable of evolving 9 tails at its peak, with power to shake the heavens and earth. Her other spirit beast was no less extraordinary, a sub-phoenix tier ice bird. Whether it was Lei Jin or Luo Qianxue, their spirit beasts all carried the bloodline of mythical creatures. The purer their bloodline, the stronger their power, and the lower the difficulty of evolution. Compared to them, perhaps Su Ming's insect beasts appear rather ordinary. However, Su Ming doesn't mind. His innate talent combined with the system far surpasses these divine beast bloodlines. Just ask, what kind of divine beast bloodline can boost combat power 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000 times? A 1,000-fold increase in strength could make even a low-level tamed beast overpower a legendary one. The tamed beasts of the others were also extraordinary breeds. The only gaps between them now lay in effort and innate taming talent. Besides Su Ming, 3 bloodthirsty demon insects and 3 wingblade insects awaited his command. Growl! The Munhowler wolf let out a ferocious roar and with blinding speed, instantly pounced upon the 3-tailed snowfox charging toward it. Hurry! Both were Lord-tier creatures, but the Munhowler wolf's level far surpassed Luo Qianxue's, further enhanced by its demonic transformation. Even with her contracted beast's talent enhancement, Luo Qianxue's 3-tailed snowfox was knocked down in an instant. Lei Jin's expression darkened as he barked, "Thunder Beast, Lightning Strike!" Roar! A bolt of lightning shot from the Thunder Beast's maw, striking the Moonhowl wolf and immediately eliciting a pained howl from it. However, this attack couldn't truly harm the demonic wolf. Damn it, the level disparity is too great. Everyone, attack together. But the Azure Moon direwolf had already raised its razor-sharp claws with lightning speed, slashing down without hesitation. No! Luo Qianxue's face paled in horror. At that moment, several streaks of icy light flashed through the air. In the darkness, multiple trails of crimson blood splattered down. Ayo. The pale moon demon wolf howled in agony as everyone looked up to see Su Ming's 2 wingblade insects had slashed the beast's limbs. Though not fatal, the wounds gave the 3-tailed snowfox a chance to break free. Released from the wolf's suppression, Luo Qianxue's face immediately showed visible relief. Their gazes toward Su Ming softened considerably. Su Ming, how are your insect beasts so powerful? Lei Jin was also surprised, while Su Ming merely smiled. My level is higher than yours. And who says insect beasts are necessarily inferior to your divine-blooded spirit beasts? His own strength amplified tenfold, though there was still a 6-level gap, and the demonized dire wolf's combat power was even greater. The blade-winged insects, originally focused on offense, became utterly terrifying in their combat capability after receiving his amplification. Su Ming's insectoid beasts seemed different from any I've seen before. Their fighting power could rival even those with high-purity divine beast bloodlines. Su Ming has a talent that amplifies according to the number of insectoid beasts he leads. It must be this ability that makes his insectoid beasts far stronger than others. Qi Xuantian's words also brought sudden enlightenment to both the principal and vice principal. Nodding, he said, beast taming talents are truly miraculous, some are trivial, while others rival god-tier beast companions. Su Ming's judgment is remarkably clear. Despite insect-type beasts being weaker individually, he didn't abandon his compatible choice to chase after mythical bloodline creatures, thereby neglecting his own talent. Many waste their beast-taming gifts this very way. If that's all there is to it, that Sun Yue demon wolves still wouldn't be their match. Chapter 43, Slaying the Azure Moon Demon Wolf, Annihilating the Demon Lair. An attack of this magnitude still isn't enough to kill the Azure Moon Demon Wolf. The battle isn't over yet. Give these kids some time, we mustn't interfere with their fight. Collaboration on the battlefield is equally important. Many King-class powers present watched the surveillance feed with evident concern. Most of those inside were their students, so any losses would be devastating for them. As more people entered the fifth layer of the Demon Cavern, the Azure Summer Military Academy, originally at a disadvantage, began to display overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, the strongest of them all, the Pale Moon Direwolf, was surrounded by Su Ming and his team. "Cover my beast. If we can get my tamed beast to latch onto it, we can defeat it," Su Ming said to the others. Hua Haicheng stared at Su Ming with bloodshot eyes and said, "Su Ming, do you really have a way to kill this Pale Moon Direwolf?" "Of course. This is no time for jokes." "Good. Even if it costs the life of my last tamed beast, I'll make sure to kill this bastard." Lei Jin also looked at the others and said, "Everyone, cover Su Ming's beast as it approaches the Frost Moon Direwolf." "All right." Su Ming nodded in agreement, while the bloodthirsty devil worm crouched low to the ground, inching steadily closer to the Frost Moon Direwolf. Countless attacks continued to harass the Frost Moon Direwolf. Meanwhile, the immensely cunning Frost Moon Direwolf sought to pick them off one by one. Especially for several lower-level Beastmasters creatures, getting close to the Moonfrost Direwolf posed extreme danger. "Damn it, Emerald Beast, tear it apart!" Hua Haicheng roared as a green-faced yellow lion charged directly at the Moonfrost Direwolf. In close combat, none of the present Beastmasters creatures stood a chance against the Moonfrost Direwolf. Haicheng's move was undeniably an attempt to create an opening. Roar! The Pale Moon Wolf pinned the Azure Beast with one paw. Hua Haicheng shouted at Su Ming, "Su Ming, what are you waiting for?" Su Ming's gaze turned icy. "Coming!" Three winged blade insects swiftly skimmed the low sky as the bloodthirsty demon insect closed within 100 meters of the Pale Moon Wolf. Whoosh! The winged blade insect swiftly grabbed the bloodthirsty demon insect from the ground and hurled it onto the Moonlight Demon Wolf's back at tremendous speed. Hiss! 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 The moment the bloodthirsty demon insect landed on the Moonlight Demon Wolf's back, its powerful tearing force immediately secured itself firmly onto the creature. Its hard, massive mouthparts plunged directly into the Moonlight Demon Wolf's back. Roar! The Moonlight Demon Wolf let out an agonized roar. The agonizing scream instantly drew the attention of other monsters. Among them were even transcendent-level monsters above level 25, equally formidable. They began closing in on the war beasts controlled by Su Ming and his companions. Seizing the moment, Su Ming swiftly issued orders to the freed wingblade insect. "Blade Wing, take the blade swarm and eliminate these bastards." Then, Su Ming turned to Lei Jin beside him and said, "Lei Jin, this Azure Moon Direwolf is too powerful. My bloodthirsty demon bugs need time to wear it down. In the meantime, we'll need to hold it off. Don't worry, leave this to us. Take some of our tamed beasts and go deal with those demonic creatures." Su Ming nodded in agreement. He immediately turned and shouted to the hundreds of fellow freshman beastmasters behind him, "Classmates, exterminate the demons. Unleash your beast companions. Kill, kill." Instantly, the fifth floor of the demon cave erupted with battle cries. "To think it's the bloodthirsty demon insect. Isn't this insect beast from our beast ranch? No one's contracted it for years," Wu Nian remarked with a smile. Indeed, the bloodthirsty demon insect is notoriously savage. Capturing it back then took considerable effort. But Su Ming's ability to contract it must be related to his inherent talent. Being sucked by these bloodthirsty demon bugs is troublesome enough, and now with three of them attached, even if the Moonfrost Direwolf manages to shake them off, it'll be severely weakened. The more blood the bloodthirsty demon bug consumes, especially from divine beasts, the stronger it becomes. With Su Ming contracting this battle pet, he's like a tiger that's grown wings. The gathered dignitaries finally relaxed their previously tense hearts. Despite the Moonfrost Direwolf's desperate attempts to throw off the bloodthirsty demon bugs, none of its efforts succeeded, and the three bloodthirsty demonic insects acted like blood pumps, rapidly draining the Moonhull Wolf's blood. The wolf's combat power visibly dwindled at an alarming rate. Seeing this, Lei Jin and his companions immediately shouted, "Now's our chance. Everyone, attack at full force, kill the Moonhull Wolf. Kill!" Countless attacks, untraceable to any specific beastmaster, came crashing down like a torrential storm. At this moment, a kill notification flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Successfully killed level 30 Azure Moon Demon Wolf. Experience plus 3,000. Consumption points plus 3,000. Killed by my bloodthirsty demon insects? Even Su Ming was surprised. He hadn't intended to steal the kill on this Azure Moon Demon Wolf. Unexpectedly, it was still killed by my own bloodthirsty demon insect. As the Tsangyue Demon Wolf perished, Lei Jin and the others shouted in excitement. "It's dead! The Tsangyue Demon Wolf is dead! Fellow students, slaughter all these demonic creatures! Kill!" Deprived of their leader, the demonic creatures immediately collapsed like a routed army and were swiftly eliminated by everyone. Everyone was doing their utmost to kill the monsters. In less than an hour, not a single monster remained as thousands of summoned beasts ganged up on them. By the time the battle ended, the battlefield was already littered with the corpses of monsters. Among them were also the summoned beasts of some classmates. Su Ming's Zerg beasts had suffered considerable losses, with nearly 1,000 bladeworms, shieldworms, and other insectoid creatures perishing. Witnessing this made Su Ming's heart ache. Fortunately, it hadn't yet struck at the core of his forces. Just then, someone suddenly approached him. Su Ming looked up to see who it was. It's Luo Qianxue. Miss Luo, I don't have the strength to compete with you right now. If you want to avenge your boyfriend, come back after I've recovered. Su Ming, thank you. If it weren't for you earlier, my three-tailed snow fox might have been seriously injured. Oh, if it were someone else, I'd still save them just the same. Su Ming said casually, and indeed, anyone in his position would have done the same. Luo Qianxue didn't say anything more before turning to leave, never mentioning her intention to fight Su Ming. Then suddenly, someone approached him holding an enormous magic crystal. Su Ming, this is the Moonfrost Direwolf's magic crystal. Since you were the one who killed it, this crystal rightfully belongs to you. Hua Haicheng handed the crystal to Su Ming. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback by this. Hadn't this guy harbored quite a bit of hostility toward him? I was being petty before, and I apologize. Please don't take it to heart. From the battle just now, I can see you're truly exceptional. Su Ming smiled faintly but didn't accept the magic crystal. Give the magic crystal to Lei Jin instead. We defeated it together, it doesn't belong to me alone. I've already gained the experience from the kill, which is advantage enough for me. This demon nest battle had indeed brought him considerable gains. Not only did his level rise from the initial 23 to 25, but he also gained over 70,000 additional consumption points. Chapter 44, The Power of a Legendary Beastmaster, Annihilating the Demon Lair. Everyone was immersed in the joy of exterminating the demonic creatures. At this moment, near the entrance to the 5th floor, the principal and several school leaders appeared simultaneously before everyone's eyes. Some hadn't yet realized what was happening, but those who did immediately shouted, "The principal's here, hurry and line up." Upon hearing this, Su Ming quickly stood up. Everyone lined up with remarkable speed, each swiftly finding their designated spot. Principal Chao Hongshou scanned the slightly disheveled crowd before him, his eyes brimming with undisguised satisfaction. Students, we have witnessed your performance throughout this mission. Our initial estimate was that you would need at least 3 days to completely clear the monsters from this small demonic den. Yet, you accomplished it in less than a day. This is a remarkable achievement. Next, Chao Hongshou continued, this is the first aspect that impressed me greatly. The second is your seamless cooperation during the 5th floor demonic den confrontation. When facing the Lord-class monster, the Azure Moon Demon Wolf, none of you faltered. Instead, you quickly leveraged each other's strengths to take down this level 30 creature, truly exceptional. That wolf was only at the Transcendent tier initially, yet it evolved into a Lord class during the battle. We were all holding our breaths for you, but your performance did not disappoint. Of course, during this mission, the conduct of certain students left me furious. Scheming and sabotage on the battlefield, this behavior is absolutely unacceptable in our military academy. Your enemies are the monsters, the beasts, not the beastmasters fighting alongside you. I won't name names here. Initially, we intended to impose the strictest punishment on this individual, but given their willingness to acknowledge their mistakes after the battle, I believe they will change moving forward. Standing among the crowd, Hua Haicheng knew the principal was referring to him. Clearly, the principal not naming names or punishing me showed he cared a great deal. Chao Hongshou then cheerfully announced, everyone performed exceptionally well. Considering your efforts, after discussions with other school leaders, all participating students except top performers entitled to extra rewards will receive a bonus of 1,000 contribution points. Hoo-hoo! Thunderous applause immediately erupted from the audience. Principal Chao Hongshou then gestured for everyone to quiet down. Students, since this is a competition, rankings will naturally be determined. I've already brought the verification personnel and equipment. Students from the 10 squads, one after another, deposit all the magic crystals you've harvested this time into the machine for score calculation. Additionally, the Academy will purchase your magic crystals at the standard market price. With that, 10 inspection devices appeared before his eyes. Su Ming exchanged glances with the few people around him, and they all simultaneously walked forward. Arriving at the inspection device, the staff member informed him, "Classmate, pour all your magic crystals into the funnel." All right. Everyone craned their necks curiously to look. Those standing in the first row were all top scorers in the college entrance exams. Naturally, their abilities couldn't be anything less than impressive. Splash! Lei Jin was the first to pour out his magic crystals. With a clattering sound, they cascaded like rain into the verification device. Damn, that's a lot. I don't even seem to have as much as his spare change yet. Absurd, this is truly the strength of a top scholar. Immediately afterward, the magic crystals of Luo Qianxue, Su Ming, and Hua Haicheng's group of 9 also began pouring down in cascades. 10 seconds later, the remaining 9 had completely emptied all their magic crystals. Su Ming's magic crystals continued to pour down endlessly. Holy crap, Su Ming has the most by far. How many did he even kill? His Zerg army must have cleared an entire path. One lane's monsters across the first 3 floors must have been completely emptied. Now that's truly insane. Su Ming poured steadily for a full 30 seconds before emptying it all. Immediately afterward, the verification device completed its calculations, and the principal received the first batch of data. Good. Now announcing the first round rankings. Su Ming, Magic Crystal score, 10,689 points. Leijin, Magic Crystal score, 3,214 points. Luo Qianxue, Magic Crystal score, 2,999 points. Student Su Ming currently ranks first. Will purchase Magic Crystal scores at 1 contribution point per point. Holy shit, over 10,000 points. That's almost the sum of the next 9 people combined. This is insane. Can you grant me the same beast space as Su Ming? I want to raise insect-type beast pets too. How can you compare yourself to Su Ming? He has dual talents, both related to insect-type beasts. Stop dreaming, you're not even close. Returning to the team, Leijin chuckled bitterly and said, Su Ming, you're really too much of a freak. Couldn't you at least save some face for the rest of us? Su Ming laughed lightly in response. Sorry about that, I just couldn't hold back. Then, each group of 10 people basically took no more than 20 seconds, and the entire process for over 3,000 people concluded quickly. Principal Chao Hongshou looked at the score list in his hand and announced, Students, I'll just read out the top 10 rankings. Later, we'll send the complete ranking table to everyone. The contribution points each student earned will be deposited into your personal accounts within 3 hours. First place in the Freshman Demon Cave Contest, Su Ming. Second place, Leijin. Third place, Luo Qianxue. Fourth place, Deng O. I hope all students will continue to train hard. The battle against demonic creatures and fierce beasts is still long, and we need your strength. I now declare the 308th Dasha Military Academy Freshman Competition officially concluded. Applause immediately echoed through the demonic cavern. Soon, everyone had left the demonic cavern. After leaving the demonic cave, everyone didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood at the airport, waiting to observe. After the creatures in the demon cave were wiped out, the usefulness of this demon cave completely vanished. The principal will personally demonstrate the power of his beast taming, utterly destroying this demonic lair. Of course, with the principal's strength, he could have soloed it long ago. Though demon nest creatures pose grave dangers, they also serve as excellent training grounds for beast tamers to gain experience and level up. Thus, most demon nests are assigned to suitable beast tamers for cleansing operations. As for the final destruction of demon nests, such tasks are typically entrusted only to beast tamers at the Grandmaster level at minimum. The principal chose to personally destroy this demon nest to let freshmen witness true powerhouse strength and ignite everyone's determination to grow stronger. The sacred flame dragon appeared in the sky, its nearly 100-meter-long body alone inspiring awe in all who beheld it. Flames radiated from its entire being, embodying purity as if capable of cleansing everything in the world. Sacred Flame Dragon, use Dragon's Breath. At this moment, Vice Principal Wen Yan chuckled and said, The principal's Sacred Flame Dragon is a true dragon. Listen closely, everyone, to the roar of a genuine dragon. Roar! The piercing roar of a dragon tore through everything as massive fiery energy gathered in the mouth of the Sacred Flame Dragon. Though separated by several kilometers, one could still feel the abrupt surge in temperature around them. Is this the power of a legendary rank expert, capable of arbitrarily altering their surroundings? Then what kind of existence must a mythical rank beastmaster be? Su Ming silently pondered to himself. Kaboom! A deafening explosion resounded as the former demonic cavern vanished without a trace amidst a blinding flash of firelight, leaving behind only a crater hundreds of meters deep. Specialized personnel would later be dispatched to fill this massive crater. TSK, if that blast hit us, we'd be black and blue all over. Blasting you with that would be like using an atomic bomb to kill a mosquito. No, more like smashing a mosquito egg. Chapter 45, Su Ming, this teacher has a favor to ask of you. High above, a massive azure bird streaked through the layers of clouds. On the back of this azure giant perched Su Ming, who had just completed his training in the demon cave, alongside his teacher Qi Xiantian. Teacher, where are we headed? Su Ming couldn't help feeling exasperated. He'd barely finished battling in the demon cave and hadn't even caught his breath yet when he was suddenly whisked away before boarding with the others. Was dragged out by his teacher Qi Xiantian, just like when he first arrived at Dasha Military Academy. Qi Xiantian stood with arms crossed, facing the wind. Your first month of training has concluded. Based on your performance, I am thoroughly satisfied. Had nothing special, just normal stuff. Hearing the teacher's praise, Su Ming unceremoniously accepted it. He had completed all 3 tasks exactly as the teacher required. Qi Xiantian turned his head, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you've performed so well, the cultivation plan I originally prepared might no longer be suitable for you. A sense of foreboding instantly arose in Su Ming's heart. Teacher, what do you need me to do? Qi Xiantian didn't answer Su Ming's question. Instead, he asked, Su Ming, would you like to possess a monarch-level tamed beast? A monarch-level beast. Su Ming suddenly stood up, only to nearly be blown away by a violent gust of wind the next second. He immediately dropped back down to the ground. Teacher, are you going to help me evolve a sovereign-level beast? Is it the bloodthirsty demon worm or the winged blade insect? Su Ming was overjoyed, imagining how much it would cost if he had to evolve them using his system. That would probably cost a fortune. If his teacher was willing to help him evolve his beast, he would naturally be overjoyed. Of course it's the winged blade insect. I haven't studied the bloodthirsty demonic insect either, but while helping you evolve it into a winged blade insect, I did research its potential evolutionary paths. Reaching the monarch rank shouldn't be a problem. Su Ming's eyes immediately lit up as he clung to his teacher's leg. Teacher, tell me, what do you need me to do? The green bird beneath your feet is a divine beast named Qinghuan. Currently, its bloodline cannot advance further with mere bloodline purifiers, only the essence blood of the divine Qinghuan will suffice. Teacher, are you suggesting I help you find Qinghuan's essence blood? That doesn't seem realistic. Su Ming smiled bitterly and said, not only would I never find it, but even if I did, something so precious is beyond the reach of a beastmaster like me who hasn't even reached level 30. The Qinghuan essence blood has already been found, and it's precisely a beastmaster of your level who has the chance to obtain it. Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately agreed. Teacher, as long as it's within my capabilities, rest assured I'll spare no effort to obtain it. Hearing these words, Shi Xuantian's previously tense expression softened instantly. There's a secret realm where I've learned the final reward includes Phoenix Essence Blood. You just need to claim the ultimate prize and select the Phoenix Essence Blood. A secret realm? Teacher, aren't all secret realms strictly restricted? Su Ming frowned. After the game merged with reality, various secret realms kept reappearing around the world. Their schoolteacher had once described secret realms to them as dungeons on Blue Star. Unlike dungeons, within secret realms, one can obtain rewards by completing specific trials or tasks. Most of these rewards are exceptionally rare and precious. Some particularly rare secret realms are even rumored to reward beastmasters with emperor-level or monarch-level spirit beasts, though this remains just hearsay. No one has ever actually witnessed anyone obtaining such rewards. But since there are rumors, Su Ming believes there must be some truth to them. However, secret realms are extremely precious, and all of them are under the control of the Great Xia government. To gain entry, one must either spend a fortune or earn military merits and other rewards. Shi Xiantian nodded and said, don't worry about the entry qualifications, I've already taken care of it. Su Ming nodded. Teacher, you've been plotting this for a long time, haven't you? Exposed by Su Ming, Shi Xuantian's old face flushed red. This master isn't asking you to work for free. Don't worry, your benefits won't be lacking. Within the territory of Baizhou, Great Xia, this is one of the least populous provinces in all of Great Xia, primarily because it borders the frontier. To the west of Great Xia lies a vast primeval forest. These forests serve as gathering grounds for most land-based ferocious beasts, and many spirit beasts are captured by adventurers venturing into this wilderness. Consequently, within Bazhou province, spirit beasts tend to be priced lower and come in a richer variety. This time, the secret realm Su Ming was about to enter was located within the Bazhou province. Teacher, will there be competitors in this secret realm? No. What's being tested is still your personal strength. You'll definitely need to enter secret realms frequently in the future, so consider this one as practice. Teacher, hearing you say that only makes me feel more pressure now. Don't stress, just do your best. Su Ming nodded, and soon a massive structure hidden deep within the forest came into view. Gazing at the heavily fortified protective facility before him, he couldn't help remarking, with this dungeon located in the forest, there must be lots of fierce beasts causing trouble here. That's true, but we always have a grandmaster taking shifts guarding the dungeon's interior, so it's not actually too dangerous. Oh, I see. The bluebird descended directly, and just as it approached the airspace above the ground fortress, the protective shield above the bunker suddenly opened. Su Ming and the other person seamlessly entered the fortress without interruption. As the bluebird flew inside, the protective shield above the bunker immediately closed. Free and unfettered king, you finally arrived. Just as he landed, a hearty laugh rang out. Su Ming turned toward the sound and saw a middle-aged man standing nearby, smiling broadly at his location. Both men leaped down, and the other fellow immediately stepped forward to greet them. Prince Xiaoyao, I never imagined I'd receive news of your arrival, he said. Shi Xiantian smiled faintly and said, no choice. My azure bird needs Phoenix blood essence to evolve, and currently, there isn't any Phoenix blood essence available in the entire Great Xia. I heard that the secret realm under your control has some, so I brought an assistant with me. With that, he motioned for Su Ming to come over. Old Tao, let me introduce you, Su Ming, my new student this year. Su Ming, this is Tao Yong, the Grandmaster I told you about. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately clasped his hands and said, Su Ming greets Grandmaster Tao. What a remarkable young man. To be able to train under the carefree prince, you must have extraordinary talent. Shi Xiantian nodded and said, he is indeed quite talented. He's this year's top scorer in the Haidu provincial examination, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him to your secret realm. As he spoke, Shi Xiantian looked at Tao Yong and continued, there are some precautions about this secret realm that you'll need to explain to my student. It took me considerable effort to secure this opportunity to enter the realm. Don't worry, as long as your strength is solid enough, there shouldn't be any major issues. It's just that the Phoenix blood essence you need has extremely high requirements. Chapter 46, The Blackbird Secret Realm, Target. As long as your strength is sufficient, the secret realm won't be a problem, Tao Yong said with a smile. Qi Shantian waved his hand impatiently and said, no need to dwell on that. Better explain the situation of the secret realm to Su Ming. What should we watch out for? Tao Yong nodded. Let's sit and talk. The three of them soon arrived at an outdoor pavilion on the fortress grounds. The moment they sat down, Tao Yong turned his gaze towards Su Ming. Su Ming, the carefree king probably hasn't told you about this secret realm, has he? Su Ming shook his head. I came in a hurry, my teacher didn't have time to explain. Tao Yong smiled slightly and glanced at the carefree king before saying, Carefree king, you could have told Su Ming all this on the way. Hey, old Tao, don't make me hurry you along. Get a move on. Okay. Tao Yong waved his hand with a laugh, then adopted a serious expression. Our secret realm is called the Mystical Bird Secret Realm. It's a sustainable secret realm discovered early in the Great Xia dynasty, meaning it continuously yields resources. Hence, it's also one of Great Xia's strategic secret realms. Su Ming, just from the name Mystical Bird, you can tell that most of the resources produced here are related to avian divine beasts. Old Tao, no one asked you to give Su Ming a history lesson, Shi Xiantian interrupted, his face clearly showing impatience. Tao Yong smiled at Su Ming and said, Su Ming, look at your teacher, getting impatient again. Free and easy king, I know you're anxious, but don't be. If Su Ming rushes in without even understanding this much, he's the one who'll suffer. Qi Shantian raised his hand and said, Alright, go ahead and explain. Tao Yong continued, Su Ming, I presume this is your first time entering a secret realm. Secret realms are similar to dungeons, but with differences. In dungeons, killing beasts grants you experience, but in secret realms, you can gain not only experience but also resources. Some come from drops, others accumulate over time. Our Mystic Phoenix secret realm operates on the latter principle. Accumulated? Do you mean accumulated kills of fierce beasts? Exactly. The number of accumulated kills of fierce beasts determines how many resource rewards you can obtain. The green phoenix essence your teacher needs you to collect for him requires you to kill at least 10,000 level 1 low-tier beasts. Alternatively, you can exchange kills of higher level or higher racial value beasts. For example, 1 level 2 low-tier beast equals 2 level 1 low-tier beasts. 1 level 1 mid-tier beast equals 2 level 1 beasts. When racial value increases by 1 tier, the quantity doubles. When level increases by 1, quantity adds +1, first add the level bonus, then multiply by racial value. Do you understand? Su Ming nodded and said, understood, just kill more high-level, high racial value beasts. No problem. Tao Yong smiled faintly. Then let me test you. If you kill 1 level 20 transcendent tier beast, how many level 1 low-tier beasts does that equal? Hearing this, Su Ming immediately fell into deep thought, tracing figures absently across his palm with his finger. After about 10 seconds, Su Ming confidently replied, 120. Correct. It seems the most crucial requirement is settled then. You'll need to keep careful count, missing even a single kill would forfeit your Phoenix Marrow reward. Puzzled, Su Ming questioned, why bother calculating? Wouldn't simply slaughtering enough suffice? Tao Yong smiled mysteriously and continued, this leads me to the next important point, you only have 24 hours. On average, you'll need to kill about 400 level 1 low-tier ferocious beasts per hour. Senior Tao, wouldn't it suffice if I just killed 4 high-level beasts with superior racial values instead? Su Ming replied with confident expression. You'd have to find them first. The Mystic Bird secret realm is mostly filled with low-tier beasts. There aren't many exceeding level 20, this trial tests your speed above all. At this moment, Qi Xiantian suddenly laughed. Tao Yong looked at Qi Xiantian with some confusion and asked, Prince Xiaoyao, what are you laughing at? If it were anyone else, it might be quite difficult, but my disciple fears such challenges least of all. Oh, Su Ming, do you have some special ability? Tao Yong instantly became curious. Su Ming let out a faint smile and modestly replied, it's really nothing special, I just happen to have quite a few beast companions. Plenty of beastmasters exist, but how many could a level 20 beastmaster like you possibly have? Tao Yong smiled nonchalantly. Right now there must still be around 2,600 left. If I hadn't lost several hundred during the recent Demon Cave trial, it would have surpassed 3,000 already. Put. Tao Yong instantly sprayed out the tea he had just sipped. Over 2,000. With widened eyes, Tao Yong turned to Qi Shantian for confirmation. That's right. Su Ming's beast space is extraordinary, it can accommodate an exceptionally large number of tamed beasts, Qi Shantian acknowledged. But there's a downside. he can only contract insect-type creatures. It's not that we can only contract insect-type beasts, it's that contracting insect-type beasts is optimal. Oh, right. As they chatted, neither noticed Tao Yong's astonished expression. Qi Shantian patted Tao Yong on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about that, old Tao. Carry on with your explanation. That doesn't bother me. Aren't you worried your student might catch the attention of the Sacred Heaven sect?" Tao Yong asked with some surprise. The Sacred Heaven sect? What's that? Qi Shantian waved his hand dismissively and said, "Su Ming, I'll explain this to you in detail later. It's a corrupt Great Xia Beastmaster organization that serves foreign nations, persecuting our own great Xia Beastmasters." "Oh, I see." Tao Yong waved his hand and said, "In that case, there's nothing to worry about. With over 2,000 spirit beasts deployed, the task will definitely be completed within 24 hours. Qi Shantian nodded and replied, "Of course I know that. Otherwise, why would I bring my student here? My point is, I paid a hefty price for this entry qualification. Since my student has this advantage, if he can hunt more fierce beasts in exchange for more resources, it'll greatly benefit him. Mark some key areas for me, places teeming with beasts, so when those 2,000 spirit beasts are deployed, it'll just be a straight-up slaughter." Tao Yong smiled slightly. "That's no problem. But we only have paper maps. As you know, Free and Easy King, the secret realm blocks certain electronic signals. Unlike our dungeons, any electronic devices we bring in become useless. A paper map will do. Just mark the routes clearly, and leave the rest to Su Ming." Tao Yong nodded, stood up and looked at Su Ming, saying, "Su Ming, at first I thought the carefree king had you here just for hard labor, but now it seems your teacher still has your best interests at heart. The opportunity to enter the secret realm is truly precious." Su Ming nodded silently, confirming this from the information he had just learned. The teacher only requires Phoenix Essence blood from 10,000 level 1 low-tier ferocious beasts, and anything beyond that number is entirely his to keep. By then, he could also exchange the surplus for some resources in the secret realm. Even if they proved useless, they could still be converted into consumption points. There was no conflict in doing so. Chapter 47 Entering the Secret Realm, Charge of the Legion. Here's the map of the Black Phoenix Secret Realm. I've already marked all the key areas where ferocious beasts frequently appear. Tao Yong handed over the map, and Su Ming immediately stood up to receive it. The routes were clearly marked, along with details about which high-level beasts inhabited each zone and which areas were populated by clustered ferocious beasts. Everything was meticulously annotated. Qi Shantian looked at the map with great delight, patting Tao Yong's shoulder as he laughed. "Old Tao, all those years you spent guarding this mystical Phoenix secret realm weren't wasted after all. This is incredibly detailed." Tao Yong immediately dodged away with slight disdain, saying, "Save the flattery, carefree king." Su Ming clearly had a question at this point, which Tao Yong also noticed. "If you've got something to ask, Su Ming, say it now. Once we enter the secret realm, there won't be another chance." "Senior, is the entrance to the secret realm fixed, not randomly assigned like dungeon instances?" "The entrance is indeed fixed, but you'll still be forcibly teleported out when time runs out." Su Ming nodded in understanding, while Qi Shantian couldn't wait to ask, "Su Ming, well, can we go now?" "Really, teacher, can't you let your student rest even briefly?" Tao Yong immediately scolded. Su Ming shook his head at this point and said, "I'm fine. I can enter the secret realm anytime. A beastmaster's mental strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. They could go days and nights without eating, drinking, or sleeping without suffering any adverse effects." "All right, let's head to the dungeon entrance then." The three of them walked through the fortress and arrived at its deepest depths. At this moment, what caught Su Ming's eye were two towering stone pillars, each reaching about 10 meters in height, with a dazzling array of rainbow-colored lights swirling between them. "This is the entrance to the secret realm. Once you enter from here, you'll go straight into the realm, and you won't be able to return until the time is up," Tao Yong continued. "Senior, do I just go in directly?" Su Ming asked. "If you're ready, then go ahead and enter," he replied. Su Ming nodded and glanced at Qi Shantian and Tao Yong. "Teacher, senior, I'll be heading in now." Qi Shantian nodded and said, "Su Ming, although this task was entrusted to you by our teacher, do only what you can. Safety comes first." "Yes." Clasping his hands in salute, Su Ming immediately rushed into the secret realm's entrance without looking back. In a daze, Su Ming opened his eyes again and found himself standing atop a cliff. Behind him was the seemingly just closed gate of the secret realm. "This is such a trap, setting the exit right here. If someone fell down straight, they'd be covered in bruises from head to toe." The cliff stretched endlessly into the abyss below. Taking out the map, he noticed even the cliff height had been marked by Senior Tao. Over 3,000 meters, insane. Glancing at the map in his hand, Su Ming didn't dare hesitate and immediately sprang into action. The tamed beasts here were all low-level, posing virtually no danger, so he had to make every second count. First, head to the nearest location, Akia Hills. Su Ming willed it, and immediately, the bladewing insect appeared by his side. Shortly after, Su Ming released all the other insect beasts as well. Kill anything living, don't leave a single savage beast alive for me. No sooner had the words been spoken than all the insect beasts charged toward the forest ahead. Su Ming turned to the nearby winged blade insect and said, "Winged blade, carry me into flight." The winged blade insect immediately crouched down, allowing Su Ming to climb onto its back more easily. Once Su Ming was ready, the winged blade insect took off into the air. Though the winged blade insect wasn't particularly large in size, it was more than capable of carrying Su Ming with ease. Throughout the journey, kill notifications from his insect beast army continuously flashed before his eyes. Successfully killed level 1 mutated cicada, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successfully killed level 1 giant-footed mosquito, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successfully killed level 1 digger rat, EXP plus 10, consumed points plus 10. Where the Zerg army passed, it was like a swarm of locusts sweeping through. No beast could escape the notice of his tamed creatures. In less than an hour, the number of kills under his belt had already reached 700. This demand would be nearly impossible for anyone else to fulfill. Its difficulty is indeed far too high. Fortunately, I have enough insect beasts to just scatter them out for killing. At this moment, I arrived at the first major location marked for me by Senior Tao. According to the map, more than 500 ferocious beasts inhabit this hill, varying in level, with the majority being the gregarious big-eared rabbits. As Senior Tao noted, these big-eared rabbits have almost hollowed out this little hill less than 100 meters tall. For anyone else, it might have been quite difficult, since if the giant-eared rabbit hid in its burrow, a beastmaster at the 20-something level wouldn't possess the ability to flatten an entire hillside. But his insect beasts weren't large, easily able to enter the burrow holes dug by the big-eared rabbits. Su Ming arrived here faster by riding the winged blade insect express. There was a telepathic connection between beastmasters and their tamed beasts. Whatever Su Ming thought, they could sense. Therefore, Su Ming immediately urged a group of blade insects to rush over at once. In less than 5 minutes, over 100 tiger beetle blade insects had gathered around him. See those hills up there? The holes are burrows of big-eared rabbits. Go in and drive them out. Following Su Ming's command, the blade insects charged in without hesitation. The rest of the Zerg forces arrived at Su Ming's side 3 minutes later. At this moment, rustling sounds continuously echoed within the hills. It was the hare rats being driven out by the blade mantises. Su Ming's heart leapt with joy as he shouted, "Charge! Don't let a single hare rat escape!" In the next instant, his insectoid swarm pounced upon the small hillock like starved tigers, launching their encirclement attack. Su Ming left this place to his low-level insect creatures, while he continued onward with the wingblade insect and bloodthirsty demon insect to the next location. According to Elder Tao's criteria, there should be a level 25 windwing bird here. In the past, he would never have come here. Without a flying tamed beast, dealing with these avian-type beasts would have been utterly futile. However, with his flying wingblade insect now, he didn't have to worry about that. Moreover, the bloodthirsty demon worm could cling to the wingblade insect and wait for an opportunity to leap onto enemies during battle. Half an hour later, Su Ming arrived at the next location, the Forest of Phlox, home to the 25th level Transcendent Tier Windwing birds. Su Ming had just set foot on the ground when he said to the wingblade insect, "Now it's your turn. Go find that windwing bird." The wingblade insect nodded, and immediately all 3 wingblade insects took flight. Meanwhile, Su Ming moved through the forest with an armored mutant insect and his bloodthirsty demon insect, hunting other low-level fierce beasts. At this rate, we should hit 10,000 soon. Chapter 48, Frenzied Harvesting, Goal Achieved. Lord Xiaoyao, there's no need to worry. With this number of beast companions your student has, reaching 10,000 won't be a problem. Tao Yong glanced at Qi Xiantian pacing back and forth and offered words of comfort. Qi Xiantian shook his head and said, "That's not what concerns me. It's that matter you mentioned earlier." "Which one?" Tao Yong looked at Qi Xiantian in confusion. But when Qi Xuantian's gaze turned to him, Tao Yong immediately answered, "Are you talking about the Holy Heaven sect?" Qi Xiantian nodded with a worried expression. Su Ming's abilities aren't actually that outstanding yet, but sooner or later, those people will take notice of his potential. Bang! Those scum! The Great Xia nurtured them, and now they turn around and plot against our nation's future. Tao Yong slammed his fist on the table, seething with rage. Qi Xiantian sighed and said, "It's hard to guard against. I hadn't considered that possibility before, but your words just now reminded me." Indeed, we should remind Su Ming. From now on, whether it's missions or dungeons, he needs to be more careful. After the conversation, Qi Xiantian sat down, his gaze drifting toward the entrance of the secret realm. I wonder how much Su Ming has accomplished inside by now. No problem finishing on time, Tao Yong continued. Qi Xiantian shook his head and said, "I actually hope he can kill more. That way, he can exchange for some resources too. As his teacher, having a student help me gather resources, of course I can't let him work for nothing." In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had already passed. Su Ming had already cleared 6 marked locations according to the map given by Elder Tao. According to his progress, Su Ming didn't have an exact calculation, but he roughly estimated the number of beasts he had killed so far. If converted to level 1 low-tier beasts, the number should have reached around 6,000 by now. At this rate, he could help Teacher obtain the required green phoenix essence blood within just 10 hours. The remaining 14 hours were entirely his own. Phoenix essence blood is already incredibly precious, just fusing a single drop can enable magical beasts with divine bloodlines to undergo metamorphosis. At my current speed, 14 hours should still let me gather at least another 10,000 units. Calculated this way, I could exchange for resources equivalent in value to Phoenix essence blood. A smile unconsciously crept onto Su Ming's lips. Just this calculation alone was enough to lift his spirits. It almost made up for being dragged here right after finishing the Demon Cavern trials without a moment's rest. He immediately shouted at the Zerg army battling before him. Kill, slaughter them all, leave none alive. Every ferocious beast you kill means more earnings for your master. The blade bug's intelligence was extremely limited. They would only unconditionally obey Su Ming's commands. As Su Ming's fighting spirit soared, they too became wildly excited. All that's left is the verdant grasslands. According to Senior Tao's markings, there are large numbers of sheep-type and wolf-type ferocious beasts there. Their levels and racial values are mid-tier overall. This should be the location with the highest harvest potential among all the marked areas. After putting away the map, Su Ming checked the direction and immediately summoned a blade wing, then led his Zerg swarm charging majestically toward the grasslands. Meanwhile, outside, Shi Xiantian was already preparing to rest. Suddenly, a phone call came through. Recognizing the caller, Shi Xiantian promptly answered it. "Principal, you're still up so late." "Shi Xiantian, where have you taken Su Ming?" On the other end of the phone, Principal Chao Hongsho's voice carried a hint of reprimand. Training him, of course. As Su Ming's mentor, I naturally brought him for training." "Shi Xiantian, you took Su Ming to the Mystic Bird secret realm, didn't you? You must have had Su Ming fetch the Azure Phoenix essence blood for you." Busted by the principal, Shi Xiantian immediately admitted it. "Principal, you caught me red-handed. Your insight is truly remarkable." "Humph, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't let you off the hook. But since it's Su Ming visiting that secret realm, he should be able to gain some resources for himself. However, in our military academy, we absolutely will not tolerate instructors exploiting students for their resources." Shi Xiantian immediately changed his expression upon hearing this, as that was quite a serious accusation. He quickly explained, "Principal, I absolutely didn't do anything like that. Su Ming is my student, how could I harm him? Besides, he helped me obtain Qinghuan essence blood, and I promised to help him evolve his beast. Why would I take advantage of my own student?" "Good, as long as you understand." The principal's tone softened considerably. Seeing the principal in a better mood, Shi Xiantian cautiously probed, "Principal, you didn't call me this late just for this matter, did you? Is this really a small matter? By the way, once the secret realm situation is handled, hurry up and bring Su Ming back. Our exchange event with Haidu Beast Taming Academy is about to begin. If you've taken away my ace, how am I supposed to send a delegation?" Shi Xiantian gave a wry smile, so this was why the principal was upset. He immediately replied, "Understood, Principal. I'll bring Su Ming back to the academy as soon as we finish here." "Good. Remember that Su Ming is our key cultivation target. If anything happens to him on your watch, you'll have me to answer to." After hanging up the phone, Shi Xiantian looked at his phone and cursed, "Don't I know how to care about my own student?" At this moment, Shi Xiantian couldn't help but glance toward the entrance of the secret realm. I wonder how many fierce beasts Su Ming has killed by now. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Shi Xiantian had also risen early and was waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing Shi Xiantian up so early, Tao Yong teased him, "Prince Xiaoyao, aren't you worrying a bit too much?" "I'm not worried about my Azure Phoenix essence blood anymore. I'm more concerned about Su Ming's safety. Our boss even called me last night specifically about it." Hearing this, Tao Yong was somewhat surprised. Even Lord Chao is taking such an interest? It seems Su Ming holds a highly valued cultivation position in your academy. Shi Xiantian chuckled lightly upon hearing this and said, "Can you find another beast taming space like my students in the entire Great Xia? As long as Su Ming continues to grow, he alone with his tamed beasts will be equivalent to a formidable army." You're right. Such a genius must be well protected. By the way, 18 hours should have passed by now, right? Tao Yong glanced at his watch and nodded. Yes, precisely, no more no less, exactly 18 hours. It should happen soon. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Su Ming was lying on the ground at that very moment, the intense battles having left him thoroughly exhausted. An entire night of slaughter, all the savage beasts in the lush grasslands had been wiped out by his insectoid beasts, and his losses weren't significant either. Based on estimates, my current progress is around 18,000 now. With 6 hours left, it's time for one final sprint. Chapter 49, Exchanging Rewards, Phoenix Essence Blood. 6 hours of non-stop sprinting, and all the locations marked by Senior Tao had been completely cleared out. What remained were just scattered spots here and there. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming deployed all his tamed beasts except those left behind for his own protection. The order was simple: as long as they could hunt down ferocious beasts, no matter how far, they were to kill without mercy. Su Ming had no idea exactly how many beasts he had hunted, but it was definitely more than enough. For Su Ming, who was fully immersed in battle, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the 24-hour mark finally arrived, a message suddenly materialized before Su Ming's eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a total of 24,980 ferocious beasts within 24 hours. Please select the reward you wish to redeem. 1. Phoenix Essence Blood, 14,000 units. 2. Rock Essence Blood, 14,000 units. 23. Green Luan Essence Blood, 10,000 units. 97. Tamed Fire Eagle, 100 units. 98. Wind Bird Familiar, 100. 99. Winged Beast Pets, 100. Staring at the rewards before him, Su Ming decisively declared, I choose the Phoenix Essence Blood, Green Luan Essence Blood, and the Tamed Beast Silver Fire Eagle. The total I chose here comes to 24,900. And as for the remaining 80, there's nothing more I can spend it on. The moment Su Ming made his final selection, the information before his eyes vanished. In its place appeared 3 treasure chests laid out before him. Su Ming darted forward in a flash. The first chest contained the most valuable Phoenix Essence Blood, the second held Azure Luan Essence Blood, while the least valuable was the tamed Silverfire Eagle. The Phoenix Blood Essence and Silverfire Falcon Blood Essence were prepared by Su Ming to trade for other resources. As for the Azure Phoenix Blood Essence, it just needed to be handed over to the teacher. The Silverfire Falcon was a beast with the bloodline of the Golden Winged Roc. Though its lineage value ranked only as advanced, it was still one of the most formidable among advanced beasts. It was said that the Golden Winged Roc even preyed upon true dragons. But for Su Ming, it's truly hard to say which of these divine beasts is stronger or weaker. After all, he'd never actually seen them fight. What he needed was to maximize his own benefits. As for the special Phoenix Essence bloodline, most people's flying spirit beasts would choose those with Phoenix lineage. The Phoenix Blood Essence he had chosen would surely be fought over frantically by others. It would undoubtedly fetch far more than if he directly exchanged it with the system. After securing all 3 rewards, Su Ming was abruptly expelled by a powerful repulsive force. Meanwhile, outside, Qi Xiantian and his companion were waiting anxiously. Seeing the energy swirling at the secret realm's entrance, his face immediately lit up with joy. He's out. The next second, Su Ming's figure was directly flung out. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Su Ming suddenly felt a force supporting him from behind. Turning his head, he saw it was his teacher, Qi Xiantian. Teacher! Su Ming steadied himself, and the expression on his face put Qi Xiantian at ease. How was it, Su Ming? Any gains? Tao Yong chimed in at this moment. Teacher, mission accomplished. As he spoke, Su Ming took out that vial of Azure Phoenix Essence Blood. The Essence Blood was extremely precious, stored in a specially crafted jade vial that was completely transparent. Qi Xiantian received the jade vial containing the Azure Phoenix's Essence Blood. The blood within seemed to transform into an Azure Phoenix, its proud avian cry overwhelming all 3 with awe. This is the Essence Blood of the Divine Beast, the Azure Phoenix. Qi Xiantian carefully stored it away in his storage space with a smile on his face. He then turned his gaze to Su Ming and said, Su Ming, thank you. You've helped me resolve a major issue. Su Ming scratched his head and chuckled. It was nothing, really. It's not like I walked away empty-handed either. Oh, Su Ming, I never asked, aside from the Azure Phoenix Blood Essence, what else did you choose in the end? Tao Yong also asked curiously. Regarding this, Su Ming didn't conceal anything. A drop of Phoenix Essence Blood and an advanced beast-taming Silver Fire Eagle. My God, you've killed a total of 24,900. Tao Yong exclaimed in shock. To be precise, 24,980. I couldn't exchange the remaining 80 since the minimum exchange is 100. Su Ming smiled faintly, with a hint of regret on his face. Good job, that's my student for you, Qi Xiantian said sincerely, genuinely happy for Su Ming. Noticing Su Ming seemed hesitant, Qi Xiantian immediately reassured him. Say what's on your mind, Su Ming. There are no outsiders here. Alright, teacher. Actually, I'd like to exchange the Phoenix Essence for other resources. Great Xia currency is fine, or any resources that would be useful for my Zerg-type beast companions. Hearing this, Qi Xiantian and Tao Yong exchanged glances. Phoenix Essence is an absolutely hot commodity on the market. Qi Xiantian nodded and said, that's not a problem at all. We in Great Xia have an independent auction platform. I can list the Phoenix Essence for you, where everyone can place bids within a set time. Then, based on the offers, you can choose whom you'd like to trade with. Then what about my Phoenix Essence? Every city in Great Xia has a trading post. You just need to submit your Phoenix Essence there first. They serve as intermediaries, and most importantly, they don't take any commission. Tao Yong went on to explain to Su Ming. Alright, then I'll auction this tamed beast of mine too. It makes no difference anyway. Alright, I'll have your senior take you there once we're back at the academy. Su Ming nodded. Shi Shantian then turned to Tao Yong and said, Old Tao, thank you these past couple days. When your term here ends, I'll treat you to drinks. Senior Tao. Alright, you two, hurry back now. Tao Yong smiled faintly, and Shi Shantian said no more. The two were clearly already familiar with each other, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. He immediately summoned the azure bird. With a single flap of the azure bird's wings, the two swiftly soared into the sky. Just then, the protective shield above the fortress opened at that very moment. Su Ming turned back to see the figures on the ground growing smaller and smaller. Immediately after, the fortress closed once again. Teacher, if these people are guarding the secret realm, how do they cultivate? They have access to dungeon portals and can also hunt in this forest. Cultivation isn't really a concern, in fact, many people want to come here. Why is it so dull? Su Ming wondered in confusion. Shi Shantian smiled faintly and said, everyone who comes here gains access to enter the secret realm once. You can go yourself or send someone else. The rewards you reap won't be trivial, you know. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes immediately lit up. If he could go a few more times, he'd be able to earn consumption points much faster. At this moment, Shi Shantian poured another bucket of cold water on Su Ming's head. Each mystic realm can only be entered once by a person, except for some specific realms that have no entry restrictions. I was just thinking, wouldn't that create many bounty hunter-like professions then? Shi Shantian laughed and said, the rules of this world won't let you exploit loopholes. Chapter 50, The Great Xiao Auction. It was already several hours later when they safely returned to the military headquarters. The continuous battles these days had also left Su Ming feeling exhausted, even though his level had risen to 26 and he'd harvested considerable resources. Yet, Su Ming could still feel the pressure of lacking strength. Just as I lay down on my bed after returning to my dorm, my mind couldn't help but start calculating my upcoming cultivation progress. First of all, I currently have 150,000 consumption points, earned from hunting magical creatures and beasts in secret realms over the past few days, which I haven't used yet. As for my academy's contribution points, the academy rewarded me with 3,000, plus an additional 1,000 per person, totaling 4,000. I also earned 10,689 from selling magic crystals and over 2,000 from completing previous tasks. Combined, that comes to almost 18,000 contribution points. Next is the A-class resources from the rewards, which can also be exchanged for a considerable number of consumption points. Finally, there's the harvest from the secret realm, Phoenix Essence Blood. This is the real jackpot. Phoenix Essence Blood is the kind of treasure that has a price but no market. It holds immense value in the beast taming market and comes with a substantial markup. Just putting it up for auction would guarantee a minimum price of $500 million from my teacher, and it might even go higher. Of course, if it were just about money, there wouldn't be a shortage of major families willing to bid high prices for his Phoenix Essence Blood. But apart from needing Great Xia currency to exchange for consumption points, Su Ming also wanted to continue contracting more insect-type creatures. Currently, his 18,000 academy contribution points still weren't enough to contract any of the remaining 4 Lord-level insect creatures at the academy. For Lord-level insect creatures, the contribution requirement starts at least at 30,000 points. He was still far short of that goal. At present, if I exchange all my resources into consumption points, my strength could make a leap. If I can contract a few more insect beasts, my Zerg army could become even more diverse. From the battles in the demon caves, Su Ming learned some lessons. His current numbers weren't sufficient to achieve a qualitative change. To reach that qualitative leap, he'd need at least hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens or hundreds of millions in numbers. And to increase the reproduction speed, the shorter the time, the more consumption points it would cost. To increase the blade beetle's reproduction speed from 3 minutes to 1 minute now would cost him 100,000 consumption points. To achieve 1 second reproduction speeds, Su Ming estimated it would require tens of millions of consumption points. Converting these tens of millions into Great Xia currency would amount to 1 billion. The purchasing power of Great Xia currency is enormous. Even ancient families with centuries-old legacies couldn't casually produce 1 billion. At this thought, Su Ming couldn't help scratching his head. Damn, this system is powerful all right, but it's such a money burner. Su Ming simply stopped thinking about it and plunged straight into sleep. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In Zhongzhou City, Su Ming followed the address given by his teacher and found the location of the Great Xia auction house within the city. Originally, his senior brother was supposed to accompany him. However, Wang Zhuoxing had recently been engrossed in reselling resources, causing the tasks assigned by their teacher to be delayed for too long. When the teacher returned, he directly ordered him to complete his cultivation mission. So Su Ming had no choice but to come alone to the Xia auction house. As soon as he entered, a long-legged beauty in black stockings approached him. "Hello, how can I help you?" Su Ming nodded and said, I am a student of the Carefree King and need to auction a few items. Since it's my first time, I'll need to register an account. Hearing the words Prince Xiaoyao, the staff immediately became even more enthusiastic. Anyone who carries the title Wine King must be a beast master at the royal level. The beautiful staff member said warmly, so you're a student from the military academy, please come in. I'll fetch our supervisor to receive you. Su Ming nodded, and it didn't take long. A middle-aged man soon arrived before Su Ming. Before he even reached him, his hand was already outstretched. How do you do? I'm Xu Hua, the manager here. May I know who you are? Su Ming, a student from Daxia Military Academy. Xu Hua immediately smiled and said, Classmate Su Ming, how may I be of assistance to you? I have 2 items I wish to auction. Certainly, may I ask what items you'd like to auction? A drop of Phoenix Essence blood and a high-level tamed beast, the Silver Fire Eagle, which carries traces of the golden-winged Great Pang's bloodline. Upon hearing the words Phoenix Essence blood, Xu Hua immediately said, Classmate, let's talk in a private room. All right. Soon, Su Ming was led into an exquisitely decorated private booth. The moment they sat down, Xu Hua couldn't wait to ask, Classmate, do you truly possess Phoenix Essence blood? Su Ming nodded and, without the slightest hesitation, produced the Phoenix Essence blood. The moment the Phoenix Essence blood appeared, Xu Hua couldn't help but tremble with excitement. It truly is Phoenix Essence blood, this is indeed a hot commodity. Su Ming nodded and said, Indeed, which is why I wish to auction it. Xu Hua carefully set it down, then inquired, Might I ask what auction method you prefer? What method? Su Ming asked in confusion. Seeing Su Ming's lack of understanding, Xu Hua immediately explained, We have 2 auction methods here, bidding and fixed pricing. Bidding can drive prices higher and is ideal for items like Phoenix Essence blood. As for fixed pricing, it would be most suitable for that beast companion of yours, Su Ming. Su Ming nodded and said, Since Manager Zhu suggests it, let's go with your recommendation. Very well. May I ask what form of resources you'd like to exchange for the auction? Do you require any specific resources or? Su Ming shook his head and said, Payment can be in Great Xia currency. If you prefer resource exchange, it must be resources related to insect-type contract beasts, including the beasts themselves. Any requirements for the race value? Upper limit is sovereign tier, with no lower threshold. His current level was only around 20-something, and contracting sovereign tier creatures was already his limit. Understood. Any other requirements? It's gone. Do you know when it might end? Regarding Su Ming's question, Xu Hua contemplated for a moment before replying. My suggestion is to extend the auction duration. Phoenix Essence blood is too sought after. The longer it goes, the more bidders will emerge. Got it. Thank you, Manager Zhu. Su Ming stood up as he spoke. Xu Hua rose to his feet with a faint smile. Not at all. Serving you is serving ourselves. Later, I'll have someone assist you with registering an account. Then you can monitor the bids in real time on the platform. If any catch your eye, you can simply confirm the auction. Su Ming nodded and asked doubtfully, My teacher said there are no commissions for auctions? That's correct. We are fully funded by the state, aiming to provide beast masters with an excellent resource exchange platform. Then how do you generate revenue? Su Ming inquired curiously. Xu Hua leaned in and whispered, Student Su Ming, for ultra-rare resources like the Phoenix Blood Essence you're auctioning, we provide this information to major noble families. They'll offer us a commission percentage. If they successfully bid, we receive an additional fee. Su Ming suddenly realized that exploiting information asymmetry was indeed a profitable approach. By the way, would you like to opt for anonymous bidding? Alright, make it anonymous. Su Ming nodded. Among his acquaintances, many had contracted Phoenix Bloodline Beast companions, and he didn't want anyone exploiting his friendships to approach him. Chapter 51, Listing Phoenix Essence Blood, a highly sought-after commodity. After sending Su Ming off, Xu Hua gazed at the Phoenix Essence blood in his hand. Quick, put this Phoenix Essence blood on the featured slot of our auction. This is guaranteed to be a blockbuster item, he immediately shouted. Yes, Supervisor. As the Phoenix Essence blood was featured on the app's homepage, news of its appearance on the Great Xia auction app spread like wildfire in mere moments. Beastmasters from across the nation had an enormous demand for Phoenix Essence blood. A single drop of Phoenix Essence blood immediately triggered fierce bidding wars among countless beastmasters. Su Ming, who had just returned to the academy, heard his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. Opening my phone, I was greeted by over 99 auction notifications flooding my screen. User Zhang Hai bid, 100 million Xia coin. Comment, is the Phoenix Essence blood authentic? User Wu Chi bid, 300 million Xia coin. Comment, first floor, your 100 million is only enough for a fake. User Jean Feng bid, 300 million Xia coin plus an epic tier insectoid battle beast, which Bane Spider. Comment, second floor, money isn't the main point, it's clear the seller is a beastmaster who needs insectoid battle beasts. Each piece of information showed that almost every new bid exceeded the previous one. Su Ming had anticipated the frenzy over the Phoenix Essence blood, but even he hadn't expected it to reach such heights. The highest bid had now reached 500 million Great Xia coins, though none related to insect-type beast companions. 500 million was already an astronomical figure. Simply madness. Since it's this sought after, let the bidding war rage on a while longer. A faint smile played at Su Ming's lips as he promptly muted notifications from his auction app. With the auction lasting a full month, there was absolutely no need to waste his time keeping tabs on it. Finding a quiet spot, Su Ming took out his phone and opened the Academy's app. Following the instructions, Su Ming immediately filtered out the Class A resources and systematically categorized them under insect-type resources. The first thing that caught his eye was the scarce resources related to insect-type beast taming. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but remark with some exasperation, "Are insect-type beast tamers really this unpopular? Even resources related to insect-type beasts are so limited." Su Ming felt quite helpless. In this world, insect-type beasts arguably had the most diverse varieties. Yet whether in the beast market or these resource markets, everything related to insect-type beast mastery is relatively scarce. The reason is quite simple, it's a matter of supply and demand. Most people wouldn't choose insect-type beasts with lower individual combat capabilities. Our teacher, who possesses a king-class insect-type beast, is an exceedingly rare exception. Just then, the teacher's call came through. "Hello, teacher. Su Ming, which of your beasts are you planning to evolve?" Hearing the teacher's words, Su Ming also became polite. "Teacher, there's no need for that. Helping you is nothing, and besides, I gained a lot from it too. If you don't want it then forget it. Saves me the trouble too." The words coming from the other end of the phone made Su Ming immediately respond. "But since you care so much about your students, teacher, naturally I can't let down your kindness. I want to evolve my bloodthirsty demon insect. I knew you'd need this for evolution. I've already prepared the materials for the bloodthirsty demon insect, but we're missing one thing, the heart of a bloodwing phantom beetle." The heart of a bloodwing phantom beetle? That sounds so familiar. Su Ming froze for a moment, then, I immediately opened my school app. The Class A resources section happened to have exactly this. "Teacher, there's one exchange opportunity for Class A resources available to me. I'd like to use it." "Good. Just fill in my address directly and have the bloodthirsty devil insects delivered here." "All right." After hanging up, Su Ming immediately used up this opportunity of his. After confirming the order, Su Ming suddenly felt something was amiss. Could it be that the teacher intentionally left out this material? But on second thought, trading just one Class A resource for a sovereign-level tamed beast was definitely a bargain no matter how you looked at it. After placing the order, Su Ming immediately took the bloodthirsty demon insect to his teacher's residence. "Teacher, I'm leaving the bloodthirsty demon insect with you." Shi Xiantian glanced at Su Ming and nodded. There's your training plan for the next month on the desk. Completed on schedule. Only after you finish will I evolve your bloodthirsty demon insect." "Ah." Su Ming immediately grabbed the note from the desk. 1 accumulated contribution points reached 30,000. 2. Participate in the exchange event with Haidu Royal Beast Academy. 3. A rank within the top 3 of the human leaderboard. Looking at the 3 tasks above, Su Ming was stunned. Looking at his teacher, he said, "Teacher, are these tasks something a human could even come up with? What? Are they too difficult for you?" Shi Shantian looked at Su Ming with a smile, seemingly unbothered by Su Ming's slightly blunt remarks just now. "Of course, the top 3 on the human rankings in this 30,000 contribution points, I only have 18,000 right now. How could I possibly earn 12,000 in just a month, old man?" His senior brother struggled to earn 5,000 a month, while he was only a freshman. Those missions worth a few hundred contribution points. Even if he worked non-stop for 30 days, he'd still need to complete 2 per day. Qi Xiantian waved his hand dismissively. "See, you're rushing again. Would your teacher really leave you hanging? The representative team from Haida Beast Taming Academy is coming to our military academy soon. If you perform well, you could probably earn enough contribution points for this task in a single day." Su Ming gave his teacher a resentful glance. "Teacher, I heard from senior apprentices about this year's exchange meet. It's held annually. Last year when our military academy went to Shanghai, we got hammered 7-3. "Exactly. So our principal has made it clear. For every Shanghai Institute student defeated this year, you'll get 1,000 contribution points. With 10 opponents total, that's up to 10,000 points. For a team victory, you'll each split an additional 20,000 contribution points equally." "Teacher, you mean for me to solo them all by myself?" Su Ming wore a bitter smile. His teacher really had too much faith in him. "Solo grinding is tough, but if you win, your mission pressure will ease significantly. Of course, you can only win. Lose, and you'll have to gather all the other evolution materials for your beast yourself." Su Ming nodded slightly, finally understanding his teacher's intentions. It was about forcing him to go all out during this exchange competition. "Don't worry, Teacher, when the people from Haida come, I promise to wipe them out completely, leaving not a single scrap behind. That's good. Alright, leave the bloodthirsty demon insect with me, it's not like you're short of one anyway. Su Ming gave a bitter smile. His teacher's training plan was truly beyond brutal. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't be worked this hard. But then again, having a teacher who's willing to constantly supervise my training and maintain absolute cultivation focus, with such a beast tamer as my mentor, it'd be hard not to become strong. Moreover, my teacher is even willing to evolve my tamed beasts for free, a privilege no one else would ever enjoy. Chapter 52, Exchange Tournament, Haidu Beastmaster Academy. As I left my mentor's residence, pondering whether to tackle dungeon missions, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly called out to me from behind. Turning my head, I saw Luo Qianxue, the same girl who'd thrown harsh words at me during the freshman championship. Su Ming, wait a moment. Luo Qianxue jogged up to Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at the spot where Luo Qianxue had just appeared, noticing a faint but distinct mark in that corner. Classmate Luo, were you waiting here specifically for me? Luo Qianxue didn't deny it and nodded, saying, that's right. I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to sell me the Phoenix Essence blood. Phoenix blood essence? What do you mean by that? Su Ming frowned, though confusion arose within him. He had clearly remained anonymous. So how did Luo Qianxue know he possessed Phoenix blood essence? Su Ming's denial only drew a light chuckle from Luo Qianxue. Classmate Su Ming, within Great Xia, aside from you, I can't think of anyone else who'd trade Phoenix blood essence for resources related to insect-type beast taming. Su Ming was momentarily speechless. It seemed his reputation as an insect-type beast tamer had already spread this far. Name your price, Su Ming. How much would it take for you to sell that drop of Phoenix blood essence to me? Luo Qianxue crossed her arms, her ample curves threatening to spill forth at that very moment. The Phoenix essence blood is indeed mine, but if you wish to purchase it, you may place your bid at the auction. If the offer is suitable, I might consider selling it to you. Su Ming maintained an expressionless face, adopting a strictly businesslike demeanor. Luo Qianxue stamped her foot in frustration, adopting a somewhat coquettish tone as she pleaded, Classmate Su Ming, just sell the Phoenix Essence blood to me. We're classmates. After all, shouldn't we help each other out? Meeting Luo Qianxue's fluttering, beseeching gaze, Su Ming remained unmoved. Apologies, he said coolly, this is business, not personal favors. Besides, we're hardly acquainted. If you're interested, leave your bid at the auction, that's all. Su Ming turned to leave when something suddenly occurred to him. He looked back at Luo Qianxue and said, since you know I was the one who sold it, don't go spreading it around. I prefer to keep a low profile. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Luo Qianxue stamped her foot in frustration. Yet this was nothing but helpless, futile rage. Over the next 2 days, Su Ming kept himself busy by completing 3 tasks, earning another 1,000 contribution points. Since the teacher had emphasized the importance of this exchange competition beforehand, Su Ming chose not to enter any dungeons for missions on the 3rd day. That day, a coach bus slowly drove into the Dasha Military Academy. The pre-arranged welcome team was ready, and Su Ming along with the 9 other selected fighters were pulled into the welcoming crowd. Lei Jin stood beside Su Ming, clapping and smiling while whispering to him, Su Ming, you'd better be careful. Among the people from Haidu Beastmaster Academy, there's someone who holds a huge grudge against you. Ha, who? Su Ming frowned. Hua Haichang, standing nearby, immediately jumped in to answer. Lei Jin is talking about Yan Xiao, Luo Qianxue's fiancé and the 2nd-place finisher in Haidu Province's grand exam. How did you know? Of course I know that. Since the end of the last freshman tournament, Hua Haichang had been utterly in awe of himself. When it came to Su Ming, he was practically hanging on his every word. His 3-headed lion had perished in that battle, but his family promptly compensated him by sending a golden war lion as his new beast companion. Though both were lord-level creatures, the golden war lion and the 3-headed lion were evenly matched, each excelling in its own way. The bus door opened, and the lead teacher stepped out first. Representing the institution was Vice Principal Marshal Wunyan. Upon seeing Marshal Wunyan, the opposing team's lead teacher greeted with great deference, greetings, esteemed Marshal Wu. Teacher Su, welcome to our military academy for this exchange, he said. The military academy has always been a role model for our coastal capital to learn from. As the two were talking, 10 representatives from the coastal capital Beast Taming Academy also stepped off the bus. 5 boys and 5 girls, a perfectly balanced ratio. Lei Jin wore an expression of schadenfreude as he whispered, Su Ming, want me to point out which one is Yan Xiao for you? No need. It's the first guy. Su Ming shook his head. How did you know? Lei Jin asked in surprise. Su Ming chuckled lightly. The moment this guy got out of the car, he was staring at Luo Qianxue, then gave me a hostile glare. Who else could it be if not him? Your observation skills are sharp. But Su Ming, you'd better be careful. Although Yan Xiao lost to you in the entrance exams, he ranked first in this year's Haidu freshman tournament. Remember, Haidu recruited 4 top-level beastmasters who scored first in the national entrance exams. I never looked down on them either. After some brief pleasantries, Wu Gong soon led the exchange team on a tour of the military headquarters. They learned about the institution's culture and paid respects to martyrs who had sacrificed their lives fighting monsters for Great Xia. By the time the entire program concluded, half a day had already passed. The sun had just set as Wu Gong said with a smile, "Teacher Su, let's conclude today's tour here." Naturally, Wu Gong. Many thanks for taking the time to share your school's history with us. I've brought 10 newly enrolled beast masters from our academy this time. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for some friendly exchange with your students. Certainly, but it's late today. Let's arrange it for tomorrow morning. Alright, friendship first, competition second. With these words and a warm wave, Wu Nian saw off the visiting delegation from Haidu. At this moment, Hua Haicheng, who had been listening to their conversation, asked in confusion, "Isn't this exchange match the main focus of the inter-school event? Why does it need to be mentioned separately? This is just basic courtesy, don't you get it?" Lei Jin replied. Suddenly, someone from the military academy's participating team raised their hand and asked, "Commander Wu, should we go easier on them during tomorrow's exchange?" Hearing this, Wu Nian looked at the speaker in puzzlement. "What? Do you know someone over there?" "No. Then why hold back?" Sir Wu's words left everyone somewhat astonished. "Sir Wu, didn't you say competitions come second, friendship comes first? I was just being polite. Who told you to take it seriously? Our military academy has been bullied by them for years. Your mentors must have told you, so in this exchange match, beat them mercilessly, make them cry, and I'll reward you with my own contribution points. Just one thing, bring glory back to the military academy." "Yes," the 10 replied in unison. "Alright, go back and rest. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. Our opponents aren't pushovers. Don't let your guard down." Yes. Nighttime, on the military headquarters streets, a man and woman walked hand in hand through the quiet lanes. "Xianxue, our two academies will be at war tomorrow. What you're doing could be considered aiding the enemy." "Humph, I won't show any mercy tomorrow, and you'd better not hold back either." Yan Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Of course I won't. I've already discussed it with our team leader. Su Ming must be left for me to defeat." Chapter 53, First Battle, The Reckless Tactics. "Are you going to battle Su Ming? He's really strong," Luo Qianxue said with a serious expression. "I know. I've heard about his achievements, but I have my own calculations." Yan Xiao smiled faintly. "I just want to prove that this Su Ming's top rank is merely due to the cheap tricks of his worthless tamed beasts. Trash will always be trash." Luo Qianxue was about to say something more when Yan Xiao took out his phone and added, "By the way, Xianxue, I saw a drop of Phoenix Essence blood at the Great Xia auction yesterday. I've placed a bid, but since Phoenix Essence blood is highly sought after, my current offer doesn't seem to have any advantage." As he spoke, Yan Xiao grew puzzled again. This seller is quite peculiar. Why would he only want Great Xia currency and resources for insect-type spirit beasts? Unless, like Su Ming, he's also someone who enjoys contracting weak spirit beasts? Luo Qianxue interjected at this point. "Have you considered that this person might actually be Su Ming himself?" "Ha, that can't be. How could he possibly possess Phoenix blood essence?" Yan Xiao couldn't help feeling a pang of astonishment. To this, Luo Qianxue shook her head and said, "My teacher warned me. Teacher Su Ming took Su Ming to the mysterious bird secret realm once. Perhaps that's where he obtained it." Lost realm. He actually entered a lost realm just like that. Yan Zhao's eyes instantly filled with envy. "Yeah, I reached out to him a couple days ago hoping he'd sell me the Phoenix Essence blood, but he refused." "Really?" Luo Qianxue sighed and said, "It's actually this guy's Phoenix Essence blood. If we combine our bids, maybe we'll have a chance to win the auction." Luo Qianxue shook her head and said, "Not necessarily. I suspect he'd prefer resources related to insect-type tamed beasts. Together we only have 700 million daxia dollars. That's hardly enough to tempt him." After speaking, Luo Qianxue shook her head again, saying, "Never mind. If the opportunity arises later, I'll try entering the mystical bird secret realm myself." Yan Xiao nodded, though his eyes betrayed deep contemplation. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. All first-year students currently enrolled were gathered in the school's martial arts arena. The representative teams from Daxia Military Academy and Haidu Beast Taming Academy had also arrived early and were waiting in the martial arts arena. Vice Principal Wu Nian stepped into the center of the competition field. "Students, today the exchange team from Haidu Beast Taming Academy has come to our Daxia Military Academy for academic exchange. According to our recent exchange procedures, today both sides will each send 10 representatives for friendly beast taming sparring matches. To put it bluntly, our Great Xia Military Academy has already dispatched our 10 strongest freshmen, and I believe Haidu Beast Taming Academy has done the same. Today will undoubtedly be an exciting competition. Students, keep your eyes peeled and watch attentively. Let's give a round of applause to Haidu Beast Taming Academy for coming all this way." As Elder Wu's voice faded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. I'll keep my remarks brief. Now, let's leave this arena to our young beast tamers. As Vice Principal Wu Nian stepped off the stage, the 10 representatives from Great Xia Military Academy exchanged glances below. I'll go first and win us a triumphant opening for the military academy. Hua Haicheng stood up, speaking with an air of casual confidence. No one objected. The order of who would go first had already been roughly decided during their earlier preparations. As Hua Haicheng stepped onto the competition field, he turned toward the direction of Haidu Beast Taming Academy and announced, Hua Haicheng of the Great Xia Military Academy, requesting battle. The next second, a flash of purple darted by. A female student from Haidu Beastmaster Academy swiftly arrived at the competition arena. Zhang Ning, from Haidu Beastmaster Academy. Having already researched his opponents, Lei Shen immediately analyzed, seems Haidu wants to snatch the opening victory too. This girl in purple is the top scorer of Sanjiang Province, with the Beastmaster talent Windwalker. It's said she's already contracted 3 beasts, all with ruler-level race values. What's the Windwalker talent? Someone nearby asked curiously. It grants speed boosts to bonded beasts. The higher the beast's level, the greater the speed becomes, an utterly broken ability, Lei Shen remarked casually. In that case, her bonded beasts must all specialize in speed then. At this moment, a beast's roar shattered the tranquility within the stadium. A massive cyan wolf with wings growing from its back, accompanied by 2 large birds, one yellow and one blue. It's the Celesure Wingwolf, the Thundercry Bird, and the Tempest Condor, all first-class Lord-level battle beasts. Hugh Haking is in trouble. None of his battle beasts are speed type. Seeing the 3 beast companions, Hua Haicheng showed no fear but instead grew even more excited. 3 beast companions, truly worthy of being the top scholar. The next second, 2 beast companions also appeared by Hua Haicheng's side. They were his Golden War Lion and the Verdant Beast. Hua Haicheng's Beast Mastery talent Frenzy could dramatically enhance his battle pet's combat power within a short period. However, the duration of Frenzy was limited, and after the talent bonus ended, the beasts would enter a period of weakened state. Your guidance, please, please. The 2 clasped fists and bowed. Then their battle pets shot forward like cannonballs the next second. The Golden War Lion and Jade Green Beast pounced directly at Zhang Ning's Celestial Blue-Winged Wolf. The 2 beast companions completely ignored attacks from Zhang Ning's other 2 flying beasts, directly launching a frenzied assault on the Celestial Azure Winged Wolf. Hua Haicheng's plan is to first disable the Celestial Azure Winged Wolf before concentrating his forces to fight the other 2 flying beasts. Lei Shen shook his head after hearing this. Won't work. Can't hold out. No way. Hua Haicheng's Golden Battle Lion and Jade Qing Beast are both tank types. Surely they can handle it. Boom. Suddenly, on the competition field, a bolt of lightning directly struck Hua Haicheng's Emerald Beast. Immediately afterward, the Gale Condor swiftly flapped its wings, unleashing several invisible wind blades that sliced through the Emerald Beast's body. In an instant, the previously healthy Emerald Beast was drenched in blood. Damn it! Hua Haicheng looked at Zhang Ning's relaxed expression, his own Golden Battle Lion and Emerald Beast unable to land a single hit on the enemy's Spirit Beasts. It's like exerting all one's strength only to hit cotton. Never mind, let's kill one first. Golden War Lion, Azure Beast, tear that Celestial Azure Winged Wolf apart. Roar! With a furious roar, the Golden War Lion and Azure Beast's auras instantly turned savage. Zhang Ning immediately shouted, Sky Blue Winged Wolf, fly up now. Trying to run? Impossible. Even if I lose, I'll take down one of your spirit beasts. The Sky Blue Winged Wolf flapped its wings, just about to take off. Then the Golden Battle Lion swatted it down with one mighty paw. Roar! With a furious roar, the Jade Green Beast, despite its injuries and the attacks from the 2 flying spirit beasts on its back, pounced onto the Skywing Wolf. Zhang Ning was also startled by Hua Haicheng's Mad Dog style of fighting. Though the Celestial Blue-Winged Wolf had decent combat power, it simply couldn't compare when facing a Golden Battle Lion, let alone one enhanced by Berserk mode. The agonizing screams echoed through the martial arena. I surrender my Sky Blue-Winged Wolf. I concede the battle. Zhang Ning showed not a moment's hesitation, immediately declaring his Sky Blue-Winged Wolf's withdrawal from combat. Seeing his goal accomplished, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Hua Haicheng's lips. Chapter 54, Dual Provincial Champions, Fated Rivals. Return, Azure Beast. Without hesitation, Hua Haicheng immediately recalled the Azure Beast into his taming space to recuperate. At this moment, only the Golden Lion and Zhang Ning's 2 flying beasts remained on the competition field. What a brute! Zhang Ning was also thoroughly exasperated by Hua Haicheng's 1-for-1 strategy, finding it utterly incomprehensible. Brute, I actually quite like that title. Thanks. With that, Hua Haicheng's expression turned icy as he commanded, Golden Lion, take down those 2 oversized birds. Roar! The Golden Battle Lion leaped into the air, instantly springing over 10 meters high. Get out of the way! Zhang Ning's flying beast reacted with incredible speed as the Golden Battle Lion's front paws flailed wildly in midair. Now airborne without any flight capability, the Golden Battle Lion was left completely defenseless. The Thunderbird and Hurricane Eagle now positioned themselves on either side of the Golden Battle Lion. Without needing Jiang Ning's command, both spirit beasts simultaneously attacked the defenseless Golden Battle Lion. Lightning strikes combined with wind blades drew golden blood from the Golden Battle Lion. Upon seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but remark, "I'd only heard rumors before, but the Golden Battle Lion's blood truly is golden." Hua Haicheng suffered from beast taming. His Golden War Lion was beaten by those two giant birds as easily as a father disciplining his son. Seeing his Golden War Lion injured, Hua Haicheng raised his hand and said, "I surrender, no more fighting." With that, he recalled his Golden War Lion. His berserk state had already ended, and now his tamed beast would enter a state of exhaustion. Not to mention capturing Jiang Ning's two exceptionally swift flying beast pets. "Thank you for going easy on me." Though Jiang Ning was furious, the two still maintained their courteous decorum. The first battle ending in defeat cast a shadow of disappointment over the gathered forces of the Great Xia Military Academy stationed at their home ground. In the rest area of Ocean Capital Beast Taming Academy, gazing at the eerily silent competition field below, he couldn't help but chuckle. The combat arena of the Great Summer Military Academy is even quieter than the library at our Haidu Beast Taming Academy. The remark was loud enough for many to hear. Without a doubt, this was a direct slap to the military academy's face. Though Hua Haicheng had lost, Jiang Ning could still continue fighting. The Great Xia Military Academy needed to send another person to compete. Hua Haicheng stepped off the field, his earlier optimism now gone from his face. "I'm sorry, I lost." "It's alright, we've barely begun yet," Luo Qianxue comforted him at that moment. Su Ming looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, does anyone want to go next? Their speed-type beast requires one of ours that can counter it." Lei Jin stood up and said, "I'll go. I still have an advantage against beastmasters who specialize in speed." "All right." Su Ming nodded. Lei Jin's innate talent was lightning amplification, and all of his summoned beasts were of the lightning attribute. In terms of speed and offensive power, they are all top-tier existences. There wouldn't be someone like Hua Haicheng with such obvious weaknesses. When Hua Haicheng stepped onto the field, the audience once again erupted in excitement. "Go Lei Jin! Crush the Haidu team! Lei Jin, show Haidu what the real strength of our military academy is. Come on, Lei Jin! Come on, Lei Jin! Come on, Lei Jin!" Lei Jin looked at Jiang Ning on the field and smiled faintly, saying, "Classmate Jiang Ning, I look forward to learning from you." "Lei Jin!" Jiang Ning frowned. The next second, Lei Jin activated his thoughts. A thunder beast shimmering with lightning slowly emerged from the space beside him. Screech! A sharp avian cry rang out as a thunderbird took flight first. When the thunder beast fully emerged, Su Ming immediately noticed the difference. An additional horn had grown on its forehead compared to before. This Thunderjin's thunder beast seems different from the one we saw in the Devil's Cave before. This is a Thunderhorn beast. Thunderjin's thunder beast carries the bloodline of the divine beast Thunder Emperor. Though still at Lord tier, the growth of its thunder horn indicates its blood purity has exceeded 50%. Thunder Phoenix Bird and Thunderhorn Beast. Though Thunderjin only has two spirit beasts, both are truly magnificent specimens. The group immediately began discussing curiously upon seeing Thunderjin's spirit beasts. Bluffing. Jiang Ning cursed under her breath as her two spirit beasts instantly obeyed her will, swiftly attacking Lei Jin's beasts midair. Roar! With an angry roar, the Thunderhorn beast fired two bolts of lightning from its forehead horn, effortlessly neutralizing the incoming assault. "Classmate Jiang Ning, your speed tactics won't work against me." Thunder Phoenix Bird, Thunderhorn Beast, Lightning Net. In the next instant, the attacks of the two spirit beasts swiftly wove into a massive net of lightning. "Dodge it!" Jiang Ning panicked at the sight, but in terms of speed, the Thunder Phoenix Bird's velocity was unmatched under the amplification of the thunder. Jiang Ning matched his speed without faltering, watching as his beast was visibly enveloped by that massive lightning net. As the net tightened, in the next instant, ZZZZT. The formidable thunderous power was so intense that even the Thunderbird, inherently attuned to lightning, struggled to withstand it. "You lose, Jiang Ning. Otherwise, your battle pet won't be in good shape if this continues." Staring at Lei Jin, Jiang Ning then glanced at his own beast companion. Despite his grim expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "I admit defeat. Woohoo! Brother Jin, you're insane. Lei Jin's Thunder Beast is just too powerful. Brother Jin, boost the prestige of our martial mansion. Brother Jin, wipe them all out." In an instant, the previously quiet competition arena erupted into thunderous cheers like crashing waves and howling mountains. Jiang Ning walked back to the rest area with a gloomy face, while the other 9 exchanged glances. "Who's going next?" "I'll go." A male student stood up, meeting no opposition from the others. The young man quickly entered the competition arena. "Lei Jin, long time no see." "Long time no see, Yan Kai. You've gotten stronger again." "Not bad, I assume you haven't wasted your time either. Their conversation made it clear that the two knew each other. Su Ming looked questioningly at Zhu Shi, who like Lei Jin hailed from Xihua province. Yan Kai placed second in our Xihua province. With Lei Jin being first, they actually tied with identical exam scores. Double champions, Hua Haichang asked in surprise. Yes, one of them specializes in lightning, the other in fire. The upcoming battle is going to be spectacular. Damn, double champions are incredibly rare. This is like Mars colliding with Earth. Hua Haicheng exclaimed excitedly. Yan Kai summoned his beasts, a flame demon beast and a phoenix firebird. Not only are these two equally matched in strength, but their beast companions also look strikingly similar. A one-on-one duel, this is truly a clash of titans. Not only the military academy, but also the Haidu Beast Taming Academy was curious to see who would emerge victorious between these twin top scorers. At that moment, Hua Haicheng suddenly stood up. He moved to a position visible to the audience and began waving his arms continuously. In an instant, the home ground advantage was swiftly ignited. Lei Jin chuckled at the cheers ringing in his ears and couldn't help but remark, "Seems like I've got the home ground advantage today." Chapter 55 2 versus 3, Su Ming steps up. So what if it's your home turf? Flame Demon Beast, attack. With a sweeping gesture from Yan Kai, both battle beasts charged forth immediately. Lei Jin smirked faintly, still the same hot-tempered guy, aren't you? For battle beasts clashed, Thunderhorn Beast versus Flame Demon Beast on the ground battlefield, while Thunder Phoenix Bird faced Flame Phoenix Bird in the aerial theater. The two sides were evenly matched, their four beasts continuously bombarding each other with skills. Neither could gain the upper hand. Truly deserving of their twin valedictorian titles, they've been exchanging blows for over 10 minutes, yet we still can't see a clear gap in their strength. Thunder and fire are the two most offensive attributes. These two were born to be rivals. Lei Jin has the home ground advantage, but Yan Kai benefits from making the last move. They're truly evenly matched. If neither has any other tricks up their sleeve, it all comes down to their beasts' endurance now. As the four battling beasts clashed fiercely in the arena, no one could predict the outcome. Yan Kai looked at Lei Jin and said, "Lei Jin, at this rate, it'll be hard for either of us to claim victory." "Yeah, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Hearing this, Yan Kai chuckled lightly and said, "How could I come after you without a backup plan?" The next second, a blazing battle beast slowly emerged from the spatial rift beside Yan Kai. The third beast, Su Ming's companions, including Hua Haicheng, stood up abruptly in shock. This third beast seems to be a Lord-class flame battle lion, the same species as Hua Haicheng's golden battle lion beast. Hua Haicheng nodded and said, "Battle lions possess all attributes. My golden battle lion belongs to the metal attribute, so I'd be at a disadvantage against Hua Haicheng's flame battle lion in terms of attributes. It's over. Losing one beast, and a Lord-class beast at that, the balance has been broken." While the Great Xiao Military Academy was filled with pessimism, the crowded Haidu Beast Taming Academy stood with crossed arms, showing not the slightest hint of surprise. Su Ming turned his gaze toward Haidu Beast Taming Academy, where Yan Xiao simultaneously looked back at him. As their eyes met, Su Ming could distinctly sense the extraordinary hostility radiating from the other party. "Luo Qianxue, is your boyfriend mentally ill? He's staring at me like I owe him millions." "Ha!" Luo Qianxue glanced at Yan Xiao in the distance and couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. She really wanted to say it, because Su Ming had secured the top scholar position. Yan Xiao was receiving considerably fewer resources from the academy. Truth be told, one could say Su Ming had essentially snatched millions from Yan Xiao's grasp. Watching the two laugh together, Yan Xiao, who already harbored hostility toward Su Ming, clenched his fists even tighter in silent resentment. On the field, Lei Jin looked at the flame war lion before him and chuckled while shaking his head. "Yan Kai, so this was your plan all along." Yan Kai looked at Lei Jin, a smug smile appearing on his face. "Lei Jin, no need to hide anymore. I know you have one too. You know me best, Yan Kai." As soon as the words fell, a beast shrouded in lightning slowly emerged beside Lei Jin. Holy shit, the Thunderbolt War Lion. Were these two in sync when contracting their beasts or what? Thunderbolt War Lion. If you try to tell me there's nothing between them, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. What do you want to say, dog head warning? The moment Lei Jin's third contracted beast appeared, it was the Haida team's turn to be utterly disbelief-stricken. Lei Jin actually contracted a battle lion as his third beast too. Those two really share some kind of mystical synchronization. That way, it'll come down to who can hold out the longest. Lei Jin and Yan Kai exchanged a knowing smile before their three beasts charged at each other once more. The audience, witnessing such an intense battle between the two, couldn't help but erupt in cheers. After nearly an hour of fierce combat, their beasts collapsed from exhaustion almost simultaneously. The battle between Lei Jin and Yan Kai came down to just the two of them fighting each other. they recalled their beast companions and returned to their team's resting areas. Lei Xin let out a bitter laugh and said, "Sigh, both top scholars can't break each other's moves. That was insane, brother Jin. The opposing top scholar's advantage is gone. Now it's our turn to shine." Lei Jin and Hua Haicheng managed to take down 2 of their opponent's top-tier beastmasters. With this, the initial advantage of Haidu having one more top-tier contestant was now eliminated. Just as Su Ming stood up, another male student charged forward. Wu Zhou, who ranked second in Zhengzhou province's grand examination, possessed formidable strength as well. The delegation from Haidu also sent forth a formidable female beastmaster. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce, with Wu Zhou emerging victorious by a narrow margin. In the subsequent fights, neither side immediately deployed their top-ranked champion-level beastmasters. The remaining participants essentially maintained a one-for-one exchange pattern, which persisted until only 2 combatants remained. On the field, the only one still standing was another top scorer from Haidu who was also a beastmaster. Off the field were Yan Xiao and another top-scoring individual. The Daxia Military Academy knew that Yan Xiao was stronger than the other two. Between Su Ming and Luo Qianxue, at least one of them would have to take down an opponent, possibly even 2, to achieve a draw. "Sorry everyone, I couldn't take down even one of his beasts for you." As Luo Qianxue was about to stand up, Su Ming said, "Luo Qianxue, let me go first." Luo Qianxue glanced back at Su Ming, then nodded and said, "All right." Su Ming quickly stepped onto the competition field. At this moment, the audience at the Great Xia Military Academy was utterly despondent. Losing to the opponents on their home turf would be the ultimate humiliation. 2 against 3, by any calculation, it's a losing battle. The other side has 3 top-ranking beastmasters. Since when has Su Ming ever feared numbers? But his forces are just insects. If those bugs of his were dragon beasts, even if Haidu and the others join forces, they'd stand no chance against Su Ming. Let's hope Su Ming and Luo Qianxue can pull off a miracle. Cheer for Su Ming. Don't give up, brothers. Go Su Ming! Go Su Ming! Go Su Ming! The roaring cheers like crashing waves also reached Su Ming's ears. Spotting Su Ming, Kong Peng chuckled lightly. "So you're Haidu's top scorer, that beastmaster who plays with bugs?" "Yeah, impossible. How could Yan Xiao lose to you? Maybe just fell a bit short in skill." Su Ming wore a relaxed expression, as Kong Peng raised a finger at that moment. "Enough talk. Summon your beast companion. Let me see just what skills someone capable of stealing Yan Xiao's top spot really has. You'll find out soon enough." The corners of Su Ming's lips curled slightly, and in the next instant, the beast space behind him opened, and swarms of insect-type battle beasts came flooding out. Seeing so many insect-type battle beasts, Kong Peng showed no fear but instead exclaimed excitedly, "Just a bunch of cannon fodder. No matter how many rabbits there are, could they ever kill a lion?" Hearing this, Su Ming chuckled lightly and responded, "My insect beasts are no rabbits, and you're certainly no lion." Chapter 56, The Wager, True Dragon's Essence Blood. "So, you're really confident, aren't you?" Kong Peng also possessed 3 Lord-ranked tamed beasts, 2 of which were flying creatures. Su Ming watched the 2 beasts in the sky, a thought flashing through his mind. The wingblade insect behind him flew out like a phantom. Su Ming's Zerg army has now surpassed 4,000 in number. The increase has also reached 10.4 times. Although the wingblade insects aren't considered outstanding among Lord-level magical beasts, under the enhancement of Su Ming's talent, Su Ming's 5 wingblade insects have completely encircled the opponent's 2 flying magical beasts. On the ground, the blade beetle-dominated army surged forth like a tidal wave. Mixed within this massive force were Su Ming's bloodthirsty demon insects. A bunch of clowns. What use are numbers alone? Merely a swarm of insects. Is that so? As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, all the insect beasts attacked simultaneously. The wingblade insect's extreme speed caught Kong Peng completely off guard. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty demon insect that had been hiding on the wingblade insect's back seized the opportunity to leap directly onto Kong Peng's tamed beast. Almost simultaneously, the bloodthirsty demon insects on the ground also latched onto Kong Peng's tamed beasts. In an instant, the bloodthirsty demonic insects with augmented strength roared to life like engines at full throttle. They swiftly began draining the blood from Kong Peng's beasts. Witnessing this scene, Kong Peng's pupils instantly contracted in shock. "What are you doing?" Su Ming didn't respond to Kong Peng's questioning, instead teasing with a smirk, "If you don't surrender, your beast is going to die, you know. Better hurry, my bloodthirsty demon bugs aren't known for being slow." As they watched, the vitality of the tamed beast was visibly draining at an alarming rate. Before Kong Peng could react, Yan Zhao's voice suddenly rang out from the spectator stands. "Kong Peng concedes defeat." Su Ming ignored Yan Zhao's words from below and instead turned to Kong Peng on the field, saying, "He surrendered on your behalf. Do you accept that?" Stop sucking, I surrender. Kong Peng was truly terrified. His once robust battle beast would be reduced to a desiccated corpse in less than a minute. In a one-on-one scenario, if the bloodthirsty demon worm fails to latch onto the opponent's beast, even a blade mantis could easily slay it. But once contaminated by the bloodthirsty demon worm, even a beastmaster at the sovereign level could have half his life force drained away. Su Ming smiled faintly and nodded. Wouldn't it have been easier to surrender earlier, RC City Beastmaster Academy's mighty lion? You! Kong Peng's eyes burned crimson, fury twisting his features. At that moment, a hand came to rest on Kong Peng's shoulder. Kong Peng turned around to see Yan Xiao had already arrived on the field. Yan Xiao! Alright, Kong Peng, you were too careless. His beast is a bloodthirsty demon insect. Once it latches onto you, it's extremely hard to shake off. Moreover, this bloodthirsty demon insect is unusually strong. Ordinary ones wouldn't have such powerful blood-sucking abilities. Yan Zhao's words eased much of the fury in Kong Peng's eyes. After recalling his beast, he immediately retreated to the rest area of Haidu. Judging from this battle, Kong Peng's beast would need at least a month to recover its peak combat power without external assistance. Yan Xiao couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Su Ming's insect-type beasts. Now I finally understand why you were able to defeat me and claim the top scholar position in Haidu. Yan Xiao paused before continuing. You sure have a lot of this junk. When it comes to grinding low-level beasts, there's no way I can match your speed. Dealing with small fry is my specialty, though of course, I can take down big bosses just as easily, Su Ming chimed in. Yan Xiao lifted his head, his gaze still dripping with contempt. Su Ming, care to make a bet? A bet? Let's both put up some stakes. Whoever loses forfeits their wager. Su Ming glanced at the school leaders from both sides watching the battle from afar. Seeing no objections, he was more than happy to oblige. Since someone's offering free money, it'd be unreasonable not to accept. Name your terms, what are we betting? Hearing this, Yan Zhao's lips curled into a smirk. I know you possess a phoenix's essence blood, while I happen to have a drop of true dragon's essence blood here. The loser shall hand over their essence blood to the winner. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Luo Qianxue. Clearly, Su Ming didn't believe Yan Xiao could possibly know about his possession of phoenix essence blood. This was obviously premeditated from the start. However, who is the hunter and who is the prey, there is no clear boundary between them. Luo Qianxue immediately felt guilty when Su Ming looked at her like that. Lei Zheng glanced at Su Ming's gaze, then looked at Luo Qianxue beside him, his eyes revealing a trace of disdain. All right. As he spoke, Su Ming took out the phoenix essence blood, which shimmered under the sunlight as if one could still hear the cry of a phoenix. At the same time, Yan Xiao also retrieved his own true dragon essence blood from his storage ring. A droplet of true dragon's blood shimmering with golden light seemed to carry the echo of a dragon's roar in one's ears. Since both of you have such drive, I shall serve as the witness for this wager. Old Wu then took the drops of essence blood from both their hands. With Old Wu acting as witness, neither party could possibly renege on their word. Resources have always been highly privatized. Since neither Su Ming nor Yan Xiao objected, the academy wouldn't interfere with such actions. Su Ming looked at Yan Xiao and chuckled lightly. Seems you're after my phoenix essence blood. Just happened to find out. Besides, I thought the friendly match would be rather dull, adding some stakes to spice things up. Quite confident in your abilities, are you? Su Ming gazed at Yan Xiao, streams of information unfolding before his eyes. Name, Yan Xiao. Level, 22. Talent, Dragon Battle, enhances combat power of dragon-type tamed beasts. Each contracted dragon beast increases power by 1x. Tamed beasts, Eternal Night Battle Dragon, Lord, Celestial Battle Dragon, Lord, Twin-Headed Flame Dragon, Lord. Tripled amplification, is that your confidence talking? Su Ming chuckled inwardly. 3 sub-dragon beasts with triple amplification, was this the extent of his reliance? At that moment, Yan Xiao spread his hands, and the taming space behind him unfolded. 3 dragon beasts of exceptionally pure bloodline stepped forward steadily. The Eternal Night Battle Dragon and the Sky Dominion Battle Dragon are both land-based dragons without flight capability, while the Twin-Headed Flame Dragon possesses a pair of blazing fiery wings. 3-headed dragon beasts? And their bloodline purity must be at least 50% or higher. That's absolutely terrifying. Being able to acquire these dragon beasts isn't the most terrifying part. The real horror lies in having the ability to contract and cultivate them to this level. It's extremely rare. Even in the world of beast taming, a powerful combat beast like a dragon kin under the same tamer. Living peacefully together is not easy. When contracting with one dragon beast, contracting another is difficult. Not only does the already contracted dragon beast resist, but the newly contracted one will also resist. Being able to contract 3 dragon beasts in succession is proof enough of Yan Zhao's strength. Chapter 57, Crushing Defeat. The fuming Yan Xiao. Yan Zhao's face showed undisguised confidence. His lifted head practically pointed his nostrils at Su Ming. So, Su Ming, what do you think? My pet doesn't disappoint, does it? Yan Xiao's smug grin made Su Ming sick to his stomach. Turning to glance at Luo Qianxue with a look that said, so this is the dumbass you chose as a boyfriend. Hua Haicheng scoffed disdainfully. Who does this Yan Xiao think he's fooling? With 3 sub-dragon-type spirit beasts, anyone would be arrogant. This guy's clearly full of himself but still putting on airs. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Enough talk. Let's begin. As you wish. Yan Xiao waved his hand, and the 3-headed dragon beasts shot toward Su Ming's insectoid army like arrows released from a bow. Lei Xin couldn't help but shake his head at the sight before him, sighing as he said, alas, the combat power of these 3-headed dragon beasts is probably quite formidable. Though Su Ming has his swarm of insectoids, most of them are low-tier species due to his obsession with quantity. These dragon beasts charging in will be like tigers let loose among sheep. Luo Qianxue's emotions were in turmoil. She neither wanted her boyfriend to lose to Su Ming nor wished for the military academy to be defeated by Haidu. This internal conflict left Luo Qianxue completely detached from the spectator experience. Everyone be careful. These bugs aren't just numerous, they also have some attacking capabilities. Yan Xiao remained utterly focused. The 3-headed dragon beast glanced back at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Ming curled his lips into a faint smile and declared with a sweeping gesture, let this 3-headed dragon beast witness the might of overwhelming numbers. Roar! Simultaneously, all 3 heads of the dragon beast roared skyward. The 2-headed flame dragon directly spewed fire from the sky toward the ground. Shield bugs, tiger beetles, and armored aberration bugs charged to the front, taking the brunt of this attack head-on. Some shield bugs couldn't withstand the assault and were burned to death on the spot. The air became thick with the pungent smell of charred flesh. Su Ming, your insects might taste pretty good roasted. Yan Xiao smirked slightly, clearly pleased with his recent beast attack. Su Ming's gaze turned icy as thousands of blade insects surged toward the 2 dragon beasts on the ground. Seeing this, Yan Xiao didn't panic in the slightest. Kill them! The 2 wyverns simultaneously unleashed their skills, causing the ground to rapidly crack as dozens of earthen pillars erupted from the surface. In an instant, dozens of blade insects were skewered to death. Yet such attacks failed to halt Su Ming's charging blade insects. The fact that this strike only caused such minimal damage was something even Yan Xiao hadn't anticipated. How can this be? Stop them! Blade bugs, surround them! Meanwhile among the swarms, the bloodthirsty devourer had long lurked in concealment, waiting only to deliver the lethal strike. High above in the sky, the winged blade insects had already surrounded the 2-headed fire dragon. With Su Ming's tenfold power enhancement, the winged blade insects could rival the 2-headed fire dragon, whose bloodline purity had reached 50%. Yan Xiao, perhaps you still haven't realized, while others low-tier beasts remain low-tier, my insect creatures are different. This number of insect creatures isn't something your 2 half-breed dragons can withstand. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiao chuckled lightly and said, I'll say it again, since when would dragons fear a swarm of bugs? Is that so? Then you're welcome to try. And don't forget one more thing, you and I are not on the same level. What? Yan Xiao's pupils constricted violently. This was something he'd overlooked, something everyone had overlooked. Su Ming had already broken through to level 26, while even Yan Xiao, who currently led the pack, was only at level 22 now. Kill them! With a grand gesture from Su Ming, the blade locusts charged forward relentlessly, each fallen wave immediately replaced by the next. Yan Xiao's 2 draconic beasts stood back to back, but Su Ming's swarm of insect creatures was overwhelmingly numerous, charging at them from all directions. At that moment, several crimson streaks flashed through the air, landing directly upon the 2 draconic beasts. It worked! A faint smile curled at Su Ming's lips. Once his bloodthirsty demon insects latched onto a target, their combat effectiveness would be disrupted by the parasites. With his tenfold amplification, the blood-sucking speed of the bloodthirsty demon insects skyrocketed even further. Damn it! Yan Zhao's expression changed drastically. Despite all his precautions, he still couldn't defend against Su Ming's bloodthirsty demon insects. Su Ming shook his head with a smile and said, Yan Xiao, once my bloodthirsty demon insects latch onto you, even if you can remove them within a minute, how will you face my Zerg army? Su Ming spread his arms wide, and to Yan Zhao's eyes, the blade insect army now seemed utterly endless. The 2-headed flame dragon in the sky had one of its heads cleanly severed by the wing blade insect. Hiss! Su Ming also gasped in shock, with one of its heads cut off. It wouldn't be easy for this 2-headed flame dragon to regrow it. Though in this era, the resources to regenerate a lord-ranked beast's head should theoretically exist. But the resources required might very well be enough for Yan Xiao to forge a new contract with another beast entirely. I surrender! Yan Xiao raised his hand in surrender, fearing that all his dragon beasts would be slaughtered if he hesitated any longer. It would take him a long time to recover from such a devastating loss. Glancing at the dragon head lying on the ground, Su Ming scratched his head awkwardly and said, Sorry about that, Yan Xiao. My insect beasts kinda got out of control. Clutching the severed dragon head, Yan Xiao shot Su Ming a glare brimming with resentment. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Yan Xiao, hand over the twin-headed flame dragon quickly, there's still a chance to save it. The team leader from Haidu's Royal Beast Academy, who had been observing the battle, rushed onto the competition field. Yan Xiao glared at his team leader with bloodshot eyes. Teacher, my tamed beast was nearly killed. I know. The priority now is to reattach your twin-headed flame dragon's head. At that moment, Vice Principal Wu Nian's figure descended onto the battlefield. Gazing at the twin-headed flame dragon on the ground, he cast a glance at Su Ming. Then leave him to me, she said. I'll make sure he returns to his former self. Yan Xiao was momentarily stunned, but the team leader swiftly rose to his feet, clasped his fists and said, then we'll have to trouble Lord Wu. Yan Xiao was just about to leave when Su Ming suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, did you forget something? What the hell? Yan Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. If he could, he'd kill Su Ming right then and there. You were the one who demanded the bet. Surely you're not trying to back out now. Su Ming crossed his arms, completely unbothered by having nearly killed one of Yan Xiao's dragon beasts moments earlier. At these words, Yan Xiao clenched his fists so tightly his fingernails dug into his palms. Yan Xiao, this isn't the time to waste on distractions. Their team leader anxiously urged them on. Here you go. Yan Xiao tossed out a transparent jade vial with such force that it was clearly meant to prevent Su Ming from catching it. Yet the next second, a shadowy figure darted past, and the vial containing the true dragon's essence blood appeared in the wingblade insect's grasp. Su Ming accepted the true dragon's essence blood, gazing at the liquid within that seemed to still roar with the dragon's fury. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. With this true dragon essence blood, his strength would see another significant leap forward. Chapter 58, Essence Blood acquired, auction immediately. Just like Phoenix Essence Blood, true dragon essence blood was equally sought after. Dragons were inherently lustful by nature, and fierce beasts carrying true dragon bloodline were arguably the most numerous among all divine beast lineages, second only to the phoenix. This led many capable beastmasters to preferentially establish contracts with semi-dragons and semi-phoenixes as their primary combat companions. While Phoenix Essence Blood was still being frantically bid upon, Su Ming had now obtained true dragon essence blood. If he were to auction this as well, its price would undoubtedly surpass even that of the Phoenix Essence Blood. Thanks. Su Ming stored the dragon essence blood, not forgetting to shout his thanks to Yan Xiao who was already walking away. Yet Su Ming's gesture of gratitude nearly caused Yan Xiao to cough up blood in exasperation. Su Ming, if I don't repay the humiliation you've dealt me today, I'm not Yan Xiao. Lei Jin watched the scene before him, feeling a chill run through his entire body. Turning to look at Hua Haicheng beside him, he asked, how do you feel now? Thankfully, I'm not Su Ming's opponent. Lei Jin smiled faintly and said, I wonder who it was that wanted to teach Su Ming a lesson back in the demon cave. Don't bring it up, Lei Jin. This whole thing is just too embarrassing, Hua Haicheng said with a bitter laugh. Meanwhile, seated quietly, Luo Qianxue gazed worriedly in the direction where Yan Xiao had disappeared. Then, looking back at Su Ming, who seemed utterly unaffected on the battlefield, she suddenly felt a surge of anger. After Yan Xiao left, only one female student remained at Haidu Beastmaster Academy. She was also a provincial champion-level beastmaster with formidable strength. Su Ming looked at her, clasped his hands in salute and said, I await your guidance. Student Su Ming, I bear you no hostility. I came for an exchange, not a life or death struggle. Please don't let these insects of yours kill my tamed beasts. Su Ming chuckled at the opponent's show of weakness and said, don't worry, my bugs are all very weak. Put. Savage psychological torment. Su Ming, if Yan Xiao hadn't already left, he'd genuinely cough up blood from sheer rage. When you're this powerful, you really can do whatever you want. Long live the military academy. If your insects were weak, Yan Xiao's beast's head probably wouldn't have been severed. In our academy competitions, I'm no match for Yan Xiao, yet he was no match for you. By that logic, I couldn't possibly be your opponent either. You're quite good at logical substitution. So you're thinking of surrendering? Su Ming frowned as he asked. Not at all. Surrendering would be too shameful. Let's give it our all in this fight. I'm eager to test whether your strength as an insect master is truly as terrifying as it seemed moments ago. Have it your way, then. No sooner had the words been spoken than the two immediately engaged in combat. The clash between the beast-taming creatures instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the spectating students in the arena. However, in less than 10 minutes, after Su Ming lost nearly 200 low-level beast-taming creatures like blade bugs, his opponent promptly conceded defeat. Looking at his own battered beast-taming creatures, Lin Shu also smiled wryly and said, this is really shameless. Just slaughtering so many creatures would be enough to exhaust someone to death. You could do it too. Hearing this, Lin Shu shook her head and said, no one can compare to your beast-taming space. If I had your space, I'd never contract insects. Can you tell me why your insects are so strong? I already told you, my insects aren't ordinary insects. Lin Shu nodded, then walked off the field with her own tamed beasts. The crowd watching below froze in astonishment. Single-handedly defeating 3 top champions. This is insane. Su Ming's fucking legendary. Su Ming, Su Ming, Su Ming. The arena instantly erupted in cheers. At this moment, Su Ming's face was also beaming with smiles. Without a doubt, the gains from this exchange competition had been truly bountiful for him. This true dragon essence blood must be taken to auction at the fastest possible speed. Walking back to the rest area, the others immediately gathered around. Every face was brimming with the joy of victory. Su Ming glanced at Luo Qianxue, who seemed somewhat dejected, and couldn't help asking, "Classmate Luo Qianxue, why the long face? Aren't you happy about winning?" At these words, everyone froze. It was common knowledge that Yin Xiao was Luo Qianxue's boyfriend. "Su Ming, just how badly did you beat Yin Xiao? You even managed to obtain such precious true dragon essence blood." Luo Qianxue found it hard to feel happy for the Great Xia Military Academy, no matter how much she wanted to. "What do you think?" Luo Qianxue's eyes burned with anger. Su Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "To be honest, I didn't know he had true dragon essence blood either. As for how Yin Xiao found out about my phoenix essence blood and deliberately challenged me to that bet, well, he only ended up hurting himself in the end." Luo Qianxue instantly lost all color in her face at Su Ming's words. Indeed, if she hadn't mentioned this matter to Yin Xiao, he wouldn't have wagered his true dragon's essence blood against Su Ming. The current losses aren't that significant yet. With Lord Wu taking action, the twin-headed flame dragon's life can basically be guaranteed. Just losing a single drop of true dragon's essence blood would severely affect Yin Zhao's subsequent beast-taming cultivation plans. If you want it, go bid at an auction. Relying on these underhanded methods isn't the proper path. After speaking, Su Ming didn't continue celebrating with them. He walked straight out of the academy. He needed to hurry and list this drop of true dragon essence blood for auction. After the exchange competition ended, the members of Haidu Beast Taming Academy left the military academy almost without any delay. Though they weren't completely defeated, they certainly had no desire to stay any longer. Su Ming quickly hailed a ride and arrived at the Xia auction store with familiar ease. Recognizing Su Ming, the staff immediately went inside to summon Manager Zhu. "Mr. Su Ming, what brings you here? The auction deadline hasn't arrived yet, has it? I came today to add items to the auction." Su Ming said calmly. "Add items." Manager Zhu's eyes instantly lit up. He approached Su Ming enthusiastically and asked, "May I ask what Mr. Su Ming wishes to auction this time?" Su Ming didn't stand on ceremony either, directly producing that drop of true dragon essence blood he hadn't even held for long. Upon seeing what was in Su Ming's hand, Manager Zhu instantly became excited. "This is true dragon essence blood." "Exactly. Help me list it for auction too, just like the phoenix essence blood," said a 30-day bidding period. Chief Zhu immediately nodded upon hearing this and said, "Alright, I'll get it done right away." Soon, Su Ming saw the information about his dragon's essence blood being listed. With a satisfied nod, Zhu Hua returned to Su Ming and remarked, "Mr. Su Ming, your generosity is truly extraordinary. How did you manage to obtain a drop of dragon's essence blood in just a few days?" To this, Su Ming simply replied indifferently, "Someone gave it to me." Given away? Who's so generous as to give away pure dragon essence blood for free? Chapter 59, Under Attack, the closest brush with death. Not long after leaving the Great Xia auction, his phone immediately started chiming with notifications. Su Ming checked and saw that bids had already started coming in for his pure dragon essence blood. Holy shit! What kind of background does this seller have? Just a few days ago they were selling Phoenix Essence Blood, and now they're auctioning True Dragon Essence Blood. Phoenix Essence Blood and True Dragon Essence Blood, the two most sought-after types of Essence Blood, are both in their hands. Could this be some young master from a great family who's short on cash and selling off the clan's stored resources? Absolute extravagance. What a bold move. Reading the comments on the auction information, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, there truly aren't many who can produce Phoenix Essence Blood and True Dragon Essence Blood for auction. However, his identity was quite easy to guess, someone who specifically requested Zerg resources in the notes. Across the entire Great Xia, it would be hard to find a second person like him. After setting the auction app to Do Not Disturb, Su Ming prepared to continue selecting some tasks to complete. The cultivation tasks assigned by his teacher and his victory in this competition still left him with a considerable shortage of contribution points. It's basically impossible to accomplish without doing the mission. Right at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Su Ming immediately had a bad feeling about this. With a thought, his winged blade insect and mutated armor insect swiftly appeared by his side, surrounding him protectively. In just a few moments, the open space within a radius of several hundred meters around him was completely sealed off. What is this? Su Ming's expression changed abruptly as a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. This is the ability of the ghost-faced bat, a domesticated beast, the Dark Cage. Unless a beast surpasses the ghost-faced bat in level and racial stats, it's impossible to escape from within unless the ghost-faced bat is defeated. Su Ming turned around to see a gaunt-faced old man who had somehow appeared behind him without his notice. The information panel of the system quickly displayed the details of the withered old man before Su Ming. Name, Pu Yi. Level, 51. Talent, Ambusher, Beasts, Ghost-Faced Bat, Overlord Tier, Moonreaver Mantis, Overlord Tier, Nightstalker, Overlord Tier. What? Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. This opponent's power far surpassed his own. Just the Overlord Tier beasts alone numbered 3. Even in level, he trailed behind by over 20 ranks. After a moment of panic, Su Ming immediately calmed down. He was currently within Zhongzhou's city limits, less than 3 kilometers from the academy. As long as he held on for a while, reinforcements would definitely arrive. But Su Ming didn't know what exactly was the origin of this assailant. Who are you? What do you want? As he spoke, Su Ming summoned all his insectoid beast companions. Upon seeing this, the opponent sneered and said, "Indeed, you're a peculiar beastmaster. No wonder they sent me personally to eliminate you. Kill me? Do I owe you some grudge?" At this moment, only one person came to Su Ming's mind, Yan Xiao. But given that the exchange match had just ended, it was unlikely he'd send assassins after me so quickly. If it wasn't him, I genuinely couldn't think of anyone else I might have offended. Before I die, could you at least let me know what killed me? Su Ming raised his hand and asked, "Is it really that important, kid?" "Of course. You're over level 50, killing someone barely past 20. I can't imagine who'd bother sending you after me. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Su Ming did everything he could to make himself appear as humble as possible. Hearing this, the old man chuckled faintly. "No choice. My orders were to kill you without fail. If you don't die, many people would lose sleep over it." "Many people?" Su Ming frowned, his confusion deepening. Yet the old man offered no further explanation as his beast companions surged forth instantly. 10 beasts above level 50, 3 of them even at Monarch tier, charged directly into his Zerg swarm. In just a moment, the original force of over 4,000 Zerg had lost a tenth of their numbers. "Damn it, do you really think I'm made of clay?" Enraged by this sight, Su Ming waved his hand, commanding all insectoid beasts to swiftly swarm the opponent's weakest familiar. Seeing this, the old man smirked disdainfully and said, "Like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, though if you were truly my equal, this number of familiars would indeed be terrifying. Kill him." That supreme mantis appeared before him like a phantom in just the span of a single breath. The armored mutant insect beside him charged forward immediately. Yet as 2 blade flashes streaked past, the creature's once proud exoskeleton was sliced apart like tofu. The green blood splattered all over his body. Am I going to die? Staring at the enemy before him, Su Ming found himself completely powerless to resist. Though they outnumbered him, it wasn't an absolute overwhelming advantage. What a pity, my army of billions of Zerg. The most humiliating death for a protagonist. I doubt anyone else died like this, not even knowing who their enemy was. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Bang! Snap! Just like the sound of shattering glass, the pitch-black surroundings abruptly lit up. Pu Yi, you've got nerve daring to lay hands on my student. In the sky above, Shi Xiantian stood atop his cyan-feathered bird, which now bore 70% resemblance to a legendary phoenix. The mantis nearest to Su Ming was instantly pinned to the ground by a griffin's talons. Recognizing the newcomer, Puya's countenance immediately changed. Shi Xiantian, you're here already. Puyi never expected that he had already launched his attack on Su Ming at the fastest possible speed. Unexpectedly, the visitor arrived so quickly. Puyi, since you seek to kill my student, today you shall leave your life here as well. Around Shi Xiantian, over a dozen top-tier tamed beasts appeared all at once. Su Ming took a deep breath as he faced the lineup that consisted almost entirely of king-class beasts. His mentor truly lived up to the title of king-class beastmaster, still overwhelmingly powerful. Shi Xiantian, even if you've reached the king class, what can you possibly do to stop me if I choose to leave? A black sphere instantly appeared in Puya's hand. Bang! With a deafening explosion and a plume of black smoke, Puyi vanished without a trace. All his beast companions remained at the scene except for that single bat. Seeing this, Shi Xiantian made no move to pursue him. In just a few breaths, the powerful beast that seemed invincible in Su Ming's eyes was instantly reduced to ashes. After confirming his safety, Su Ming finally let out a long sigh of relief. He collapsed onto the ground in an instant. I almost died, Su Ming gasped for breath. At that very moment, he had truly prepared himself for death. Shi Xiantian came to Su Ming's front and pulled him up, saying, "How are you? Must have scared you bad." Su Ming nodded, almost died. If I hadn't said one more word to him, I'd probably have been chopped in half by that mantis. This person is a professional killer. Hardly any new generation beastmasters could escape, you're practically the first. Su Ming gave a bitter smile and said, "It's just a pity about my spirit beasts, they're practically wiped out now." His gaze swept across the battlefield. Of his more than 4,000 Zerg battle pets, fewer than 300 remained. The high-tier combatants, the wingblade bugs and bloodfiend mantises, were completely wiped out. Shi Xiantian patted Su Ming on the back and said, "Take it slow. As long as you're alive, you can still grow stronger." Chapter 60, Lesion calls about selling essence blood. Shi Xiantian looked at the beast corpse before him and gently patted Su Ming's shoulder. "Teacher, may I ask you for a favor?" Go ahead, Shi Xiantian nodded and said. Can you reduce this month's quota a little? My losses have been too severe. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Shi Xiantian couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'll waive your quota for this month. Su Ming nodded quietly. Having lost such a large batch of insect beasts, it would take him quite some time to recover his strength. It seems I need to hurry up and auction off my Phoenix Essence Blood and True Dragon Essence Blood. Su Ming silently pondered to himself. At that moment, Vice Principal Wu Nian and several school teachers arrived above the sky, watching everything happening on the ground. Wu Nian turned to Qi Shantian and asked, "What's going on?" The Holy Sky Sect has finally started making their move against Su Ming. The Holy Sky Sect? It really is them, those spineless traitors who'd sell out their own master for glory. Wu Nian's tone was filled with overwhelming fury. Su Ming also recalled the Sacred Sky Sect his teacher had mentioned. He couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, is this Holy Sky Sect you mentioned the same organization you spoke of before, the one dedicated to hunting down great Xia Beastmasters?" "Mum, clearly your talent has landed you on their assassination list, otherwise they wouldn't have sent Pu Yi to eliminate you." Wu Nian showed surprise upon hearing this. "Pu Yi? That bastard actually came personally to do the job?" "That's right, Lord Wu. Fortunately we arrived in time, just one moment later would have been too late." Qi Shantian now also showed signs of lingering fear. Su Ming asked, "Is this person really that strong? Why do you teachers seem so shocked?" Wu Nian shook his head and said, "It's not that he's particularly strong, but he's one of the individuals who has hunted down the most young beastmasters from our great Xia. He's never failed in his missions before." "Su Ming, you surviving this encounter is quite fortunate indeed." Hearing this, Su Ming chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I just kept him talking longer. I knew if I could delay him, you teachers would come to my rescue." Wu Nian grew furious at this point. "Those Sanctus cult bastards, it seems we haven't dealt with them harshly enough in recent times. They used to operate covertly in dungeons, secret realms, and demon nests. Now they dare openly hunt our people right inside the city. Sir Wu, we must teach them a lesson." "Should we activate that outpost now?" a nearby teacher inquired. "Immediately gather all teachers at or above the minor grandmaster level, eradicate every last one of their outposts. Execute any who resist." "Yes." In a dim corner of the city, Puyi staggered a few steps before slowly lowering himself to sit. Gasping for air, he silently rejoiced at having survived. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. "Failed? Yeah, they came too fast. Trying to ambush them less than 3 kilometers from the academy was too difficult." Puyi shook his head helplessly as he spoke. "With your strength, killing Su Ming should only take 10 seconds, yet you wasted a full minute, that's why you failed." The shadowy figure's voice grew furious, and in response to the accusation, Puyi stood up angrily and retorted, "I lost almost all of my tamed beasts. Do you even know how strong that kid is? His swarm of bugs was so dense that even with my level advantage, I had to wipe them out first. Your tamed beasts will be replenished, but Su Ming must be eliminated before he grows too powerful. He's too dangerous." Puyi chuckled coldly. "This time, I nearly wiped out all of that kid's bugs. Even if his talent allows him to replicate tamed beasts, it'll take him a while to recover. If you still want me to handle him, try to create an opportunity soon. I'll create the opportunity for you, but if you fail again next time, you know what awaits you." After speaking, the shadow gradually vanished into the darkness. Puyi watched the disappearing figure and let out a soft chuckle. "Heh, failing to kill a beastmaster barely over level 20. If I fail next time, I might as well wish for death myself." After returning to the academy, Su Ming went back to his dormitory. Due to winning the exchange competition, he had earned another 5,000 contribution points. He now possessed a total of 23,000 contribution points. The auction has just begun, and many scions from major families haven't even learned about it yet. The prices haven't been driven up, selling now would be such a waste. Su Ming immediately wore a troubled expression. He was desperately short on money right now. With the insect beasts slain, his current strength had plummeted dramatically. Moreover, he needed to start building up his own legion. Simply having a large number of blade locusts would still leave him at a disadvantage. If the number of shield bugs this time could reach the same level as the blade bugs, then I could drag things out even longer. If the blade bug and shield bug queens reproduce at the same rate, I could form a balanced army of offense and defense. To achieve such speed, my queen's production rate must reach seconds per unit. Su Ming murmured while looking at the deposit and contribution points on his phone. However, the resources required to accomplish all this would be astronomical. Even selling 10 drops of Phoenix Essence Blood and 10 drops of True Dragon Essence Blood would hardly suffice. I'm short on money. If only someone would bring me some right now. Just then, Su Ming's phone rang. Seeing the incoming call, Su Ming answered with puzzled curiosity. "Lei Jin? Su Ming, are you okay? I heard about what just happened to you." Lei Jin asked with concern over the phone. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just that I lost quite a few of my insect beasts." Su Ming nodded and then asked, what's up? Did you call specifically to comfort me? Ha, that's one of the purposes. Then what else is there? Su Ming smiled faintly. How could there be no reason for this sudden call? Lei Jin paused for a moment before saying, Su Ming, the Phoenix Essence Blood and True Dragon Essence Blood at the Great Xiao auction were released by you, weren't they? What? Are you interested? I remember your contracted beasts don't have bloodlines from these two types of divine beasts. I don't, but my friend does. He told me, since I know you, he wanted me to introduce you. The price is negotiable. Hearing this, Su Ming smirked faintly and said, Oh, my prices aren't cheap. Price isn't an issue. Plus, didn't you want resources for insect-type contracted beasts? My friend's family is in the beast-taming business, they can definitely meet your needs. Then how much is your friend willing to offer? If it's acceptable, I can sell him these 2 drops of true blood. Upon hearing this, Lei Jin immediately replied, Great, I'll contact him right away and get his offer. Just go with the highest price he can accept. I can't be bothered to haggle. If I'm not satisfied, we'll just drop it. Got it? Don't worry. I'll make sure he gets the message. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming opened the ranking app. He really needed to sell these 2 drops of essence blood as soon as possible, to compensate for today's losses. Chapter 61, A Staggering Fortune, $2.2 billion dollars. About half an hour later, Lei Jin's call came through. Hey Su Ming, I've already sent you the list. He came up with a few proposals, take a look. If any catch your eye, I'll have him place the order on the app right away. Alright, let me examine him first. Su Ming hung up the phone, and a message immediately popped up. Option 1, $2.2 billion dollars. Option 2, 1 Monarch-level Insect-type Beast Master Pet plus 2 Lord-level Insect-type Beast Master Pets. Option 3, $1.2 billion dollars plus 1 Monarch-level Insect-type Beast Master Pet. There are 6 proposals, but they're fundamentally the same. The price has stabilized at 2.2 billion dasha coins, averaging 800 million dasha coins per drop of essence blood. Normally, a single drop of essence blood can't be sold for more than 1 billion dasha coins, yet their asking price of 2.2 billion is already 200 million higher than standard. For people like them, money isn't the issue. What they truly need are these rare and precious essence blood drops that are practically impossible to come by. As long as it helps them grow stronger, they couldn't care less about spending a little more or a little less money. Although our family also deals in beast taming sales, compared to what this person is offering, our business is just small potatoes. Checking the bidding situation on the app, the current highest offer for a single essence blood drop stands at 1 billion dasha coins. If left for a while longer, it could still rise, but I estimate it won't differ too much from this price. Thinking this, Su Ming immediately called Lei Jin. Lei Jin, I agree. Let him place a bid below my auction. I'll approve it right away. Alright, Su Ming, which option are you choosing? Option 1, $2.2 billion dollars. Hearing this, Lei Jin was momentarily stunned. What do you need that much money for? A sovereign-level beast taming would be better, rare and hard to come by, Lei Jin suggested. No need, I have my own purposes. Just when can his payment be processed? Don't worry, for transactions under 10 billion on dasha auctions, payments are processed immediately. Su Ming, just link your bank card. As soon as you agree to the transaction, he can transfer the money right away. Good, then have him place a bid under my auction listing. I'll agree to the transaction immediately. Alright, after hanging up the phone, Su Ming had just opened the mobile app. He saw a bid message. Monkey butts across mountains are reddest. Phoenix blood plus true dragon blood bid 2.2 billion. Su Ming immediately confirmed the auction with him. The transaction process was also extremely simple once both parties simultaneously confirmed. The auctioned item immediately showed a sold status. The ongoing bidding messages came to an abrupt halt. In less than 10 minutes, Su Ming's bank account received a 2.2 billion transfer, tax-free. A faint smile played on Su Ming's lips as he acted without hesitation. System, convert all 2.2 billion into consumption points for me. Exchange successful. Obtain 22 million consumption points. 22 million. This is insane. Su Ming stared at the number 22 million displayed on the system panel, his previously despondent mood instantly swept away by exhilaration. Instead, there was a look of worry over not knowing how to use it. 2 paths lay before him. One was to spend these 22 million consumption points to evolve his insect beasts. He could likely evolve 2 insect beasts to the sovereign level. The second option was to invest all 22 million consumption points into increasing the breeding speed of his low-ranked blade insects and shield insects. Can amass a massive Zerg army in a short period of time. Then convert the numerical advantage of the Zerg army into enhancing the strength of his beast taming abilities. While sovereign tier tamed beasts are undoubtedly important, they're not impossible to obtain. But if we can increase the numbers, 10,000, even 100,000, even low-tier blade bugs and shield bugs would become terrifying combat forces when their battle power increases by 10 or 20 times. Having reached this conclusion, Su Ming didn't hesitate for a second before asking, if we invest all 22 million consumption points into boosting the blade bug queen's reproduction rate, what level could we achieve? Available for 19.8 million consumption points, Bladeworm Queen reproduction speed reduced to 30 seconds per unit. 30 seconds. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. At this rate, he could produce roughly 3,000 units per day. Consume! Su Ming exclaimed excitedly. Successfully expended 19.8 million consumption points. Blade Bug Queen's reproduction speed increased to 30 seconds per unit. There's still over 2 million left. Pour everything into boosting the Shield Bug's reproduction speed. Successfully expended 2.11 million consumption points. Shield Bug Queen's reproduction speed increased to 3 minutes/unit. In an instant, the original 2.2 billion xia currency had been nearly squandered completely. But Su Ming himself was still happy. This way, in less than a week, he'd be able to command an army of 20,000 Zerg. Far faster than he originally anticipated. That meant his lost combat strength would be fully restored in just one day, practically after a single night's sleep. Ha ha ha, being rich is truly wonderful. Su Ming burst into laughter, sweeping away the gloom of the day. The incident where I was ambushed by the Shang Tian sect yesterday had spread throughout the entire freshman class overnight. Many people gazed at me with a trace of sympathy in their eyes. After all, everyone knew that my strength depended entirely on the number of Zerg pets under my command. With almost all of them slaughtered, my power had plummeted in an instant. However, Su Ming's face was beaming with a happy smile. In just one night, his Zerg-type pets had already broken through the 3,000 mark again. Although it couldn't be said to be a complete recovery, it wasn't much different from how he was yesterday. Lei Jin approached at this moment and greeted Su Ming warmly when he saw him. Su Ming, Lei Jin. Su Ming was quite grateful to Lei Jin. Without his introduction of friends as customers, it would have been difficult for him to regain his strength in such a short time. Su Ming, my friend asked me to thank you. Lei Jin was the first to speak. Su Ming shook his head and said, I should be the one thanking you. The price he offered is already higher than the market rate. When Yan shook his head and said, you don't understand. That guy may have money, but things like essence blood are nearly impossible to buy with wealth alone. Su Ming nodded. This was true. Otherwise, such an exorbitant price wouldn't be necessary. Where are you going? Dungeons. Nothing else to do, so might as well farm dungeons and earn some contribution points. Lei Jin was astonished upon hearing this. You're going to the dungeon? Weren't you just attacked by the Sacred Sky sect yesterday? I heard nearly all your insect beasts were wiped out. Well, there are still some left. I can't just mope around forever. Su Ming gave a faint smile, patted Lei Jin on the back, and strode straight toward the dungeon center. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Lei Jin couldn't help but murmur, when someone more talented than you works even harder, losing to them doesn't really feel shameful. Chapter 62, Sovereign Level Battle Beast, Blood Fiend War Insect. What? My true dragon essence blood was actually sold. Yan Xiao flew into a rage upon hearing this news. Yes, it was sold as a bundle together with the Phoenix essence blood. Su Ming sure acts fast. He just obtained it and already sold the essence blood. His goal must be to quickly restore the beast he lost in that sneak attack by the Holy Sky Sect. Yes, the Holy Sky Sect has begun attacking young beast masters, and Su Ming was the first officially reported case. Bang! Upon hearing these words, Yan Xiao slammed his fist on the table with sudden force. Being targeted first by the Heavenly Saints sect for assassination was proof that Su Ming's talent had already alarmed the other nations. Su Ming, I'll make him pay. He stole my true dragon essence blood and nearly killed my twin-headed flame dragon. The two people beside Yan Xiao immediately chimed in. Don't worry, his insect pets have been almost completely wiped out. It'll be hard for him to recover in a short time. This is your chance to surpass him. Your level lags too far behind Su Ming's. You're right. I'm going to grind dungeons and level up by hunting fierce beasts. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Su Ming's current level had also broken through to 29, and the number of insect beasts had reached an extremely horrifying quantity. Only now could Su Ming truly call his swarm of Zerg a proper army. Around 100,000 Zerg battle beasts, among which blade insects numbered a terrifying 90,000, while shield insects exceeded 10,000. The other variant armored insects, winged blade insects, and bloodthirsty demon insects had also replenished their numbers. During this month, I've managed to earn over 20,000 contribution points. I contracted an entirely new Lord-level battle beast, the Explosive Beetle, a Zerg-type battle beast capable of releasing explosive spores at any moment. At this moment, Su Ming was on his way to his teacher's residence. Yesterday, his teacher had sent him a message saying that the bloodthirsty demon insect had successfully broken through to the Monarch level. Contracting a Monarch-level beast at under 30 levels, such a feat would place him among the rarest prodigies in all of Great Xia. The main issue is that the level is too low. At this level, a Beastmaster facing a Sovereign-level Beastmaster would find it extremely difficult without absolute dominance. It's nearly impossible to subdue a beast whose racial value has already reached Sovereign level. Even if the beast has already been successfully contracted, it could potentially break the contract by force and refuse to obey your commands. However, Su Ming wasn't worried at all, for he possessed absolute dominance over the insectoid creatures. Contracting insect-type beasts wouldn't impose too much pressure. Even if given a king-class insect beast, Su Ming would dare to form a contract now. It's just a shame that beasts of such racial value are no longer obtainable for him at present. Not to mention the price is already beyond what he can currently afford. Next, king-level beastmasters are extremely rare, and such beasts are all held by top-tier beastmasters. He entered the teacher's residence with practiced ease. At this moment, Su Ming noticed that his senior brother had actually come as well. Senior brother, long time no see. Wang Zhuoxing smiled slightly upon seeing Su Ming and said, Junior brother, I've heard about what happened to you. It's fine, senior brother. It's all in the past now, and I've already recovered, Su Ming replied. Su Ming grinned, and Wang Zhuoxing shared a knowing smile in return. Let's go. The teacher is already waiting for you, Wang Zhuoxing said. All right. As soon as he entered, he saw a giant insect beast measuring over 5 meters in length. Su Ming looked at the beast before him without needing the system's information prompt. He already had a premonition. This was his bloodthirsty demon insect. Qi Shantian smiled slightly upon seeing Su Ming and said, You're here. Take a look, your beast. Su Ming approached slowly. With his teacher present, even if this bloodthirsty demon worm wanted to attack him, he was absolutely safe. Teacher, why has my bloodthirsty demon worm changed like this? The bloodthirsty demon worm, originally less than 50 centimeters in size, had now grown to over 5 meters. Moreover, it had transformed into a tamed beast over 5 meters long, covered in explosive muscles. To say it looked completely different from its former appearance would be an understatement. It's completely unrelated. This isn't evolution at all, it's practically metamorphosis at this point. With an awkward smile, Qi Shantian explained, I added the wrong material during the evolution process. Although it succeeded, there shouldn't be any further evolutionary path afterward. Hearing this, Su Ming froze momentarily. No further evolutionary path? Does that mean this beast can't evolve? I wonder if my system can help it evolve. With this thought, Su Ming willed it, and the system panel instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Bloodfiend Battleworm. Species value, Sovereign tier. Description, evolved from mutated sanguivorous insects. Its blood serves as a stimulant for bloodfiend war insects, a creature devoid of pain that fights endlessly until death. Attack, 23,921. Speed, 23,131. Consume 100 million consumption points to evolve into Ultra Bloodfiend Battle Insect, Monarch tier. 100 million consumption points. Seeing the evolution cost nearly choked Su Ming to death. Judging by the description, this Bloodfiend Battle Insect's combat power had already reached a terrifyingly formidable state. An average Lord-level battle beast typically has an attack speed of around 18,000. Yet his Bloodfiend Warworm actually reached 23,000. Professor, what materials did you use? I can't shake this feeling of dread from Junior's battle beast. Noticing the extraordinary nature of the Bloodfiend Warworm, Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but ask. Qi Shantian smiled with great satisfaction upon hearing this. Su Ming, although this Bloodfiend battle insect will have difficulty evolving further among Dominator-class battle beasts, it will never lose to those with Divine Beast bloodlines. During its evolution, I added a drop of unidentified battle beast's essence blood. Though its origin is unknown, I can confirm its owner was no weaker than those Divine Beasts. Unidentified battle beast's essence blood? Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but look curiously at their teacher. Qi Shantian explained, I obtained it accidentally while exploring a secret realm long ago. Having no knowledge of its origin, I didn't dare use it normally. The advantage of insect-type battle beast evolution is you can feed them practically anything, so I took the bold experiment. While future evolution will be challenging, the Bloodfiend battle insect's current power is absolutely terrifying. With that, Qi Shantian said, Su Ming, give it a try. Although the Bloodfiend battle insect is powerful, the question is whether your current level allows you to subdue it. Having spoken, Qi Shantian stepped aside. The Bloodfiend battle insect looked at Su Ming and, without the slightest hesitation, immediately knelt on one knee, lowering its once proud head. Su Ming gave a faint smile and directly summoned it into his beast taming space. The next second, the system directly generated a Bloodfiend War Beetle Queen for him. Bloodfiend War Beetle Queen breeding speed, 10 days per unit. 10 days to breed just one, truly the privilege of a sovereign tier battle beast. With this Bloodfiend War Beetle, he would definitely not fall behind others in similar battles. With my current combat multiplier reaching 20 times, the Bloodfiend Battleworm will likely become an utterly terrifying presence on the battlefield. Chapter 63, The Demon Tide Arrives, an Opportunity. Professor, you're being too partial. This beast companion of Junior Brother looks ferocious at first glance. Wang Zhuoxing suddenly spoke up from the side. Qi Shantian turned his head and glared at Wang Zhuoxing. What, did you help me obtain the Azure Phoenix Essence blood too? Or were you attacked by the Holy Heaven sect as well? Teacher, I want a spirit beast like Junior Brothers too. Hearing this, Qi Shantian smiled slightly. Sure, if you can secure a spot as Great Xia's representative next tournament, I'll evolve a spirit beast for you. Teacher, if you don't want to just say so, how could I possibly compete for that? There are only 3 spots in the entire nation. Hearing their exchange, Su Ming asked curiously, Senior Brother, What 3 spots are you talking about? You didn't know, junior brother? They're the slots for our Blue Planet's Global Beastmaster Tournament. Every academic year from freshmen to seniors gets 3 spots globally. The Global Beastmaster Tournament. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. This was an event comparable to the World Cup from his previous life, even surpassing its popularity. The world's largest Beastmaster competition is held every 3 years. Each country sends its most elite young generation to participate. From freshman to senior year, each grade level has 3 slots available for selecting competitors. What makes all participants flock to this Beastmaster tournament are its rewards. The championship team ensures every competitor receives at least a king-tier beast pet, with some even obtaining legendary tier creatures with elite racial values. It can be said that the Global Beastmaster Championship serves as the cradle for future powerhouses. Senior, I recall the next Global Beastmaster Championship is scheduled for October next year, right? Indeed, just 1 year remains now. Moreover, our national selections will likely occur around June next year. Senior Wang confirmed with a nod. Shi Shantian spoke up at this moment. To whichever of you 2 qualifies for the competition, I'll grant your battle beasts another evolution. Teacher, really? Su Ming asked excitedly again. Of course. If you can win the championship at the Global Beastmaster Tournament, it'll significantly shorten your growth path as Beastmasters. Wang Zhuoxing sighed heavily upon hearing this AI. Senior brother, why are you sighing? Junior brother, you indeed have the strength to compete, but senior brother here is no match. Our batch is full of monsters. Shi Shantian also nodded and said, among your senior brother's batch, his strength is undoubtedly within the top 3 in our military academy. However, when placed on a national level, he would rank beyond the top 10. Phew, is the gap really that big? Yeah, the strongest in our batch is Xia Qingzhu from the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy. Her beast taming talent is downright insane, almost on par with yours, junior brother. On par with mine? Su Ming frowned. His innate talent wasn't actually that remarkable. What made him strong were the changes brought by his system. Without the system providing him with limitless beast space, it would have been impossible to contract an entire insectoid army. Her beast taming talent is called Celestial Revelation. It allows her to temporarily bestow her contracted beasts with the combat power of divine beasts hidden in their bloodline during battle. The higher their level, the longer it lasts. Pretty damn broken, right? Wang Zhuoxing spoke with a helpless expression on his face regarding that formidable power. Su Ming was utterly shocked upon hearing about this innate talent. Directly extracting the divine beast bloodline essence from attained beast's origin meant that one's own beast could temporarily manifest as a divine beast during battle. Even if it lasted just 1 minute, such combat prowess would be devastating. How long can she sustain it now? Su Ming then asked. Should be close to a minute now. Truly terrifying. Fighting against actual dragons and phoenixes, it's like a father disciplining his son. What with the bloodline suppression these beasts have? Su Ming nodded. Such talent was indeed beyond comparison. No one's asking you to compete with her. There are still 2 slots left, just secure one of those, Shi Shantian said, his tone carrying a mix of frustration and encouragement. Teacher, when it comes to those 2 spots, I really can't compete against those other monsters. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head and placed a hand on Su Ming's shoulder, saying, Junior brother, it's up to you now. Yes, I will. Su Ming nodded firmly. He absolutely had to participate in this Global Beastmaster tournament. Just by participating, he could quickly obtain massive amounts of resources. As long as there are resources, I can keep growing stronger. Now, there's about half a year left before the selection. You still have plenty of time to prepare. Zhuoxing, your task is to level up. Your battle pet's combat strength is already decent. If you show potential to compete for a top 3 spot, I'll help you evolve a king-class battle pet. Summing, your goal is to level up too. Try to amass as many insect-type battle pets as possible before the selection begins. Play to your numerical advantage. I understand, teacher. Teacher, for the sake of your promise, I'll give it my all. Wang Zhuoxing also stood up at this moment, declaring confidently. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Ever since Su Ming learned from his teacher about the Global Beastmaster competition, he had been plagued by a sense of inadequacy. Especially after hearing from his senior brother about that Xia Qingzhu, her innate abilities were truly absurdly overpowered. Su Ming asked himself honestly, with his current number of contracted beasts, could he truly compete against a beastmaster capable of commanding divine beast-level combatants? The numbers are still too low, but I suppose I don't need to worry too much. There's almost a year left before the global competition. That's more than enough time for my army to surpass 1 million. With 1 million Zerg spirit beasts, even if they keep fighting, they'd exhaust their enemies' spirit beasts to death. However, Su Ming couldn't be entirely certain what kind of combat power those beastmasters, capable of matching Xia Qingzhu's strength, could unleash. 3 slots, I should be able to secure one without trouble. Just as Su Ming was deep in thought, an air raid siren-like alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire school. Su Ming immediately rushed out of the dormitory and saw many students already heading toward the mission center. Senior, what's happening? Su Ming quickly grabbed a sophomore senior to ask. Freshman, this is a demon tide alert. A demon tide has appeared less than 500 kilometers from our military academy. What's a demon tide? Su Ming looked at the other person with confusion in his eyes. The male student turned his gaze to Su Ming and immediately recognized him. You're freshman Su Ming, right? Haven't you even heard of the magic tide yet? The teacher never taught us that, Su Ming said with a bitter smile. Let's talk while we walk, we need to hurry to the mission center. Su Ming nodded, then summoned his tamed beast and started running alongside the other. Senior, what did you mean earlier about the magic tide? The magic tide is a phenomenon caused by large-scale dimensional rift reactions. Unlike dimensional collapses, it doesn't create sinkholes, but vast areas of forest beasts are all affected by it. It's a golden opportunity to hunt magical creatures and level up. These events are rare, happening maybe once a year. Hearing this, Su Ming asked excitedly, Can I go, senior? The magic tide is extremely dangerous. Go ahead if you're not afraid of dying. Just accept the magic tide mission at the guild, and you'll be cleared to leave the city gates. Why not just accept it on your phone? Why's everyone rushing to the mission center? The magic tide is unpredictable. The phone app doesn't update with this kind of mission. It can only be picked up at the dungeon center. No wonder everyone's charging toward the dungeon center. Hurry up! This magic tide won't just attract us, even independent beastmasters from society will swarm in. If we're late, we might not even get scraps. How absurd is this? Chapter 64, Charging into the Demon Tide, Frenzy. Outside the city walls, swarms of beastmasters rode their tamed beasts, speeding toward the epicenter of the demon tide. Su Ming followed amidst the large group. The person who had just helped him receive the mission had long since left him behind. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but fortunately, the wing-blade insect could fly, reducing the encounters with ferocious beasts on the ground. The demonic tide wasn't too far away, just about 500 kilometers. With his wing-blade insect's current flight speed, he could reach it in roughly an hour. From a distance, Su Ming could already see a dense, purplish-black demonic aura hovering above the forest far ahead. Even though the distance exceeded 100 kilometers, he could still sense the overwhelming presence of that demonic energy. It's truly spectacular. So many beastmasters have come to hunt the demonized savage beasts. When it comes to gaining strength, people really do throw all caution to the wind. Apart from the military academy, there are 5 other Beastmaster academies in Central City. At least 1,000 Beastmasters participated in this demon tide. Looks like I can't fall behind either, otherwise it'd just be a waste of time. Soon, Su Ming arrived at the outskirts of the demon tide. Wingblade Locust, descend! Su Ming chose not to venture deeper into the demon tide, mainly because he couldn't be certain about the enhanced strength of the beasts affected by it. If he encountered a demonized beast exceeding level 40, hunting it down would prove quite challenging. After landing, the entire forest was filled with dense demonic energy. Is this the demon tide? This world is truly too marvelous. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, the rustling of leaves suddenly came from behind. Turning sharply, a newly corrupted gray wolf emerged slowly from the shadows. Due to insufficient duration of demonic transformation, Su Ming could still see patches of the gray fur resembling that of a fierce beast remaining on this Shadowfang wolf. Name, Shadowfang wolf. Level, 23. Race value, intermediate. Roar. The demonized gray wolf spotted Su Ming and immediately pounced towards him. Wingblade insect, take it down. A blade light flashed across the sky, cleanly bisecting the demonized gray wolf midair. Successfully killed LV.23 demonized gray wolf. EXP plus 920. Consumption points plus 920. Awesome. After hunting demonic beasts in dungeons for a month, Su Ming's current slaughter of corrupted demonic beasts showed an immediate difference in skill. With a single thought, massive swarms of insectoid beasts poured forth from Su Ming's beast control space. Su Ming chose not to deploy them all, letting only a portion of his insectoid creatures engage in the hunt. This demonic tide was a mixed bag of dangers. Keeping some trump cards in reserve was simply maintaining basic safety precautions. Even so, the number of blade bugs Su Ming released exceeded 50,000. A dense swarm of blade bugs swiftly spread out in all directions. To ensure his blade bugs wouldn't be accidentally killed by other beastmasters, each squad consisted of more than 50 bugs. This way, if combat broke out, he could immediately mobilize his creatures to strike. The Blood Demon War insect evolved by the teacher was kept by Su Ming within his beast space. This was currently his greatest trump card, apart from the size of his army. With the 20-fold amplified Blood Demon War insect, Su Ming dared claim he wouldn't lose even when facing a level 40 sovereign tier beast. Meanwhile, within the Great Xia Military Academy, Qi Shantian looked at his phone where the call wouldn't connect, then immediately switched to dialing Wang Zhuoxing. Hey, Zhuoxing, I can't reach your junior brother. Do you know where he went? I don't know. Maybe he went into an instance dungeon. What are you doing then? Me, Professor, I'm planning to head to the magical tide. I heard this wave is exceptionally large. I need to go level up too. Wang Zhuoxing's voice had barely faded. Almost simultaneously, the two exclaimed, did Su Ming go to the demon tide? With such a huge commotion, junior brother must have known about it. Given his personality, it's highly possible. Teacher, that kid, what level is he even at? The beasts in that demon tide can surpass level 60. A single breath from them could kill him. Just after being attacked by the Holy Heaven sect, and now he's gone out again. If the Holy Heaven sect finds him, he'll be in grave danger. Qi Xiantian murmured to himself. Wang Zhuoxing's voice came through the phone. Professor, check the mission center. If junior brother went to the demon tide, he might have accepted a mission there. I'll head to the demon tide first to see if I can find him. Alright, go ahead. But remember, your strength isn't at the level where you can act recklessly yet. Be careful too. Don't worry, Professor. I might not be good at fighting, but surviving is my specialty. Qi Xiantian didn't deny Wang Zhuoxing's words. When it came to escape abilities, even he had to admit admiration. After hanging up, Qi Xiantian immediately dialed another number. This is Qi Xiantian. Help me check Su Ming's mission status. He's already accepted the Magic Tide mission 2 hours ago. Okay, I got it. Putting down his phone, Qi Xiantian shook his head, but burst into laughter the very next second. This kid truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fine, go ahead and challenge it then. Playing it safe and just steadily improving your strength will never make you formidable. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. The magic tide showed no signs of abating. Instead, its range continued to expand. During this time, Su Ming had already witnessed many Grandmaster-level Beastmasters joining the battlefield. As a mere advanced Beastmaster who just reached level 30, even with his insectoid army, he still seemed somewhat inadequate. But gaining a whole level in just 3 hours, so long as this demonic surge lasts 1 or 2 days, I'll be able to level up at least 2 or 3 more times. What normally took him an entire month to achieve, advancing just 3 levels, could now be accomplished in merely 2 days during the demonic surge. The main reason was that the demon tide not only doubled experience gains, but most importantly, these demonized beasts simply didn't fear death. If provoked, they'd fight without hesitation. In dungeons, he'd still need to spend time searching for targets. During the demon tide, all he had to do was stand in place as endless waves of demonized beasts would come charging at him for battle. Just then, Su Ming received feedback from his blade worms. A beastmaster made a move against his blade insect. So someone's attacking my beast after all. Su Ming didn't hesitate and rushed over immediately. The attacked blade insect wasn't too far away. The winged blade insect brought him to the battlefield in less than 30 seconds. At a glance, a squad of 50 blade mantises had dwindled to fewer than 20 remaining. Opposite them, a team of 3 young men continued commanding their spirit beasts. Kill them! Slaughter these damned bugs! Stop! Su Ming roared in fury, causing the distant trio to freeze in stunned silence. Their beast companions came to a halt as well. Can't you tell? Beast companions can't be corrupted during the demon tide. Your beast companion? At this moment, the leader of the group also turned his gaze towards Su Ming and inquired, killed my beast? Are you ready to die? Chapter 65, Instant Kill. Blood Demon Battle Insects Slaughter. What? Did I hear that correctly? You're just one person, a beastmaster barely at level 30. Who gave you the courage? Come at us, we're the ones who killed your beast pets. Just some bugs after all. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the trio showed no surprise but instead burst into laughter. Seeing this, Su Ming gave a disdainful chuckle. He wouldn't make such claims without first assessing his opponent's strength. 3 people, with the leading boy being the highest level at 36, his main combat beast being a Lord-tier Riftwing Tiger. The other male and female members are only at level 34. Their combat beasts are also at the Lord tier, but far inferior compared to the Riftwing Tiger. Against such strength, my Zerg swarm wouldn't even need to go all out to crush them effortlessly. You killed my Beastmaster's pet and still dare to act so arrogantly. You must be Academy students too. Don't you know killing another Beastmaster's familiar in the wild is forbidden? And you did it during a demon tide, no less. Su Ming's voice was icy, radiating lethal intent. You must be a college student too, level 30. Didn't cultivate at all during freshman year? Still stuck at 30 even as a sophomore? With that level of strength, you dare come to the demon tide to throw your life away. Which academy are you from? I'm warning you, take your bugs and scram now, or we'll kill you along with them. Nobody would even notice your death in this demon tide. In the wild, Beastmasters killing each other is a common occurrence. Although the Great Xia strictly controls infighting among Beastmasters, battles in the wilderness leave no traces to investigate. Therefore, most Beastmasters would choose to settle personal grudges in the wild or dungeons. Su Ming sneered, "Who told you I'm a sophomore? To think you're still at this level as second years and dare to boast so arrogantly before me. Since you want to kill me, I can't possibly let you live. With a grand gesture, Su Ming opened the Beastmaster space behind him. The next second, like a tidal wave, an endless stream of blade bugs and shield bugs surged forth. The three who had been smiling earlier visibly changed their expressions upon seeing Su Ming's seemingly endless beast taming space. Who is this guy? How does he have so many low-level insect beasts? Is his beast taming space actually infinite? Just then, the girl among the three suddenly screamed. Ah! The girl's face turned pale with fear. He's Su Ming, that monster from the Great Xiao Military Academy with dual beast taming talents who only contracts insect-type creatures. What? Su Ming? The leader's expression changed drastically, his gaze filled with terror as he stared at Su Ming. In that case, he's just a freshman, level 30. Su Ming listened to the three of them and chuckled lightly. What's the matter? Do you know me now? Classmate Su Ming, we're from Yuashan Academy next door to yours. It's a second-tier academy under our military division. When you think about it, we're actually fellow alumni. That's right, Junior. Our apologies for killing your insect beast earlier, that was our mistake. The two male students immediately spoke up. The girl chimed in at this point. Junior Su Ming, you have so many insect beasts, losing a few wouldn't matter, right? We'll apologize to you, okay? Big sister can even introduce you to some beautiful senior sisters at the academy. They all know about your deeds and are eager to get to know you, little brother. As she spoke, the girl cast flirtatious glances at Su Ming. Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head and replied, I've already wasted enough time with you. If I were weaker, I'd probably have to swallow this injustice. In this demonic tide, even if I didn't die to the demonic beasts, I'd have died at your hands. Do you really think I'd let you off? At these murderous words, the leading man roared in anger. Su Ming, don't think your swarm of bugs amounts to anything, they're just a ragtag bunch. You really think you can take down the three of us? You're dreaming. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Su Ming's mind stirred as the previously closed beast taming space reopened once more. A blood-red humanoid insect beast materialized before the trio's eyes. What? What is this? The moment the blood-wraith battle insect appeared, the oppressive aura of a sovereign-tier beast master's companion was instantly unleashed. High racial value beasts inherently suppress those with lower racial values. This was precisely why Su Ming always needed to maintain high racial value insect beasts within his swarm. With the blood-wraith battle insect holding the line, his lower-value blade bugs and shield insects would feel no fear when facing these lord-tier beasts. The one who kills you all. Since you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed by me. You scum of the academy, just drop dead. The moment Su Ming's voice fell, the blood demon battle insect transformed into a crimson blur as it lunged forward. Bang! With a thunderous crash, one of the tamed beasts had its head instantly crushed by the blood demon battle insect, whose combat power had surged 20-fold. How could this happen? The insect beast army under Su Ming's command that they feared, none had considered that a single creature under Su Ming's control could possess such formidable individual combat strength. Kill them! In the next instant, all the blade worms surged forward. Though their tamed beasts resisted desperately against such an overwhelming tide of blade worms, even if each worm merely landed one strike, the opposing beasts would be reduced to bare bones. Run! Run now! One of the guys couldn't hold on any longer and started sprinting away. Shaking his head at this, Su Ming remarked, running won't save you either. In just a few breaths, the blood fiend battle insect had already slaughtered all three of them. Not even their corpses remained, they were utterly crushed into nothing. Su Ming took in the scene before him. If he hadn't experienced so many battles, he would definitely be vomiting by now. After dealing with the trio, Su Ming didn't linger any longer. Quickly adjusting his mindset, his top priority now was to capitalize on the demon tide's lingering presence and hunt more demonic beasts. Tens of thousands of blade insects were once again scattered by Su Ming, dispersing toward every corner of the forest. Meanwhile, Su Ming arrived beside the corpses of the three who had already turned into bloody mist and picked up the 3 storage rings they had dropped. How many consumption points can be exchanged here? 3 storage rings, $239,122 dollars, can be exchanged for 98,324 consumption points. Only 98,000 consumption points from combining the 3 storage rings, that's unexpectedly too little. Su Ming shook his head helplessly, though this did provide him with an alternative method to earn money. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Killing 3 was manageable, but if too many were slain, according to Great Xiao's laws, he would face severe consequences if caught. Besides, he wasn't yet at the point where he'd casually hunt down other beastmasters. But if someone provokes me first, I wouldn't refuse to take them down, person and possessions alike. I'll claim them all. Chapter 66, The Chaotic Demon Tide, Guilty of Possessing Treasure. Above the Demon Tide forest, Wang Zhuoxing had already arrived there. Gazing at the forest now overrun by the Demon Tide, its borders were no longer visible to the naked eye. I couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless at that moment. Looking for my junior brother in such a vast area is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. But junior brother has the blood demon battle insect that the teacher evolved for him. As long as he doesn't act too recklessly, he shouldn't encounter any serious danger. I should focus on hunting monsters first. This is a great opportunity to level up. With this thought in mind, Wang Zhuoxing commanded his tamed beast and plunged straight into the forest. Having dealt with the trio, Su Ming immediately began another wave of harvesting demonic creatures. Over the next few hours, nearly all the demonic creatures within a 1-kilometer radius were completely wiped out by Su Ming's blade insect army. Su Ming could be certain that his current location wasn't the habitat of high-level ferocious beasts. This was also beneficial for Su Ming. While hunting higher-level ferocious beasts yielded greater efficiency, spending the same amount of time hunting lower-level beasts could make up the difference in quantity through sheer numbers. My luck isn't bad, there don't seem to be any other beastmasters around competing with me for these monsters. Su Ming silently pondered to himself. Right at that moment, an explosion immediately put Su Ming on high alert. If this level of destruction was caused by a ferocious beast, its origins must be anything but ordinary. Su Ming immediately ordered his blade insects to move toward the source of the noise, following closely behind them. Soon, Su Ming arrived at a small hill. The noise had clearly come from below. Cautiously peering over the edge, he spotted a pair of hunters working together. Before them lay a beastmaster who appeared to have already lost most of his combat strength. "Don't kill me, I'll give you the demon vine flower. Just spare me and my beast." The attacked beastmaster quickly retrieved a purplish-black flower from his storage ring. Su Ming immediately recognized it as the precious herb called demon vine flower. It was a rare treasure essential for many dark-type beast lords evolving to the monarch rank, and this herb could only be found, with some probability, during demonic tides. Due to its rarity and extensive utility, this demon vine bloom is classified as a Category B resource in the military's resource repository, and among the most sought-after Category B resources at that. Its value easily exceeds $10 million. No wonder it was snatched away. This thing truly has scarcity value despite its high price. As expected, during this demonic tide, the greatest danger isn't those demonized monsters, but human nature. Possessing resources isn't terrifying, what's terrifying is lacking the strength to protect them. Without power, there's simply no way to defend the resources you've painstakingly acquired. Su Ming couldn't help but think to himself that in this era, weakness was inherently sinful. Even if you were killed in the wild, as long as it remained within controllable limits, the Great Xia authorities wouldn't bother spending resources to investigate your death. Swish! Suddenly, a wind blade shot from behind, which was instantly blocked by a wing-blade insect guarding Su Ming's side. Turning around, Su Ming saw that a stormbird had silently appeared behind him. "Friend, if you want to watch the snipe and clam fight while the fisherman profits, you'd better have the strength to be that fisherman." The person below spoke slowly, and only then did Su Ming realize he had been discovered long ago. He stood up and looked down at the two beastmasters below. Meanwhile, the swift-winged bird had already been entangled by one of his wing-blade insects. The moment they saw Su Ming, one of them furrowed their brow and said, "Su Ming, do you know me?" As a fellow student of the military academy, it's hard not to recognize you, the beastmaster who reached the top ranks by playing with bugs. Hearing this, Su Ming realized the two before him were actually fellow students from his own military academy. Judging by their levels, they were probably sophomores. If you're students from the military academy, openly snatching others' resources like this is taking things too far. Junior Su Ming, I'd advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you can keep quiet about this matter, we'll cut you in for a share. He's got more than just one demon vine flower in his possession. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was genuinely shocked. This guy's luck seemed just a bit too ridiculously good. "Junior, upholding justice requires strength. Don't drag yourself into this." Hearing their blatant threats, Su Ming responded with a light chuckle. "Sorry, but I'm determined to be that person. Junior Su Ming, don't force our hand. Your teacher is the carefree king, and we don't want to offend him, but if we kill you, even he would have trouble tracing it back to us." Hearing this, Su Ming replied with a smile. "Just now, 3 people also said they'd kill me, yet all 3 ended up dead by my hand. They were sophomores, just like you." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the two who had been hurling threats just moments ago exchanged a wary glance. At precisely that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the distance. "Junior brother, so you were here all along." The familiar voice filled Su Ming's heart with joy as he looked up ahead. Wang Zhuoxing was directing his tamed beast to slowly approach Su Ming's position. Seeing Wang Zhuoxing's arrival, the two people below immediately changed their expressions. "Wang Zhuoxing." Their voices naturally didn't escape Wang Zhuoxing's ears. Upon seeing the two, he immediately smiled and said, "So it's brothers Li Gong and Li Shang. Long time no see. Wang Zhuoxing, are you planning to intervene too? Li Gan looked at Wang Zhuoxing with a guarded expression as he asked. To this, Wang Zhuoxing didn't answer but instead turned to Su Ming and asked, Junior brother, do you plan to intervene? I do, Su Ming responded without hesitation. My apologies, but my junior brother wants to intervene. If you don't act, neither will I. But if you strike, you should know, though my junior brother is more promising than me, he's our teacher's cherished disciple. If you harm him, I can't just stand by. Otherwise, our teacher would skin me alive. Listening to his senior brother's words, Su Ming felt no resentment over the teacher's favoritism, only the profound care of an elder brother for his junior. Bro, 2 against 2, we don't stand a chance. Let's retreat. Li Gan stared at the duo intently before finally saying, fine, we've got plenty of time ahead of us. Leaving so soon? Won't you stay and chat a little longer? Watching the two depart, Su Ming exhaled in quiet relief. Both of them had reached level 40 in strength. I had indeed been somewhat overconfident just now. If senior brother hadn't arrived, I might have really gotten myself killed. Junior brother, you're truly bold. If I hadn't heard the commotion and come over, the Li brothers' combat abilities are nothing to scoff at. During this demon tide, beastmasters dying is a common occurrence. The Great Xiao wouldn't even bother sending investigators. I didn't actually intend to intervene. I was just watching from hiding when they discovered me and forced me into the fight. Thank goodness you showed up, senior brother. Good thing I was here. At this moment, the Beastmaster below suddenly called out to Su Ming and his companion, you two, could you come down for a moment? Chapter 67, Harvesting Demon Vine Flowers, the worried senior brother. Could you two come down here for a moment? The person below called out to Su Ming and his companion once again. Wang Zhuoxing looked at Su Ming and smiled slightly, saying, let's go. Got it. The two arrived at the base of the small hill, where the man was currently huddled together with his tamed beast. TSK, that beast's injuries are quite severe. Do you have any healing medicine? Wang Zhuoxing asked with a sigh upon seeing this. I have. Thank you both very much. Please accept this. Speaking of which, the boy took out 2 demon vine flowers from his storage space. Gazing at that dark purple, demonic aura-emitting demon vine flower, Su Ming asked in confusion, what? Are you going to give it to us? Indeed, it's better to give them to you than to have them snatched away later. Without this demon vine flower on me, no one will target me anymore. Before Su Ming could respond, Wang Zhuoxing had already approached the young man and unceremoniously taken the offering. Thanks for this, but you're in no condition to return alone now. Do you still have any tamed beasts left? Wang Zhuoxing inquired. Yeah, there's still one left. This demon tide has cost me dearly. The young man smiled self-deprecatingly. Wang Zhuoxing nodded, then turned to Su Ming and placed a demonic vine flower in his hand. Junior brother, let's go. This demon tide will likely continue for some time. We must seize the opportunity to improve our strength. Alright. Though he didn't fully understand his senior brother's actions, Su Ming followed his steps without hesitation. After walking a distance, Su Ming asked, Senior brother, are we just taking this demon vine flower like this? It doesn't seem much different from robbery. The nature is quite similar, but we did help him. If he kept holding onto these 2 demon vine flowers, the Li brothers wouldn't let him go. Now that he no longer has them, they naturally have no reason to waste time on him. It's the crime of possessing a treasure. Hearing his senior brother's explanation, Su Ming suddenly understood and nodded. At this moment, Su Ming remembered to ask, Senior brother, did you just arrive in the demon tide? Yeah, you little rascal, coming to the demon tide without even giving your teacher a heads up. You scared the old man half to death. He rushed me to come find you as soon as possible. Lucky we did. If the Li brothers had ganged up on you, you'd have been in serious trouble, Wang Zhuoxing said with a laugh as they walked. Ah, is the teacher angry? Su Ming's expression also changed, as he hadn't considered that possibility. I heard the monster tide could help level up and earn contribution points, so I tagged along with the main force leaving the city, Su Ming replied with an awkward smile. Wang Zhuoxing chuckled and shook his head, saying, Junior brother, you really have nerves of steel. You've already caught the attention of those Holy Sky Sect fellows, yet you dare to wander alone. How reckless. Are you alright? This forest is so vast. It won't be easy for them to find me. At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing came to a stop. Looking at Su Ming, he asked, what's your plan now? Focus on hunting monsters, senior brother. This is a great opportunity to level up. My Zerg army particularly excels in this kind of warfare. As long as this demon tide lasts long enough, I can level up even faster. Hearing this, Wang Zhuoxing also nodded and took out a flare from his storage space. Junior brother, take this flare. If you're in danger, fire it immediately, and I'll come to your rescue right away. Su Ming took the flare and nodded, saying, thank you, senior brother. It's mainly because the demons I hunt are of a higher level. If we stick together, it'll just slow down both our leveling progress. My senior brother's words truly resonated with me. Su Ming, accustomed to being a lone wolf, felt somewhat uneasy even when hunting demons alongside his senior brother. then it's settled. If you encounter danger, immediately fire the signal flare. Wear this watch, it's a tracking device so I can locate you instantly. Understood. Don't worry, senior brother. I value my life too much to pick unnecessary fights with others, Su Ming replied obediently as he slipped on the watch. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head and said, out in the wild, even if you don't cause trouble for others, others will come looking for trouble with you. Beast masters, to be frank, are competing for resources. As long as they can improve their strength, killing you in the wilderness makes it hard to trace who did it. I got it, senior brother. Wang Zhuoxing's eyes still showed traces of worry as he reluctantly said, how about junior brother, just come with me. If I have a bite to eat, you'll have one too. Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head and countered, senior brother, we're both aiming for that limited spot. If we stick together, my slow pace will slow yours down too. Alright, don't worry, senior brother. Then be careful on your own. If anything happens, fire the signal flare. Alright. Watching his senior brother's receding figure, Su Ming lowered his head to glance at the watch on his wrist, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Whether it was his teacher or senior brother, their kindness toward him was beyond question. Alright, time to start hunting monsters. Su Ming steadied his emotions and immediately summoned his army of blade insects. Slaughter every last monster. The next moment, tens of thousands of blade insects scattered into the forest in all directions. The squad composed of Lei Jin, Hua Haicheng, and several others had already arrived at the Demon Tide Forest. Hua Haicheng, why didn't you insist on bringing Su Ming along? With him here, we'd feel more confident. Ever since Su Ming beat you up that time, you've been glorifying him non-stop. Tell me, what's wrong with our squad? We have Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue, aren't we strong enough? Hua Haicheng shook his head at this and replied, just answer me this, is Su Ming strong or not? Plus, his insect beasts can help us scout for demons, avoiding plenty of dangers along the way. Old Hua, do you think I don't want to team up with Su Ming? I simply can't get in touch with him. I reckon he's probably already here, Lei Jin said somewhat helplessly. Right, then let's hurry and find Su Ming. Luo Qianxue turned her head at this point and shot Hua Haicheng a disdainful glance. Are you stupid? Do you have any idea how massive the Devil Tide Forest is? We're here to hunt demonic beasts, not to look for Su Ming. At that moment, Lei Jin suddenly came to a halt. Everyone be careful. There seems to be a high-level magical beast ahead. Get ready for battle. Ho ho, just arrived and we've bumped into something big. Don't rush, everyone. Let me scout ahead first. Without waiting for responses from the others, Hua Haicheng immediately commanded his golden battle lion to charge forward. After sending his insect beasts back into the forest, Su Ming's vision was once again continuously flashing with kill notifications. Successfully killed level 21 demonized Grey Wolf, EXP plus 840. Consumption points plus 840. Successfully killed level 18 demonized Spiked Boar, EXP plus 720. Consumption points plus 720. Successfully killed level 24 demonized Crimson Tiger, EXP plus 1440. Consumption points plus 1440. Chapter 68, Sacred Sky Sect attacks again. Old scoundrel Puyi, prepare to die. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Su Ming sat wearily beneath a giant tree. His insect beast army had spent the entire day hunting over 500 magical creatures, allowing his level to break through to 31. Most crucially, his consumption points had also rapidly increased. With these consumption points, he could further accelerate the production speed of his insect beasts. The Demon Tide shows no signs of receding yet. What a perfect opportunity. Su Ming loved environments like this. Not only could he level up here, but he could also farm consumption points, killing two birds with one stone. Kid, you've been quite hard to track down. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making Su Ming's heart instantly tighten. Then, the sky suddenly began to darken once again. Here we go again. Su Ming was furious by now, but still managed to remain composed as he fired the signal flare his senior brother had given him. He immediately recalled as many of his insect beasts as possible to his side. Whoosh! The red flare ascended into the sky just as that black curtain completely closed. Su Ming looked at the insect beasts gathering around him. Fortunately, since he'd been resting, most of his insect beasts hadn't strayed far. About 70% of the dispersed creatures had already returned to his side. You members of the Holy Sky Sect really are persistent ghosts. Su Ming's gaze locked fiercely ahead, and in the next second, in the darkness, that gaunt figure appeared before him once again. I, Puyi, have never failed in hunting down young beastmasters like you. Without Qi Xian Tian and the others to protect you this time, I can take my time torturing you to death. After uttering these words in his raspy voice, Puyi let out a sinister he chuckle. Su Ming sneered, a bunch of rats living in the shadows. I can't fathom where you get your confidence from. Relying on resources gained through treasonous espionage, yet still stuck at this level at your age. Give me just 1 year, and I'll beat you so badly you'll shit yourselves. Faced with Su Ming's angry rebuke, Puyi responded not with anger but a laugh. Right, it's always geniuses like you, relying on family resources, who strip us ordinary folk of every last scrap. leaving us no way to cultivate. But I do believe your words. Give you another year, and I likely wouldn't be strong enough to hunt you down anymore. Too bad, you won't live to see that day. As soon as his words fell, space tore open behind Puyi. Several tamed beasts surged forth once more. However, when Su Ming glanced at them, the former sovereign tier beasts had now all downgraded to lord tier. It seems their teacher had killed all his contracted beasts back then, and Puyi hadn't had time to replenish them. Are these lord-level beasts your capital for hunting me down? Su Ming no longer felt the initial nervousness. Given the size of his own forces, even with their level advantage, these few lord-level beasts would find it difficult to take him down. More than enough to kill you, kid. Don't think your trash can save you, they're nothing but a bunch of ants. Su Ming merely laughed at Puyi's words. Seeing Su Ming smile, Puyi grew even more puzzled. What are you laughing at? Because you're ridiculous. Just how strong must I become to change your prejudice against my insect beasts? Don't you dare look down on my insect beasts, you bastard. With a roar, Su Ming sent his swarm of blade insects surging toward Puyi's beasts like a tidal wave. Ahahaha, ridiculous. What waves could a bunch of insects possibly stir up? Kill them all, wipe out these bugs. Puyi waved his hand grandly, and all his tamed beasts pounced towards Su Ming's army of insect creatures. At that moment, the space behind Su Ming reopened, his beast-taming dimension manifesting once more. Who told you these were all the insect beasts I have? No sooner had the words fallen than a tide of blade insects and shield insects transformed into insect beasts surged from the taming space, immediately joining the battlefield. Seeing the dense swarm of insect beasts before him, Puyi was stunned. It had been barely over a month since he killed Su Ming's insect beasts, yet the number before him now had already exceeded 70,000. How could there be so many? Su Ming sneered. I've always been on guard against those who might plot against me, so I never deployed all my insect beasts. To think you'd actually come, and weaker than before, no less. Meanwhile, I've grown stronger. Puyi could also see that Su Ming's blade insect army was not only numerous but also possessed even more formidable offensive power. A 20-fold enhancement. Even if his own blade insects were originally worthless, such amplification could still carve out a chunk of flesh. But by the time Puyi realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Puyi, today I swear to exhaust every last insect beast if it means killing you. As for the Holy Sky sect, I'll rip them out root and branch. How dare they set their sights on me? Do they think I'm made of clay? Hearing Su Ming's furious curse, Puyi's initially panicked expression immediately calmed down. Puyi, I've done my research. Once this black barrier is activated, not even you can open it before the time expires. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, he waved his hand grandly, and the swarm of blade insects surged forward like an inky tide. Meanwhile, high above the demon tide forest, a silhouette flashed by swiftly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The one urging his beast to accelerate was none other than Wang Zhuoxing, Su Ming's senior brother. Damn it! Faster, faster. Within the dark canopy, though Su Ming had already lost a great number of blade bugs, this loss of several thousand was but a drop in the ocean compared to his army of tens of thousands, far from a crippling blow. What's most critical is that several of Puyi's spirit beasts had already sustained varying degrees of injuries, yet Su Ming's coordinated army of blade insects and shield insects remained at full combat capacity. As Puyi witnessed the scene before him, he understood clearly that if this continued, Su Ming's insect horde wouldn't be wiped out before his own spirit beasts were destroyed. To catch bandits, first capture their leader, eliminate Su Ming. In the next second, a black bat swiftly flew out from behind Puyi. In just an instant, it vanished into the air again. Su Ming frowned abruptly. A chill emerged behind him. A faint arc couldn't help but curl at the corner of Puyi's lips. I told you, no matter how many there are, they're just a mob, now die. Swish! A crimson streak flashed through the air. Su Ming stood motionless while behind him, an enormous figure was currently pinning down Puyi's black bat with crushing force. What? The sudden turn of events caught Puyi completely off guard. Who told you these were all my beasts? I was waiting for you. The black bat was a sovereign-level creature, and so was the blood fiend war insect. Though the black bat was 20 levels higher than the blood fiend war insect, Su Ming also had a 20-fold combat power boost, with the addition of the mysterious essence blood bestowed by the teacher upon the blood fiend battle beetle. Its combat power could rival even those mythical bloodline spirit beasts of the same level and species value without falling behind by much. As for the black bat, it was merely an ordinary sovereign-level creature. Despite its level advantage, it couldn't gain the upper hand against the blood fiend battle beetle for the time being. You old bastard Puyi, today will be the day you die. Chapter 69. If you won't talk, then don't say another word. Killing Puyi. You old bastard Puyi, if I don't kill you today, Su Ming, I'll take your damn surname. The bladed insect horde gradually overwhelmed Puyi's few remaining beast companions. His strongest black bat, now entangled with Su Ming's bloodfiend battleworm, found escape impossible. Puyi's eyes were vacant as his body involuntarily retreated. Impossible? How can this be? This makes no sense. While stepping back, Puyi refused to believe what was happening before his eyes. It's impossible. How could you have so many summoned beasts in such a short time? How could there be so many? Su Ming let out a cold laugh. Nothing's impossible. Didn't you say resources were unfairly distributed? With these resources, I can kill you. At my current level, if you'd been given these same resources back then, could you have killed your present self? No, impossible. This must be an illusion. Puyi roared frantically, his demeanor now bordering on madness. His tamed beast's wounds kept worsening, continuously shattering his understanding of what a beast master could achieve. Su Ming also knew that he had to act quickly to eliminate Puyi. Although the blood demon battle insect had gained a combat boost, the 20-level gap couldn't simply be bridged by a mere 20-fold increase in combat power. With his insectoid beasts being continuously slaughtered, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. To catch bandits, first capture their leader, take him down. Su Ming pointed his finger, and hundreds of blade insects broke away from the army, charging recklessly towards Puyi. Save me, save me. Puyi screamed for help, but all his tamed beasts, though still capable of fighting, were entangled by Su Ming's insectoid creatures, utterly unable to break free. Killing tamed beasts is relatively difficult, but slaying a beastmaster is frighteningly easy. This is why Su Ming always keeps combat-capable spirit beasts by his side. It's all to prevent a surprise attack on his home base. In a life-or-death battle, there's no room for principles. Any means are justified as long as they eliminate the enemy. No, please, Su Ming, spare me. I have money, lots of money, I can give you everything. Puyi shouted, begging for mercy from Su Ming. Is that so? Then let's see how much money you have? As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Puyi, who already had a blade at his throat, acted as if granted amnesty. Call off your beast tamers, or I can't guarantee mine will stay obedient. Good, good, good. Puyi immediately shouted excitedly. The next second, all of Puyi's beasts stopped resisting. Seeing this, Su Ming chuckled lightly before effortlessly taking control of all those beasts. Tell me, how much money do you have? 10 million great xia coins. Will that buy my life? Puyi said excitedly. 10 million? Seems your life is only worth 10 million then. Seeing Su Ming remain unmoved, Puyi continued, 30 million. After speaking, Puyi looked at Su Ming with anticipation. 30 million great xia dollars was already a considerable sum of money. Su Ming, however, chuckled lightly and said, if that's all the money you have, then you may as well prepare to die. Wait, 30 million still isn't enough? Puyi's face twisted in bitterness. Have you never seen real money? Or do you think I haven't? With all the young beast masters you've killed, those foreign bastards must have paid you quite handsomely. But, I still need to cultivate, Puyi said somewhat aggrieved. Cultivate? So you can come kill me after you're done? No, no, no. I'd never dare kill you now. I wouldn't dare kill anyone if it meant harming you. Puyi wore a thoroughly frustrated expression. He'd seen people grow stronger before, but never anyone like Su Ming who could enhance his power so drastically in such a short time. Money. I don't have time to waste with you. I deposited it in a foreign bank, so I still can't get it. You can. I can transfer it, Puyi hastily replied. Hurry up and transfer it. Su Ming was already growing impatient, but Puyi just smiled and said, I need to ensure my safety before I hand over this money. Otherwise, what's to stop you from killing me after receiving the payment? Looking at Puyi's smile, Su Ming nodded. Fine, then die. Without giving Puyi another chance to explain, the blade already resting against his neck swiftly severed his head. His widened eyes still seemed unable to believe that Su Ming could be so decisive. Too much nonsense. Kill you, and I'll get your money one way or another. When a beast master dies, the contracted beasts bound to them perish together with their master. Such is the destined end for bonded beasts. A strong beast master makes them strong, but if the beastmaster dies, they perish as well. After dealing with Puyi, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. If he couldn't eliminate Puyi directly to end the battle, though he might still emerge victorious in the end, the price would undoubtedly be the loss of the vast majority of his insect beast army. The level difference was evident. Although his blade mantis could wound Puyi's beasts with a 20-fold combat boost, it still couldn't deliver lethal blows. Yet numerical superiority allowed his insectoid creatures to effectively harass Puyi's beasts. The dark curtain dissipated immediately after the black bat's death. Standing before Puyi, Su Ming knew exactly how fiercely these types guarded their resources. All important things must be carried on one's person. After taking the storage ring off, Su Ming swept his consciousness through it. He roughly assessed the resources stored inside. Puyi really did hide quite a lot of resources. These must be his overseas assets, he mused. A black card appeared in Su Ming's hand. After keeping Puyi's black card, all the resources inside the storage ring had also been converted by him entirely into consumption points. Successfully converted 3,329,339 xia coins, red sunroots, obtained plus 265,634 consumption points. Converting these resources into consumption points still yielded over 200,000. As for the money in this black card, Su Ming had no idea if there was any way to withdraw it. Just then, a shout came from the sky above. Junior! Su Ming looked up, it was his senior brother. Senior brother, I'm here. Su Ming waved to Wang Zhuoxing, who soon landed on the ground. As soon as he landed, Wang Zhuoxing approached Su Ming and gave him a thorough once-over. Junior brother, you're alright. Almost wasn't, but I managed to resolve it. What's going on? What kind of danger? Wang Zhuoxing frowned as Su Ming immediately pointed towards Puya's corpse nearby. A Saint Heaven cult member came hunting, but his beast companions weren't strong enough this time. I killed him instead. Hearing this, Wang Zhuoxing walked to Puya's corpse in disbelief, then examined the accompanying beast companions that were already covered in wounds. Did you do this? Su Ming nodded and said, yeah, got lucky. Holy cow, if the teacher finds out you took down Puyi alone, he'd probably lose his mind. What's wrong, senior brother? Is there a problem? Su Ming asked with some confusion. Chapter 70, A Secret History. The Feud with Sakura Nation. Senior brother, is there some problem? Su Ming was somewhat puzzled. Was being strong not a good thing? Elder brother Wang said with a bitter smile, Junior brother, it's true that you're strong, but this will only make the Holy Heaven sect more aware of your potential. They'll send even more powerful assassins to hunt you down. Hiss, that's true, but elder brother, I've already killed him. Su Ming let out a wry laugh. It seemed if he wanted peace, he'd have to wipe out the Holy Heaven sect entirely. Wang Zhuoxing walked up to Puyi's corpse and after some thought said, after the demon tide ends and we return, we'll say it was the two of us who killed Puyi together. That way, they still won't have a clear grasp of your true strength. Even if they send more assassins later, you'll be able to handle them yourself, junior brother. Hearing his senior brother's words, Su Ming also nodded and said, thank you, senior brother. I just regret making you come all this way for nothing, wasting your cultivation time. Su Ming's face was filled with remorse. He hadn't expected that he would have the strength to kill Puyi. With an army of 100,000 insect beasts under my command, I still hadn't truly fought a tough battle, leaving my actual combat strength somewhat ambiguous. Junior brother, I'm just glad you're safe. To be honest, securing one of those 3 slots is extremely difficult. Focus on participation. But you've got potential. You absolutely must enter the Global Beastmaster Tournament. When you encounter Beastmasters from Sakura country, show no mercy, kill rather than wound if you must. Hearing such ruthless words from his senior brother left him somewhat stunned in disbelief. Sakura country was a small island nation located near Great Xia's territory. Precisely because of their small territory, when the game merged with the real world, their country didn't experience as many monstrous beast mutations. Consequently, their beast masters were able to develop steadily. This gave them a solid foundation of strength, and behind the Holy Heaven sect lies the support of their nation. In fact, dissatisfied with their limited territory initially, they attempted to invade Daxia to seize more land. Unfortunately, just as they set foot on Daxia soil, those beast masters were completely wiped out, which consequently turned Daxia and Sakura country into mortal enemies. Those damn dogs from Sakura country, you don't even need to tell me, senior brother. I'd kill every last one of them if I saw them. The fact that I'm being hunted by the Sacred Sky sect is also thanks to them. Su Ming nodded and immediately agreed. But then, his senior brother's eyes turned bloodshot as he said, no, it's not just because of our hatred for them, it's also for our seniors. Our senior brothers and sisters? What happened to them? Senior brother Wang suppressed his grief, patting Su Ming's shoulder as he asked, do you know why you've only seen me, a student of our teacher, in the entire academy? Senior brother, are you saying, our senior brothers and sisters were killed by people from Sakura country? Su Ming guessed. Yes, senior sister Jua was killed by a beast master from Sakura country, and senior brother Xiao also fell under the combined forces of Sakura country and Joseon kingdom. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately flew into a rage. How dare this cherry blossom country? Who gave them audacity? Senior brother Wang sighed and said, alas, although our great Xia is powerful, we've also attracted unified opposition from other countries. In the global tournament, we stand utterly alone. Senior brother, don't worry. During the global tournament, I'll slaughter every single contestant from Cherry Blossom Country and Stick Country competing alongside me. None shall be spared. Alright, I'm counting on you, junior brother. At this moment, Su Ming remembered the black card he had obtained from Puyi. Senior brother, is there any way to withdraw money from this foreign black card? As he spoke, Su Ming produced the black card. Wang Zhuoxing stared at the black card in his hand with surprise and asked, Junior brother, where did you get this? On him. Su Ming pointed at Puya's corpse and said, it won't be easy, but there's a chance. I'll go back and try when the time comes. Alright, we'll split it 50-50 then. Su Ming grinned. Wang Zhuoxing also laughed. That would be taking advantage of you. You came all this way to save me, senior brother. The least I can do is cover your travel expenses. Ha ha, alright then. Let's get this done first and talk later. Su Ming nodded. Since he had dealt with the pursuit from the Holy Sky sect, he wouldn't be facing any imminent major dangers for the time being. Elder brother can leave assuredly now. After seeing off his senior brother, Su Ming looked at his dead insect beasts. The mere 10-minute battle. His blade locusts had suffered nearly 10,000 casualties. Seems the numbers are still too few, the level's still too low. After collecting his thoughts, Su Ming realized there weren't many monsters left for him to hunt in this vicinity. He would have to venture deeper. At this rate, even if the magic tide hasn't ended, the monsters affected by it will soon be wiped out. Now it was a race against time to compete with other beastmasters for hunting opportunities. Blood Demon Warbug, let's go. The next second, the Blood Demon Warbug directly lifted Su Ming up. Then it vanished into the forest at an extreme speed. In the forest, the 5-member squad led by Hua Haicheng stood with their faces covered in cold sweat. Before them stood 3 tiger crocodiles with levels exceeding 40 and racial values reaching Lord tier. These ferocious beasts not only possessed high racial values but were also creatures that preferred to hunt in packs. Affected by the demonic tide, their current combat strength had become even more terrifying. This is all your fault. Who told you to charge in recklessly like some brute? Look what you've done now. Hua Haicheng wore a bitter expression. How was I supposed to know? The golden battle lion pounced on that tiger crocodile the moment it saw it. Who knew its parent would be right behind it? Enough. This isn't the time to shift blame. We're at a disadvantage in terms of level, but we have numbers on our side. Running isn't an option. These tiger crocodiles are too fast. If we want to survive, we'll have to kill all 3 of them. Lei Jin promptly stepped in to reassure the others. Luo Qianxue, standing nearby, spoke up. I'll hold off one of them. Can the rest of you work together to take down the other 2? No, the trouble was caused by me. If anyone's going to hold them off, it should be me, Hua Haicheng said at this moment. Are you stronger than me? Or do you want your war lion to be killed by the demons again? Luo Qianxue snapped angrily. For a moment, the normally reckless Hua Haicheng fell silent. Lei Jin gazed at Luo Qianxue as their eyes met. Got it. Leave it to us. You'll be under more pressure, so call us if you can hold on. All right. Luo Qianxue nodded, and immediately, the group of 5 began directing their beast companions. Luo Qianxue took the lead by restraining the most powerful tiger crocodile. That left the 2 weaker ones behind. Lei Jin and the others seized the opportunity and immediately shouted, "This is our chance. Hua Haicheng, Li Mi, have your tamed beasts coordinate with me. Let's kill one first while Zhou Jing distracts the other." Alright, Chapter 71, Friend, need some help? The tiger crocodile resembled a tiger in form, but its body was covered with the tough scales of a crocodile. Not only was it incredibly fast and powerful in attack, but it also possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Although the tiger crocodile doesn't possess divine beast bloodline, this doesn't prevent it from being the first choice for many beastmasters when selecting a lord-level beast companion. After demonization, these attributes of the tiger crocodile receive multiple-fold enhancement. Add to that the gap in levels. Even with Lei Jin's team each commanding 3 beasts, 9 beasts ganging up on the weakest tiger crocodile among them, it still proved challenging. Damn it, this crocodile's defense is truly troublesome. Hua Haicheng cursed angrily, knowing his golden battle lion could normally make ordinary lord-level beasts bleed profusely with a single strike. Yet the crocodile only bore a few claw marks on its scaled armor. Lei Jin was also extremely anxious at this moment. None of the 3 had even reached level 30 yet they were battling a level 41 demonized tiger crocodile, which was also a lord-class creature. They truly had no significant advantage. Focus your attacks. This tiger crocodile's defense is indeed strong, but it's not invincible. Alright, their 3 tamed beasts attacked together, and the combined force of all 9 creatures' strikes instantly blasted a bloody hole right through the tiger crocodile. Roar! The pained roar of the tiger crocodile immediately drew the attention of the 2 even more powerful tiger crocodiles. Realizing they were being held back, they immediately tried to return to protect it. Hurry up! I can't hold on much longer, Zhou Jing shouted. Beside him, Luo Qianxue also cried out, I can't hold him back either, I'm about to lose control. Looking at the scene before him, Lei Jin sighed helplessly, if only Su Ming were with us. His insect beast army could easily hold back these 2 tiger crocodiles. At that very moment, from the surrounding forest, dense swarms of black blade insects suddenly appeared on their battlefield. These bugs, it's Su Ming! Hua Haicheng recognized Su Ming's blade insect at a glance. At that moment, from the nearby bushes, the blood demon war insect carrying Su Ming appeared before everyone's eyes. Lei Jin, missing me this much? Su Ming looked at the group with a smile. Seems like you're not doing too well. Su Ming, stop with the sarcastic remarks. We're about to die here, why aren't you helping? Lei Jin also shouted loudly. Su Ming leaped down from the blood fiend war beetle. He was startled upon seeing the 3 tiger crocodiles before him. 1 level 45 lord-grade tiger crocodile, 1 level 43 lord-grade tiger crocodile, and 1 level 41 lord-grade tiger crocodile. You guys are insane. I wouldn't dare provoke all 3 of them at once. Big bro, we can't hold on anymore, help us out, quick. Zhou Jing, who was under the most pressure, looked ready to burst into tears. His tamed beast couldn't withstand the tiger crocodile's brutal attacks. The level gap was simply too vast, and with racial values not differing significantly, the demonized tiger crocodile possessed even greater combat power. Even with their formidable beast-taming talents, it was nearly impossible to overcome such a massive disadvantage. Su Ming looked at the blood demon war insect beside him and silently commanded, "Take down all 3 of those tiger crocodiles." The next second, the blood demon war insect charged straight at the already injured tiger crocodile. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing was utterly dumbfounded by the unfolding scene before her. "Su Ming, over here, I'm the one who actually needs help." Not far away, Luo Qianxue was actually having a tougher time because she was facing the highest level tiger crocodile, whose impact was far more powerful. Su Ming promptly said, Coming. I'll send my general to finish off the crippled one first, while my foot soldiers will come assist you." The next second, a swarm comprised of hundreds of blade mantises and shield beetles divided and charged toward Zhou Jing and Luo Qianxue's respective positions. Roar! Both tiger crocodiles roared simultaneously, attempting to intimidate these low-ranking insect beasts. But how could Su Ming's blade worms possibly fear a tiger crocodile that was merely at the lord level and lacked any noble bloodline? After all, they were a team that had just slain several lord-level magical beasts. With Su Ming joining the fray, Zhou Jing and Luo Qianxue finally managed to ease some of the pressure. Meanwhile, the blood demon battle worm transformed into a crimson blur, relentlessly pummeling the tiger crocodile. The formidable attack directly pierced several bloody holes into the crocodilian beast's body. "We've never seen a beast like Su Ming's before." Lei Jin stared in shock at the blood-fiend battle beetle's assault. The combined strength of all 3 of their tamed beasts couldn't match Su Ming's single blood-fiend battle beetle, though it wasn't entirely their fault for being outclassed. You must understand, these few individuals are already among the strongest of the younger generation in Great Xia. Yet Su Ming's blood demon battleworm isn't merely at the sovereign lord level, its combat power amplification reaches an astonishing 20-fold. In terms of rank, it far surpasses those others. Thus, the blood demon battleworm's combat prowess isn't considered unbalanced, but rather the reasonable result of its enhancements. The tiger crocodile roared incessantly. Despite its incredible agility, it appeared clumsy and sluggish compared to the blood-fiend battle insect. Seeing this, Lei Jin turned to the other 2 and said, "They don't need us here. Let's go assist Zhou Jing and Luo Qianxue." But at that moment, Hua Haicheng smiled wryly and said, "Seems like they don't need us over there either." Puzzled, Lei Jin turned his head to look at the other side. Su Ming had already expanded his Zerg army to over 1,000 creatures. Employing that fearless attack strategy where every inflicted wound counted as profit, Su Ming lost more than 1,000 Zerg beasts in the blink of an eye. However, the 2 high-level tiger crocodiles had also been thoroughly wounded, their bodies completely soaked in blood. Though not yet fatal, their combat effectiveness was now far diminished compared to when the battle first began, and Su Ming's insectoid army remained endless. Gazing at the scene before him, Lei Jin now felt nothing but scalp numbness. The others also felt goosebumps rising all over their bodies. With such absolute numerical superiority, who could possibly be Su Ming's match in a one-on-one battle of equal levels? At the very least, none of them possessed such confidence. Luo Qianxue stared at the combat prowess of Su Ming's beast companions, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Ever since that exchange match, her boyfriend Yan Xiao had formed a grudge against Su Ming, but witnessing Su Ming's formidable combat abilities now, she couldn't fathom how her boyfriend could possibly defeat him. A minute later, a message flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Successfully killed level 41 demonic tiger crocodile, EXP plus 3,280. Consumption points plus 3,280. Although killing these high-level demonic creatures yields more EXP and consumption points, if it weren't for my current strength allowing me to easily defeat them, the rate of earning EXP and consumption points would actually be slower than hunting weaker monsters, Su Ming thought to himself. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 tiger crocodiles, besieged by Lei Jin and his team, were already on their last legs. He secretly commanded the bloodfiend battleworm to secure the final kill, knowing only the last strike would yield experience. These 2 tiger crocodiles could provide nearly 7,000 experience points. He wasn't about to let that go to waste. 10 minutes later, 2 notifications flashed simultaneously in Su Ming's vision. Successfully slain level 43 demonic tiger crocodile, EXP plus 3,440. Consumption points plus 3,440. Successfully killed level 45 devilized tiger croc, EXP plus 3,600. Consumption points plus 3,600. Su Ming, ever since you arrived, you've been hogging all the experience. Lei Jin looked at Su Ming somewhat helplessly. Well I can't help for free. can I? It's not like I'm taking advantage. When I got here, those 3 tiger crocs were practically at full health. Su Ming's words left the rest of them with nothing to say. Indeed, without Su Ming joining, they certainly wouldn't have died, but they would undoubtedly have lost their beast companions, that much was certain. Chapter 72, Demon Tide, Beast Tide. Su Ming, why don't we join forces? Many hands make light work. In response to Lei Zhen's invitation, Su Ming shook his head and said, no thanks. I prefer acting alone, besides, if you're with me, we won't be able to kill any demons. Lei Zhen was immediately speechless, unsure how to respond. Su Ming smiled faintly and said, I just heard some commotion here and came over out of curiosity. I didn't expect it to be you. If it were someone else, I'd have waited for the tiger crocodile to tear their beast apart before stepping in to reap the rewards. I'll take my leave now. Consider the tiger crocodile's magic crystal my gift to you. Stay safe. This wilderness is indeed a mixed bag, utterly chaotic. But just as Su Ming turned to leave, a beast's roar instantly echoed through the forest. Countless flying monsters suddenly took to the skies from the forest, while the ground beneath them began to tremble incessantly. Su Ming frowned. The creature that had just unleashed that roar surely possessed formidable strength. At that moment, Lei Zhen beside them spoke in a trembling voice, Go, get out of here now. Ha, what's wrong, Lei Zhen? Where would we go? We just got here. Hua Haichang asked with confusion. Let's go. We must leave this demon tide immediately if we don't want to be too late. Lei Zhen's face still wore an expression of extreme terror. Lei Zhen had always been exceedingly calm, yet now his composure had completely deserted him. Clearly he knew the hidden significance behind that beast's roar earlier. Lei Zhen, do you know something? What exactly is happening here? Lei Zhen looked at Su Ming, then grabbed his shoulders the next second and shouted, It's a beast tide. The beast tide is coming. We need to leave now, or we'll all die here. A beast tide. Luo Qianxue also gasped in shock, turning to Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen, are you saying a beast tide is about to happen here? Everyone was shaken by those 2 words. Nothing struck deeper fear into humans than a beast tide. Beast tides varied in scale. Some consisted of mere thousands of mutated beasts with mixed strength, forming an unstoppable flood that crushed buildings and flattened everything in their path. A large-scale beast tide can easily wipe out an entire city. Since beast masters of Daxia established their foothold on this land, beast tides have not occurred for a long time. My father once told me that during a demon tide, the most powerful leader-class demonic creature is born, one capable of commanding all creatures within the tide. That roar just now was probably from that very creature. How could that be? Daxia experiences at least 10 demon tides a year. I've never heard of beast tides accompanying demon tides before, Hua Haicheng questioned skeptically. It depends on that creature in the magic tide. Some leader creatures are killed before initiating the magic tide, while others simply choose not to unleash it. Lei Zhen looked at the group urgently and said, In any case, we should evacuate to a safe zone first. The beast tide is already beyond our level to handle. Alright, let's move. The group quickly began retreating, but Su Ming remained standing motionless in place. Seeing this, Lei Zhen couldn't help but shout, Su Ming, get out of here now. It'll be too late if you don't. You guys retreat first. I think I'll go take a look. Have you lost your damn mind? That's a beast tide out there. Su Ming grinned and said, Haven't you people ever heard the saying? What was it? The greater the storm, the higher the fish price. Hearing this, Lei Zhen also felt his vision darken for a moment. Su Ming, don't be foolish. The demon beasts in this beast tide vary in level. Even with so many insect beasts, you can't withstand that many. Don't worry, I haven't lived long enough yet. I'll just take a look. If it's too much, I'll run away. Having spoken, before the others could react, Su Ming leapt onto the back of his blade-winged insect and headed toward the source of the sound. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, the others remained frozen in place for a moment. Let's retreat. Su Ming's strength far surpasses ours, and with so many tamed beasts protecting him, we'd only slow him down. Lei Zhen let out a long sigh before climbing to higher ground with the remaining companions. At this moment, Su Ming could already see the billowing dust clouds rising in the far distance from his vantage point high in the sky. Holy shit, he's actually serious. As far as the eye could see, like a bulldozer sweeping across the land, an advancing procession stretching over 3 kilometers marched mightily in his direction. And at that very moment, high above the clouds, a tiger's head poked out, and the next second, dozens of top bloodline beast mounts appeared in the sky. On their backs stood none other than top-tier beastmasters, and Su Ming had seen most of these people before, because they were instructors from the Great Xia Military Academy, and all of them were powerful beast tamers whose cultivation had reached the king rank. A cyan bird appeared before his eyes. Wasn't this azure-feathered creature, already resembling a divine phoenix, precisely his mentor's contracted beast? Meanwhile, Qi Shantian seemed to have sensed Su Ming's gaze. Turning his head, he spotted Su Ming directly in his line of sight. Their gazes locked for just a brief moment before Qi Shantian charged toward the beast tide with the main force. Su Ming was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this beast tide to attract so many king-tier beast masters as reinforcements. I need to hurry over, or else when the teachers unleash their attacks, I won't even get scraps. The scale of the beast tide was massive. Even with so many teachers, There was no way they could exterminate all these monsters. I must take advantage of opportunities to find hidden treasures. If luck is on my side, I might even get a lot of magic crystals, which can be exchanged for a considerable amount of contribution points. Meanwhile, among the Beastmaster teams formed by various universities from Zhengzhou City, Vice Principal Wu Gong from the Great Xia Military Academy unquestionably became the commander. Everyone, we must eliminate this beast tide within the forest. If they break through to the urban areas, it will be a devastating blow to our city. Yes, leave that level 80 plus molten dragon beast to me. Your task is to eliminate every single demonic creature. Yes. As soon as the words fell, all Beastmasters rushed to the sky above the beast tide. The unstoppable beast tide stretched over 3 kilometers across the region, showcasing the sheer terror of this onslaught. This beast tide is too massive. We must split it apart. Old Man, it's time to unleash your beast companions. Don't worry about it. The men around burst into laughter, and in the next instant, several colossal creatures emerged simultaneously from their beast taming spaces. Kaboom! With a deafening roar, 5 colossal beasts, each towering over 30 meters tall, emerged from the ground. Like moving mountains, they positioned themselves directly in the path of the advancing beast tide. Once a beast tide begins, it cannot be stopped. If you stop, the frenzied beasts behind will trample you into paste. When encountering obstacles they cannot pass, they swiftly split into multiple paths. After this beast tide was divided into 6 streams, over 10 more tamed beasts landed, further splitting the tide apart. Chapter 73, Senior Brother's Scheme, Plotting the Beast Tide, Diverting, Continuously diverting. The originally massive beast tide, like a raging river, was now divided into numerous smaller tributaries. At this moment, Su Ming, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, watched the unfolding scene before him. It also speaks to the wisdom of the commander, ensuring that no matter who faces this beast tide, the pressure would be significantly reduced. Just as Su Ming was engrossed in watching, he suddenly felt a pat on his back. Su Ming turned around sharply, only to find his senior brother standing behind him, unnoticed until now. Senior brother, what brings you here? Good lad, others run when they see a beast tide, yet you dare to get so close. A beast tide is no joke. Wang Zhuoxing looked at Su Ming and laughed as well. I wanted to see if I could pick off any monsters others missed. I haven't had my fill of killing yet. Su Ming grinned. Then he asked, Senior brother, how did you find me? You forgot? You still have the tracking watch I gave you on your wrist. Su Ming looked down at the watch on his hand and suddenly understood. At that moment, Wang Zhuoxing spoke up, Junior brother, should we go pull off a job together? A job? What do you mean? Look how this beast tide has been divided into branching streams, the flow has significantly weakened. Let's find an undefended section to take over and clear all the monsters along that path. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Senior brother, you handle the high-level beasts in the tide, and my insectoid swarm will harvest the lower-level monsters. Exactly. What do you think? Though it's just the two of us as fellow disciples, I believe we're more than enough. Su Ming didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. No sooner said than done. Senior brother, you must have figured it out since you're saying this. Which path should we choose? Wang Zhuoxing smiled faintly, then led Su Ming charging toward the direction of the beast tide. At this moment, Qi Xiantian, who was in the midst of intense battle, seemed to sense something. Turning my head, I saw Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing swiftly flying past in the sky. Those two brats really have some nerve. Qi Xiantian didn't bother to stop them. After all, beast masters aren't fragile greenhouse flowers where there's no risk, there's no reward. To truly stand out, talent isn't enough, hard work is equally indispensable. Under Senior Brother's guidance, Su Ming was currently charging towards the distance along a newly diverted beast tide branch. After several rounds of diversion, this beast tide branch, now less than 10 meters wide, had reached a manageable scale for the two of them. Junior brother, we must hurry. Others will soon come to take their share. Su Ming nodded and immediately dove straight toward the ground. Swiftly outpacing the beast tide without hesitation, countless insectoid creatures flooded in like a tidal wave. Su Ming waved his hand commandingly and shouted, "Stop these monsters!" Tens of thousands of blade insects immediately intercepted the monsters attempting to advance. The monsters behind couldn't stop in time either. Many perished not by Su Ming's hand, but beneath the trampling feet of their own kind. At that moment, because they had stopped, many magical creatures no longer rushed toward the branch of the path where Su Ming and the other person stood. Su Ming and his senior brother exchanged a glance, both initiating their movements almost simultaneously. The demonic creatures were now utterly frenzied, roaring as they charged toward Su Ming's insect beasts. Though differing in levels and racial stats, their sole purpose was to breach the defenses and press forward. Blood-fiend battle insects, this is your feast, now indulge in slaughter. As Su Ming's words fell, the blood demon battle insect charged forth from his side like a crimson shadow. Almost instantly, countless kill notifications began flashing before Su Ming's eyes. Successfully killed level 14 mutated thornboar, EXP plus 560, consumption points plus 560. Successfully killed level 34 mutated tiger rhinoceros, EXP plus 2040. consumption points plus 2040. Successfully killed level 34 demonized lion bull, EXP plus 2040. Consumption points plus 2040. In just 1 minute, over 100 kill notifications flashed before Su Ming's eyes. This speed instantly leveled Su Ming up by 1. Damn, this is the feeling, kill them all. At this rate, as long as I maintain this speed, I can level up as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Lei Jin and the others, who had already moved to a safe zone, looked at the distant beast tide that seemed to have quieted down. They couldn't help but say, it looks like the Academy's mentors have already stopped this wave of beasts. Should we go take a look? We've never seen what a beast tide actually looks like before, someone suggested. In Hua Haiqing's eyes, there was an indescribable longing. Lei Jin glanced at the others and saw they too were brimming with curiosity and excitement. Each of them was a beast master with top-tier talent and elite backgrounds. Growing stronger was something they all yearned for. Good, let's go too. If we can run into Su Ming, that would be perfect. Little did they know, at that very moment, Su Ming was charging through the beast tide with his insect creatures. Senior brother, this feels amazing. Nothing but experience points. Junior brother, though I might not fully understand, the sheer number of your insect creatures is truly terrifying. Hearing his senior's praise, Su Ming grinned and said, Heh, senior, this is my talent. Otherwise, why would those guys from the Holy Sky sect try to kill me again and again? To this, Wang Zhuoxing didn't respond, because he could swear that if they knew his junior brother possessed such terrifying talent, the one they sent wouldn't just be a level 51 Puyi. At the very least, they'd probably send a Grandmaster-level beast tamer. However, the intense battle left no room for Wang Zhuoxing to dwell on excessive thoughts, even though the strongest demons here could be easily defeated by him. The most crucial point was that the number of these demonic creatures seemed endless, despite the terrifying pressure exerted by his junior brother Su Ming's insectoid legion. After an hour, even Su Ming began to sense the terrifying nature of the beast tide. His insectoid army, which originally numbered close to 100,000, had sharply dwindled to less than 50,000 in just one short hour. Although I've slain thousands of magical creatures, the losses to my insect beast still make it a somewhat unfavorable trade-off. However, this is understandable. My insect beast army isn't just engaged in one-sided slaughter of these creatures, but must also block the endless waves of incoming monsters. We won't let a single magical creature pass through this tunnel, neither I nor my senior brother will permit it. As a result, Su Ming's vast numbers of insect beasts perished beneath the overwhelming onslaught of these magical creatures. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Su Ming! Turning around, it was Lei Jin and the others. What are you standing around for? Come help already! Su Ming shouted, and upon hearing him, Lei Jin and the others immediately snapped into action. Their beast companions also joined the battle to repel the beast tide. Chapter 74, Crazy Slaughter, Frenzied Leveling. So this is a beast tide? This is freaking awesome! Hua Haicheng shouted wildly as he could see the continuous stream of experience gain notifications flashing before his eyes. That was absolutely real, and they didn't even need to go hunt for the monsters themselves. Monsters here were continuously being delivered to this location in an endless stream. Su Ming, I regret it now. I should have just followed you back then. I missed over an hour of hunting these monsters. Lei Jin also shouted loudly. Su Ming smiled faintly. It's good that you're here too. With just my senior brother and me, handling this beast tide alone would have been quite strenuous. This is just like an all-you-can-eat buffet. These demons aren't that strong either. The more powerful ones are dealt with by senior brother Wang, and the truly formidable ones are directly intercepted by our military academy's instructors. This is downright euphoric. Looking at it this way, the beast tide doesn't seem all that terrifying anymore. The group relaxed considerably, and both Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing let out sighs of relief. With the addition of Lei Jin and the others, dealing with this beast tide became noticeably easier. The number of Su Ming's insect beasts also decreased rapidly before slowing to a gradual decline. This finally allowed Su Ming himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Who could have imagined what kind of demonic creature could summon such a massive beast tide? Su Ming murmured to himself at this moment. The senior brother nearby explained, a beast tide of this magnitude probably exceeds level 90. Level 90? That would mean it's already reached king tier or higher. Brother Wang nodded. According to the level classification, each tier consisted of 10 levels. Among them, when the level exceeds 60, that is, starting from the Grandmaster level, their intervals are defined by 20 levels per tier. Those surpassing level 90 possess strength exceeding the king tier, and cannot be matched by ordinary king tier beast masters. Coupled with the combat power amplification from demonization of fierce beasts, most king tier beast masters find it extremely difficult to handle king tier demonic creatures above level 90. I just saw Elder Wu has arrived, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Elder Wu is here too. Since that legendary figure has come, there's definitely no issue. Senior brother Wang nodded, his gaze turning towards the beast tide as he said, the speed has already slowed down. Probably not too many magical creatures are flowing towards us now. After we finish cleaning up here, let's continue upstream to take a look. Good. Everyone responded fervently in unison. With the chance to level up, everyone spared no effort in slaughtering the demonic creatures before them. Successfully killed level 14 demonized spiked boar, EXP plus 560, DP plus 560. Successfully killed level 34 demonized tiger rhinoceros, EXP plus 2040, DP plus 2040. Successfully killed LV.34 demonic bull lion, EXP plus 2040, consumption points plus 2040. Damn good. In just 3 hours, my level has leapt 2 tiers, now at LV.33. At this speed, I doubt anyone worldwide could match me, Su Ming thought with soaring confidence. The nearby demonic beasts had been nearly cleared out, with everyone collecting magic crystals during the hunt. Time to return and exchange these for corresponding contribution points. I've broken through to level 28, 2 levels in one go, Lei Jin shouted excitedly. Others similarly exclaimed, I also broke through 2 levels, now at 27. Hua Haicheng stared at himself with exhilaration. Nearly everyone had advanced at least 2 levels minimally. Su Ming, however, had broken through from level 30 to 33, 3 consecutive levels, and the experience points required for Su Ming's breakthrough were several times greater than what the others needed. However, they weren't particularly surprised. During the Beast Tide, the vast majority of low to mid-tier magical creatures were hunted down by Su Ming. By the same token, Su Ming's insect beasts suffered tremendous losses. His nearly 100,000-strong insect army was reduced to fewer than 50,000 in just 3 short hours, more than half had been wiped out. It would be untrue to say it didn't hurt a little. But Su Ming didn't feel too distressed, he'd be able to recover that number of insect beasts in just a few days. The key was that his level up meant an overall boost in strength for his beast tamer army. With a mere thought, Su Ming's consumption points materialized before his eyes. Consumption points, 2, 378, 320. Over 2 million consumption points, equivalent to more than 200 million Great Xia dollars. This was the harvest from this endeavor. This was primarily due to the conversion of consumption points obtained from hunting monsters. He still had a magic vine flower worth over 10 million in his possession, which could also be exchanged for around 100,000 consumption points. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but feel delighted. He could once again increase the reproduction speed of his blade worms. As soon as the interval was shortened to 1 second, he would immediately halt the blade worm queen's reproduction speed. Instead, I shifted to accelerating the reproduction rate of other queen insects. This was also for balanced development. After all, as my level gradually increased, the role of blade bugs would become increasingly minor. More often, they would merely provide numbers for the swarm to support my combat power amplification. Let's go, junior brothers and sisters. Move forward and see if there are any more magical creatures we can hunt. Senior brother Wang's words had barely faded when violent explosions erupted in the distant sky. Everyone looked up to see a purple-black demonic creature currently surrounded by several spirit beasts. Each spirit beast was radiating scorching flames. That's Wu Gong. All his spirit beasts possess top-tier fire attributes. He's one of our Great Xia's strongest fire-type beast tamers. A battle between legendary tier beast tamers. Su Ming gazed at the sky, where powerful energy fluctuations surged. With his current strength, even if he had a billion insect beasts, they would all be reduced to ashes under a single flame from Wu Gong's spirit beasts. It's actually the abyssal drake. He didn't die, and has been hiding right near our Zhengzhou city all this time. At this moment, senior brother Wang recognized the monstrous creature and couldn't help exclaiming in astonishment. The abyssal drake? Senior brother, what's its background? Indeed, when the abyssal drake first became a king-class beast, it was Wu Gong who led the team to exterminate it. You must understand that within 500 kilometers around our city, no king-class beasts are permitted to exist. They pose an extreme threat to urban safety. Back then, Wu Gong hadn't yet broken through to the legendary tier. After being severely wounded by Wu Gong's team, the abyssal drake vanished without a trace. We assumed it had died, yet here it is, not only alive but even more powerful now. So it seems Lord Wu and this Hellheart Demon Dragon Beast are sworn enemies meeting again. That's right, this time the Hellheart Demon Dragon Beast won't escape. Above the sky, a sea of flames stretched endlessly, threatening to dye the entire heavens crimson. The temperature in the air kept rising under the relentless assaults from Lord Wu's tamed beasts. Let's get out of here quickly. The attacks from a legendary tier beast master are too overwhelming. At your current levels, you'll be affected by the aftershocks. Seeing this, senior brother Wang immediately urged everyone to retreat. Meanwhile, Su Ming watched intently, his yearning for power reaching its zenith at this moment. Chapter 75. Bountiful Harvest, 60,000 contribution points. They were so absorbed in watching that they didn't notice the figure suddenly appearing behind them. You lot! Suddenly, the voice rang out right behind everyone's backs. Su Ming jerked his head around and saw his own teacher, along with all the others instructors, excluding just Luo Qianqiu as teacher, standing right behind them. Good lads, you've actually hunted so many magical creatures. At this moment, Teacher Lei Wan looked at the mountain-like pile of magical beasts before him and couldn't help but praise. Qi Xiantian smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward Wang Zhuosheng, who was preparing to sneak away unnoticed in the distance. Alright everyone, since that's the case, let's each take our own students back. As for Qianxue, Lei Wang, I'll trouble you to take care of her. Alright. Soon, everyone else was taken away by their instructors. Only Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing remained on the spot. The two stood there like guilty children awaiting their teacher's judgment. Speak up. Whose idea was it? Do you think a beast tide is some kind of joke? It was my idea, teacher. Wang Zhuoxing spoke up first. I suggested it, teacher. Su Ming quickly followed. Teacher, don't blame junior brother, it's my responsibility. I was too eager to level up. Teacher, don't blame senior brother. It was my suggestion, I was in a hurry to level up. Watching the two of them bicker over taking the blame, Shi Shintian slowly raised his hand and said, I never said I was going to punish either of you, there's no need to fight over it. Hearing this, the two who had been arguing immediately fell silent. Teacher, you should have said that earlier. You scared us half to death. Shi Shintian smirked briefly, then suddenly straightened his expression and asked sternly, Su Ming, who gave you permission to sneak out here? Do you even understand the demon tide? The Holy Celestial Church hasn't stopped hunting you, and yet you dared to come out alone? I'm sorry, teacher, I was just too anxious. Su Ming lowered his head and immediately apologized. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk, and Su Ming had shrewdly gauged this very trait in his teacher. Alright, at least you two are safe now. It's quite strange that the Sacred Heaven sect didn't come after you. Shi Xuantian's expression suddenly darkened when he noticed Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing standing there in silence. Has the Sacred Sky sect arrived? Su Ming nodded in agreement. Who? It's still that Pu Yi. What? Su Ming raised his head and said somewhat helplessly, I don't know how he found me, but don't worry, teacher. I've already killed that guy. It's all thanks to you slaughtering all his beasts last time. This time he barely had any left, which made it easier for me. Oh, and teacher, the blood fiend war beetle you helped me evolve is absolutely vicious. Su Ming rambled on excitedly, completely oblivious to the change in Shi Xuantian's expression. You killed Pu Yi. Yes, teacher. At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Teacher, here's what I think. When the time comes, let's tell outsiders that junior brother and I worked together to kill him. Otherwise, if the Shang Tian sect learns that a level 30 junior brother could kill a level 50 Pu Yi, they'd probably send grandmasters to hunt him down. Shi Shintian nodded in agreement. That's how we'll handle it. Just as Su Ming thought he could finally relax, the teacher roared angrily, both of you get back inside right now. Without my permission, you're not allowed to participate in any wilderness training. Ah, teacher, then how do I level up? Let's go grind dungeons. A few hours later, Su Ming was brought back to the academy by his mentor. Soon after, the military headquarters announced the news that he and his senior brother had slain Pu Yi of the Holy Sky Sect. The Holy Sky Sect will probably go mad when they find out. All I can do is seize every moment to grow stronger so I can eradicate them when the time comes. Su Ming was currently heading toward the military base's dungeon center. His storage ring was already piled high with magic crystals. He needed to quickly exchange them for contribution points. Entering the dungeon center, he arrived at the automated exchange hub. Su Ming verified his mission information. Welcome, student Su Ming. Current scans indicate you have an ongoing mission, hunting magical creatures during the demonic tide. You may exchange magic crystals for contribution points. Below are the contribution points exchangeable for each grade of magic crystal. 1. Low-grade species value, level not exceeding 10, 1 contribution point / crystal. 2. Medium racial value, crystal from creatures not exceeding level 10, 2 contribution points / crystal. 3. High racial value, crystal from creatures not exceeding level 10, for contribution points / crystal. Please place the crystals you've obtained onto the scanning conveyor belt in front of you. Su Ming looked at the conveyor belt before him, then without hesitation, opened the spatial storage of his dimensional ring. The next second, magic crystals rapidly tumbled out, countless in number, large and small, of every conceivable variety. The clattering sound of falling crystals immediately drew the attention of those nearby. After approximately 30 seconds, Su Ming finally emptied out every last one of the magic crystals. The conveyor belt inspection proceeded swiftly, appearing on the display screen in less than 3 minutes. Classmate Su Ming, your magic crystal inventory details are 1. Low-tier baseline stats, level 10 or below magic crystals, 164 pieces. 2. Mid-tier baseline stats, level 10 or below magic crystals, 211 pieces. 3. High racial value, level not exceeding 10 magic crystals, 123. Magic crystals can be exchanged for contribution points, total, 59,876. 50,000. To be precise, just a little over 100 short of breaking 60,000. Su Ming gazed excitedly at the numbers before him. This contribution value was enough for him to exchange for 2 more insect-type beasts from the military's beast pasture. 59,876 contribution points have been deposited into your account. Please check the balance. If you disagree with the exchanged contribution value, you may request a review immediately. Su Ming chose not to file for a review. The approximate amount of magic crystals he had matched this figure. Requesting a review would only waste his time. He immediately opened his phone app and walked out of the dungeon center, where a campus bus bound for the Beast Ranch was already waiting before him. Without hesitation, Su Ming boarded directly. Along the way, Su Ming pondered which two insect-type creatures would be best to contract. I've already contracted the explosive beetle, so I'll exchange for the earthworm scarab and the wind shadow moth, he decided. Su Ming silently thought to himself. On the way, Su Ming made his decision and immediately spent contribution points to make the exchange. 60,000 contribution points were instantly deducted. Just as he entered the contract room, Su Ming couldn't wait and said, I've already exchanged for the earth armor worm and wind shadow worm. Please bring them to me, I'm ready to form the contracts. Both at the same time? Yeah, let's take both at once to save time. Alright, please wait a moment. While waiting, Su Ming began planning the composition of his insect beast army. He calculated according to species value rankings: low tier, blade bugs and shield bugs; intermediate, frenzy blade insect, giant shield beetle, tiger beetle; advanced, helmeted beetle; superior, alien armor beetle; lower tier, explosive beetle, wingblade mantis, bloodthirst demon beetle, earth tank beetle, wind shadow beetle; sovereign class, blood demon war beetle. Among the ranks from intermediate to transcendent, the numbers of these insect beasts have dwindled significantly, particularly the berserker blade beetles and tower shield beetles, due to Su Ming's focus on breeding blade and shield beetles, are now nearly extinct within his legion, with the tiger beetles following close behind. However, this aligns perfectly with Su Ming's plan. Replenish the numbers with lower-tier insect beasts while increasing combat power through high-potential tamed creatures. The most crucial aspect is that lower-tier insect beasts require far fewer consumption points to accelerate their reproduction rate. Chapter 76, The Great Xia Military's Move, Preparing to Invest Resources. What? Puyi is dead. Confirmed. Puyi was hunting Su Ming when Wang Zhuoxing arrived and joined forces with Su Ming to kill him. We've investigated the scene and found the corpses of Su Ming's insect beasts, as well as Puyi and his tamed beasts. Su Ming's luck is truly extraordinary. Last time it was Qi Xiantian, and this time, it's his senior brother. In the Zhangzhou branch of the Holy Heaven sect, Su Ming was their top target for assassination. 2 consecutive failures had left the branch leader utterly infuriated. Qi Xiantian has already forbidden Su Ming from leaving the military academy without permission. It's likely he'll only train in dungeon instances from now on. Dungeon instances, that's problematic. All dungeon instances controlled by Great Xia's academies are strictly vetted by the nation, with many exclusively accessible to enrolled students. We can't infiltrate them. If Su Ming's level continues rising and he secures a spot in the Global Beastmaster tournament, he'll become a severe threat to our client nations. My lord, let's activate the sleeper agents we've cultivated. We've invested tremendous resources in them, it's time they delivered returns. Hearing his subordinate's words, the branch director's eyes immediately lit up, but the next second, he shook his head again and said, they are our future seeds for infiltrating the core of Daxia. Unless absolutely necessary, we can't let them be exposed. Let's wait for another opportunity. Su Ming isn't worth such a high price yet. Yes. Inside Haizhou Beast Taming Academy, Yan Xiao, who had just returned from training in a dungeon, saw the incoming call from Luo Qianxue. He excitedly called back immediately. Hey Qianxue, I just got back from dungeon training. Yan Xiao was clearly in good spirits. Luo Qianxue on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment, and Yan Xiao noticed something was off. He immediately asked again, what's wrong, Qianxue? Is it because I didn't answer your call right away? No. Yan Xiao, what I wanted to say is, could you please stop competing and fighting with Su Ming? At this moment, Luo Qianxue's voice came through from the other end of the phone. This instantly made Yan Xiao, who had been in an excellent mood, frown. By now, nearly everyone knew that Su Ming was his taboo. None would dare mention that name in his presence. Why? I saw him fight. He's too strong. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiao on the other end of the phone let out an angry laugh. You think I'm not his match? After Yan Xiao asked this question, Luo Qianxue on the other end finally responded after a long pause, yes. Ha! Impossible, Qianxue. Su Ming nearly killed my twin-headed flame dragon and stole my true dragon blood essence. This isn't over. I'll prove to you that I'm stronger than Su Ming. At the Global Beastmaster qualifiers, I'll defeat him and slaughter his tamed beasts. Then, Yan Xiao abruptly changed the subject and asked, do you, by any chance, like Su Ming, just because I lost to him? As soon as these words fell, the previously calm Luo Qianxue instantly erupted in fury. Yan Xiao, what kind of person do you take me for? Have you seen Su Ming's current strength? I have tens of thousands of insect beasts, countless and swarming. Could you possibly defeat Su Ming? Do your dragon beasts possess enough power to crush his insect swarm? From what I know of Su Ming, he won't show mercy to anyone who's crossed him. If you keep opposing him, I don't know what the future holds. Luo Qianxue's impassioned words instantly cooled Yan Zhao's raging temper. But he said, tens of thousands? That can't be possible. Where could he even get that many insect-type creatures? His talent, do you understand it? No one does. Why did Su Ming defeat you? Because his talent is formidable. Otherwise, only a fool would choose to contract insect-type creatures. Luo Qianxue tried to persuade Yan Xiao to give up his conflict with Su Ming. At least for now, Yan Xiao stood no chance of winning. Yan Xiao, listen to me. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Our tamed beasts will only be capable of completely overwhelming Su Ming's insect-type creatures once their levels and bloodlines are sufficiently advanced. Fighting him now is futile. After a long silence on the phone, Yan Xiao finally spoke slowly. Qianxue, there's still nearly half a year until the qualification trials for the Global Beastmaster Tournament. I'll devote everything to training during these 6 months to improve my strength at all costs. I'll do whatever it takes to defeat Su Ming. A bug user? I refuse to believe my contracted dragon beast could lose to him. Absolutely impossible. After hanging up, Luo Qianxue stared at her phone. Yan Xiao abruptly abandoned his original plans to return home and instead headed straight for the dungeon center. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who had drawn attention from multiple factions, had successfully contracted 2 brand new Lord-tier beast companions. After all, his spatial capacity was limitless. Contracting more insect beasts was, in a way, accelerating the expansion of his Zerg army. It's just a pity that with my current resources, I still can't accelerate your breeding speed simultaneously. Otherwise, imagining having 100,000 Lord-level insect beasts would be truly thrilling. A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Ming's lips because his teacher wouldn't permit him to leave the military academy. He also needed to reassess and plan out his future cultivation path anew. There are only 3 spots available for someone of my age group. I've already competed with the students from Haidu Beast Taming Academy. Many individuals within the same age bracket have the potential to become my rivals. However, almost none of them pose a lethal threat to me. It's a simple matter. If they couldn't defeat me from the start, then there's no way they'll catch up, as my growth speed far surpasses theirs. There was simply no way they could catch up with him now. As for the students from Great Xia Academy, reputedly the mightiest of them all, he had yet to encounter any firsthand. The Polar Beast Taming Academy's strength likely wouldn't differ much from Sea Capital's either. Still, with only 3 slots available, he couldn't afford to be overconfident. Going all out to maximize his strength remained imperative. A few days later, just as Su Ming returned from completing a mission in the dungeon, he was bombarded with a barrage of calls from both his teacher and senior brother. Seeing so many missed calls, it was clear something important needed his attention. He immediately returned his teacher's call first. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Hello, teacher? You wanted to speak with me? You're back? Yeah, just got back from the dungeon. Teacher, why did you and senior brother call me so many times? Is there something urgent? Exactly. Since you're back now, come to my place right away. Call your senior brother and have him come along too. Okay, got it. Su Ming hung up the phone and immediately dialed his senior brother's number. Hey, senior brother, I'm back from the dungeon. The teacher wants us both to go see him. Okay, I'll be there in an hour. At this moment, Su Ming asked in confusion, Senior, has something happened? You and the teacher have both called me several times. Yeah, big news, our military academy is gearing up for the Global Beastmaster Tournament qualifications. That's definitely why the teacher called us in. Rumor has it the academy's going all out this year, ready to pour resources into securing at least 4 spots by any means necessary. Chapter 77, The Black Card Decrypted, An Unexpected Fortune. In the blink of an eye, at the teacher's residence, Su Ming and his senior brother had already arrived before their teacher. After the 3 had seated themselves, Shi Xiantian looked at the 2 and said, You should already be aware. For this Global Beastmaster Tournament, the military's goal is to secure at least 4 spots, aim for 5, and if possible, 6 would be ideal. Professor, there are only 12 spots in total. If divided equally among the 4 major academies, that's 3 spots per academy. You're mistaken, Junior. There are actually 16 spots in total. Each grade level can bring 1 reserve member, though this reserve can only play if a starting member loses their combat ability, explained Wang Zhuoxing at this point. However, since the Global Beastmaster competition is next year, first-year students aren't included. So what you said about 12 spots isn't entirely wrong either, Wang Zhuoxing then added, shifting his tone. Qi Xiantian leaned back and reclined on the sofa. Su Ming, the exact number of spots isn't important, you just need to make it into the top 3. Right now, our military academy is focused on selecting candidates who can truly compete for those spots and providing them with cultivation resources. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the academy's support, your training will be twice as effective, and your tamed beasts will advance at an accelerated pace. Even the usually indifferent senior disciple couldn't hide his eagerness anymore. Master, stop keeping us in suspense. What are the academy's selection criteria? Is there a limit to the resources? Qi Xiantian smiled faintly and looked at them both. The exact resource limits aren't clear to me yet, but one thing's certain, they will benefit your tamed beasts. This includes purifying their bloodlines. Awakening the latent divine beast potential within your companions will completely transform their combat capabilities. Divine beast talent is a special ability exclusively possessed by ancient divine beasts. Typically, divine beasts like true dragons and phoenixes possess more than one divine beast talent. However, due to bloodline limitations, even modern tamed beasts with 100% purity can inherit only one such talent at most. This innate gift, inherent to the tamed beasts themselves, makes their combat prowess even more formidable under its enhancement. This is precisely why people relentlessly pursue bloodline purification for their tamed beasts. Only through this can there be hope of awakening the latent divine beast talent within their companions. In that case, seems like I don't have much significance. My insect beasts don't have any divine beast lineage. Su Ming gave a bitter laugh. Insect beasts could possess divine bloodlines, but his current ones didn't. That's not an issue. You can acquire others later. Regardless, this unprecedented additional resource support from the military academy is an opportunity for you all. So teacher, how exactly will they conduct the assessment? Su Ming continued asking. First is the demon suppressing tower. Let's see how far you can climb. Your advancement level will determine your eligibility for entry. Of course, there are grade restrictions. Freshmen must reach level 27 before entering the tower. Sophomores must reach level 45, and juniors need to attain level 55. Both of you meet these requirements. Each grade level will select only 7 candidates, and the second round will test your current true strength. In the end, only 4 will remain. The teacher's words made it clear this competition would be ruthless, but for Su Ming, there wasn't much pressure. Being already the strongest among freshmen, he knew he could maintain his dominance even within the demon-suppressing tower. Zhuoshang, I'm not worried about your junior brother, I know his capabilities well. Of course, I'm also aware of yours. Although your current strength ranks in the top 3 within the military academy, it's still not entirely stable, so you must give it your all. Rest assured, Master, I won't let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Shi Xiantian nodded and said to the two of them, very well. According to the information I've received, this notice will be issued by tomorrow at the latest, possibly even today. The assessment will begin in 3 days. Go and make your preparations, present yourselves in the best possible condition. Yes, teacher. After leaving their master's residence, Su Ming turned to look at his senior brother beside him. Brother, go for it. Micham, by the way junior, about that card you gave me, I've already had someone help crack it. There's quite a sum inside. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Really? Just one card could be cracked? I'd already given up hope. Wen Zhuoxing smiled faintly and said, what's difficult about this? After all, it was Pu Yi who deposited it. If anyone's to blame, it's Pu Yi for actually using his real name to deposit the money. Otherwise, it would have taken more time. There's a total of 300 million in his account. I'll have someone transfer it to your account later. 300 million. Senior brother, since you've helped me so much, let's split it half and half. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right taking it all. Su Ming immediately refused. Without his senior brother's help, not only would he not have gotten half, 150 million, but he wouldn't have even gotten a single dime. No need, I'm not short on money. I can see you're in dire need of funds. Does your talent have something to do with money? Or do you need to purchase certain resources? Looking at his senior brother, Su Ming knew his secret couldn't remain absolutely concealed. All he could do was try to polish his story. After all, in this world where anything could happen, they still wouldn't be able to discover his system. He could simply attribute everything to his innate talent, that would suffice. Yes, senior brother, but I still need you to keep this secret for me. Senior brother Wang smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I know what to do. Alright, I should go and prepare. Unlike you, I don't have a guaranteed spot yet. Then you'll have to work hard, senior brother. Let's go teach those Japanese a lesson together. Yes, I should work harder too. Less than 10 minutes after parting with his senior brother, 300 million Xia dollars appeared in his account through his senior's help. Facing this staggering amount of money, Su Ming decisively converted it all into consumption points. 300 million Xia dollars became 3 million consumption points. Another 3 million consumption points. Should I continue accelerating the reproduction speed of blade bugs and shield bugs? Or should I enhance the blood demon battle bugs or other insect beasts? For a moment, Su Ming was somewhat hesitant. 3 million consumption points, not too much, yet not too little either. But he couldn't immediately decide how to use them. Because the current acceleration of blade bugs consumes over 1 million points each time. Shield bugs fare slightly better, but 3 million consumption points won't provide much improvement either. The actual selection for slots is still far off. I don't need to rush into enhancing my high race value insect beasts right now. With 6 months ahead, I can continue accumulating vast amounts of consumption points. These 3 million can be saved. Perhaps evolving a king-class insect beast could serve as my ultimate trump card during the selection. Considering this, Su Ming decided to temporarily preserve his 3 million consumption points. Including what remained from before, he now had over 4 million consumption points available. Chapter 78. The selection begins, entering the demon-suppressing tower again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Outside the Xia Military Stronghold's dungeon center, 3 long queues had already formed at this hour. Nearly 10,000 people were preparing to participate in this selection competition announced by the military headquarters. Although most people knew this opportunity wasn't meant for them, they would still come to try their luck. No one would turn down free resources, even knowing these resources didn't rightfully belong to them. I wonder what resources our school has prepared for those who get selected. Must be quite substantial. I heard the reward includes a king-tier tamed beast, even divine beast essence blood and such. Holy shit, if this is real, the academy must have really splurged. In the last 2 selection rounds of our military academy, we only secured 2 spots. Although Great Xia has consistently ranked in the top 3 in the global Beastmaster competitions in recent years, our casualties have been severe. Other nations on Blue Star have practically been ganging up on us. This year, our military academy is finally redeeming our honor. Not just our military academy, but the other 3 major academies as well. It's our government's requirement. If they're truly selected to participate in the Global Beastmaster Conference, I can't even imagine to what terrifying level Great Xia could train them up in such a short time. Sigh, other countries aren't pushovers either. Being besieged by so many nations, we're practically surrounded on all sides. Just mentioning this gets me furious. Those tiny nations like Sakura Country and Stick Country dare to strut around in front of us. I really wish we could just mobilize troops and wipe them out. Destroying them would be easy enough. But our Great Xia's western border faces the primal forests, and within our territory lies the world's largest demonic abyss. Both require massive numbers of beastmasters to guard. If we truly acted, the whole world would descend into chaos. Ultimately, our greatest enemies right now remain the demonic creatures and ferocious beasts. Su Ming stood in the crowd, waiting for his turn in the queue. The person in front of him turned around, saw it was him, and immediately said with a smile, "Su Ming, let's switch places, you go first." "Oh no, I'll just wait my turn." Su Ming declined with a wave of his hand. The other party smiled and said, "You go first. You're definitely securing a spot, I'm just here for fun. Go ahead." Without giving Su Ming a chance to refuse, the boy stepped behind him and swapped places with him. Then, the person in front did the same. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming, who had originally been at the back of the line, was suddenly pushed to the very front. Watching Su Ming being sent to the very front, with Lei Jin right in sight, the people in line began to murmur among themselves. Guess who'll make it into the second round? Which 7 from the first selection? Obviously, Su Ming, Lei Jin, and Luo Qianxue are shoo-ins. The remaining 4 spots are up for grabs, while Haicheng, Zhou Jing, Lu Yingran, and Yi Shanhua are the most likely contenders. First 3? No argument there. But the remaining 4 are definitely debatable. It's not like any of them are slacking off. The competition's tight, but with only 4 spots left after Su Ming and the others take 3, that last slot will be a fight between Hua Haicheng and the rest. Because of this selection, the Military Academy's Instance Center specifically opened 6 instance entrances leading directly to the Demon Subduing Pagoda. The Demon Subduing Pagoda is a solo challenge instance, so there are no capacity issues, and there's no need to worry about exceeding the number of participants in the selection. Su Ming, how many floors do you plan to conquer this time? Lei Jin asked with a smile. I don't know. I'll take as much as I can while earning some contribution points along the way, Su Ming replied with a faint smile. I can't tell if you're being modest or proud right now, he said. Give it your best shot. This opportunity is genuinely rare. Of course, I won't just hand first place over to you. Watching Lei Jin's eager expression, he nodded and said, Indeed, you should give it your all. Without a competitor, I do feel quite lonely. You little rascal. Soon, it was Lei Jin and Su Ming's turn. Before entering, Lei Jin even called out to Su Ming, Su Ming, I might not necessarily lose to you. Oh, seems you're really giving it your all. Well, good luck then. Definitely. The next second, both of them simultaneously entered the demon-suppressing tower. As soon as they stepped into the demon-suppressing tower, a familiar voice rang in their ears. Number 1213895527, welcome to the demon-suppressing tower. Would you like to begin the trial? Yes. As soon as the voice faded, rustling sounds came from the grass ahead. The next second, a giant-eared rabbit leaped out from the grass. Level 10 giant-eared rabbits? Back when he first entered the demon-suppressing tower, the first floor had level 1 giant-eared rabbits. This time, it started directly with level 10 ones. Alright, the challenge begins. Su Ming focused his thoughts, activated his beast taming space, and countless blade insects instantly appeared around him. In less than a single breath, the giant-eared rabbit was already slain. Challenge succeeded. Please proceed to the second floor. A glowing circle appeared before his eyes. After stepping onto it, Su Ming swiftly vanished from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in the middle of a grassy field. At that moment, a sand scorpion crawled out from the desert. A level 10 sand scorpion. A smile crept onto Su Ming's lips as he witnessed the scene before him. Apart from the difference in levels, this challenge appeared fundamentally similar to his first attempt at the demon suppressing tower. For someone like Su Ming, even staying an extra second in such low-level challenges would be a waste of precious time. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the second floor of the dungeon center, the principal of Daxia Military Academy, along with the 2 vice principals and most of the royal tier instructors, had all gathered in attendance. Before them, they could not only see each individual's challenge progress but also watch the battle footage of every participant. These young beastmasters are pushing themselves hard. The first batch that entered has already reached the 30th floor at most. This time, the resource support we've provided is unprecedented. Naturally, they're giving it their all. Let's wait and see. It's been over 3 months since the freshman competition, and I'm quite curious to observe how much these young talents have grown. The principal's gaze remained firmly locked on the numbers displayed before him. At this moment, Vice Principal Nian turned his attention towards Qi Xiantian seated in the corner. Old Qi, was Puyi of the Holy Sky Sect truly killed by Su Ming alone, or was it really as you claimed a joint kill with Wang Zhuoxin? Qi Xiantian glanced at the mentor present, thought for a moment, and then said, "To be honest with you, Wu Gong, Puyi was indeed killed by Su Ming alone, though luck played a little part in it. A beast tamer around level 30 killing a level 50 professional hunter, this can no longer be summarized as mere luck." The principal turned around, looked at Qi Xiantian, and said, "Old Qi, your student is a rare talent worth nurturing. His strength makes him fully qualified for the spot. The rest is up to him now." Qi Xiantian was in an excellent mood and responded eloquently to the principal's praise. "Su Ming told me before that as long as resources are allocated properly, he can become even stronger. With sufficient resources, any beast tamer would perform well." Chapter 79, Breaking Records, Buzz Everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Every beast tamer participating in the selection had been fighting for at least 2 hours, with the latest entrants having already undergone such a lengthy battle. And now, the results are basically laid out clearly for all to see. This freshman's performance is truly exceptional. Su Ming has already fought his way to the 126th layer. That's the best record in our military academy, isn't it? He's approaching the national historical record. The national historical record was set by none other than our Lord Xia. Summer Lord, the strongest beastmaster of Great Xia, is rumored to have reached the legendary divine tier, with divine tier beasts under his command. Of course, these are merely rumors, as no one has witnessed Summer Lord take action for a long time. But any battle requiring Summer Lord's intervention would already be at a level sufficient to destroy an entire nation. It was during his breakthrough to the legendary tier that Summer Lord entered the demon suppressing tower and carved his legacy, slaughtering through 138 floors. Beyond that, they say the savage beasts encountered were already at divine tier existence. If our military headquarters could produce another powerhouse at the level of the Summer Lord, the dire straits our Great Xia currently faces on all fronts would be swept away in an instant. It's still too early to say, but now that Su Ming has made it onto the Holy Sky Sect's kill list, how should we handle this achievement? Once announced, I'm afraid the pursuit Su Ming will face in the future may exceed our wildest expectations. At this moment, a royal-level mentor voiced their concerns. Old Qi, Su Ming is your student, what would you do? I think we should still make it public. There's nothing to fear, the Sacred Sky Sect is just a bunch of parasites. Su Ming needs some pressure to move faster. Too much stability won't do him any good. Qi Xiantian spoke with utter calmness, and since he was Su Ming's teacher, his words carried weight. The others naturally had nothing more to say. At the same time, Su Ming stared at the increasingly monstrous beasts, feeling tremendous pressure at this moment. Now we've already encountered a flood dragon. If we go further, we'll probably have to face actual divine beasts. Su Ming didn't dare to think further. Divine beasts seemed too distant right now. If he could just fight one once, he'd truly get to experience what kind of terrifying creature these legendary beings really were. But the current flood dragon was already proving more than he could handle. The gap in levels and species stats was nearing its limit. Many of his insect beasts had already been killed. Although familiars don't truly die within the demon suppressing tower, they would be sealed inside their tamer's dimensional space, unable to rejoin the battle. The longer the fight dragged on, the more his combat effectiveness actually deteriorated. On the 127th floor, when the fierce beast appeared before his eyes, Su Ming was instantly dumbstruck. A dragon and a phoenix materialized before him. Though not authentic divine dragons or phoenixes, their racial stats had reached the terrifying legendary tier. Needless to say, on Blue Star currently, only those standing at the world's pinnacle as supreme experts could possess legendary tier-tamed beasts. He now had to face two creatures, each exceeding level 50. A sense of helplessness had already overwhelmed his entire being. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? Su Ming only saw a sky filled with flames, interwoven with lightning capable of annihilating everything. His insectoid army collapsed instantly. This is what they call absolute domination. The next second, Su Ming was ejected from the dungeon's entrance. Though physically unharmed, he lay on the ground, still trembling from the overwhelming power he'd just witnessed. That utterly unstoppable force had left him feeling completely helpless. My insect beasts aren't numerous or powerful enough yet. If I amplify my strength 100-fold, 1,000-fold, with billions or tens of billions of Zerg troops, even those true dragons and phoenixes, what could they possibly do to me? Even without divine beast bloodlines, my pets can evolve beyond god tier through this system. With this thought, Su Ming immediately stood up. By now, the vast majority of people in the hall had already emerged from the demon-suppressing tower. Only a few stragglers remained. Feeling everyone's gaze fixed on him, Su Ming suddenly felt his old face flush with embarrassment. Seems like I've been lying on the ground for a bit too long. As he approached Lei Jin and the others, their eyes had already changed when looking at Su Ming. What are you all staring at me like that for? Su Ming waved his hand in front of them and asked, Devil, you're an absolute devil. Su Ming, do you have any idea what you've done? Ha, what's wrong? Su Ming looked at them in confusion while Lei Jin truly felt the urge to strangle him at that moment. I've seen people showing off, but never to this extent. How far have you gotten in the demon-subduing pagoda? Floor 127. It's insanely difficult, I simply can't get past it. Su Ming shook his head, somewhat helplessly speaking. Stop showing off, Su Ming. If I wasn't afraid I couldn't beat you, I'd really want to kill you right now. Do you even realize you've already broken our school's historical record? You almost broke the national historical record too. The national record? Su Ming hadn't expected his current level to actually break records. However, the challenges that lay ahead truly weren't something ordinary people could surpass. At that moment, the principal and several others walked out from the conference room on the second floor. Everyone immediately fell silent. Dear students, by now you should have all seen the results of the first round of selections. The performance was indeed outstanding, with remarkable progress from everyone. However, with your current strength, participating in the Beastmaster competition would be barely distinguishable from suicide. The principal's opening statement followed the traditional tactic of praise before criticism. His intention was clearly to crush everyone's confidence and motivate them to train harder. Such tactics were utterly routine for Su Ming, who handled them with practiced ease. The 7 candidates from each grade level have been selected. Our requirement is that the final 4 will receive the Academy's resource support. Now let's proceed to the martial arena. Without any break, everyone was transported to the martial arena. In the blink of an eye, every seat in the martial arena was filled. It's truly lively here. Our Academy's people sure are quick to gather when there's excitement to watch. This battle represents the strongest combatants from each grade in our military academy. To be honest, since we entered the academy, we've never actually competed against each other. Su Ming turned to look at Lei Jin as he spoke. Lei Jin, I hope I get to face you first. Hearing these words, Lei Jin's expression changed instantly. If someone were to be the first to run into Su Ming, wouldn't that be equivalent to getting disqualified from the competition? Lei Jin, Su Ming, I have an 8 a.m. class. Chapter 80. My suggestion, Su Ming should get the spot directly. As for the competition, let the freshmen from the first-year cohort take the lead first. After everyone had gathered, the principal, who had already taken his position at the podium, began to designate the candidates for the first round of the competition. The rules of the competition are simple. Cross-match victories earn 1 point, surrendering earns no points. The 4 students with the highest scores will secure the final spots, he announced. As he spoke, Principal Chao Hongshou glanced at the 7 students standing nearby, including Su Ming, who were waiting for instructions. Since there are only 7 of you, come up one by one to draw lots. With an odd number, one of you will get a bye, he explained. After the principal finished speaking, Su Ming prepared to go for the draw. At that moment, Lei Jin, who stood behind Su Ming, slowly raised his hand and said, Principal, I have a suggestion. Student Lei Jin, what suggestion do you have? Su Ming also paused in his tracks as everyone's gaze turned towards Lei Jin. Principal, I think among our freshman group, it's best to directly confirm Su Ming as the top contender for first place. I genuinely can't beat him. Reaching the 127th floor of the demon-suppressing tower isn't even something I dare to imagine right now. Let him secure the spot directly, and the rest of us can compete amongst ourselves. Lei Jin's words made the principal chuckle. Lei Jin, is this your own opinion? Or does the other 6 share it as well? It's my own opinion, replied Lei Jin. The principal looked at the other 5 students besides Su Ming and asked, what about you? Do you also support Lei Jin's proposal to let Su Ming directly secure the spot? I agree. After all, there's no way I can defeat him. I agree too. Fighting Su Ming would just leave my contracted beasts severely injured. It's not worth it. I agree too. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 6 students aside from Su Ming all agreed to let him take the spot without contest. This move took the vast majority of people by surprise. Very well, since no one objects, Su Ming will directly secure one spot. The 6 of you will compete in a round-robin battle to determine the remaining 3 positions. After speaking, the principal turned to Su Ming and said, "Congratulations, Su Ming. You may go rest now." Looking at Lei Zhen's mischievous grin at that moment, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This guy, keeping an ace up his sleeve all along. But I'm happy to take it easy anyway, so I simply returned to my seat. The spectators in the stands were also quite astonished by such a maneuver. Wait, you can do that? Just locking in a spot like that, this is awesome. If you think you're up to it, go ahead and see if Lei Zhen and the others would put in a good word with the principal to get you a spot. That's right, since the spot will be chosen from among the 7 of them, as long as the other 6 don't object, there's no problem. Su Ming's strength is already in a league of its own compared to theirs. Hard power is what really matters. This is what they call subduing the enemy without fighting. Among the sophomores, Old Wang, your junior is impressive. His strength has already earned recognition from all of them. Wang Zhuoxing smiled faintly and said, even if my junior brother secures a spot in the Global Beast Tamer Championship, it's a foregone conclusion. There's really nothing to be surprised about. Such confidence? The scions of major families from Dasha Academy aren't to be trifled with. In every tournament, out of the 16 participants, the freshman division is already dominated. 2 out of 4 spots are theirs. As for the sophomore to senior divisions, they claim 4 to 5 seats, leaving just 7 or 8 for the rest of our academies to compete over. We won't even compare ourselves to Dasha Academy. It's situated in the imperial capital, where nearly all the most powerful and prestigious aristocratic beast tamer families gather. They don't need the academy's resources to nurture formidable beasts, and even those with mediocre talents can thrive. After all, the world of beast tamers was never fair to begin with. After speaking, Wang Zhuoxing shifted his tone and said, however, even so, my junior brother can still secure a spot. It's just a matter of ranking. I hope so. I really wish your junior brother could make it to the Global Beastmaster Championship. With his sheer number of insect-type creatures, he'd be a huge asset to the team. Just wait and see. I have full confidence in my junior brother. If I can't handle those bastards from Cherry Blossom Country and Stick Nation, my junior brother will take care of them. Su Ming, sitting in the rest area, also turned his gaze toward the combat platform. Without his suppression, Lei Zhen and Luo Qianxue's strength was actually a tier above the other 4 competitors. In the freshman group, the 3 confirmed spots had already gone to Su Ming's team, leaving the remaining 4 to compete for the last place. Lei Zhen secured his spot first, followed by Luo Qianxue. The final spot in the freshman group went to Hua Haicheng, nicknamed Mad Dog. His strength might not be the greatest among the remaining 4, but he was unquestionably the most relentless in battle. While the other 3 conserved their tamed beast's strength for the successive rounds, Hua Haicheng gave his all in every fight, ultimately earning the highest score. Once the freshman group roster was finalized, the arena's giant screen promptly displayed partial public information about Su Ming and the others. Good. For next year's national qualifiers of the Global Beastmaster Tournament, our military academy will temporarily designate the following 4 freshmen as representative contestants. They will also receive resource support from the academy. Some students might feel discontented. Why do they get the academy's backing while I don't? Principal Chao Hongshou paused, his domineering gaze sweeping across the auditorium. I'll tell you right now, check those thoughts at the door. The world of Beastmasters has never been fair. If you want resources, prove your strength, prove your talent. If any freshman here believes they can defeat these 4, step forward and challenge them. The spot is yours if you succeed. The moment he finished speaking, silence fell over the entire hall. Then, the principal turned his gaze to Su Ming and the other 3, saying, of course, you shouldn't harbor any illusions that with the military academy's resource support, everything will be smooth sailing. The military academy conducts a strength assessment every half-month. If you fail to meet the standards, your resource allocation will be immediately revoked. The military academy has only one purpose in doing this: to train a few beastmasters strong enough to compete for the supreme honor that belongs to young beastmasters. Alright, now it's time for the current sophomore group to step forward. After finishing his words, the principal sat back down. When senior Wang Zhuoxing passed by Su Ming, their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Bro, bottoms up. Don't worry, we've got this in the bag. Watching the sophomore group members, Su Ming turned to Lei Zhen, who was passionate about gathering intel, and asked, Lei Zhen, since my senior is in the sophomore group, where do you think he stands in terms of strength ranking? Senior Wang Zhuoxing? He's probably top 3, but he definitely can't beat the number 1 spot. Who's that first guy? Lei Jin replied with some surprise. You don't know? Yuan Tian. He owns a giant ape capable of wielding weapons, ridiculously strong. Chapter 81, Finalizing Candidates, Private Discussion. Yuan Tian? Undeniably the top contender among second years at our military academy. When Hua Haicheng spoke, the expression on his face and the way he looked at Yuan Tian in the distance were entirely different. Their beast-taming combat styles were strikingly similar, clearly indicating Hua Haicheng still held considerable admiration for Yuan Tian. Su Ming nodded and said, being able to wield weapons, such beast companions are indeed rare. The image of a giant ape wielding weapons immediately conjured in Su Ming's mind the figure of the victorious fighting Buddha clad in violet gold armor, riding the somersault cloud. If the opponent's beast truly is this, then it's probably not just at the divine beast level, it would be at the transcendent divine beast level. After all, even true dragons and phoenixes were no match for the Monkey King. Soon, the sophomore division's match began immediately after the starting signal. Seated in the audience, Su Ming's gaze kept shifting between his senior brother's arena and Yuan Tian's competition grounds. Senior brother's talent is called absolute defense, as the name implies. His spirit beasts are primarily renowned for their defensive capabilities and mostly specialize in controlling earth and metal elements. In combat, it was actually rather monotonous. Most of the time, they were on the passive end of the fight. However, the senior brother had divine beasts among his tamed creatures, some possessing the bloodline of the violet gold behemoth, which controlled earth and metal elements in battle. The power it unleashed was by no means weak. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Tian was even more ferocious. To Su Ming's delight, Yuan Tian's giant ape beast master indeed wielded a stone staff in battle, swinging it like the legendary Monkey King from his past life memories, slaying gods who stood in his way and cutting down demons that blocked his path. So powerful. If I could reach senior Yuan Tian's level, I'd be completely satisfied. Hua Haicheng gazed at Yuan Tian like a love-struck 18-year-old girl, nearly falling in love with him. The matches in the sophomore group were far more exciting than those in the freshman group. The battles were also more intense. His senior brother managed to secure a spot as the third qualifier, though not without some close calls. The junior group members also drew lots, but as Su Ming scanned the crowd, he couldn't spot any particularly outstanding beastmasters. This made Su Ming somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Why do the third-year seniors seem not that strong after all? Hearing Su Ming's confusion, Lei Jin, who was sitting beside him, leaned in closer. Su Ming, haven't you seen? In the last Global Beastmaster Championship, our great Xia only achieved third place because our contestants were targeted by beastmasters from other countries. Several beastmasters even permanently remained at the Global Beastmaster Championship, among them were your seniors and fellow disciples. Hearing Lei Jin's words, Su Ming immediately made the connection. It was the Sakura Nation and the Stick Nation who did this. Su Ming's eyes burned with rage as his senior brother's warning echoed in his ears. It was them, but they couldn't have done it alone. There was support and assistance from several other major powers behind them. I know, the White Eagles and the others. If any of them face me in this session, I won't hold back. Su Ming's heart was already blazing with fiery rage. What was the purpose of cultivation and gaining strength? It was precisely to avoid being bullied. I may choose not to bully others, but I will never tolerate others bullying me. Many mentors on the spectator stands grew emotional as they watched the third-year students battling on the field. The previous Global Beastmaster tournament remains a painful memory for many. Qi Xuantian's eyes were brimming with tears at this moment. When it came to losses, both of his students from that year never returned. Our students have been recovering well. If not for what happened 2 years ago, our current class would still be the most competitive group. Noon Duke slammed his fist on the table in anger. It was clear the battle 2 years ago had cost the military compound dearly. The battle raged from day till deep night, with all the lights in the martial arena long since illuminated. The third-year division's competition could be described as the most fiercely contested. Almost every participant had exhausted their full strength, with many tamed beasts pushed to the brink of death. It's over. Watching the match on the field, Hua Haicheng weakly slumped down. The intensity of the competition forced them to focus intently on the match. Yet maintaining such prolonged concentration was incredibly mentally draining. Principal Chao Hongshou slowly rose to his feet as the spotlight swung onto him. The martial arts arena was almost completely darkened. Just as Su Ming was intently watching the principal in the arena, Lei Jin beside him tugged at his clothes. Su Ming, let's go. The four stood in darkness, guided by human hands to the very center of the martial arena. Students, a full day has passed. I imagine you're exhausted, but our selection participants are even more so. Having undergone 2 rounds of elimination, the final 12 have been determined. They will receive special resource support from Daxia Military Academy. I hope you recipients will cultivate diligently with these resources, striving to represent our academy in securing tickets to the Global Beastmaster Championship. Let's congratulate them. Hardly had the headmaster finished speaking when spotlights simultaneously illuminated Su Ming and the others standing on the field. The thunderous applause and cheers from nearly 100,000 spectators rose like mountainous waves and howling seas. Feeling the fervent atmosphere, Su Ming's heart swelled with passion, restless and stirring. Very well, I shall now announce the list of students confirmed to receive special resource support from the Great Xia Military Academy. Freshman Group, Su Ming, Lei Jin, Luo Qianxue, Hua Haicheng. Sophomore Group, Yuan Tian, Sun Inheo, Wang Zhuoxing, Yan Ruoxue. Junior Division, Du Mao, Miao Jia, Song Yanwu, Zhuahaoxi. Congratulations once again to all 12 students. Early next morning, Su Ming was awakened by the urgent ringing of his alarm. Yesterday evening, they didn't return to their dormitory until late at night. According to the academy's instructions, each of the 12 needed to have individual discussions with the academy leadership to finalize their resource selections. As the top-ranked freshman, I would be the first to have a conversation with the university leadership. Su Ming hurriedly got up, freshened up briefly, and rushed to the administrative building where the university leaders were. Since the address had been provided in advance, Su Ming had no trouble finding the location. Upon reaching the conference room door, Su Ming lowered his head slightly to check the time. 8:50 a.m., still 10 minutes before the required 9 o'clock. Good, I'm not late, Su Ming thought to himself with relief. Boom, boom, boom. After knocking on the conference room door 3 times in succession, the familiar voice of Mr. Wu promptly responded from inside the room. Come in. Upon hearing the voice, Su Ming carefully pushed open the conference room door. His gaze swiftly swept across everything in the room. The conference room was spacious, of an extremely conventional type. On one side sat the principal and 3 vice principals, including his mentor Qi Xiantian, 4 people seated together. Upon seeing Su Ming, all 4 of them almost simultaneously broke into smiles. Classmate Su Ming, please have a seat. With a faint smile, Elder Gong spoke, and Su Ming immediately nodded in response. Yes. Chapter 82, Super Resource Subsidy, 4 billion. Su Ming, didn't you rest well last night? You still seem a bit tired. Mr. Chow smiled warmly as he showed concern for Su Ming, which made the latter somewhat nervous. After all, the person sitting before him was a legendary beastmaster of extraordinary strength. Quite all right, quite all right. Meanwhile, Qi Xiantian kept discreetly signaling Su Ming with his eyes. Just then, Mr. Wu spoke up. Student Su Ming, we called you here privately for a reason. Since every beastmaster follows a different path in taming beasts, the same resources can't suit everyone. Having undertaken this task, we naturally aim to train you into becoming the strongest among your peers. Su Ming nodded and said, I understand, Master Wu. Good. Since you're clear about it, Su Ming, do you know your current beast taming direction and your requirements in terms of resources? Principal Chow turned to him and asked. This was a question Su Ming hardly needed to think about. He needed resources any kind would do, as long as they were as expensive and rare as possible. Secondly, I need insect beasts because there are no restrictions from the beast taming space. As long as I'm willing, I can contract countless insect beasts and form a massive army that includes all types of them. After pausing to think for a moment, Su Ming slowly began, Master Chow, you should already know that my true strength as a beast tamer comes from my army of insect beasts and the combat boosts they provide. It's precisely because of their overwhelming numbers that I can overpower my opponents. At this point, Master Chow raised his hand and said, Su Ming, let me interrupt for a moment. There's something I've been meaning to ask you when I got the chance. Does your talent have specific conditions that can accelerate the replication speed of your tamed beasts? Under the expectant gazes of the group, Su Ming nodded without hesitation and said, yes, my beast space essentially functions like a stomach. As long as resources are continuously fed into it, it can not only expand the space for me but also increase the replication speed of my beasts within it, though this only applies to insect-type creatures. Su Ming slightly adapted the description of his system's abilities when explaining them to the principal and the others. This way, it wouldn't arouse their suspicions, while also allowing him to legitimately obtain the vast resources he needed. What a remarkable talent! Truly, geniuses always come with the most peculiar gifts. To have an ability that affects the beast space, that's certainly rare. Vice Principal Xia Sha also nodded in agreement. A system that operates within the beast taming space is something I've never encountered in my lifetime. But nothing in this world can be perfect. If you could replicate even more powerful tamed beasts, your talent would be beyond description. Su Ming smiled faintly and said, with such a gift, I'm already content. Su Ming, what kind of resources does your beast taming space accept? As long as it's resources, money works too. He isn't picky, the pricier the better anyway. Hearing this, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. We were just worrying about how to allocate resources for you. Since all your contracted beasts are insect types without divine beast bloodlines, we can't help you purify their lineage. But since you've asked, according to our resource allocation this time, each student can receive resources worth up to 3 billion in total value. Given the uniqueness of your talent, if you're willing to accept Great Xia currency, we can add an additional 1 billion to your cultivation resources on top of the 3 billion base amount. Moreover, any insect-type creatures available in the academy, as long as you're capable, you can contract them all. Hearing this, Su Ming's excitement was beyond words. 4 billion daxia dollars can be exchanged for 40 million consumption points. Back when he sold the essence blood of true dragons and phoenixes, he earned 22 million consumption points, which significantly boosted his strength. Now, with 40 million consumption points directly at hand, it's like riding a rocket to skyrocket. Seeing Su Ming remain silent, Vice Principal Xia Sha added, "Su Ming, do you accept this resource allocation?" Su Ming! Qi Xiantian shouted loudly at this moment. It immediately snapped Su Ming's consciousness back to reality. "Su Ming, are you agreeable to this arrangement?" "I accept, of course I accept. However," Principal Chao Hongshou noticed Su Ming's hesitation at this moment and asked, "Su Ming, if you have any requests, feel free to speak up now." Su Ming fidgeted slightly, somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Actually, it's nothing major. It's just that 2 days ago, I already spent 60,000 contribution points to contract 2 Lord-level insect beasts, while you just mentioned I could contract all insect beasts in the academy." "Ah, I thought it was something serious." "Very well, I'll refund your contribution points, how about that?" "Great!" Su Ming grinned broadly. Right after, Mr. Chao and the others burst into laughter as well. After stepping out of the room, Su Ming noticed that Lei Jin and the others were already waiting at the door. Spotting Su Ming, they eagerly asked, "So, Su Ming, what resources did you get?" "You'll find out once you go in and talk. Anyway, everyone's rewards differ. The school only regulates the resource values, but it's up to you to choose what you need." Hearing this, the others' eyes instantly lit up with excitement. They eagerly inquired one after another, "So Su Ming, what did you choose?" "Obviously that's a secret. If I told you, wouldn't you just secretly surpass me behind my back?" "Just you wait, Su Ming, I'll definitely surpass you." Su Ming shook his head and said, "I know you're eager to surpass me, but don't rush it. Don't push yourself too hard." With that, Su Ming walked straight out of the building, ignoring Lei Jin's glaring eyes that seemed ready to devour him. 4 billion? 40 million consumption points? I really don't know how to decide right now. 40 million consumption points was already an absurdly staggering figure. Breaking through in seconds, achieving it instantly, or even surpassing a few more overlord tier insect beasts is entirely possible. 40 million consumption points still weren't enough to elevate his Bloodfiend War Beast to Monarch tier. After all, advancing his Bloodfiend War Beast to Monarch tier required a staggering 100 million consumption points. For a moment, Su Ming found himself thoroughly torn between options. Should I keep saving? Right now, I still have a deficit of over 5 billion consumption points to reach 100 million. However, with nearly half a year left, if I push myself hard, there's a chance I can achieve it. A King tier beast, combined with my combat enhancement and the evolved Bloodfiend War Beetle, would undoubtedly unleash a devastating level of combat power. In terms of numbers, I currently produce around 3,000 per day. Half a year would be enough to amass an army of several 100,000 insect beasts. But if I invest all 40 million consumption points into boosting the reproduction rates of blade bugs and shield bugs, I could probably exceed 10,000 per day. After calculating all the way, Su Ming still hadn't come up with a precise plan. Right at that moment, his account received a transfer from the military government, a total of 4 billion daxia dollars. Seeing this figure, Su Ming's brain instantly short-circuited. Spend it outright. Why save? If it runs out, I'll just earn more. What's a mere 10 billion daxia dollars or 100 million consumption points? I refuse to believe my Zerg army can't farm 100 million points in half a year.